Before his master passed away, he told me to embrace a female corpse and sleep for 3 years, saying that after 3 years, I would soar to great heights. Brother Lu Jin, you said I am your all-encompassing being, and I am willing to guard your eternal reincarnation. Chapter 1. The female corpse sleeping in the same coffin is actually the Empress. Disciple, swear an oath. I will obey my master's command if I go against it. May I be struck by thunder. Good. After I die, you must seal your meridians and embrace this female corpse to sleep for 3 years. After 3 years, you will be reborn and soar to great heights. I will remember. Xian Yunzi nodded and smiled as he passed away. 3 years later. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Jin opened his eyes, confused. Why is there a naked stranger in front of him? And he himself was also stripped bare, legs weak and back aching. Could it be that he was forced by her? Shaking his head vigorously, memories flooded back. 3 years ago, he followed his master's last wish, sealed his meridians, embraced a female corpse, and buried himself in a grave. Now that the 3-year period is over, where is the corpse? Suddenly he thought of something. Resurrection. Skin changing. You're that female corpse? Thinking more deeply, it was terrifying. Could it be that he was really forced by a female corpse? Moreover, he had been in a state of false death for 3 years, completely unaware, and it was very likely he had been violated many times. Under the dim night pearl, the woman's beauty was unmatched, her waist slender like willow, long hair cascading like a waterfall, skin glowing with a pearl-like luster, and her gaze was soul-stirring, like a seductive goddess, but as cold as frost. What should have been done was done long ago. Why are you so nervous? Her voice was like a heavenly wind chime, ethereal as if she were an immortal. The key was she did not deny it. Lu Jin's expression was fierce yet weak, eyes wide opened as though he had been lying in the coffin for 3 years, and he had been drained by this female corpse for 3 years. What a sin. Logically speaking, being taken by such a stunning beauty, he shouldn't be losing out. But this was in a grave, and this beauty was a transformed corpse. Who could withstand that? Who exactly are you? Lu Jin searched in the darkness for the torn fabric to cover his privacy and boldly asked, "Did your master not tell you who I am when he asked you to sleep with me?" Lu Jin shook his head. The woman squinted her eyes, nodded thoughtfully, then said seriously, "I am the Qinglian Empress." Her authoritative voice was like thunder, and her empress aura was as imposing as a deity. As she spoke, clothes automatically flew from Lu Jin's ring and quickly donned her. The robe was loose, failing to hide her jade-like, alluring collarbone, which only made this stunning beauty exude an unparalleled charm. Lu Jin's expression was complex. He had no intention of admiring the woman in the coffin and frowned, saying, "The Qinglian Empress? I've never heard of her." The Qinglian Empress coldly replied, 1,000 years ago, I walked alone through the cosmic wilderness without encountering an opponent, you, a frog at the bottom of the well. Naturally know nothing of the vast sky. Lu Jin's face was filled with astonishment. It seemed this woman had a remarkable background. Then how did you become a corpse? One sentence almost broke the Qinglian Empress. You are not yet worthy to know. The Qinglian Empress frowned slightly, her voice authoritative. For 3 years, you have nourished me with your essence, allowing my body to rejuvenate and my soul to return. However, my physical body has not fully recovered in 1 month. You must continue to provide me with essence. Based on your current cultivation, the quality of the essence you provide is too low. I need you to raise your cultivation to the golden core stage within a month. Additionally, I fell to this continent, and my soul is suppressed by the laws of this world. Within 100 days, you must find the broken illusion soul fruit for me. Otherwise, I will kill you and find someone else. Her voice was authoritative and domineering, leaving no room for rebuttal. Lu Jin's heart trembled, his brows furrowing. If he couldn't complete it, she would kill him? What a ruthless woman. Moreover, a month to advance to the golden core stage? That was simply a fantasy. 3 years ago, he was exceptionally talented, just a step away from the golden core, but now as a waste, it was impossible. Your Majesty, you may not know, but I can no longer cultivate. Feeling his life threatened, Lu Jin had to come clean. I was framed by someone, my dantian was crippled, and even my supreme bone was taken. The Qinglian Empress frowned. So miserable? How did you end up like this? Lu Jin sighed. I was once a genius of the Wanjian sect, the number one in the intersect. My status was on par with the Saint Sun. But everything was rewritten during that expedition to the Demon Cave 3 years ago. I was deceived into a dead end, facing demons with little chance of winning. Only to be backstabbed by my fiancée, she conspired with the Saint Sun of the Lu Jin sect to cripple my Dantian and take my supreme bone. In the end, although I escaped with my life, I lost all my cultivation and could no longer cultivate. Not only that, that vile woman, upon learning I was not dead, actually framed me for the deaths of those disciples who perished in the demon cave. With the Saint Sun backing her, everyone in the sect wanted to kill me. If it weren't for my master protecting me, I would have died long ago. But alas, he passed away 3 years ago, and before his death, he instructed me to embrace the 1,000-year-old female corpse, seal my meridians, and be buried alive for 3 years to turn crisis into safety. Now I am but a waste. It is difficult to shoulder great responsibilities. By the end, Lu Jin could only smile bitterly. Waste. Is that how you see yourself? The Qinglian Empress glanced at him, her eyes revealing undisguised disdain. Seemingly provoked by her gaze, Lu Jin retorted, "One must not forget their ambitions. I once promised to be the best in the world. If there's a possibility, who wouldn't want to rise to the top and break through the heavens?" The Qinglian Empress narrowed her eyes and coldly said, "So now you have become a self-indulgent waste?" Lu Jin shook his head, his gaze firm. "Until my great vengeance is repaid, how can I indulge in self-despair? As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will carve a bloody path and slay my enemies." Upon hearing this, the Qinglian Empress smirked slightly. "At least you still have some backbone." Then she retorted, "Do you think I have been using you for the past 3 years? Sleeping with me for 3 years, you not only gained my body, but also tremendous fortune. Feel your body well before making any conclusions." Hearing this, Lu Jin finally noticed that his body had indeed changed, his eyes shifting. My Dantian and my supreme bone. What happened? They have all recovered? No, this powerful feeling is definitely not recovery. It feels like being directly enhanced by a mysterious power, and I actually can't see through it. The Qinglian Empress said, "You are now a waste with the potential to cover the heavens." Lu Jin was astonished, finding it hard to believe. The Qinglian Empress casually said, "That Emperor Dominance glazed bone and the endless devouring Dantian are too domineering with your current strength. You cannot control them. I will give you another item to assist your cultivation." As she spoke, she opened her mouth and surprisingly spat out a walnut-sized miniature coffin. This item is one of the 9 absolute heavenly coffins, the burial heaven coffin. 1,000 years ago, I traversed the 8 desolates relying on this item. Now that we have dual cultivated for 3 years and our bloodlines have merged, this burial heaven coffin naturally recognizes you as its master. You only need to provide it with items containing spiritual energy, and the burial heaven coffin will naturally nourish you in return. As for higher level uses, you can explore on your own. Just remember, your cultivation is still shallow, so do not rush, lest you encounter backlash on the artifact. The 9 absolute heavenly coffins consist of 9, burial heaven, peaking heaven, devouring heaven, crying heaven, birthing heaven, demon heaven, captive heaven, Buddha heaven, and the immortal heavenly coffin. The other 8 heavenly coffins are scattered throughout the myriad realms, whereabouts unknown. Now that you are connected with the 9 absolute heavenly coffin, you must find the other 8 within 30 years, or you will face backlash. Either die or become a coffin slave. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin furrowed his brows tightly, but the Qinglian Empress ignored him and continued. "A month later, I will come to find you. Finally, let me correct one more mistake. I am not some 1,000-year-old dry corpse, but the 7 apertures exquisite sacred body." Buzzed as soon as the words of the Qinglian Empress fell, her figure transformed into a streak of flowing light and entered the burial heaven coffin, which then vanished in the blink of an eye. Lu Jin was taken aback, and the next second he saw the burial heaven coffin had already burrowed into his mind's Niwen palace. He froze, but his eyes sparkled with brilliance. Qinglian Empress, Emperor Overlord's glazed bone, endless devouring Dantian, the burial heaven coffin, one of the 9 supreme heavenly coffins. All are extraordinary means. With such a fortune, stepping into the golden core realm in a month should not be a joke. Moreover, gathering the 9 supreme heavenly coffins within 30 years is indeed a long challenge. However, Lu Jin, accept it. In this world, the realms are divided into body tempering realm, spirit aperture realm, spirit pearl realm, golden core realm, purple mansion realm, Xianzun realm, nirvana realm. 3 years ago, at his peak, his cultivation was at the 9th level of spirit pearl, just a step away from the golden core. Unfortunately, an unexpected event rendered him completely crippled. Now, with this opportunity, he swore to rise against the odds and exact revenge. Calming his mind, he sat cross-legged and began to check his body. Upon this check, his expression changed drastically. This body had a powerful bloodline, evidently at the peak of the spirit aperture. Moreover, the sheer magnitude of spiritual energy circulating within his limbs and bones was more than 10 times that of an ordinary cultivator. She really didn't deceive me. 3 years ago, according to his master's instructions, he used a secret method to seal his meridians, hiding all his auras, putting himself in a state of false death to escape the pursuit of his sect. Now, 3 years later, as his body awakened, he unexpectedly stepped into the 9th level of the spirit aperture. Closing his eyes to introspect, the spiritual energy within him circulated in a vast cycle, eventually converging into his dantian. My dantian, endless devouring? That's too domineering. The current dantian, compared to his peak dantian, had a far superior quality, a stark contrast. Dantian remolded. I can cultivate again. And Emperor Overlord's glazed bone, in the place where the supreme bone originally grew within him, a piece of glazed jade bone had unexpectedly appeared. This jade bone is unfathomable. The supreme bone that was taken from me is nothing compared to it. So the Empress had already transformed my flesh and blood. In this moment, he was filled with passionate blood. The Qinglian Empress had repaired his body, remolded his dantian, bestowed upon him a rare jade bone, and even granted him a divine object like the burial heaven coffin. This was an immense grace. Moreover, he had developed an entangled relationship with such an extraordinary empress. Perhaps this was also the ultimate purpose of his master's last wish for him to embrace the corpse while sleeping. He suddenly understood the old man's painstaking intentions. However, how did my master know about this opportunity? After some reflection, he still couldn't discern the reasons, so he decided not to think too much and focused entirely on his body. It seems that the Emperor Overlord's glazed bone and the endless devouring dantian are shrouded by a mysterious power. I only know of their existence and cannot probe further. But the burial heaven coffin, due to its integration with the Empress's bloodline, can be initially utilized. With such a treasure, I will definitely step into the golden core realm within a month. Lu Jin, will keep my word. With this thought, all memories surged forth again. Lu Ruyan, Yang Dianfeng, you two wretches. The pain of that sword piercing my heart back then, the agony of having my bones dug out, I will return it 100-fold. Chapter 2, Burial Heaven Coffin. Filled with a thirst for revenge, Lu Jin's mind moved, and the ancient bronze burial heaven coffin appeared before him. Although he didn't know much about the burial heaven coffin, due to the recognition by his bloodline, he could still easily master its basic usages. But the next moment, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared in a space filled with mysterious light. At the end of his line of sight, a massive coffin floated in the void, exuding an ancient and heavy aura. Dark and oppressive beyond description, on that coffin, two golden characters danced like a golden dragon. Burial Heaven. Is this the Burial Heaven coffin, one of the 9 supreme heavenly coffins? Lu Jin suppressed the shock in his heart and wanted to continue probing, but found that his strength was too weak. A probing spiritual energy was released, only to vanish without a trace, not even causing a ripple. He sighed helplessly and then recalled the Qinglian Empress's words. Offer it something containing spiritual energy, then I will offer you a spirit stone as a trial. In the blink of an eye, he exited this space, then gently rubbed his fingers over the storage ring, and a spirit stone flew out, disappearing into the burial heaven coffin in an instant buzz. The bronze coffin flashed with mysterious light, and instantly a surge of pure spiritual power flowed into his body, becoming his source of energy. Is this the feedback power of the burial heaven coffin? Lu Jin was startled. He clearly felt that the moment this spiritual power surged into his body, his realm slightly improved. Though minuscule, that feeling of becoming stronger was very distinct. It seems this is not spiritual energy, but spiritual power, it can be directly used to enhance the physical body. It appears that spirit stones can become the fundamental energy source for improving cultivation after being refined by the burial heaven coffin. Things like spirit stones and spirit pills that assist cultivation require the cultivator to refine them before absorption. However, the spiritual power refined by the burial heaven coffin can directly merge with the body, becoming the body's original power. This undoubtedly allowed his cultivation speed to far surpass that of ordinary cultivators. Since that's the case, then, Lu Jin looked at the storage ring in his hand, which contained all the resources his master had left him. That was his lifetime's savings. As one of the 9 peak masters of the Wanjian sect, although he only took Lu Jin as his disciple, he was a formidable character who had single-handedly driven evil cultivators. Within 1,000 miles to silence, ranking among the top 3 in combat power in the Wanjian sect, such a strong person would have considerable lifetime savings. Lu Jin estimated that apart from 20,000 spirit stones, there were also a pile of cultivation methods, weapons, spiritual materials, and medicinal herbs. With this in mind, he focused his mind, and 100 spirit stones flew out of the storage ring. The burial heaven coffin suddenly erupted with a burst of white light, directly enveloping the 100 spirit stones, which were swallowed in an instant. Buzz. Immediately after, a surge of immense spiritual power rushed out from the burial heaven coffin, drilling into his body and flooding into his limbs and bones. In an instant, Lu Jin's eyes widened, and a sharp pain like needles pierced through his skull. It hurt. Although the spiritual power was pure, it was tearing at his flesh. The spiritual power provided by 1 spirit stone did not cause pain, but the power from 100 spirit stones increased 100-fold, and his body had to undergo transformation to endure it. However, as Lu Jin sat cross-legged and operated his cultivation technique, this pain did not last long before it disappeared. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. The burial heaven coffin is incredibly powerful, and my flesh must keep up. Only by enduring the bitterest suffering can one become the best. And compared to the improvement in cultivation, what is this bit of suffering? Let's go again. Buzz. This time, 300 spirit stones flew out. That was equivalent to the total amount of spirit stones received by an inner disciple of the Wanjian sect in a year. According to his estimation, after absorbing all 300 spirit stones, he should be able to advance to the spirit pearl realm. Boom! Mysterious light erupted, and a continuous buzzing sound filled the air. Spiritual power surged forth from the burial heaven coffin, pouring into his body like a meteor crashing into a lake, creating 1,000 layers of waves. Compared to the previous scale, this time it was like a roaring river, his blood and bones even cracking with popping sounds, excruciating pain rolling in as if his entire body were being scorched by flames, his skin turning red and swollen, sweat standing on end, as if it could burst through his skin. It hurt. Before it was pain, now it was agony. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, his hands forming seals, desperately operating his highest-level body refining technique, the Xian grade technique, the diamond body forging method. Cultivation techniques are categorized into yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, emperor, and imperial grades that each level has its superior and inferior distinctions. The Vajra body forging technique is a top-tier cultivation method, and only inner disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect who have made significant contributions are qualified to practice it. For ordinary disciples, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens to cultivate this technique. Buzz! As the technique operated, a strange white light suddenly surged from the coffin of the dead sky, enveloping him. The Vajra body forging technique he was practicing came to an unexpected halt, and then a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. Is this a technique gifted by the coffin of the dead sky? It seems to have a disdain for my Vajra body forging technique. Great transformation dragon technique. I wonder what level it has reached. Lu Jin's expression was one of shock. He never expected that the coffin of the dead sky could actually nourish cultivation techniques. Amidst his surprise, he immediately began to study it. This technique seemed to be directly imprinted in his mind, divided into 5 stages: initial, intermediate, advanced, minor success, and major success. When cultivated to major success, the physical body could transform into a divine dragon, soaring through the skies and swimming in the seas. This level is far superior to the Vajra body forging technique. Since he had obtained a higher level technique, he decisively abandoned the Vajra body forging technique, and began to cultivate the Great Transformation Dragon technique. What he needed to do was start cultivating from the basic initial stage. Not long into his cultivation, the spiritual energy within his body began to flow, like a floodgate bursting open, and Lu Jin couldn't help but feel excited. This truly is a technique bestowed by the Coffin of the Dead Sky. The Vajra body forging technique is simply trash. And this is just the beginning. The overwhelming spiritual energy was gradually guided and mobilized, refining his body while being completely absorbed and digested. His aura was constantly rising. However, as he cultivated, his physical body began to undergo changes, accompanied by waves of intense pain that spread throughout his body. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, feeling the transformation of his body. Amidst the pain, it felt like being reborn in purgatory, breaking free from a cocoon into a butterfly. He didn't know how long had passed, but when the 300 spirit stones were consumed, the excruciating pain finally subsided, but his eyes changed. Didn't manage to advance? Could it be related to the devouring of the Dantian? The spirit pearl realm, as the name suggests, is about condensing spiritual energy into spirit pearls within the Dantian. Each realm corresponds to one spirit pearl, and after reaching major success, one can unify and advance to the golden core realm. Yet, after devouring hundreds of spirit stones, he surprisingly failed to condense a spirit pearl, which left Lu Jin greatly astonished. To be clear, the last time he condensed a spirit pearl, it only took 50 spirit stones. If it's not enough, then I'll go for more. Though eager to cultivate, he remained steady after all. Strengthening the physical body requires a process. Within the range of pain his body could endure, this time, he directly used 500 spirit stones. As his cultivation deepened, his fleshly Buddha's pain tolerance greatly increased. This time, with the investment of 500 spirit stones, he was confident he could advance to the spirit pearl realm. The intense pain surged back and forth, and his aura ebbed and flowed. He didn't know how long it had been. Boom! On the killing immortal peak, dark clouds gathered, and the wind surged. Before long, a thunderclap split the sky, rumbling down. At first, everyone thought it was just an ordinary thunderstorm until a bolt of lightning coiled around the mountain peak, lingering for a long time, which finally drew the attention of many. Inside the 10,000 Swords sect, that something's wrong. This isn't ordinary lightning, it's a thunder tribulation. Why is it coming from the direction of Killing Immortal Peak? That mountain has been abandoned, hasn't it? Killing Immortal Peak is next to the Saintess Peak. It is rumored that the Saintess is currently in seclusion, attempting to break through to the second grade of the Golden Core realm. She must have triggered the Thunder Tribulation. If the Saintess can truly advance to the second grade of the Golden Core, she will qualify to join the largest force within a radius of 10,000 miles, the Blood Moon Holy Land. A meteoric rise. Senior Brother Yang, who was once the holy son of the 10,000 Sword sect, is now a direct disciple under the Red Feather Elder of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Their mutual affection is well known with this relationship. Entering the Blood Moon Holy Land is a certainty. If this gets out, the Saintess of our 10,000 Sword sect will soon step into the second level of the Golden Core realm. Such a prodigy is enough to make other sects envious and fearful. As the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect discussed, some high-ranking members of the sect were also shocked by this scene. After all, the Saintess Lu Jin had only advanced to the Golden Core realm 3 months ago, and now she was attempting to advance to the second grade. Such talent was beyond reach. However, what no one expected was that at this moment, on a cultivation array at the peak of Saintess Peak, a woman who was in the midst of cultivating suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes filled with disbelief that I actually failed, but I clearly attracted the Thunder Tribulation. This woman was none other than the Saintess of the 10,000 Sword sect, Lu Jin. In disbelief, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at the sky above Killing Immortal Peak, where thunder rumbled and lightning snakes danced endlessly, occasionally striking down, but landing on Killing Immortal Peak. That Thunder Tribulation isn't mine. Could there be someone else advancing? Killing Immortal Peak has long been abandoned. It's impossible for anyone to cross the tribulation. Moreover, how is that Thunder Tribulation completely different from the Golden Core Tribulation? Lu Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. At that moment, a hoarse old woman's voice came from her finger ring, filled with a hint of surprise. It's actually a Spirit Pearl Tribulation. Lu Jin frowned. Fox Master, are you saying that the spirit pearl realm can also trigger a thunder tribulation? Indeed, cultivation itself goes against the natural order, and there are some exceptionally talented individuals in this world whose gifts are so extraordinary that they provoke the heaven's backlash. Even the spirit pearl realm can attract a thunder tribulation. Lu Jin was even more surprised, clearly not expecting that such a prodigy existed within the 10,000 Sword sect. But the next moment, the old woman's voice became excited. Disciple, hurry. The thunder tribulation of the spirit pearl realm is far less than that of the golden core realm. And with your current strength, you cannot attract the golden core thunder tribulation. Therefore, if you can use the spirit pearl thunder tribulation to temper your body in advance, you and the supreme bone will fit together seamlessly, making your subsequent advancement to the second grade of the golden core smooth and effortless. Fox Master, are you suggesting that I seize the spirit pearl thunder tribulation? Exactly. The great plundering celestial technique I bestowed upon you is meant to seize all resources for your own use. If you waste such an opportunity, it would be a terrible waste. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes gradually turned crimson, filled with a greedy light. All right, Buzz. Lu Jin's gaze turned cold, and she directly released 300 spirit stones from a ring, all of which were thrown into the refining stone cauldron in front of her. Come, thunder, boom! As the spiritual energy from the refining stone cauldron surged in her body, her aura rose sharply. The aura of a first-grade golden core erupted, and the spiritual energy transformed into a white pillar of light, shooting into the sky, attempting to forcibly attract the heavenly thunder. At the same time, within the coffin, Lu Jin was invigorated. Haha, after devouring so many spirit stones, I finally condensed my first spirit pearl. With his eyes closed, he observed within the depths of his devouring dantian, where a spirit pearl floated like a speck of dust, pure spiritual power rippling and spreading like a tide. The great transformation dragon technique is indeed powerful. However, did I attract the heavenly thunder because I cultivated this technique? Shouldn't thunder tribulations only appear upon reaching the golden core realm? Lu Jin was filled with astonishment. Just as he was condensing the spirit pearl, thunder continuously struck down from above, and he felt as if the coffin was about to catch fire. Yet it was precisely because of this martial art that he could withstand all the thunderous power. When the great transformation dragon technique is practiced to its peak, it can visibly heal the bodis injuries at an incredible speed. Even if injured by the most extreme lightning of heaven and earth, it would be no problem. With the coffin of the dead sky in hand, and possessing such a heaven-defying technique, his cultivation was like a tiger gaining wings. A thunder tribulation, since it has come. Let it be even more ferocious. Buzz. Having said that, he focused his mind, and within his ring, 2,000 spirit stones surged into the coffin of the dead sky. Condensing a spirit pearl is far from reaching the limit of my physical body. If that's the case, then let's continue. Lu Jin's eyes burned with fervor, filled with madness. And at the moment when the 2,000 spirit stones surged into the coffin of the dead sky, in the skies above, the scale of the thunderclouds suddenly increased dramatically. Just then, the spiritual energy pillar emitted by Lu Jin directly attracted a mass of thunderlight down. Boom, rumble. Heavenly thunder descended, overwhelming might sweeping across. The once confident Lu Jin was suddenly filled with terror. Master, how did the scale of the thunder suddenly increase? In a critical moment, the old woman's voice became urgent. Quick, use the supreme bone. Chapter 3. How dare you? Buzz. Under the immense pressure of heavenly might, Lu Jin's entire spiritual energy reversed and was all infused into the supreme bone. A golden skeletal phantom soared into the sky, magnificent spiritual energy howling, with oppressive force rolling forth, shaking the thunder. But in the next second, all resistance from the supreme bone crumbled under the heavenly thunder, and she was shot out, blood spurting along the way, while the cultivation formation beneath her was reduced to ruins. The soaring golden supreme bone instantly dimmed and flew back into her body. What on earth is happening? Why did the heavenly thunder increase so dramatically? Lu Jin was shocked repeatedly, stabilizing her mind, and hurriedly swallowed a pill to suppress the turbulent energy and blood within her. This time, She ended up losing more than she gained, severely injured by the heavenly thunder. The old woman's voice was also filled with astonishment. Who on earth could trigger such a large-scale spiritual pearl thunder tribulation? Even the heavenly thunder of a primary golden core cultivator is not this domineering. You were heavily injured by the thunder tribulation. Hurry back to heal. Remember, once you recover, you must seize the opportunities from this person. This is a heavenly blessing. Yes, I remember. Lu Jin suppressed the impulse to spit blood, gritted her teeth, and flashed into the Holy Maiden Hall. Without the help of the Supreme Bone to bear the brunt, she would have probably been turned to ashes. Disciple, what happened? Back in the hall, Lu Jin's master, Jiaoyue, the peak master of the Holy Maiden Peak of the Wanjian sect, was also astonished to see Lu Jin injured like this. Master, that thunder tribulation wasn't mine, yet it injured me. My current level has dropped to the 8th rank of the spiritual pearl, and I need to enter seclusion to heal. Lu Jin bit her silver teeth, her eyes filled with hatred. Not yours? Jiaoyue's gaze was even more surprised. Such a thunder tribulation, besides you. No other disciple of the Wanjian sect could have attracted it. Moreover, no elder has recently sought to advance. After saying this, she looked at Lu Jin. In a month, you will be assessed by Elder Qiyu of the Blood Moon Holy Land. This is an opportunity recommended by Yang Dianfeng. If you miss it, entering the Blood Moon Holy Land will be delayed for 3 whole years. Lu Jin said anxiously, Master, help me. Jiaoyue narrowed her eyes. To heal the injuries from the thunder tribulation in a short time, only the cleansing pool will do. Tonight is the night of the full moon. Follow me into the cleansing pool. Yes, today's matter must not be leaked. After that, Jiaoyue looked at a nearby disciple. Her voice cold. Quickly investigate who is advancing on the killing immortal peak. Whoever dares to injure my beloved disciple, I will make them pay with their life. No one expected that the thunderclouds over the killing immortal peak would persist for 3 days and 3 nights. At this moment, many disciples gathered around the mountain, and some elders were also alerted, looking at the killing immortal peak with complex expressions, feeling both awe and confusion. What on earth is happening? Could it be that a precious treasure has emerged? Finally, it stopped. What exactly is hidden underground? For the past 2 years, the killing immortal peak has been opened as a training ground for disciples. I speculate that there must be a hidden spiritual vein below, and the one who can cultivate there and trigger such a thunder tribulation can only be the Holy Maiden. That makes sense. The Holy Maiden is exceptionally talented, and having awakened the Supreme Bone, she must have triggered such a celestial phenomenon while breaking through to the 2nd rank golden core. I have already inquired. The Holy Maiden is indeed not on the Holy Maiden Peak. Now that the thunder tribulation has ended, the Holy Maiden will soon emerge. How exciting! Everyone unanimously believed that the Holy Maiden had triggered the thunder tribulation during her seclusion. Among the crowd, the several disciples sent by Jiaoyue to gather information had rather complicated expressions. The Holy Maiden was indeed not on the Holy Maiden Peak, but she would certainly not be here. She had gone to the cleansing pool with her master. However, the master had instructed that the matter of the Holy Maiden being injured must not be disclosed. So they were quite conflicted and could only take it one step at a time. At this time, besides the entire Wanjian sect being disturbed by the 3 days of thunderclouds, outside the mountain gate, on the towering peak, several figures watched from afar. Unexpectedly, a prodigy has emerged from the Wanjian sect again. These 3 days of thunderclouds are enough to prove his extraordinary talent. So what? Just a mere thunder tribulation. My Ziyang sect's talents are not fewer than those of the Wanjian sect. The thunder tribulation has finally ended. We will continue to observe from the shadows. As the Blood Moon Holy Land is set to select disciples from the 5 sects and 3 clans in a month. If a peerless prodigy emerges from the Wanjian sect, we must prepare in advance. Hee. Your Ziyang sect is afraid, but my Guangdao sect is not. From my calculations, apart from the Holy Maiden Lu Jin, there is no one else in the Wanjian sect with such strength. My Guangdao sect's top disciple Qinzhan has already fought with her. Even if she advances a rank, she is still not to be feared. When the experts from the Blood Moon Holy Land sit in attendance, it will be interesting to see who prevails. Boom. Just then, a loud rumble resonated. The earth trembled, and the charred earth mound struck by lightning suddenly exploded, sending dust flying. She is out. The Holy Maiden has emerged from seclusion. This must mean a successful advancement. What a grand spectacle. The crowd cheered and celebrated, their eyes filled with admiration, raising their arms in excitement. But when a figure finally appeared in sight, everyone was dumbfounded. This is not the Holy Maiden, even with disheveled hair. One could tell that this was a man, not the Holy Maiden. Who is this person, to be able to provoke 3 days and nights of heavenly thunder? Could it be that another expert has emerged from the Wanjian sect? The crowd was astonished, all standing there in shock. Lu Jin was also taken aback. He brushed aside the long hair he had grown for 3 years, surveyed the crowd, and smiled coldly. I didn't expect so many people to welcome me out of seclusion. Then, he scanned the crowd again but frowned. The person he was looking for was exactly Lu Ruyan. After several days of frenzied cultivation, enduring countless hardships, like being tempered by thunder and fire, consuming a total of 8,000 spiritual stones, his realm finally broke through to the 5th level of the spiritual pearl. Although he had not returned to his previous peak of the 9th level, he was confident that his current combat power far surpassed his former self at the 9th level of the spiritual pearl. Moreover, having experienced the spiritual pearl thunder tribulation, he was confident that he could stand undefeated even against a 2nd level golden core cultivator. 3 years ago, Lu Ruyan's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the spiritual pearl realm. Although she had taken his supreme bone in 3 years, she would certainly not have become an invincible existence. After scanning the crowd without finding her, Lu Jin's brow furrowed. But at that moment, someone suddenly recognized him, and a shouting voice echoed through the valley. It's Lu Jin, the bastard who colluded with the demon clan to kill his fellow disciples. It really is him. Didn't he die? 3 years have passed, and he is still alive? How is this possible? Moreover, his aura seems very strong. Could it be that he has been in seclusion on the killing immortal peak for the past 3 years? His dantian was already shattered, and he had long lost the qualifications to cultivate. But what about that thunder tribulation? The crowd began to discuss, but their expressions turned quite cold. An elder rushed to the front, gritting his teeth. Lu Jin. So it's you, you haven't died yet. Hearing this, and seeing the hostile looks from the surrounding people, Lu Jin's eyes narrowed. It seems that the accusations Lu Ruyan made against him back then still incited public sentiment. I wouldn't die without taking vengeance on those who wronged me. Lu Jin suddenly raised his eyes and shouted, "Where's that bitch Lu Ruyan? Come out and face me." As soon as these words came out, the crowd was shocked, and the elder bellowed, "Bold! How dare you directly call the Holy Maiden by her name?" As soon as this was said, Lu Jin's expression changed. Holy Maiden. In the Wanjian sect, only those who have advanced to the Golden Core realm are qualified to become a Holy Maiden. In 3 years, Lu Ruyan has indeed made rapid progress, stepping into the Golden Core realm. But so what? Even a Golden Core, he would still not spare. Seeing Lu Jin silent, the elder sneered. Lu Jin, you didn't expect it, did you? The current Lu Ruyan has already become the Holy Maiden of our Wanjian sect. Moreover, in a month, she will enter the Blood Moon Holy Land to undergo the assessment by Elder Chiyu. Once she passes, she will belong to the Blood Moon Holy Land. And because of her, the Blood Moon Holy Land will bestow blessings upon our Wanjian sect, enjoying endless benefits. While you are nothing but a worthless waste. Hand over the treasures on you, and I might spare your life. As soon as these words were spoken, the disciples began to discuss among themselves. Elder Lu is right. 3 years ago, his dantian was shattered, and he can never cultivate again. The fact that he can stir the heavens must mean he possesses some unknown treasure. His master, Xian Yunzi, was a true expert. He only had this one disciple, and after his death, all the good things were left to this scoundrel. Lu Jin, you are a great sinner. Back then, you killed dozens of senior brothers and sisters in the Demon Cave, and almost caused the Holy Maiden to perish in there. Don't think that after 3 years, our Wanjian sect won't seek revenge for our fallen comrades. Hurry up and hand over the treasure. Kneel down and commit suicide to apologize. The shouts echoed everywhere, and a cold light surged in Lu Jin's eyes. He scanned the surroundings, his voice resonating. 3 years ago, I was severely injured and unable to resist the framing by Lu Jin and Yang Dianfeng. Now I say again, the trip to the demon cave was orchestrated by Lu Jin in collusion with Yang Dianfeng, who crippled my Dantian, stole my supreme bone, and left all the disciples who knew the truth to die in the demon cave. If you all only listen to her one-sided accusations and continue to frame me, then don't blame me, Lu Jin, for being merciless. As these words were spoken, a sneer was heard, and Elder Lu snorted coldly. Lu Jin, don't talk nonsense. Lu Jin is our Wan Jian sect's holy maiden, and Yang Dianfeng was once our holy son. And now he is a direct disciple of Blood Moon Sacred Lands Elder Chiyu. Both of them are extraordinarily gifted. How could you dare to insult them? Today, since you have reappeared, there's only one way for you. Kneel down and die to atone for your sins. Buzz. As Elder Lu's words fell, spiritual energy radiated from him, revealing that he was a master of the 7th level of the Spirit Pearl Realm. Seeing this, Lu Jin knew that the other party had no intention of letting him go, and he also understood that even if they knew he was framed, they would not admit it. After all, Lu Jin was now a holy maiden, and Yang Dianfeng had become a disciple of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, beings they could not offend. In a world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, being weak is a sin. There is no fairness. They always pick on the weak, and no matter what, he would become the target. So, he let out a cold laugh. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Elder Lu. Just a mere outer sect elder. How dare you? Chapter 4. Instant Kill. Elder Lu's eyes turned icy. Killing you doesn't even require this elder to take action. Master, I will do it. At this moment, a disciple stepped forward behind Elder Lu. An ICNC, you're the first disciple of the outer sect, a genius personally taught by this elder. If you can eliminate this traitor of the sect today, it will be a great achievement, and I will personally recommend you to join the inner sect. Yes, Master. An ICNC grinned coldly, and as he looked at Lu Jin, a long sword with a green glow appeared in his hand. You traitor colluding with the demon cave, don't you surrender. An ICNC's sword light surged as he stepped forward, his cultivation at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl Realm, standing out from the crowd and undoubtedly becoming the focus of attention. However, Lu Jin shook his head. You die first? Hearing this, an ICNC's eyes shot out killing intent. Remember, the one who will kill you is called an ICNC. Whoosh! Before the words fell, a sword thrust came. Damn it! Lu Jin threw a punch, and spiritual energy transformed into a beam of light, directly shattering NICNC's head. A dull sound echoed as the long sword fell to the ground, crisp and pleasant, making everyone tremble. One move, instant kill. Hiss! Gasps of shock arose, and everyone looked at this scene in disbelief. What? He actually killed the outer sect's number 1 genius in an instant. Lu Jin's aura was also at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl Realm. He actually recovered to the 5th level. Wasn't his Dantian shattered? It seems that he truly colluded with the demon cave back then, and now he must have cultivated demonic techniques and stepped into the demonic path. And ICNC was too careless. He actually died at the hands of someone at the same level, capsizing in the gutter. He killed the outer sect's number 1 genius. Elder Lu would surely go berserk. Amidst the discussions, Elder Lu was also shocked by this scene, clearly not expecting that Lu Jin had actually recovered to the 5th level. His anger surged. In front of him, Lu Jin actually killed his beloved disciple, which was a great humiliation. Lu Jin, you dare to kill my beloved disciple. Even if you have cultivated demonic techniques and restored your strength, under this elder's 7th level Spirit Pearl Realm, you will undoubtedly die. Boom! Elder Lu's entire aura erupted, and without further ado, he charged directly at Lu Jin. In his view, although Lu Jin could kill an ICNC, he was not his opponent. After all, there was a full 2 realms difference between the 5th and 7th levels of the Spirit Pearl. Moreover, he immediately used the sect's ultimate skill, Sword Heart Palm. Spiritual energy transformed into a sword, contained in the palm, and with a single palm strike, it had the power to break gold and split stone. However, Facing Elder Lu's attack, Lu Jin was not afraid at all. Just a mere 7th level of the Spirit Pearl die. Whoosh. Facing Elder Lu's attack, Lu Jin charged directly forward, meeting him head-on. What? He actually dared to counterattack head-on. He actually used the same technique as Elder Lu, Sword Heart Palm. Such speed. Amidst the shock of the crowd, a dull sound echoed, and as everyone saw the bloody scene, they froze in place, their scalps tingling. Elder Lu was still in the posture of throwing a punch, but his head had already been severed by Lu Jin's palm, rolling on the ground. Eyes wide open in death. What? How is this possible? He killed Elder Lu. My God. Quickly send a message to the Peak Master. He is not at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl. He was hiding his strength. He could even kill Elder Lu in an instant. The scene was chaotic, and the disciples were horrified. The other powerful figures from various sects watching from the shadows were also shocked by Lu Jin's sudden appearance. However, they naturally did not know Lu Jin's identity, and were surprised by his ability to kill a strong opponent like Elder Lu at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl realm. But it was only a slight surprise, as this level of battle posed no threat to their sect's powerful beings who had reached the Golden Core realm. However, they were happy to watch the internal strife of the sect as a form of entertainment. At this moment, Lu Jin looked at his palm, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This level of combat power indeed exceeded his expectations. Although they were all practicing martial arts from the same root of the Wanjian sect, the damage caused by his current spiritual power was completely superior to that of the opponent. Who else wants to die? Just step forward. His words were resounding, looking down on everyone, causing many disciples to feel a chill in their hearts. After 3 years of returning, he was so powerful, and even his demeanor had changed. Like a killing god, fierce and domineering, radiating sharpness. No disciple dared to step forward, even though there were many inner disciples among them. And even some who were stronger than Elder Lu, none of them stood up at this moment. The one who stands out gets shot. No one wanted to be the scapegoat, following in Elder Lu's footsteps. Most of the onlookers here were outer sect disciples, and even some miscellaneous disciples. The real inner sect experts would not waste their time watching such boring things. They would rather use that time to cultivate. Moreover, not being able to discern the opponent's true combat power was the most terrifying. Seeing no one speaking, Lu Jin let out a cold laugh and then spoke. Where is Lu Ruyan now? The crowd did not dare to answer, but turned their heads in unison towards the direction of the Holy Maiden Peak. Seeing this, Lu Jin also looked towards the Holy Maiden Peak. Since Lu Ruyan is now the Holy Maiden, she must be residing at the Holy Maiden Peak. So he did not linger and directly rushed towards the Holy Maiden Peak. Only Golden Core experts could hover in the air, but now he could glide 100 zhang in midair with extraordinary means, leaving everyone dumbfounded again. 100 zhang in the air. His strength is so strong. He wants to go to the Holy Maiden Peak to seek revenge on the Holy Maiden. But the master said that she must protect the Holy Maiden in the cleansing pool and must not be disturbed. Lu Jin has come to the door, and the inner sect elders are not on the peak. The top priority is to find Senior Brother Wang Fan. Senior Brother is currently taming a purple-eyed fire-tailed leopard in the beast taming garden. Quickly send a message. After Lu Jin left, the onlookers did not disperse. Instead, they chased after him. At this moment, deep within the forest of the Wanjian sect, two figures emerge from a place filled with spiritual energy. Truly, is the cleansing pool. The injuries from the lightning tribulation have healed in 3 days. Disciple, from now on, you should go all out to break through to the 2nd level of Golden Dan. Thank you, Master, for protecting me. I will not let you down. Ji Yao nodded, but when she raised her eyes, her brows furrowed tightly. For the past 3 days, the sky has been filled with relentless lightning tribulations, and now they have finally dissipated. I wonder what exactly happened. Master, just as Ji Yao's words fell, a figure approached from ahead. It was her disciple sent to gather information. Master, something bad has happened. Ji Yao frowned. Speak. Master, it's Lu Jin. The one who attracted the lightning tribulation is Lu Jin, who has disappeared for 3 years. Moreover, he has killed Elder Lu from the outer sect and the outer sect's first disciple, NICNC. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two changed drastically. Filled with disbelief. Lu Jin? He actually didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he also likely gained a great opportunity to be able to kill Elder Lu. Lu Jin was even more shocked. Ever since Lu Jin went missing 3 years ago, she had been tracking his whereabouts, wanting to eradicate him, but ended up with nothing. She never expected him to return. In that case, Master, this time I will definitely tear him to pieces with my own hands. Lu Jin, if you do not show yourself today, I will raise your Holy Maiden Palace and burn Holy Maiden Peak. Standing proudly on Holy Maiden Peak, Lu Jin resembled an avenging Azura. Holy Maiden Peak is a critical area of the sect. Do you dare shout here? Seeking death. Several disciples stepped forward to confront him, each wielding long swords, exuding a fierce killing intent. Today I am looking for Lu Jin. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you insist on dying, I will grant you that. Buzz. As his words fell, a powerful aura spread out, clearly at the 5th level of the spiritual pearl realm, yet it held a pressure that made people's hearts tremble. The group of disciples felt a chill in their hearts. A few disciples were about to shout, but they were stopped by the disciples who had been watching the battle. After learning that Lu Jin had killed Elder Lu in seconds, the group no longer dared to act recklessly. Whoosh! At that moment, shadows flickered, and a figure riding a mount dashed from the distant woods like lightning, arriving before the main hall of Holy Maiden Peak in just a few breaths. Brother Wang Fan. It's him. Lu Jin, he killed Elder Lu. A disciple rushed over and informed Wang Fan of everything Lu Jin had done. Lu Jin, you're not dead? Wang Fan frowned. After all, Lu Jin had disappeared for 3 years, and suddenly appearing with the strength to kill Elder Lu and the outer sect's first disciple and Xian Si was indeed surprising. However, the disbelief in his eyes vanished quickly. To have been lucky enough to kill Elder Lu is somewhat capable. However, this is Holy Maiden Peak, not a place for you to act recklessly. Wang Fan was at the 8th level of the spiritual pearl realm and was usually very arrogant, so he naturally wouldn't take Lu Jin at the 5th level seriously. Even if he had killed Elder Lu, in his view, it was merely luck. Lu Jin's gaze was icy. I will say this once. I am here to seek revenge on Lu Jin, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. If you do not heed my warning, then Elder Lu is a cautionary tale. Upon hearing this, Wang Fan crossed his arms over his chest and coldly laughed. Are you threatening me? Lu Jin didn't even look at him. What are you? Get lost. His domineering attitude made the gathered disciples feel indignant. Brother Wang Fan is the best on Holy Maiden Peak, 3rd in the Wanjian sect. He is at the 8th level of the spiritual pearl realm, stronger than Elder Lu from the outer sect. Lu Jin, you dare to disrespect Brother Wang Fan like this. You simply don't know how to die. Listening to the surrounding clamor, Lu Jin remained calm. 3 years have passed. What kind of riffraff dares to shout in front of me? Strength is the truth. If that's the case, I can only convince you with reason. Lu Jin did not intend to waste time on these disciples. To deal with this arrogant bunch, he could only use his fists. Lu Jin, you dare to call Brother Wang Fan a dog. Brother Wang Fan, quickly kill him. A disciple beside Wang Fan shouted. But Wang Fan narrowed his eyes and coldly glanced at him, then looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin, if it were in the past, I would willingly call you brother. But now, as you can see, I am already at the 8th level of the spiritual pearl realm. What do you have to fight against me? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin shook his head and sighed slightly. Wang Fan, reaching this realm is not easy. Isn't it good to live well? Why act so pretentiously? Wang Fan snorted coldly. Seeking death. Buzz. Before his words fell, he charged forward, a fist wrapped in spiritual energy, filled with killing intent. Lu Jin's eyes narrowed, and without moving, he simply extended his palm, not even using his spiritual energy, and caught that fist filled with spiritual energy. Under the refinement of the great Yin transformation dragon art, his physical strength had completely surpassed that of ordinary people. What? How is this possible? He actually caught Brother Wang Fan's fist directly. It seems he didn't even use spiritual energy. Everyone was shocked, their mouths agape, and Wang Fan was also taken aback. Feeling the terrifying power transmitted from Lu Jin's hand, he wanted to retreat quickly, but he was firmly held, unable to pull away. The 8th level of the spiritual pearl realm, is this it? Lu Jin coldly snorted, using a bit of strength in his palm. With a bang, Wang Fan's fist, filled with spiritual energy, exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The intense pain shot straight up to his crown, and Wang Fan let out a scream. But the next second, the sound was stuck in his throat. Lu Jin gripped his neck. Speak, where's Lu Ruyen? Chapter 5 today, God's block, kill gods. Wang Fan struggled, veins bulging, mumbling incoherently. I don't know. Since you don't know, then die. Crack. With a squeeze, Wang Fan's neck snapped with a sound. The entire place fell silent, a deathly stillness. Wang Fan could hardly believe that he would die so helplessly. He didn't even have time to unleash his killing move. Lu Jin didn't even look at him, casually tossing the corpse to the ground, then raised his eyes to scan the front. A group of disciples looked terrified and involuntarily retreated. At this moment, everyone finally understood that Lu Jin's powerful return was no longer that useless person who had lost his cultivation in the demon cave. As for how powerful he had become, being able to kill Wang Fan in an instant certainly meant he was no less than the 9th level of the spiritual pearl realm. He had returned to his peak combat power from 3 years ago. We are simply not his match. But the intersect elders of Holy Maiden Peak are not on the mountain. What should we do? At this point, why hasn't T-Peak Master Ji Yaoyu appeared? Does she want to continue watching her disciples die at his hands? Quickly summon the elders from other peaks. While speaking, someone had already sent a sound transmission talisman. For 3 days, the continuous thunder on the Levection Peak had already attracted the sect's attention. Now that such an incident had occurred, intersect elders had already moved upon hearing the news. Not long after the sound transmission talisman was sent, several figures from other peaks swept over, each exuding powerful auras. And even one first-grade Golden Dan elder appeared. In the current Wanjian sect, besides the 8 peak masters controlling their respective peaks, each mountain also had several intersect elders, with each elder supervising dozens of inner disciples. As for the sect master, he was rarely seen, even during major events like the sect competition. The Golden Dan elder appearing here was none other than Luo Jio, the intersect elder from the neighboring Jiujian Peak. Although the other elders had not reached the Golden Dan realm, they were almost all at the 9th level of the spiritual pearl realm. Such a lineup was enough to shock anyone. Seeing the newcomers, Lu Jin's eyes changed slightly, but he showed no fear. Today, God's block, kill gods. Buzz. Luo Jio descended, his entire body radiating an aura, the surrounding air buzzing and pressure emanating. It is Elder Luo Jio from Jiujian Peak. A Golden Dan expert has come. He will surely kill him. Lu Jin, this scoundrel, will surely die today. Seeing the newcomers, the surrounding disciples began to discuss, their eyes filled with glee. Meanwhile, Luo Jio and the others noticed the corpses lying in the field, and their expressions turned cold. Elder Luo, this is Lu Jin. He previously killed Elder Lu's disciple, and now he has killed Brother Wang Fan. A disciple rushed forward, pointing at Lu Jin and gritting his teeth. This elder is already aware. Luo Jiu frowned and asked, "Where are the high-ranking members of the Saintess Peak?" The disciple replied, "All the elders have collectively gone to the Black Dragon River to hunt water demons. The Peak Master must be guarding the Saintess in seclusion, which allowed him to take advantage." Luo Jiu nodded, coldly looking at Lu Jin, slightly surprised, but quickly returned to a demeanor that brooked no disrespect. "I didn't expect you to still be alive after disappearing for 3 years. Kid, today this elder will personally oversee the matter, settling both new and old scores and clearing the sect's ranks." Hearing this, several other elders also spoke up. Elder Luo is right. Lu Jin, don't think that just because 3 years have passed, your collusion with the demon lair to slaughter our Wan Jian sect disciples will be forgotten. 3 years ago, you were already a waste with a shattered Dantian. Now that you have combat power, you must have practiced some evil techniques. Where have you been these 3 years? Speak the truth. Their voices were like thunder, commanding and authoritative, making it impossible for anyone to look them in the eye. Lu Jin's gaze fell, shaking his head slightly, the corners of his lips curling into a cold arc. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly looked up and said, "Stop with the nonsense. Let us do this together." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They quickly burst into laughter. "Lu Jin, you are too arrogant. Your cultivation is merely at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl realm, and you only managed to kill Wang Fan and the others through unknown means. Do you think you can challenge us elders with that? But speaking of which, you haven't died in 3 years, and even gained strength, triggering a 3-day thunder tribulation that killed an 8th level Spirit Pearl realm cultivator. Lu Jin, you must have some heavenly treasures on you. Hand over your treasures, and you might be spared. Lu Jin frowned. So much nonsense. Upon hearing this, the coldness in their eyes intensified. A 9th level Spirit Pearl realm elder suddenly erupted, his aura surging, a flying sword shooting out from his storage ring, hovering above his head, its cold light flashing. Lu Jin, you are too arrogant. I will capture you first. This elder was named Nyobayan, and although he was an outer sect elder, his strength was at the 9th level of the Spirit Pearl realm, making him a leader of the outer sect, with a status far beyond that of Elder Lu. Elder Nyo, don't kill him outright. This kid has secrets on him, and we need to interrogate him carefully. Elder Luo, rest assured, I will capture him alive. Before Nyobayan's words could finish, the flying sword above him trembled, and with a surge of spiritual energy, it suddenly slashed down at Lu Jin. Wan Jian Sect's middle-grade sword technique, 9 sword stabs? Lu Jin smiled faintly, not moving. Great transformation dragon technique, 1st layer, dragon membrane. Buzz. As the incantation was chanted, spiritual power surged into his palm, and a layer of white light appeared, reaching out barehanded to grab the flying sword. This scene made many frown. He actually intended to take on Elder Nyo's flying sword head-on. This was simply overestimating himself. Hee, is he giving up resistance? Foolish. Just as everyone was astonished. The next second, they seemed to witness an unbelievable scene, their words caught in their throats, freezing in place. Elder Nyo's flying sword shot out like lightning, reaching Lu Jin in the blink of an eye, but suddenly stopped at the palm. He extended. What? How is this possible? Barehanded against a flying sword. And it seems he's even blocked its attack. What kind of crooked technique has this guy practiced? That was Elder Nyo's trump card. As everyone was astonished, they heard a crack. With a forceful grip, Lu Jin actually crushed the flying sword. Elder Nyo was shocked. How could this be possible? But as he was stunned, he suddenly felt a chill on his forehead. A shard of the flying sword pierced through his brow, bursting out the back of his head with a spray of brain matter. Seeing this scene, everyone found it hard to believe, and Luo Jio's brows furrowed even more. In front of him, Lu Jin had casually killed Elder Nyo, which he couldn't accept. Lu Jin sighed, gently pushing over the still-standing Elder Nyo, and said indifferently, I just wanted to seek revenge on Lu Ruyan, yet you all insisted on delivering yourselves to death. What were you thinking? After these words fell, he no longer spoke nonsense, suddenly charging forward, his palm gathering spiritual power, aiming directly at the inner sect elder, Luo Jio. Everyone was shocked again. What? He actually dares to attack Elder Luo first. An ant shaking a tree, seeking death. Luo Jio was quite surprised and immediately countered. Although Lu Jin could catch flying sword with his bare hands and had just killed Elder Nyo, Luo Jio, as a 1st level golden core cultivator, was not arrogant and immediately unleashed a killing move. 100 swords slash. Spiritual light surged, and as the spiritual energy howled, 100 long swords made of condensed spiritual energy surged towards Lu Jin like a volley of arrows, shaking the void and stabbing down. Faced with such power, Lu Jin's gaze turned cold, and that layer of white dragon membrane once again manifested, transforming into a light sphere that enveloped him. This was the defensive power he could manifest while practicing the initial stages of the Great Transformation Dragon technique. Facing such a strong attack, Lu Jin had to be cautious. The combat power of a Golden Core Realm cultivator was not just a bit stronger than that of the Spirit Pearl Realm. Bang, bang, bang. The spiritual swords howled, colliding against the white light defense, like a giant rock crashing into a lake, suddenly erupting with massive ripples and continuous booming sounds. The spiritual energy on the scene became chaotic, and Lu Jin's figure was shrouded within, becoming hazy. Seeing this situation, everyone gasped. With Elder Luo's offensive, he was undoubtedly going to die. To withstand 10 of Elder Luo's spiritual swords was already his limit. The 100-sword slash was one of the top 10 advanced techniques of the Wan Jin sect, with immense power. For him, merely at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl realm, to last this long was already enough. In the chaotic battlefield, over 100 spiritual swords continued to stab down, shaking the ground and sending sand and stones flying. Just then, the chaotic spiritual energy generated by the exploding spiritual swords was suddenly devoured by a massive suction force. Lu Jin frowned. The burial sky coffin can even devour this? Just as he was astonished, a surge of pure spiritual energy once again poured into his body. And within his dantian, the 6th spiritual pearl gradually began to reveal its core. At the moment the 6th spiritual pearl appeared, a martial arts technique surged into his mind again. Demonic fire suppression sword. Spiritual power transforms into fire swords, cleansing all sins. Refined to the peak, demonic fire abounds, transforming into a prison of 10,000 swords, subduing all. Just in time, but to condense the fire sword, one needed the energy of exotic fire to stimulate it, which couldn't be used right now. However, the 100-sword slash was enough to deal with Luo Jio. Moreover, his voice suddenly rang out. The 100-sword slash is not meant to be used by you. Buzz. Before the sound faded, a torrent of violent spiritual energy suddenly erupted. And amidst the chaos of sand and dust, spiritual energy flying swords whistled out, actually using the same technique to blast towards Luo Jio. The flying swords violently collided in the air between the two, emitting sharp explosive sounds, and everyone was shocked, their faces full of disbelief. He could still counterattack. As far as I know, the 100-sword slash was the strongest martial art that Lu Jin could practice 3 years ago. If he exhausted this technique, he would be out of options. Elder Luo, has already been able to condense 160 flying swords, reaching perfection. How could he possibly contend with that? Something was off. Look, zung. In their shock, they saw that Elder Luo's condensed flying swords had been exhausted, yet they had not defeated Lu Jin. Instead, flying swords were continuously shooting out from Lu Jin's location, surging towards Luo Jio like a torrent. What? How is this possible? Luo Jio was stunned, eyes filled with terror. At first glance, Lu Jin had condensed at least 500 flying swords. Elders, don't you come out to help me? Luo Jio shouted in a panic, his eyes wide with fear. But Lu Jin's gaze turned cold. Those who block me will die. Chapter 6. What's mine? Spit it out. 500 flying swords formed a dense net, enveloping the 5 elders. United, the 5 clearly hadn't expected that Lu Jin had grown powerful enough to make them wary. In this critical moment, they had no time to think, instantly bursting out, centering around Luo Jio, forming a small formation, with spiritual energy howling and exploding, condensing a large inverted bowl-shaped defensive shield above their heads. Bang, bang, bang. The flying swords pierced through the air, their thunderous roars echoing endlessly. The shockwaves from the impacts swept in all directions, leaving the observing disciples trembling in fear, their faces filled with terror. The terrifying strength displayed by Lu Jin sent chills down their spines. His combat power exceeded all expectations. As the booming sounds reverberated, the intense noise had already spread throughout the Wan Jin sect. Many were drawn to the commotion, and the crowd continued to grow. From a distance, the powerful figures of the Ziyang sect and the Guangdao sect, who were watching the battle, were equally astonished, clearly not expecting that the internal conflict at Wan Jin's sect would escalate beyond their imagination. What was happening within Wan Jin's sect? Was that person who emerged from seclusion not one of their sect? This was rather strange, but it was evident that this individual had a vendetta against the Wan Jin sect. Otherwise, he would not have gone on a killing spree immediately upon exiting seclusion. We cannot rashly enter the Wan Jin sect's mountain gate. We can only secretly investigate this person's identity. If this person completely severed ties with Wan Jin sect, he would indeed qualify to join our Guangdao sect. As the earth-shattering sounds of battle attracted more and more powerful figures to Wan Jin's sect, deep within the forbidden area of the mountain gate, a middle-aged man in a black robe suddenly opened his eyes. This man had a leopard-like head and eyes with a tall build, and there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy from his body. Yet, just standing there, he emanated an unapproachable authority. It had been 3 years. The middle-aged man murmured, his eyes flickering with brilliance. After a moment of contemplation, he vanished from the spot in the blink of an eye. The flying swords rained down like a waterfall. When all 500 flying swords unleashed by Lu Jin struck the defensive barrier above Luo Jiao and the others, the defense could no longer hold, and numerous cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web. What terrifying power! Everyone, this kid has already forced us into a desperate situation. If we don't fight back with all our might now, what are we waiting for? I can't hold on any longer. Thud, thud. When one of the elders knelt on both knees, spitting blood, and all defenses collapsed, the other elders gradually found themselves unable to support, and soon all were kneeling. Their eyes filled with increasing terror. The aura of death lingered, and everyone felt as if their hearts were being ripped apart. Lu Jin, you want to massacre us elders? Luo Jiao felt a deep fear, struggling under the pressure of the flying swords, roaring in threat. Get down on your knees. Lu Jin's voice was chilling, and as his words fell, the defensive shield shattered with a loud bang. Elder Luo Jiao also knelt on the ground with a thud, blood spurting from his mouth, and his entire aura instantly weakened. After a round of fighting, all 5 were kneeling, blood flowing from their mouths without end. How is this possible? The 5 elders joining forces could not match him. It was simply unbelievable. Elder Luo Jiao was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. Now even the Golden Core Realm cultivators were no match for him. How powerful had he become? This is bad. Is he really going to kill the elders? The onlookers were filled with fear. In their sights, 5 flying swords hovered above Lu Jin's head, aimed at the 5 elders, exuding a chilling, killing intent. Lu Jin, you can't kill me. I am an intersect elder. Luo Jiao was completely terrified, panicking. The other 4 were also trembling all over with Lu Jin's combat power. Killing them would be as easy as flipping a hand. Only you can kill me, but I can't kill you? That's not how it works. Before his words fell, the 5 flying swords shot out. Impudence. Just then, a loud shout came, resonating like a bell wrapped in spiritual energy, deafening. At the same time, several streams of sword energy accurately flashed in, instantly shattering Lu Jin's 5 flying swords. 2 figures swooped down from the sky, and upon seeing the newcomers, the crowd rejoiced. It was the Peak Master and the Saintess. The Peak Master has finally arrived. Lu Jin is doomed. Seeing the arrivals, the elders Luo Jiao and others also breathed a sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, they were almost certain they would die, truly walking on the edge of the abyss. Peak Master Ji. Luo Jiao staggered to Ji Yaoyue's side and began to recount what had happened. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze swept past Ji Yaoyue's face and fixed on Lu Ruyan. In an instant, his fists clenched tightly, and the hatred within him surged like a wave. Lu Ruyan, his eyes turned blood-red like a shura. After 3 years, he finally saw this treacherous woman who had almost led him to his death. Lu Ruyan's gaze also turned to Lu Jin, her eyes complex, filled with surprise, anger, and more than that, a murderous intent. She did not expect that after 3 years, that waste would return with such strength. Even more unexpectedly, the great opportunity that the Foxmaster had instructed her to seize was actually from the very person she wanted to eliminate. What had happened to him? Lu Jin, you traitor colluding with the demon race. How dare you come back? Lu Ruyan was the first to speak, her voice leaving no room for doubt, high and mighty, directly placing the blame on Lu Jin. Hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes turned icy. Lu Ruyan, you are truly shameless to the point of infuriating others. Back then, you and that Yang Dianfeng teamed up to harm me, breaking my Dantian with one sword, digging out my supreme bone, and pushing me into the depths of the demon cave, intending for me to die without a burial place. Seeing me return alive, you slander and frame me, claiming that those fellow disciples you caused to die were all my doing, colluding with the demon race. Lu Ruyan, now before the entire Wanjian sect, do you dare to swear to the heavens that you are innocent? Lu Jin's words were resounding, causing many disciples to change their expressions. Some disciples finally understood. After all, 3 years ago, Lu Jin was the #1 inner disciple, an idol in the hearts of many disciples. His actions were upright, his combat power was formidable. Exterminating demons and punishing evil, he was a hero of the Wanjian sect, admired by many disciples. But because of one trip to the demon cave, he became an irredeemable sinner, which indeed made it hard for many disciples to accept for a time. However, as Lu Rian's cultivation grew stronger and Lu Jin remained missing, they gradually accepted this fact, but they did not expect that one day, Lu Jin would return with such strength, as if the truth was about to be revealed to the world. Impudence. As Lu Jin finished speaking, Luo Jiao suddenly roared, emboldened by Ji Yaoyue's support. Lu Jin, now that Ruyan holds the title of saintess of our Wanjian sect, how can you slander her like this? If you dare to speak further, our Wanjian sect will surely kill you. Lu Jin shot him a cold glance. Old dog, this is not your place to speak. Luo Jiao gritted his teeth but did not dare to say more, instead looking at Ji Yaoyue. Ji Yaoyue's eyes sparkled with cold light, suddenly shouting, "Kneel down." Boom! As her words fell, a wave of scorching spiritual energy surged forth like a red dragon. Lu Jin was taken aback, his dragon membrane appearing. But he was still knocked back several dozen feet. As a 6th grade golden core cultivator, Ji Yaoyue's casual attack was difficult to withstand. However, upon seeing that Lu Jin was only pushed back a dozen feet, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Lu Jin's realm appeared to be at the 5th level of the Spirit Pearl, yet his defensive power was surprisingly strong, leaving her puzzled. Ordinary 5th level Spirit Pearl cultivators would be severely injured and kneel under her attack. Yet he remained unscathed. Everyone present was equally astonished, murmuring among themselves. This guy has some skills, enduring an attack from a 6th grade Golden Core Peak Master, and still standing. Interesting. It's a pity that no matter how many tricks he has, he cannot compete with the Peak Master. I actually think he's quite manly. He repays grudges and is fearless of death. Lower your voices. Are you trying to go against the Saintess? Amidst the discussions, Lu Jin's gaze revealed a hint of something unusual. At the moment he received Ji Yaoyue's attack, a strange power was absorbed by the burial sky coffin. And when this power flowed back into his dantian, he unexpectedly discovered that there was actually a power of strange fire within. So that's how it is. He suddenly squinted and smiled, recalling that the Saintess Peak Master Ji Yaoyue was not only a spiritual energy cultivator, but also an alchemist. The reason she became an alchemist was not because of exceptionally strong mental power, but because she had fortuitously obtained a cluster of strange fire in her early years. In the recent attack, there was unexpectedly a trace of exotic fire, power mixed in, which could be used to stimulate the martial arts granted by the coffin of burial heaven, the fire of sin to suppress the abyss sword. With a thought, that exotic fire power began to gradually manifest through the great transformation dragon technique within the spiritual pearl in his dantian. With such an opportunity, he naturally would not let it slip by. Moreover, once that could be unleashed, it would become his greatest trump card. Master, let me handle this. Seeing Lu Jin actually take Ji Yaoyue's attack, Lu Rian's gaze shifted slightly as she stepped forward. I didn't expect that after 3 years this waste, have actually gained some cultivation. Lu Jin, 3 years ago you were guilty beyond redemption, and 3 years later, you still cannot escape death. Lu Rian spoke with an air of superiority, her tone carrying the unassailable authority of a saintess. As a saintess, I have the responsibility to eliminate the threats to the 10,000 Swords sect. As she spoke, her aura erupted, directly exuding the pressure of a 2nd grade Golden Core. She had previously been at the peak of the 1st grade Golden Core, and although she was severely injured by the lightning tribulation, she had gained immense benefits in the washing marrow pool, making her aura even stronger than before. If it had been before, her young age and such formidable cultivation would have drawn countless disciples' gasps. However, after witnessing the 1st grade Golden Core Elder Luo Jiao being forcefully suppressed by Lu Jin along with 4 other elders, the crowd felt not joy but an underlying worry for her. It seemed that Lu Jin already had the capital to contend with her. Lu Ruyan. How useful is my supreme bone? Lu Jin looked at the imposing Lu Ruyan and laughed coldly. Lu Ruyan gritted her teeth, but would not respond directly. Her words still righteous. Don't use flowery words. Since you want to know the power of the supreme bone, today, I will use it to kill you. Seeing her resolute expression, Lu Jin's eyes turned icy, and a torrent of killing intent surged from his dantian spiritual pearl, rolling up to his head and transforming into 500 flying sword phantoms. Lu Jin, what you took from me 3 years ago, today you will spit it all out. Chapter 7. The only goal is to kill you. Go die. Faced with Lu Jin's threat, Lu Jin was unwilling to say more. The secret from 3 years ago in the demon cave was known only to him and Yang Yanfeng, and now that Lu Jin had returned, she would not leave herself any future troubles. Moreover, Master Fox had instructed her to seize the opportunity from Lu Jin, and now was the best moment. Buzz! As her words fell, her jade hand moved, and an overwhelming wave of spiritual energy surged forth, among which a golden long sword emitted a clear sword chant. The intense sword light blinding. The Saintess actually used the golden sun sword. Those fortunate enough to witness the Saintess wielding this earth-grade battle weapon felt fortunate indeed. The Saintess had once used this sword to slay a second-grade golden core powerhouse. Now that her strength had greatly increased, her combat ability could probably rival that of a third-grade golden core. The Saintess's strength was not something Elder Luo Jio could compare to. Killing Lu Jin was as easy as flipping a hand. With such a deadly intent, some disciples had already cried out and retreated hundreds of feet away. I am infinitely close to the second-grade golden core, and this golden sun sword is one of the 7 great treasures of the 10,000 sword sect, which will greatly enhance my combat ability. Lu Jin, what do you have to fight me with? Lu Jin's aura was chilling, and as she spoke, the golden sun sword had already flown towards Lu Jin, hovering above his head. The dazzling sword light radiated a chilling aura. Seeing her so malevolent, Lu Jin sneered. Lu Jin, are you so eager to kill me because you fear I will expose what happened in the demon cave? I have no such thoughts now. Since the world's rule is survival of the fittest, I will not expect the 10,000 sword sect to give me justice. And this group of people you have deceived must all be like Luo Jio, willingly choosing to remain deluded. In that case, today, I will not hope for anything more. My only goal is to kill you. Buzz! As Lu Jin's voice fell, his aura erupted, and he unleashed the 500 sword strike once again. The high-level, Xian grade, martial art 100 sword strike, when cultivated to its peak, could condense up to 900 flying swords. However, its consumption was enormous, and ordinary cultivators could not bear it. Thus, even the elusive sect master of the 10,000 sword sect, after cultivating 600 flying swords, abandoned it to practice other sword techniques. Previously, Lu Jin could unleash 500 swords, and now as he used it again, to the onlookers, he seemed to be strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. However, that was only for ordinary people. For Lu Jin now, he was far from reaching his limit. Just a mere high-level sword technique, even if you could condense the legendary 900 flying swords, so what? Lu Jin scoffed. This Saintess will break it with one sword. Swish! The golden sun sword's golden light cascaded like a waterfall, seemingly reflecting off the blazing sun above. And as Lu Jin's fingers danced, it charged directly at the 500 flying swords, demonstrating the might of a single sword breaking through 10,000 swords. The strength of the earth-grade battle weapon quickly manifested, and although the 500 spiritual energy condensed flying swords had an impressive momentum, they were indeed suppressed by Lu Jin due to their grade limitations. Boom! As the two battle weapons clashed in mid-air, a tremendous sound erupted, shaking the void. The 500 flying swords exploded under the impact of the golden sun sword, and the chaotic spiritual energy surged in all directions. Lu Jin's momentum was also gradually suppressed. I said it. He has no qualification to contend with the Saintess. Whether in cultivation or battle weapons, the Saintess had the upper hand. Wanting to defeat her was a dream. To be able to hold out against the Saintess with martial arts until now was already quite impressive. Dying would be worth it. The crowd burst into gloating laughter, but among them, some disciples' expressions grew complicated. If what Lu Jin said was true, then even if they stood by and watched, they were guilty, but in a world where the weak are preyed upon, How could the weak seek fairness and justice? Boom! The golden sun sword swept through with immense force, its terrifying sword light turning a space into gold, as if everything within could be shredded by the golden light. Lu Jin's 500 flying swords, after holding on for a few breaths, completely shattered and vanished. In the end, only a thin membrane of light enveloped him, looking fragile and vulnerable. However, the golden sun sword did not advance further, hovering in midair, its tip aimed at Lu Jin, the killing intent palpable. What if it could invoke the lightning tribulation? Lu Jin, before you die, let's see how it feels to taste the supreme bone. Lu Ruyan's words were nothing short of malicious. Using the supreme bone taken from Lu Jin to kill him was a strike aimed at the heart. In the eyes of the crowd, all of Lu Jin's offensive momentum had collapsed, seemingly losing the power to resist. Yet Lu Ruyan did not hold back. Instead, she summoned the power of the supreme bone and infused it into the golden sun sword. This action undoubtedly aimed to ensure that Lu Jin would have no place to be buried. Ha ha ha! Lu Jin, you're dead for sure. Seeing this scene, the elders, such as Luo, Jiu, suddenly burst into laughter. Previously, they had been suppressed by Lu Jin and nearly perished. Now witnessing Lu Jin being completely overpowered by Lu Ruyan brought them immense satisfaction. However, before their laughter could finish, they suddenly heard sharp sounds piercing through the void. Above Lu Jin, those 500 flying swords that Lu Ruyan had shattered unexpectedly reformed in an instant. Moreover, this time, their number had nearly doubled. 900 flying swords? How is this possible? No way, right? It is said that the 100-sword strike, when cultivated to perfection, can condense 900 flying swords. But no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. He actually condensed 900 flying swords? What kind of incredible fortune does Lu Jin possess? He is only at the 5th level of the spiritual pearl realm, yet he can cultivate the 100-sword strike to such a level. It's simply unbelievable. Everyone was stunned by this scene, mouths agape, their eyes filled with disbelief. 900 flying swords? Now, that's interesting. Jiayue, who was presiding over the scene, also changed her expression at this moment. Clearly, if Lu Jin's previous 500 flying swords hadn't surprised her, then the 900 swords now suspended in midair were enough to shock her. After all, even the sect master had only cultivated 600 flying swords. And at that time, the sect master was already a 3rd-grade golden core realm expert. 900 flying swords? Haha, I underestimated you. Lu Ruyan's eyes also changed, as Lu Jin once again surprised her. Since learning that the previous thunder tribulation was caused by Lu Jin, a hint of unease had emerged in her heart. After all, the Lu Jin from 3 years ago was not a fool. In addition to having powerful combat strength, he was also quite meticulous and would never do anything without confidence. With this thought, her unease grew even stronger because Lu Jin dared to return so boldly to seek revenge on her. He must have an even greater trump card. 900 flying swords are not terrifying. What is more formidable is that defensive power. At this moment, a voice echoed in Lu Ruyan's mind. Master Fox, please give me guidance. That defense looks thin, yet its defensive power is astonishing. Your attack this time must focus on piercing through his defense. If the defense is not broken, everything is in vain. Yes. Lu Ruyan raised her gaze to Lu Jin, her eyes cold as ice. I didn't expect you to really condense 900 flying swords, but this is where it ends. As soon as she finished speaking, the golden sun sword suddenly thrust out, charging towards the 900 flying swords. At the same time, a bone talisman flickered above the supreme bone phantom, transforming into a light blade that rushed towards Lu Jin within the dragon membrane. The golden sun sword is a super combat weapon, while the supreme bone light blade is an ultimate killing trump card. Two-pronged attack. The arena erupted in another roar. The golden sun sword was magnificent. Even though the 900 flying swords Lu Jin unleashed were massive, they were still continuously shattered by the golden sword. The violent chaos swept through again, the level of confusion at the scene making one's scalp tingle. However, this grand attack was not Lu Ruyan's true killing move. The attack of the supreme bone light blade had already pierced through the dragon membrane defense, attempting to tear it apart. You want to kill me with my supreme bone power? Bitch! Lu Jin's eyes were icy. But the next moment he was surprised to see that the attack of the light blade suddenly stagnated, seemingly suppressed by a powerful force. Lu Jin frowned, finally sensing that the force came from within his body. The Emperor's dominance, glazed bone, in front of the unparalleled imperial bone. Your supreme bone is nothing. Although he knew nothing about the mystery of the Emperor's dominance, glazed bone, when the attack of the supreme bone came, it was able to emit an eerie power to suppress it. Perhaps this was equivalent to bloodline suppression among demon beasts, invisible yet existent. Lu Jin did not hesitate. A strand of spiritual power wrapped around and directly sealed the supreme bone light blade. In that moment, Lu Ruoyan's expression changed. Not only her, but Zhao Yue's delicate brows also slightly furrowed. It seems I still underestimated you. Boom. The 900 flying swords continuously exploded, lasting for quite a while, to the point that the brilliance of the golden sun sword dimmed. However, all attacks remained outside the defensive dragon membrane, causing not a single bit of harm to Lu Jin. Instead, the violent chaos forced Lu Ruoyan to dodge defensively, making her appear more flustered than Lu Jin. And what was more terrifying was that when the 900 flying swords were once again completely shattered by Lu Ruoyan, 900 flying swords actually appeared above Lu Jin's head once more. Everyone at the scene was dumbfounded. Is this still a human? That Luo Jiu was so shocked he couldn't say a word. Previously, when Lu Jin dealt with them, he thought that his display of 300 flying sword was already his limit. Now, 900 again, it was simply absurd. If Lu Jin had unleashed such a killing move from the start, he would probably have already crossed the Naya Bridge. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan was also shocked, her pair of eyes filled with disbelief. Although the golden sun sword in her hand was powerful, it required abundant spiritual energy as support, and at this moment, the energy of this sword had almost consumed half, dimming significantly. Meanwhile, the opponent's flying swords seemed endless, so troublesome. What surprised her even more was that the supreme bone light blade she unleashed had not stirred up a single ripple. The destructive power of that light blade was even stronger than that of the golden sun sword, yet it still failed to inflict any harm on Lu Jin. What kind of unknown means does this guy possess? For a moment, her courage to kill Lu Jin was weakened by a few points. 900 flying swords hovered above Lu Jin's head, yet his aura remained calm and unyielding, showing no sign of sharpness. Lu Ruoyan, even now you still do not admit that the supreme bone was taken from me? After Lu Jin's words fell, the spiritual energy sealing the supreme bone light blade dispersed. And when everyone saw the supreme bone light blade, their eyes widened in shock. The supreme bone you took was of the same root and source as mine. You used it to attack me? Lu Jin smiled coldly, then clenched his palm. Bang! That light blade exploded. At the same time, the supreme bone phantom hovering above Lu Ruoyan's head suddenly trembled. Sensing the energy, Lu Ruoyan's pupils constricted, and a mouthful of fresh blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. At that moment, everyone was astonished. Indeed, the Holy Maiden had stolen Lu Jin's supreme bone. It turned out that what Lu Jin said was true. Chapter 8. How to write the word death. So what? Do you think Lu Jin can really kill the Holy Maiden? This is true. The peak master Zhao Yue would not just stand by and watch her beloved disciple be killed by someone else, especially since the Holy Maiden was someone the Blood Moon Sacred Land's Red Moon Elder had his eye on. At this point, the truth no longer mattered. Strength was the foundation of everything. Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Ruoyan's face turned ashen, her teeth clenched in hatred. The image she had painstakingly built over the years collapsed in an instant. The 10,000 Sword Sect really is ridiculous for letting this hypocritical bitch be the Holy Maiden. Swish! After Lu Jin's words fell, the 900 flying swords charged out again. After the first wave of flying swords burst forth, the spiritual energy within him erupted recklessly once more, followed by another 900 flying swords. At that moment, the entire arena was in an uproar, everyone completely petrified by shock. This Lu Jin, he has gone mad. 900. Another 900 flying swords. Simply terrifying. Never before had anyone seen such a powerful aura. He is simply not human. Everyone's scalp tingled. Even the distant experts from the Ziyang sect and the Crazy Blade sect were left with their jaws dropped. What kind of monster has emerged from the 10,000 Sword sect? I recognize the martial arts he is displaying as the 10,000 Sword sect's 100 sword slash. But even on their sect master Chu Tianxiong, I have never seen such a peak level 100 sword slash. A monster. If this person does not die today, he will surely become a giant in the future. For the sake of this child, I do not mind wading through the murky waters of the 10,000 Sword sect. I have the same intention. At this moment, behind the spectators, a figure appeared silently, and this person was none other than the sect master, Chu Tianxiong, who had previously walked out from the depths of the 10,000 Sword sect's forbidden area. Good boy, you have finally not disappointed your master's cultivation with such talent. You are indeed qualified to plot great matters with me. Chu Tianxiong looked at Lu Jin, who was displaying the 100 sword slash to perfection, and then lowered his head to stroke his wrist. On his wrist was a crescent-shaped mark, and his eyes were deep, as if he were pondering something. A mere 5-stage spirit pearl realm, you still cannot defeat me. The 900 flying swords swept over again, and Lu Ruoyan's expression darkened as she spat out a mouthful of essence blood, which merged into the golden sun sword. Buzz! The golden light burst forth again, directly rushing into the overwhelming flying sword formation. As the void trembled, Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, but suddenly he began to chant a spell. Right hand swears the sun, left hand points to the moon. Yin and yang harmonize, burning all sins. The sin fire suppresses the prison, urgently, as the law commands. Boom! In the chaotic battlefield, a red flame suddenly surged. The moment this scarlet fire ignited, everything around seemed to suddenly freeze. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's heart trembled, and an inexplicable sense of foreboding arose. Her offensive surged suddenly, with over 100 spiritual swords howling down, full of killing intent. The earth trembled, and the void roared. Her offensive had already reached its peak. The flying swords were shattered, and Lu Ruoyan's battle intent surged, completely suppressing Lu Jin's offensive. However, at the moment a sword shadow engulfed in red flames flashed into existence, all of his attacks abruptly halted. As soon as the evil fire-suppressing prison sword appeared, the offensive of the golden sun sword plummeted. Boom! A rumble echoed, and at the moment the two swords clashed, the golden sun sword actually exploded. What? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Ruoyan's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that Lu Jin could directly explode her Earth-level battle weapon. Yet, in the incredulous gazes of everyone, the phantom of the evil fire-suppressing prison sword had already broken through the layers of sword shadows, slashing towards Lu Ruoyan. Swish! The terrifying sword light enveloped her, and Lu Ruoyan bit her silver teeth tightly. In the next second, the phantom of the supreme bone surged forth, expanding against the wind, aiming to block the attack of the evil fire-suppressing prison sword. The power of the supreme bone was her strongest trump card, but the next moment, a strange feeling of submission arose. At the instant the supreme bone erupted with immense spiritual power, it was instantly suppressed. All her spiritual energy input felt like it was sinking into a sponge, unable to stir up any waves. Meanwhile, the evil fire-suppressing prison sword was already piercing towards her with a chilling sword light. Fox Master, save me. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ruoyan once again communicated with the mysterious Fox Master. But this time, the Fox Master did not appear. Instead, Ji Yaoyue, who had been watching the battle, appeared in an instant. Evil spawn. Boom. Ji Yaoyue's figure flickered and appeared before Lu Ruoyan in the blink of an eye. With a wave of her arm, a surge of spiritual energy howled out from her sleeves, drastically reducing the speed of the evil fire-suppressing prison sword's phantom. Don't just surrender. Ji Yaoyue's eyes were filled with killing intent, but she was also quite surprised that her first strike had not shattered the opponent's fire sword phantom. Get lost. Lu Jin bellowed, and suddenly the evil fire-suppressing prison sword changed direction, bypassing Ji Yaoyue and again charging towards Lu Ruoyan. What? Ji Yaoyue was shocked. She did not expect Lu Jin to be so stubborn. nor did she anticipate that he would possess such bizarre abilities with just a sword shadow. Crack! At that moment of Lu Jin shock, her entire body's spiritual energy surged in reverse, all directed at the evil fire-suppressing prison sword. Fear gripped her heart. She had never felt death so close. Indeed, this sword shadow made her feel a strong aura of death. However, the evil fire-suppressing prison sword seemed unstoppable. Even with all her spiritual energy rebounding, she could still not block its offensive. Just as the sword shadow was about to break through all defenses, ding! A flash of spiritual light flickered between Ji Yaoyue's fingers, and a jade hairpin directly struck the sword shadow. Swish! The sword shadow was deflected, grazing past Lu Jin's neck, leaving a line of blood on her fair neck. Boom! In the next moment, the sword shadow crashed into a massive stone behind, causing it to explode into powder. Gulp! At that moment, everyone swallowed hard. No one expected that just now, under Ji Yaoyue's intervention, Lu Jin had nearly taken Lu Jin's life. I'm fine. Lu Jin gasped heavily, touching her neck, her eyes filled with unimaginable terror. Lu Jin had truly almost killed her. Crack! At this moment, Lu Jin, seeing that his sword had not killed Lu Jin, couldn't help but grit his teeth. The evil fire-suppressing prison sword was immensely powerful. Although it was just a sword shadow, it had nearly drained all the spiritual power from his body. Moreover, he had previously exhausted a great deal of spiritual power with repeated uses of the 100-sword slash. However, with the burial sky coffin present, he quickly infused 1,000 spirit stones into it, allowing his depleted spiritual power to recover. But for the time being, he could not restore his peak combat strength. Evil spawn, in front of me, you dare to kill my beloved disciple. Ji Yaoyue glared at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with fury, the supreme bone on her body. I have already verified his mind. You have seen it with your own eyes. Ji Peak Master, the matter of my being framed 3 years ago has now been clarified. So will you continue to protect her? Lu Jin's voice was icy. Were you? How dare you kill someone on my Saintess Peak? Ji Yaoyue did not give him a chance to speak, forcefully confronting the Saintess Peak to kill my disciple. Lu Jin, I see you don't know how to write the word death. Boom! Before Ji Yaoyue's words fell, she pointed her finger, and a surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a long green sword, stabbing towards Lu Jin. Starfire Sword. Ji Peak Master actually used the Starfire Sword to kill him. It is said that Ji Peak Master has only used the Starfire Sword 10 times, and each time it is drawn, it takes a life. Lu Jin is undoubtedly doomed. The crowd was shocked. Even Lu Jin's eyes changed dramatically. The Starfire Sword, a high-grade Earth-level battle weapon, is much higher in rank than the Golden Sun Sword. Moreover, her 6th-grade Golden Core cultivation completely surpassed Lu Jin, creating a gap between them like a chasm. Oomph! Lu Jin coldly snorted, his internal spiritual energy surging again. And the evil fire-suppressing prison sword's sword shadow reappeared. As this sword was unleashed, he clearly felt his body starting to weaken. Even with the burial sky coffin replenishing his spiritual energy, the rapid consumption of his body was somewhat overwhelming. However, sitting and waiting for death was not his character. Swish! The void trembled as the evil fire-suppressing prison sword collided with the Starfire Sword in a blink. The sound of swords rang out, sharp and piercing. What surprised everyone was that a phantom of the evil fire-suppressing prison sword could actually hold its ground against the Starfire Sword for several breaths. My heavens! This Lu Jin can actually contend with Ji Peak Master of the 6th grade Golden Core? Unbelievable. I even feel like I'm dreaming. If it weren't for seeing it with my own eyes, no one would believe this was real. The crowd was stunned, and elders like Luo Jio felt a chill in their hearts again. Could it be that this guy Lu Jin grows stronger when facing strong opponents? What level is his cultivation at? While everyone was astonished, Lu Jin's evil fire-suppressing prison sword was soon overwhelmed and exploded under the absolute pressure of the Starfire Sword. The 6th grade Golden Core realm was too powerful. Even though Lu Jin possessed many methods, he could not resist at this moment. The sound of the Starfire Sword echoed in his ears. Its chilling sword light was right before him. But Lu Jin did not just sit and wait for death. The dragon membrane, formed by the Great Transformation Dragon, art quickly condensed at the tip of his sword, preparing for a final defense. Such strong defense. Unfortunately, your strength is too weak to unleash the fullest potential of this defensive martial art. Ji Yaoyue's eyes changed, revealing a hint of greed. In the next moment, the spiritual power of the long sword surged, and the dragon membrane defense immediately cracked with countless fissures. Stop! And just at that moment, a commanding voice rang out. The voice was not loud, but it carried immense authority, causing everyone present to feel their scalp tingle. Whoosh! A figure silently landed in the arena, raising a hand. And with bare hands, he actually caught Jiayue's starfire sword. Then, as if handling an ordinary object, tossed it aside. The sect master? Ji Yaoyue was stunned, clearly not expecting that the elusive sect master would appear in such a situation. The people present were also bewildered, similarly not expecting that even the sect master, who rarely appeared during the sect competition, would suddenly show up. Your defense is quite good. I quite like it. Chu Tianxiong looked at Lu Jin, flicked his finger, and directly shattered the dragon membrane defense. In that instant, Lu Jin's heart shook. Just a slight move from Chu Tianxiong made him feel that this person was unfathomable. Sect Master, this child has slaughtered our sect as elders and disciples, and now he even wants to kill the saintess. He deserves to die 100 deaths. Ji Yaoyue saw the look of delight in Chu Tianxiong's eyes when he looked at Lu Jin. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she coldly said, "This matter, I am aware." Chu Tianxiong nodded slightly. I also now know that Lu Jin was framed 3 years ago, so today's misunderstanding ends here. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue was taken aback. Sect Master, this matter cannot just be let go. He has killed our Wanjian sect-s elders, according to our sect-s rules. He should be executed on the spot. Hearing this, Chu Tianxiong raised an eyebrow. You mean to say, according to the rules, to kill Lu Ruyin as well? Chapter 9, The Life and Death Challenge. As soon as Chu Tianxiong said this, Ji Yaoyue was instantly rendered speechless. Behind her, Lu Ruyin also felt a tremor in her heart. The sect master was clearly defending Lu Jin. However, sect master, this child was a waste 3 years ago, and now, with such cultivation, he must have practiced demonic techniques in the devil's den. Otherwise, he would never have reached such a level. Our Wanjian sect has always been at odds with the demonic path. This child must not be allowed to remain. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiong frowned. Peak Master Ji, are you teaching me how to do things? His tone was calm, yet it carried an air of authority that could not be defied. Ji Yaoyue was taken aback again. Chu Tianxiong, as the sect master and a super strong cultivator at the 9th grade gold core stage, was not someone she could offend. The subordinates did not dare. Chu Tianxiong's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Lu Jin. Missing for 3 years and now returning with such strength is indeed suspicious. After saying this, he reached out his hand, and a strand of spiritual power entered Lu Jin's body, moving like a dragon or snake. All of Lu Jin's aura was hidden, and the coffin of the dead sky instantly vanished without a trace. The coffin of the dead sky was guarded by the Azure Lotus Empress, so it was impossible for Chu Tianxiong to probe it. However, when that strand of spiritual energy sensed the Emperor's dominance, glazed bone, and the boundless Dantian, Chu Tianxiong's eyes changed dramatically. Although he could not determine the exact level Lu Jin had reached, he knew that Lu Jin's opportunities were definitely extraordinary. However, he quickly concealed the shock in his eyes and instead smiled and nodded. Good, very good. After finishing, he lifted his gaze to scan the surroundings, his voice resonating. I have personally probed Lu Jin's aura. This child possesses pure and abundant spiritual power without a hint of demonic aura. If you all continue to use this as an excuse to eliminate our Wanjian sect's genius, I will not agree. With these words, the expressions of everyone present changed. They understood that Chu Tianxiong was determined to protect him. Indeed, the strength Lu Jin had displayed earlier was too formidable. Even the saintess Lu Ruoyan had almost been killed. He was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Returning after 3 years, he was not only no longer a waste, but had also undergone a transformation, becoming a monster capable of contending with gold core stage experts. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan's eyes revealed an uncontrollable anger, but now that the sect master had appeared, even her master Ji Yaoyue could not influence this matter. If she wanted to eliminate Lu Jin, she could only look for another opportunity. The secrets this child possessed were definitely not simple. You must find a chance to capture him. The voice of the Fox Master echoed in Lu Ruoyan's mind. Fox Master, I will. She clenched her fists secretly, forcibly suppressing her unwillingness. After Chu Tianxiong finished speaking, he actually reached out and gently patted Lu Jin's shoulder. With your master here today, it is impossible for you to seek revenge. You cannot defeat Ji Yaoyue. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin frowned. Chu Tianxiong's attitude towards him was indeed unexpected. However, his current situation was also, as Chu Tianxiong said, his combat power had been greatly exhausted, and if he were to force a confrontation, he had no chance against Ji Yaoyue. From this perspective, Chu Tianxiong's appearance had indeed saved him, which was a favor. Moreover, Chu Tianxiong's attitude towards Lu Jin had also surprised everyone present. The reclusive sect master could make such a familiar gesture, enough to show his thoughts towards Lu Jin. Chu Tianxiong continued, how about this? A month later, the Blood Moon Sacred Land will select disciples at the 8 parts Blood Dragon altar, according to the rules of Wan Jian sect. In the 3 days leading up to that selection, we will first choose outstanding disciples to participate in the 8 parts Blood Dragon altar selection. At that time, you can duel. If you have grievances, you can seek revenge, and our sect's high-level leaders will not intervene. What do you think? Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions. They did not expect the sect master to say such a thing, but they could see that the sect master was giving Lu Jin an opportunity, and of course, also giving Lu Ruoyan a chance. Both were martial arts geniuses and excellent disciples of Wan Jian sect. Although less than a month was a short time, it held infinite possibilities. By then, it was uncertain who would win. Ultimately, the sect would keep the stronger one. Lu Jin nodded slightly upon hearing this, then said, Sect Master, if I remember correctly, in that duel, any disciple can challenge, and if both parties agree, they can sign a life-and-death contract. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood Lu Jin's intention. He wanted to have a life-and-death duel with Lu Ruoyan in that duel. Chu Tianxiong's expression remained calm as he nodded. Indeed, anyone who can enter the Blood Moon Sacred Land is an outstanding martial artist. If one cannot survive until the end, then what kind of genius are they? Lu Jin's eyes were cold as he looked at Lu Ruoyan, saying in a chilling voice, Then, today, I will issue a life-and-death challenge to you, Lu Ruoyan. The saintess of Wan Jian sect, do you dare to fight me? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present turned to look at Lu Ruoyan. It seemed that although Lu Jin's cultivation was still at the Spirit Pearl stage, his combat power had already surpassed Lu Ruoyan, and what level Lu Jin could reach in a month was unknown. However, by then, his combat power would definitely be even more formidable. Although Lu Ruoyan possessed the Supreme Bone, it was as Lu Jin said, it had not been fully integrated, and it was difficult to determine how far she could cultivate. Lu Ruoyan gritted her teeth secretly, looking at Ji Yaoyue. Ji Yaoyue did not speak immediately. The fact that Lu Jin could stand against her after exhausting all his strength indicated that he had secrets unknown to others. Not knowing the details of the opponent was the most dangerous. At this moment, the voice of the Fox Master echoed again in Lu Ruoyan's mind. Agree to him. Within 10 days, you will have a chance to break through to the 2nd grade gold core stage. By then, you will be qualified to cultivate the 2nd layer of the Great Plunder Immortal Technique. Once completed, even against a 4th grade gold core stage cultivator, you will have the strength to fight. Killing him will be a piece of cake. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan secretly nodded, then looked at Lu Jin. Her voice cold as she said, All right, I agree to you. As these words were spoken, Ji Yaoyue's eyes also changed. Ruoyan, are you sure you want to challenge him to a life-and-death duel? Master, don't worry. I am about to break through to the 2nd grade gold core. Once I break through, my combat power will soar. He is merely at the Spirit Pearl stage. It is absolutely impossible for him to kill me. Ji Yaoyue nodded slightly. If that's the case, then I will do my best to help you break through. Thank you, Master. Ji Yaoyue said, looking at Chu Tianxiong. Sect Master, since it has come to this, I will take my leave. Saying this, she took Lu Ruoyan and left. Lu Jin watched Lu Ruoyan's departing figure, feeling unwilling but could only suppress it for now. However, after waking up for just a few days, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds to this extent, and he was looking forward to the life and death arena in more than 20 days. Lu Jin, come with me, Chu Tianxiong said, then grabbed Lu Jin's arm, and the two disappeared on the spot. On the Saintess Peak, everyone who witnessed this battle had complex feelings. They did not expect that Lu Jin would return after 3 years and become so powerful. Even the sect master had come out to protect him. If he could defeat the Saintess, his future would be limitless. Wanting to kill the Saintess in the life and death arena? The Saintess is someone that senior brother Yang Gianfeng has his eye on. And it is rumored that Elder Chiyu of the Blood Moon Sacred Land has already decided to let her join the Sacred Land. If Lu Jin dares to kill the Saintess, it would be slapping the Blood Moon Sacred Land in the face. How did senior brother Lu Jin survive these 3 years of being framed? I really want to see him become strong. As everyone discussed, Elder Luo Jio and others had even more complex expressions. Today's events undoubtedly made them completely offend Lu Jin. If Lu Jin really killed the Saintess in that life and death arena, their fate would likely be very tragic. Just as a few of them were tangled, they suddenly received a message talisman. Peak Master Ji summons you? Everyone come with me. Chapter 10. The Secrets of the Blood Moon Curse, the Death of the Master. Chu Tianxiong brought Lu Jin to the place he practiced, which was a forbidden area even for the elders of the sect. Although Lu Jin was surprised, he knew that the strength he had previously displayed had undoubtedly attracted Chu Tianxiong's attention. However, when Chu Tianxiong spoke, he said something unexpected. Your master did not deceive me. Lu Jin asked, what do you mean, sect master? 3 years ago, he had little interaction with the sect master, and even his master, Xian Yangzi, seldom interacted with him. Chu Tianxiong smiled faintly. Lu Jin, there are some things that your master must not have told you. Now that you have returned after 3 years of hiding, just as your master said, you will surely achieve great things. Therefore, today, I intend to tell you something about your master. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's expression changed. My master? He treated me as his own, but I lost all my cultivation when he needed me the most and could only watch him leave helplessly. Thinking of this, Lu Jin still felt a piercing pain in his heart. Useless. Chu Tianxiong sighed and said, even if I had personally intervened 3 years ago, it would have been futile. Chu Tianxiong turned to face Lu Jin, his deep eyes looking at him, because your master's death has other hidden truths. Lu Jin frowned. Please clarify. Sect master. Chu Tianxiong said, to be precise, your master died due to the Blood Moon Curse. Blood Moon Curse? Lu Jin furrowed his brows, seemingly unfamiliar with such a thing. Chu Tianxiong slowly explained. The Blood Moon Curse is an unbreakable curse cast by the ancestor of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Once cursed, one must obey the Blood Moon ancestor for eternity. Your master died suddenly because he defied the Blood Moon ancestor's orders, which triggered the backlash of the Blood Moon Curse. Hearing this, Lu Jin found it even harder to believe. Sect master, could it be that my master's death has other hidden truths? Chu Tianxiong nodded and said, this matter is long to explain, but now you are qualified to know. Your master, Xian Yangzi, and I grew up together in the Xiaoyao mountain village. One day, the Blood Moon ancestor appeared in Xiaoyao village, devouring live humans and slaughtering all living beings in the village. The reason we survived was that he saw extraordinary martial arts talent in the two of us. Thus, he took us into the Blood Moon Sacred Land and planted the Blood Moon Curse on us, forcing us to swear allegiance to him. But how could we bear to watch our families being devoured alive? For so many years, due to the Blood Moon Curse, we could only obey him and survive, looking for opportunities to take revenge for that deep-seated blood feud. Unfortunately, after so many years, although our cultivation has greatly increased, the Blood Moon ancestor's strength has become even more terrifying. 3 years ago, your master thought he had a chance to kill him, but ultimately failed and lost his life because of it. I had a brotherly bond with Xian Yangzi. Before he died, he confided his plans to me. Of course, I'm not clear about what exactly happened to you. But since your master said you would possess the ability to soar high 3 years later, I believe my brother's words. Now that you have extraordinary encounters, I will not ask too much. Lu Jin, in the future, if you need any resources for cultivation, I will do my utmost to satisfy you. Additionally, this is something your master entrusted me to give you. Perhaps it is the only clue to uncovering your origins. As Chu Tianxiong spoke, he handed a jade pendant to Lu Jin. The white jade was flawless, and its warm touch made him frown slightly. Upon learning all this, his emotions were complex, but he still clasped his hands and said, "Thank you, Sect Master, for your care. I will seek out the Blood Moon Ancestor for revenge once I achieve the Golden Dan and step into the Purple Mansion." However, after he finished speaking, Chu Tianxiong smiled and shook his head. The Purple Mansion realm is still not enough. Lu Jin was speechless. Chu Tianxiong slightly raised his hand, and a ball of spiritual light gathered in his palm, the fluctuations emanating from it clearly surpassing the Golden Dan realm. Sect Master, your cultivation. Chu Tianxiong nodded. I have already stepped into the Purple Mansion realm, but even with such cultivation, I cannot contend with the Blood Moon Ancestor. He sighed, but suddenly smiled. Lu Jin, I do not encourage you to seek revenge, but I must remind you to be cautious when you encounter someone with the mark of the Blood Moon Curse. As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeve, revealing the Crescent Moon Curse mark. Sect Master, Lu Jin was shocked. All those bearing the mark of the Blood Moon Curse were blood messengers under the Blood Moon Ancestor. The so-called blood messengers were those who sought blood food for him, effectively puppets who captured people to aid his cultivation. The Blood Moon Sacred Land occupied Qingzhou, wielding immense power, and the Blood Moon Ancestor was its strongest leader. Besides blood messengers, there were also moon messengers. These people were ostensibly maintaining the entire Qingzhou, but in reality, they ensured the livelihood of the common people to provide a continuous supply of living blood for the Blood Moon Ancestor. I have endured for many years, partly to take revenge for Xiaoyao village, and secondly, to uproot this malignant tumor for the common people. After saying this, Chu Tianxiong smiled faintly. You only need to know about today's matter. Additionally, Lu Rian is colluding with Yang Dingfeng, and Yang Dingfeng's master, Elder Qiyu, has already joined the Blood Messenger Alliance, so you must act cautiously. In today's battle, you two have issued a life and death challenge, and Ji Yaoyue will surely do her utmost to assist Lu Ruyan in breaking through. What are your plans? Lu Jin thought for a moment and said, 3 years ago, I ventured through many perilous places and know of some cultivation secret realms. I plan to go into seclusion for cultivation. Zhu Tianxiong note that, then handed a spatial ring to Lu Jin. This small Qingzhou cannot restrain you. Lu Jin, I believe in you. Lu Jin looked down at the spatial ring in his hand, did not refuse, and cupped his fists. Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Tianxiong nodded, and then watched as Lu Jin left. Xian Yangzi, you should not have misjudged the person. After Lu Jin left, he walked out of the Wanjian sect's mountain gate. As he left, several figures followed him, secretly tracking him, including Luo Jiao and several elders. Chief Ji instructed us to eliminate him before the life and death battle. Elder Luo, with our current strength, we are no longer Lu Jin's match. The urgent matter is to seek help from other elders. Don't worry. Chief Ji said that once we find the opportunity, we should immediately send a message, and experts will come to assist. Keep up. When Lu Jin exited the Wanjian sect, besides Luo Jiao and others, there were also some other cultivators dressed in different outfits flying towards him, landing in front of Lu Jin. Who are you? Lu Jin's voice was indifferent. This brother. To be honest, we have been waiting here for quite some time. A man in a black robe, around 30 years old, clasped his hands and bowed. His attitude, quite humble. Waiting for me? Lu Jin frowned. That's right. The man did not hide it. We have seen your talent before, and it seems that you're not doing well in the Wanjian sect. With your talent, why not join our Guangdao sect? It's better than suffering indignities in the Wanjian sect. Haha, indeed. Our Ziyang sect also has the same intention. If you are willing, this elder will personally recommend you to join our Ziyang sect's intersect, enjoying a vast amount of cultivation resources. Hearing their words, Lu Jin finally understood that they were trying to recruit him. Thank you for your kindness, but I have important matters to attend to, so I cannot accompany you. As Lu Jin spoke, he directly turned around. Brother, I am Duan Tianxiu from the Guangdao sect. Hope to see you again. I am Qin Bei from the Xiang sect. Looking forward to seeing you again, the two said, throwing 2 spatial rings towards Lu Jin. No reward without effort. Lu Jin was about to politely decline, but the two laughed. Brother, there's no need to be polite. It's just a token of goodwill. The more brothers, the more paths. If we meet in the future, we can look out for each other, right? Sending charcoal in the snow is better than adding flowers to the brocade. Brother, we see your potential and mean no harm. If you're happy, let us be friends. If not, we can go our separate ways. Seeing their straightforward attitude, Lu Jin frowned slightly, then smiled faintly and said 2 words, Lu Jin. After saying this, he soared away, disappearing in the blink of an eye 100 zhang away. Lu Jin? That name sounds familiar. It's him, once the first disciple of the inner sect of the 10,000 Swords sect. It is rumored that he has been missing for 3 years, and he is not dead? Not only is he not dead, but he has also made a strong return. Chapter 11. Old Dog, do you have the guts to charge in? Duan Tianxiu and Qin Bei exchanged glances, both frowning. With Lu Jin's capabilities, it is likely to affect the selection of the 5 gates and 3 sects. The Blood Moon Holy Land selects no more than 10 disciples from the 5 gates and 3 sects each time. And if this guy participates in a battle, who knows which sect's genius will be eliminated. However, before that, he might have a fierce battle with Lu Ruyan. Let's catch a disciple from the 10,000 Swords sect and ask what exactly is going on. After leaving the 10,000 Swords sect, Lu Jin headed straight for Thunder Fire Mountain. After the previous battle, his 6th spiritual pearl gradually took shape, and once he breaks through his cultivation, it will inevitably attract the Thunder Calamity again. He didn't want to attract too much attention. After all, besides the 10,000 Swords sect, there are many forces scattered throughout Qingzhou, a world filled with experts, and he didn't want to stir up trouble. The reason he chose Thunder Fire Mountain, apart from the treasure he had hidden there, was that the environment, shrouded in thunder clouds all year round, could also conceal his movements. Whoosh! Flying hundreds of miles, Lu Jin was full of spiritual energy and showed no signs of fatigue. During the flight, he infused 1,000 spiritual stones into the burial heaven coffin, and the spiritual energy from the coffin replenished his consumption during battle quickly. 2 hours later, his aura returned to its peak. It had been 3 years since he last came to Thunderfire Mountain, and it was still as desolate as ever. Lu Jin stood on a cliff. Beneath him was an endless expanse of black rocks, and the sky was filled with rolling dark clouds that never dispersed. Occasionally, lightning would flash through the clouds, sometimes descending into the mountains and forests, turning into thunderfire that burned the earth. Despite such a thunderfire environment, large areas of vegetation still grew in the mountains and forests, all of which were dark red in color, and even some charred thunderstruck would have branches and leaves like flames waving in the wind. This place had been deserted for years, and those who occasionally came here were mostly cultivators who practiced fire attribute techniques for training. Old Dog, you have chased me all the way, but ahead is called the Thunder Abyss, where lightning slithers like a snake. I want to see if you have the guts to charge in. Luo Jiao and others had been following him all along, and Lu Jin had long noticed. However, he did not plan to kill them. If they died, it would probably attract bigger trouble, since they posed no threat to him. It was better to keep them hanging for now. Moreover, he had been to the Thunder Abyss, the area with the most intense lightning ahead, and was familiar with the terrain. After enduring the spiritual pearl calamity, he was not afraid of the power of thunder. Whoosh! His figure flashed and directly dove into the Thunder Abyss, disappearing from sight. He actually dares to dive in. Not far behind, seeing Lu Jin's actions, Luo Jiao and the others couldn't help but grind their teeth. Elder Luo, this kid didn't suffer any injuries even after enduring 3 days of thunder calamity. Here, the lightning probably can't harm him either. However, we have never experienced the Golden Core calamity. The few of them were all at the spiritual pearl realm and had not yet undergone the baptism of the thunder calamity, so their expressions inevitably showed signs of tension. As for Luo Jiao, who was at the first level of Golden Core, he had experienced the Golden Core thunder calamity, but at this moment, seeing the thunder snakes coiling above the Thunder Abyss, his expression was also uneasy. The power of the thunder here is far stronger than the first level Golden Core thunder calamity. Even this elder wouldn't dare to recklessly invade. It's better to wait here, set up an ambush, and kill him on the spot once he appears. As soon as Luo Jio said this, the expressions of the others changed. Where does he get the confidence to say such things? Has he forgotten how close they were to being killed earlier? Haha, with a poison sword 10 absolute formation given by Master Ji. We might not be without the qualification to kill him. The poison sword 10 absolute formation? I didn't expect that. With such a formation, we can indeed ambush him and catch him off guard. Move. Naturally, Lu Jin was unaware of Luo Jio and the other schemes. He dove deep into the thunder abyss and immediately found a hidden spot, taking out the storage rings given to him by Chu Tianxiong and Duan Tianxiu. Among them were also the spoils obtained from Wang Fan, Elder Niu, and others. These guys are all wealthy. After counting the items in the storage rings, in addition to a large number of spiritual stones, there were also some weapons, and in the storage rings sent by Qin Bei and Duan Tianxiu. There were even unique techniques and battle skill from the Ziyang sect and the Mad Blade sect, and the spiritual stones in these storage rings totaled as much as 50,000. Feeling a little excited, he looked at the storage ring given to him by the sect leader, Chu Tianxiu. This is the 10,000 swords morning sect technique? What caught his attention was a technique. The technique was composed of condensed spiritual energy, floating in mid-air, with ancient runes flickering with a primitive aura. It is rumored to be the ultimate sword technique left by the founding ancestor of the 10,000 Swords sect, and only the successive sect leaders are qualified to cultivate it. Lu Jin did not expect that Chu Tianxiong would give this sword technique to him. Thinking back to what Chu Tianxiong had said to him before, although he did not ask him to do anything, it seemed that all the purposes had become clear. The sect leader is righteous, but I, Lu Jin, have my own matters to attend to. The revenge for my master must be avenged. The grudge against Lu Ruyan and Yang Dianfeng must also be avenged. After pondering for a moment, Lu Jin scanned the other items in the storage ring. In addition to some healing pills, the sect leader actually left him a full 30,000 spiritual stones, more than what his master Xian Yunzi left for him. Lu Jin's mood was quite complicated. No merit, no reward, but now having received such heavy favor, he felt quite emotional. Regardless, he must first improve his strength. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. However, what is this list? In his vision, a row of names flickered with spiritual light, and Lu Jin frowned in thought, but couldn't figure it out. From his speculation, the items the sect leader gave him must have been arranged intentionally. But these names truly puzzled him. Crack! Just then, a bolt of lightning descended, causing the entire thunder abyss to tremble. Ha, come on. Let the thunder come even more violently. He no longer hesitated and directly sat down cross-legged. 1,000 spiritual stones were directly infused into the burial heaven coffin, and immediately a violent aura surged from his body, causing the 6th spiritual pearl within him to begin to condense wildly. At the same time, in the void above, thunderclouds began to gather, and the originally scattered thunderclouds were now crazily converging towards the space above his head. Thunder snakes danced wildly, gradually transforming into thick thunder dragons, exuding an overwhelming heavenly pressure, as if to annihilate the world. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the gathered thunder dragons began to descend towards the ground. One after another, they were brilliant and dazzling, violent and terrifying. Elder Luo, look, could it be that guy is undergoing a calamity again? It's too terrifying. This thunder power, even a 3rd-level golden core cannot withstand. Can those of the spiritual pearl realm also summon thunder calamity? Incredible. Enough with the nonsense. Once the poison sword 10 absolute formation is completed, that poisonous power is enough to annihilate him. Chapter 12. Great Plunder of Immortal Techniques. Crazy Slaughter. Saintess Peak. Alchemy Room. Rian, I can only help you this far. Whether you can break through the shackles depends on your own fortune. Speaking with a serious tone. As an alchemist, the most she could do for Lu Ruyan now was to provide the most direct help for her breakthrough. And the barrier-breaking 5 elements pill she made was infused with her hard work and filled with her expectations. Thank you, Master. Lu Ruyan took the pill, bowed, and there was a hint of satisfaction in her eyes. The pill made by Ji Yaoyue was precisely what Master Fox mentioned, capable of helping her break through her cultivation in a short time, even allowing for consecutive breakthroughs as the strongest guarantee. Just then, Ji Yaoyue suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and her aura weakened. Master, Lu Jin anxiously helped her, but Ji Yaoyue waved her hand and then swallowed a pill. The grade of this Breaking Barrier 5 Elements pill should be infinitely close to the Earth grade pill. This is already the highest grade pill that I, as your master, can refine. Lu Jin, I hope you will not disappoint my expectations and must defeat Lu Jin and then join the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Almost everyone knows that once a disciple is accepted by the Blood Moon Sacred Land, their family or faction will receive tremendous benefits. Every year, the Blood Moon Sacred Land bestows enormous wealth, including various pills, cultivation techniques, battle soldiers, and even opportunities that other sects would fight for. As a master, the benefits received will be even greater. There have even been disciples who, after joining the Blood Moon Sacred Land, their masters received great benefits in a short time, being enlightened and promoted to become powerful figures. In fact, the development potential of some sects completely depends on the amount of wealth given by the Blood Moon Sacred Land. If one can obtain a super cultivation technique, it is highly likely that a powerful figure will emerge from a sect, thereby completely transforming it and becoming a major force. Ji Yaoyue's thoughts were just like this. Compared to the rewards of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, her current efforts seemed insignificant. Lu Jin left the alchemy room with the Breaking Barrier 5 Elements pill, then rode a flying mount, speeding northward. In the end, she flew to the sky above a sect and stopped. Fox Master, are you ready? Lu Jin looked at the bustling scene of the sect below, her eyes revealing a hint of bloodthirsty greed. As her voice fell, a surge of black spiritual energy erupted from her body, instantly enveloping her, and as she moved, black mist swirled around her, making her appear like a demoness. Go, this time, I will fully assist you. Lu Jin's eyes turned cold, and spiritual energy surged from within her as a black longsword flashed into her hand, and she first slashed her mount into pieces. When the mount's blood gushed out, the black longsword immediately unleashed a devouring power, instantly draining that blood. At the same time, within Lu Jin, the Supreme Bone's brilliance flashed, and then it returned to normal. Only a faint rune appeared above her. Great Plunder Immortal Technique. Ha! Go kill. Lu Jin's eyes were bloodthirsty as she suddenly descended from the sky, like a demon descending to the world, wielding the black longsword, and began to slaughter the sect's disciples madly. With each massacre, the devouring power of the black longsword instantly drained the blood from the victims, turning their bodies into dry corpses. There were no particularly powerful individuals in the sect, and the sect leader was only at the 7th level of the Spirit Pearl Realm. The chaos within the sect did not last long before it completely went silent. Hundreds of dry corpses lay scattered, and the bloody smell in the air quickly dissipated. After crazily slaughtering a sect, Lu Jin swallowed the Breaking Barrier 5 Elements pill and transformed into a black demonic light, disappearing into the depths of the dark forest. The Kaishan sect has actually been exterminated? After an unknown period, a man and a woman flew over the Kaishan sect, and when they saw the scattered dry corpses below, their expressions immediately tightened. Senior Brother Mo Chun, could this be the work of the Blood Messenger? The woman, dressed in blue, with long hair cascading down her shoulders, had a beautiful face and a tall, outstanding figure, but she held a long knife that did not match her ethereal temperament. Blood messengers generally capture living people to offer to the Blood Moon ancestor, but the situation at the Kaishan sect was somewhat different. The man named Imo Chun had starry eyes and sword-like brows, looking quite handsome and powerful. Both of them were Golden Core Realm experts. He quickly descended to investigate, but found nothing, and then left with the blue-clad woman. Their destination was the Wanjian sect. The Wanjian sect was heavily guarded, and not just anyone could enter casually. However, when the two arrived at the mountain gate of the Wanjian sect, Imo Chun unleashed a mysterious light from his hand, revealing a dark flying bird. After the bird flew out, the gatekeeper disciples of the Wanjian sect changed their expressions and then nodded to the two. allowing them to enter deeper into the sect. Mo Chun and the blue-clad woman then followed the flying bird to the location of the sect leader, Chu Tianxiong. He was usually elusive, but following the bird, they quickly found him. Hall Master. Mo Chun and the others respectfully bowed. Chu Tianxiong nodded and asked straightforwardly, "Is there a situation?" Hall Master. My junior sister Zixuan and I passed by the Kaishan sect and found that the entire sect had been slaughtered, and everyone had turned into dry corpses, completely devoid of blood. This shouldn't be the work of the blood messenger. Chu Tianxiong frowned upon hearing this. The Kaishan sect has been exterminated? Have any clues been found? Mo Chun shook his head helplessly. All right, I will personally investigate this matter. How are you both in the Blood Moon Sacred Land now? Zixuan said, Hall Master, the Blood Moon ancestor's strength has become increasingly powerful, and the demand for blood food has also increased. The blood messengers capture no less than 100 living people every day. Moreover, the Blood Moon ancestor has now completely entered a closed-door cultivation state. It's difficult for us, even for the people from the 4 great families of the Sacred Land, to see him. Chu Tianxiong furrowed his brows slightly, closed his eyes for a moment, then grabbed the wrists of the two, glanced at them, and shook his head slightly. Your Blood Moon curse marks have deepened. From now on, you must be more cautious in your actions. I understand your thoughts, but those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Temporary forbearance and humiliation, all dissatisfaction must be swallowed down. Hall Master, we understand. For the Sacred Hall, we are willing to die. The two said resolutely. I do not want you to die. I want you to witness the Blood Moon Sacred Land's ancestor having no place to be buried. Disciples, remember, just as the two had just exited the Wanjian sect, Chu Tianxiong also disappeared within the sect. What he was about to do was hidden and mysterious, like an undercurrent, gathering strength to erupt. Buzz. At this moment, a sound transmission talisman suddenly vibrated from Zixuan's storage ring, and her expression changed drastically. Not good. Senior brother Ling Tao is trapped in the Fire Flood Cave. His life and death are uncertain. You mean the Fire Flood Cave in the Thunder Abyss? Chapter 13. Break my formation, you must die. The Fire Flood Cave in the Thunder Abyss is a forbidden area, said to be a place where entering means a 9 out of 10 chance of death. Senior brother Mo Chun, we live and die with senior brother Ling Tao. Besides, he has saved us before, no matter the dragon's pool or tiger's den. We must go rescue him. That's right. As apostles of the Sacred Hall, we must share in both gains and losses. Let's go, the two said, stepping on their flying swords and soaring into the sky. At this moment, above the Thunder Abyss, thunderclouds descended from time to time. Though sporadic, they seemed endless, each time producing deafening booms. Below, deep within the Thunder Abyss, a figure was surrounded by layers of swirling spiritual energy, like tides constantly moving and shaking. With each thunderbolt that descended, his aura surged rapidly and deep in his dantian. The sixth spirit pearl finally became increasingly brilliant under the tempering of the mighty thunder power and the nurturing of thousands of spirit stones. However, the excruciating pain during the cultivation process continued unabated. When the largest thundercloud in the void descended, Lu Jin, who had endured tremendous pain but wore a determined expression, suddenly opened his eyes. Great transformation dragon technique, dragon skin, condense, buzz. Spiritual power permeated around him, radiating spiritual light. And a terrifying fluctuation gathered at the surface of his body as the dragon membrane defense around him gradually retracted into his skin, causing his skin to take on a gleaming, thunder-like luster. The last thunderbolt crashed down, striking into his body, part of it being devoured by the burial heaven coffin, part entering the endless dantian, and another part becoming small lightning snakes that coursed through his skin. The great transformation dragon technique he was cultivating had a total of 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, small success, and great success. Each stage corresponds to different parts of cultivation: skin, tendons, blood, bones, and organs. The beginner stage is for refining the skin. The dragon membrane condensed by Lu Jin is the first layer of the 3-layer skin refinement. The second layer of skin refinement is the dragon pattern, and the third layer is the dragon scale. Upon reaching the dragon scale stage, the skin can transform into dragon scales, with defense as strong as a true dragon. At this moment, the power of thunder flows through his skin, and the luster of the dragon membrane becomes even more brilliant, almost dazzling, making him appear as if coated in a layer of thunder light. Boom! When the thunder power finally fully condenses in his dantian, the sixth spirit pearl completely materializes, and his aura naturally reaches the sixfold spirit pearl realm. Continue. Lu Jin, feeling unsatisfied, was quite pleased with the powerful aura of the sixfold spirit pearl realm, but did not stop. Instead, he once again poured a pile of spirit stones into the tomb of Heaven Coffin. Inside the tomb of Heaven Coffin, the spiritual power surged back, tearing at his flesh like a tidal wave. The void, thunder, tribulation tempered his will, and the great transformation dragon's secret repaired his constantly dazzling body amidst the violent thunder tribulation, nurturing a transformation that would completely change him. It was unclear how much time had passed. Two figures appeared at the edge of the thunder abyss. It was Mo Chun and Zixian. This thunder tribulation is too powerful, senior brother Mo Chun. With our current physical strength, we cannot withstand such heavenly thunder. Strange. The thunder power here is unexpectedly strong. It seems we have never encountered such a situation before. The fire flood cave is deep within that thunder abyss, and we cannot rush in now. If we force our way in, it will only lead to death. Who are those people over there? That aura seems familiar. Mo Chan suddenly looked towards a short distance away, where a rather familiar aura made him frown. It is the Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation. Someone is secretly setting up the Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation. If I'm not mistaken, the one pursuing junior brother Ling Tao is Elder Chun Jiang from the Slaughter Demon Peak of the 10,000 Sword Sect. His specialty is using the Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation for assassination. Could it really be Elder Chun Jiang assassinating junior brother Ling Tao? As an intersect elder of the Slaughter Demon Peak of the 10,000 Sword Sect, Chun Jiang is adept at using deadly poison, and the Blood Moon Ancestor needs such a ruthless person. Perhaps he is also one of the Blood Messengers. In that case, let us break his Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation first. Their formation is not yet complete. You and I will immediately join forces to break it. The two exchanged cold glances, then stealthily observed, finally finding the eye of the Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation. Swish, swish. The two looked at each other, their eyes resolute, and as they moved, two flying swords were summoned, carrying overwhelming spiritual energy, directly crashing into the Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation. Boom! The sudden roar shocked Luo Jio and the others. Who dares to break my formation? He bellowed, suddenly charging out, his eyes filled with cold, killing intent. The Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation is an evil tactic. Have you set up a hidden formation here to harm people? Mo Chin's voice was like thunder, controlling the flying swords to attack fiercely. Dare to break my formation? Seeking death. Luo Jio soared into the air, delivering a punch, revealing the strength of a first-grade golden core in an instant. Presumptuous. Just at that moment, Zixian thrust a sword, and the powerful sword energy instantly broke through the might of Luo Jio's punch. Luo Jio's eyes widened in shock, clearly not expecting that this young woman, merely in her 20s, could possess such strong combat power, and he immediately dodged. What? Second-grade golden core realm? Luo Jio was alarmed, feeling a sense of danger. Among their group, he was the highest in cultivation, while the other elders hadn't even reached golden core, making them even less of a match. The situation has changed. Quickly send a sound transmission talisman. Buzz. He wasted no time and directly sent out the sound transmission talisman. The others' attitudes towards Mo Chun and Zixian immediately shifted. May I ask who you two are? We have no grievances with you. Why do you want to break my formation? Mo Chun broke through the energy eye that had coalesced within the formation with a sword and coldly said, "Break for me." Boom! The Poison Sword 10 Absolute Formation, which had taken so long to coalesce, exploded. A terrifying aura swept in all directions, even startling Lu Jin, who was cultivating beneath the thunder abyss. At this point, he had already condensed the seventh spirit pearl in his dantian, and his cultivation was fixed at the sevenfold spirit pearl realm. Upon hearing the booming explosion outside, he stopped, then soared up and exited the thunder abyss. Is someone helping me deal with Luo Jio and the others? When he emerged from the thunder abyss, he saw Luo Jio and his group being suppressed by a young man and woman. This place usually sees no visitors, so Lu Jin's expression showed some surprise. However, he was quite pleased to watch the commotion. Who exactly are you? Why do you want to break my formation? Luo Jio's voice was cold, and the other elders began to gather together, preparing to resist together. Speak. Were you the ones who forced my junior brother Ling Tao into the Fireflood Cave? Zixian coldly questioned. Ling Tao? Fireflood Cave? We are not aware of this matter. Your actions are rather reckless. Luo Jio's eyes were icy. And for breaking my formation, you must die. Chapter 14. Third grade Golden Core? I'll ruin you with one sword. Compensation? What qualifications do you have to demand compensation from us? Chen laughed. Facing his overwhelming cultivation, which completely dominated the two of them, Luo Jio was not worried at all. Because the sound transmission talisman given to him by Ji Yao, you could summon a powerful existence to deal with Lu Jin. Therefore, facing two second-grade Golden Core realms, he was not afraid. Who dares to cause trouble? Just then, a thunderous voice echoed, and a figure descended from the sky. This person exuded a powerful aura, even stronger than that of Chen and Zixian, and was clearly a formidable being who had reached the third-grade Golden Core realm. Moreover, at this moment, he was tall and robust, resembling a giant iron tower, with a bronze complexion that made him look imposing and full of authority. It was Elder Chunjiang from the Slaughter Demon Peak. Elder Chunjiang is actually a third-grade Golden Core expert. You two little pests, meddling in our affairs. You're dead for sure. Luo Jio and the other elders crossed their arms and laughed coldly. Not good. The newcomer has reached the third grade. From his figure, it must be that Chunjiang. Zixian said with a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Chen was also quite surprised at this moment, but suddenly shouted, Old dog Chunjiang, did you force my junior brother Ling Tao into the Fireflood Cave? Upon hearing this, Elder Chunjiang's eyes turned somewhat gleeful. Oh, you call that Ling Tao your junior brother? It seems you're all people who deserve to die. He did not explicitly state it, but instead said that the two deserved to die, which was clearly an insinuation. However, Chen and Zixian understood. This Chunjiang was undoubtedly one of the assassins hunting down their Holy Hall envoys. The Holy Hall is an organization secretly established by Chu Tianxiong, and its ultimate goal is to overturn the Blood Moon sacred land and completely end the Blood Moon ancestor's terrifying control over the entire Qingzhou. Indeed it is you, Chunjiang. Since you go against the heavens, we will act on behalf of the heavens. After Chen's words fell, a wave of spiritual energy suddenly enveloped Zixian. You quickly leave. I will hold them off. Zixian's eyes widened in surprise, but was unwilling to leave. We live or die together. I want to go. She severed the binding of the spiritual energy with a sword and then stood beside Chen. Chen gritted his teeth. Junior sister Zixian. We can't defeat him. I'm not afraid. At worst, we die together. Zixian said resolutely. Zixian, you know my feelings for you. If we can't escape today, I hope we meet again in our next life. In the next life, I will definitely make you my wife. Hearing their conversation, Elder Chunjiang's eyes were filled with glee. You two are quite interesting. Since you still have some backbone, I don't want you to die without knowing why. Tell me your names. Chen snorted coldly. I want to change my name or surname. I am Chen. And this is Miss Zixian. Take my sword, Zixian said, and immediately thrust a sword forward. Seeing this, Chen did not hesitate at all, moving in sync and striking out with the sword. Chunjiang's eyes darkened, and he launched a killing move. At this moment when Lu Jin, who was far away at the edge of the thunder abyss, heard the names of Chen and Zixian, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Are these two familiar names from the list given by the sect leader? Moreover, there is also one called Ling Tao on that list, although he didn't understand. Seeing Chunjiang attacking to eliminate the two, he immediately took action. "Old dog Xinjiang, get lost." Boom! Lu Jin shouted explosively, and, as he made his move, a terrifying spiritual energy erupted, shattering all of Xinjiang's attacks. His figure instantly retreated 30 feet, barely stabilizing himself in a rather disheveled state. Elder Xinjiang was the master of his deadly enemy Yang Dianfeng, so when Lu Jin saw him, his inner anger erupted, and he struck with a sinister intent. What? His cultivation level has actually advanced again. 7th layer Spirit Pearl Realm? This speed of cultivation is simply unbelievable. It turned out those lightning tribulations were indeed during his closed-door cultivation. Elder Xinjiang, quickly eliminate Lu Jin. If this kid is left alive, he will definitely become a great disaster. Luo Jiao and the others, seeing Lu Jin emerge from seclusion and his aura reaching the 7th layer Spirit Pearl Realm, immediately became anxious, continuously urging Elder Xinjiang to kill him on the spot. At this moment, Xinjiang's expression also became quite gloomy, and he even felt a hint of worry, because just now, the powerful attack Lu Jin unleashed made him feel as if the other party was above him. However, seeing that Lu Jin's aura was indeed at the 7th layer Spirit Pearl Realm, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The one I killed on Saint's Peak. Could it be you? However, amidst the shock, Elder Xinjiang's expression changed again. At this moment, it seemed he finally recognized Lu Jin. My disciple is the direct disciple of Elder Qiyu from the Blood Moon Sacred Ground. Lu Jin, even if you return with such strength, what of it? Today, this elder will make you completely disappear. He just based on you? That's not enough. Lu Jin grinned. Your disciple Yang Dianfeng framed me. And now you want to kill me, old dog. Today, I will cripple you and let you watch how your so-called genius disciple is trampled beneath my feet. Boom! As Lu Jin's words fell, a surge of spiritual power howled out, and then a red long sword phantom instantly condensed, rushing directly towards Elder Xinjiang the next second. An ant shaking a tree. Xinjiang's expression changed. He had heard about Lu Jin's return, but didn't he know how powerful Lu Jin truly was? Therefore, he inevitably underestimated him due to the gap in realms. Even though Lu Jin's earlier attack had impacted him, he did not use his full strength at that moment. Now, with Lu Jin at the 5th layer Spirit Pearl Realm, able to clash head-on with a 2nd grade Golden Dan, now at the 7th layer Spirit Pearl Realm, he could easily defeat Xinjiang, who was at the 3rd grade Golden Dan. Moreover, what he was using now was the Hellfire Suppressing Prison Sword. Xing. The sword phantom instantly penetrated Xinjiang's dantian. The speed was so fast, it was like a flash of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. In an instant, all of Xinjiang's attacks collapsed completely. He stood there, his eyes filled with disbelief, dazed for a moment, and suddenly knelt down, clutching his abdomen, his lips twitching. You crippled my dantian. Hearing this, seeing this scene, Luo Jiao and the others, as well as Mo Chun and Zixian, all had their expressions changed dramatically. Is this it? Elder Xinjiang, at the 3rd grade Golden Dan realm, was actually crippled in his dantian with a single move? Mo Chun and Zixian exchanged glances, both filled with disbelief. But at this moment, their danger was considered lifted, and they felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Lu Jin. Let us go. At this moment, Luo Jiao and the others suddenly fled into the distance. Want to leave? Lu Jin's expression darkened, and several sword lights instantly shot toward them, vanishing into their backs, and then blood spurted out from their chests. Chapter 15. Red Earth Dragon Luo Jiao and the others fell dead on the spot. This scene made Elder Xinjiang's eyes even more complicated. He couldn't believe that even with his strength at the 3rd grade Golden Dan realm, he was not a match for Lu Jin, who was at the 7th layer Spirit Pearl realm. Lu Jin could easily kill Luo Jiao, who was at the 1st grade Golden Dan, without difficulty. And now, he had been crippled in his dantian, completely reduced to a useless person, with his life grasped entirely in Lu Jin's hands. This feeling was even more unbearable than being killed. At this moment, Mo Chun and Zixian were also completely petrified upon seeing this scene. Earlier, they were quite worried, but now, Amidst their surprise, they admired Lu Jin immensely. Moreover, just moments ago, they were prepared to fight to the death. Therefore, Lu Jin's intervention was undoubtedly a lifesaver. This friend, thank you for saving our lives. Mo Chun and the others approached respectfully and bowed. We have no way to repay your life-saving grace. If you have any orders, we will not hesitate to die. Zixian also expressed her feelings. Lu Jin looked at the two and got straight to the point. You want to save someone named Ling Tao? Montak Chen found it. Startled internally, but nodded. Exactly. Lu Jin asked, do you also know Qin Long, Zhou Wu, Wang Zimo, Xiao Wuji, and Ma Zhengxian? The names he mentioned were all from a list given to him by Chu Tianxiong. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Mo Chun and Zixian changed again, but they were filled with joy. So, you're also a disciple of the Sacred Hall. Why didn't the Hall Master tell us that a super expert like Brother Lu Jin appeared among the Sacred Hall as disciples? Defeating a third-grade Golden Dan realm with the 7th layer Spirit Pearl realm, Brother Lu Jin's methods are truly beyond our comprehension. The two excitedly spoke, no longer referring to him as a benefactor, but calling him brother. Seeing the change in their attitude, Lu Jin's expression slightly shifted, and after contemplating for a moment, he said, I don't know much about the Sacred Hall. Would you mind telling me more? Hearing Lu Jin's words, Mo Chun seemed to suddenly become excited. He had no doubts about Lu Jin's identity, because within the Sacred Hall, anyone who knew the names of 5 Sacred Hall disciples was definitely one of them. This was a rule that all Sacred Hall disciples adhered to. The Sacred Hall is a very secretive organization, and some members do not even know each other, only contacting one another through special means. Since Lu Jin could name those few people, Mo Chun and Zixian had no doubt that he was indeed from the Sacred Hall. Mutual assistance among Sacred Hall brothers does not require politeness. They have long been engaged in dangerous tasks, executing the Hall Master's orders, and it is essential to look out for each other. Upon hearing Lu Jin's question, Zixian turned to look at Elder Chenjiang, who was not far away. Bang! The next second, a burst of spiritual energy erupted, directly knocking Elder Chenjiang unconscious. The secrets of our Sacred Hall must not be known to outsiders. Zixian smiled, her heroic aura surprising Lu Jin. Brother Lu Jin, you should be a disciple of the Myriad Sword sect, right? Zixian asked. Lu Jin frowned slightly and replied, Indeed, I am Lu Jin of the Myriad Sword sect. Great. The Hall Master is the sect leader of the Myriad Sword sect. Brother Lu Jin is also from the Myriad Sword sect. So let us cooperate well in the future, Mo Chun said, but then his expression suddenly changed. By the way, Brother Lu Jin, Ling Tao is being chased by this old dog and is now trapped in the Fire Flood Cave, and his life is uncertain. We should quickly go rescue him. Lu Jin frowned. Fire Flood Cave? The Fire Flood Cave deep in the Thunder Abyss? He was quite familiar with this place and knew where the Fire Flood Cave was located. That's right. Brother Ling Tao sent a message before, and it was from within the Fire Flood Cave, but now the message can no longer be sent. I'm afraid the situation is dire. Lu Jin squinted his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, In that case, you all wait for me here. Mo Chun said, Brother Lu Jin, the Fire Flood Cave is extremely dangerous, and it is said that there are flame flood dragons lurking inside. With your strength. At this point, he suddenly smiled awkwardly. I am not doubting your strength, Brother Lu Jin, but your cultivation has not yet reached the golden core stage, and I am concerned. Before Mo Chun could finish his sentence, Lu Jin smiled and said, Don't worry, the flame spiritual energy beneath the Thunder Abyss is not enough to pose a threat to me. After saying this, he turned around and flew directly into the Thunder Abyss. When he heard the words, Fire Flood Cave, Lu Jin thought of the pile of flame attribute treasures he had hidden a few years ago, which were placed not far from the Fire Flood Cave. After cultivating the nefarious fire suppression sword, he remembered those flame attribute treasures, so he would definitely go. Moreover, regarding what Mo Chun and the others said about the Holy Hall, although he did not understand in depth, he knew that Chu Tianxiong had secretly established an organization called the Holy Hall, whose purpose was to overthrow the Blood Moon Ancestor. Coupled with the list left to him by Chu Tianxiong, he seemed to understand Chu Tianxiong's intentions. Of course, he did not want to be used by others. But in order to take revenge for his master, Xian Yunzi, he was willing to get more involved with this so-called holy hall. Did brother Lu Jin really jump down? Seeing Lu Jin directly enter the depths of the Thunder Abyss, Mo Chun and Zixian both looked surprised and uneasy. Let's go down too. The more people, the more assurance. Zixian said, okay, we must rescue brother Ling Tao no matter what. After they finished speaking, both enveloped themselves in spiritual energy and made strong defenses before jumping into the Thunder Abyss. At this moment, after entering the Thunder Abyss, Lu Jin's body was covered with a faint dragon membrane. With this almost invisible dragon membrane present, he felt no unusual threat in the depths of the Thunder Abyss. His speed was quite fast, leaping and flying through the black rock crevices deep in the Thunder Abyss, moving forward. After about half a stick of incense, the space before him suddenly opened up. In the black space, there was a flowing crimson light, which came from some peculiar plants that had survived the tempering of thunder and fire for many years, emitting a strange glow that illuminated the vast space. Lu Jin had been here before. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was not very strong at that time that he did not sense the danger here. As the saying goes, ignorance is fearless. However, at this moment, as soon as he appeared, he suddenly saw a huge crimson earth dragon rushing towards him. Sizzle. The lower body of the earth dragon rubbed against the ground, making a rough sound. Its body was at least 5 or 6 zhang long, exhaling a large tongue, and its eyes seemed to burn with flames. A bloodthirsty and fierce aura instantly filled the entire space. The moment Lu Jin's gaze fell on it, the crimson earth dragon launched an attack. Sizzle. The massive body leapt into the air with sharp fangs and a bloody stench. Nefarious beast. Lu Jin's figure flashed, dodging the attack. With a thought, a stream of spiritual energy condensed into a long sword, which was precisely the 10,000 swords to the throne technique he had practiced during his previous breakthrough. Chapter 16. He is so powerful that it makes others feel inferior. Sizzle. The sword light condensed by the 10,000 swords to the throne technique flashed, and the Crimson Earth Dragon immediately sensed the impending danger and turned to run. It ran quite fast. Lu Jin frowned, and the long sword instantly whistled out, directly piercing the Earth Dragon's head. With a bang, the Earth Dragon dropped dead. So weak? Lu Jin shook his head. In the urgent situation, he had not investigated the strength of this Earth Dragon beforehand. After easily killing the Earth Dragon, he discovered that its strength was not even at the first level of the Spirit Pearl realm. I thought you were a king, but it turns out you're a rookie. However, since Ling Tao could be trapped here, it was likely that this place was not very peaceful. Lu Jin continued to move forward, and the further he went, the larger the space became, with the fire attribute spiritual energy spreading and becoming denser. Just as he was rushing forward, he suddenly saw a space ahead where firelight was flickering. However, it was not real flames. Instead, it was a group of crimson fire earth dragons cheering and dancing, moving in a rather strange manner. When he looked closely, he was immediately astonished, because in his line of sight, a humanoid skeleton appeared. The skeleton stood in the center of a group of crimson earth dragons, its bone joints making cracking sounds, and its movements were strange, seemingly performing a mysterious manipulation and summoning ritual. Snake Catcher? Lu Jin frowned, recalling this name in his mind. The so-called snake catchers are individuals with powerful abilities who can specifically hunt down snakes, even large pythons, anacondas, and even flood dragons. Lu Jin had only heard of them and had never seen one in person, but at this moment, the scene before him indeed surprised him. The person had already turned into a skeleton, yet he could still command those earth dragons. Just as he was astonished, a slight movement came from behind him. He turned around and saw that Mo Chun and Zixian had actually followed him. The snake catcher Ling Tao. Its brother Ling Tao. He is not dead. Mo Chun exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the group of earth dragons dancing. Brother Lu Jin, this skeleton is brother Ling Tao's method. He must have encountered an attack from the earth dragons here and used this method to temporarily save his life. Zixian also said. Lu Jin frowned. Ling Tao's method? Indeed. However, at this time, we may not be able to interrupt him. If we directly interrupt, The group of earth dragons might go berserk and put us in an irreversible situation. Brother Lu Jin, look, that group of earth dragons is quite powerful. Although you could easily kill one earth dragon before, there's simply too many here, at least over 100. Once they erupt in a beast tide, we might not be able to withstand it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin frowned. Where is Ling Tao now? Zixian replied. He is hiding in the shadows, manipulating them. His identity as a snake catcher is quite powerful, which is why he could enter the Blood Moon Sacred Land with his first-grade golden core strength. However, there are too many earth dragons right now, and he cannot escape for a while. This method of manipulation consumes a lot of spiritual energy, and if he cannot get away, he will eventually exhaust himself and suffer backlash. Roar! Just then, a earth dragon suddenly roared, its voice deafening and shocking in this dim world below. As the roar echoed, Mo Chun and Zi Xian immediately became tense. Ling Tao can't hold on any longer. The earth dragons have realized they are being manipulated. This is a sign that the snake catcher's control is about to collapse. Boom! Before the two could finish speaking, the group of earth dragons instantly seemed to break free from control, charging towards the skeleton and tearing it to pieces. All the earth dragons charged in one direction. Ling Tao is over there. Zixian's urgent voice rang out as she rushed out. In his line of sight, the originally blurry space revealed a strange face, pale and bloodless, so white it was alarming. And this person was Ling Tao. His aura was weak. He could no longer hold on. Brother Lu Jin, find a way to get him out. Mo Chun shouted, then wielded his sword and directly charged into the group of over 100 earth dragons. These beasts were numerous, but Lu Jin did not feel too tense. After killing one earth dragon before, he found them too weak, and even though this group was large, it still did not pique his interest for a major battle. Instead, he was quite surprised by Mo Chun and Zixian's intense reactions. You go save him. Lu Jin looked at Zixian and said, you take him out. Zixian nodded, grabbed the weak Ling Tao, and flew directly towards the exit. However, just after she left, a terrifying wail echoed from below. Mo Chun was also bewildered at this moment. He originally wanted to have a fierce battle with these earth dragons, even planning to fight to the death, but unexpectedly, this group of earth dragons was rapidly losing their lives under Lu Jin's longsword. Even in his surprise, Lu Jin struck down again, claiming several more earth dragon lives. It was as easy as cutting vegetables. Mo Chun was astonished to see an earth dragon pouncing towards Lu Jin. Its combat power strong enough to rival a human cultivator at the 3rd level of Golden Core, yet it was still easily taken down by him. His combat power is even stronger than I imagined. Mo Chun remained still, watching the battle unfold. It seemed that with each of Lu Jin's strikes, a different feeling arose in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, Lu Jin began to slaughter the group of earth dragons madly because, just after killing one, a strange power was devoured by the burial heaven coffin. After this power was purified, he discovered that an additional force had appeared in the infernal fire suppression sword. The infernal fire suppression sword indeed required a strong sinful power to enhance. However, where did these earth dragon sins come from? Could it be because these beasts wanted to eat Ling Tao? Lu Jin was somewhat astonished, but there were too many earth dragons here, so he didn't think too much and just continued to kill and devour. The whole process was also a cultivation process. The energy of the infernal fire suppression sword was increasing, and the destructive power of his trump card was also rising. Lu Jin, I'm going out first, Mo Chun said, feeling speechless. He had hardly killed a single earth dragon. The gap between people was so great that he felt no tension at all, even developing a sense of inferiority. As fellow apostles of the Holy Hall, how could this guy be so outstanding? All right, Lu Jin nodded. After Mo Chun left this space, Lu Jin's body trembled, and a vast spiritual power howled out, instantly spreading in all directions. Boom! Amidst the fluctuation of spiritual light, a phantom of a fiery, long sword condensed. The sword's might was magnificent and stirring. Now that I draw my sword, defeating a 4th-grade Golden Core Realm opponent is no longer a problem. Chapter 17. If I don't show up, the Wind Hall will vanish into thin air. The sword light surged, instantly enveloping this space. At this moment, the earth dragons also sensed the powerful fluctuations emitted by Lu Jin, and for a moment, they fled rapidly in all directions. Initially, they even took the initiative to attack. But upon sensing the overwhelming aura of the infernal fire suppression sword, they crumbled and no longer dared to attack. Buzz! Lu Jin's spiritual power erupted throughout his body, frantically pouring into the longsword, causing the sword light of the infernal fire suppression sword to surge violently. The moment it burst forth, it had already pierced through the head of an earth dragon. Whoosh! A strange force surged into the sword body again, transforming into sword energy, and the aura of the entire sword skyrocketed once more. As the battle continued, the aura kept rising. If this situation were to occur in a fight against a human, it would definitely cause the opponent to collapse. Swish, swish, swish. The longsword struck out, leaving the earth dragons no chance to resist, and they were instantly killed. Lu Jin did not hold back. There was no one here, and he had no need to conceal his strength. Because of this, when the power of the infernal fire suppression sword erupted completely, large groups of earth dragons lost their lives. As the lives of the earth dragons were harvested, the energy of the infernal fire suppression sword continued to rise, and its lethality became increasingly astonishing. Lu Jin was quite satisfied with this situation. Even in the end, when all the earth dragons had been slaughtered, he felt somewhat disappointed. If only there were more of them. Otherwise, my infernal fire suppression sword could accumulate even more tremendous energy. He looked at the quiet space filled with the scattered bodies of earth dragons, feeling unfulfilled. Huh? What's going on with you, Brother Lu Jin? After a while, Chun suddenly returned and was petrified on the spot when he saw that the area was completely cleared of earth dragons. It's all taken care of. Let's go. Chun. Lu Jin smiled calmly. Don't be so surprised. Saving people is the priority. Ling Tao, as a snake catcher, is in a bad way. Hearing this, Chun finally recovered from his shock. Brother Lu Jin is right. In that case, let's go. He was still quite conflicted. After all, as a member of the Holy Hall, Lu Jin's strength was beyond imagination, which made him involuntarily feel inferior. However, he was genuinely happy to have such a powerful brother in the Holy Hall. At this point, Zixian had already brought Ling Tao out of the Thunder Abyss. However, when Lu Jin and the others went out, they found that the elder Chunjiang, who had been knocked unconscious, had actually vanished. Brother Lu Jin, that old Xinjiang has run away. Zixian's pretty face was filled with anger. No worries. He couldn't hear what we discussed about the Holy Hall earlier. Lu Jin said, right now, we need to treat Brother Ling Tao's injuries first. Zixian said, but his injuries are too severe. He has already fallen unconscious. And the only one who can heal him is Master Fenglang, who is also a snake catcher. Master Fenglang? Lu Jin frowned, clearly having never heard of this person. That's right, Master Fenglang is also a snake catcher, but he is also a physician. However, this person has a strange personality, and to get him to treat someone, you must meet one of his conditions, which can be quite bizarre. Most people end up losing their lives because they can't satisfy his conditions. Oh, there's actually such a peculiar person? Lu Jin's smile led the way. I'm curious to see what this master is capable of. Hearing Lu Jin say this, Zixian and Chun both nodded. Since Brother Lu Jin said so, let's take a chance. Lu Jin nodded, and the three of them took Ling Tao to the location of Master Fenglang in the Wind Hall. This is an injury caused by a fire-type earth dragon. It won't be easy to treat. In the Wind Hall, a young physician came out, examined the injuries, and shook his head. Excuse me, is Master Fenglang here? Before Chun could finish speaking, the young physician directly interrupted, my master is not at home right now. If you want to save someone, one of you needs to sit in this alchemy furnace for 3 days first. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. Chun was instantly furious. What? You haven't even treated our person yet, and you want us to do this? This doesn't make sense. The young physician sneered. Whether you save him or not is up to you. Chun wanted to say something else, but Lu Jin laughed. I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Chun frowned. Brother Lu Jin, not to mention the danger you might face in this alchemy furnace, even after 3 days. Ling Tao's injuries may not be treatable in time. Lu Jin smiled. Don't worry. If they can't treat Ling Tao, I'll make this wind hall disappear. As soon as these words were spoken, both Mo Chun and Zi Xian were somewhat shocked. This is the wind hall, although there aren't many experts among them. Their reputation is well known, and numerous forces protect them. No one dares to provoke the wind hall. Hee, such big words. The young physician smiled, but said nothing else. Pointing to a nearby alchemy furnace, go in. However, in 3 days, we may still need to use this alchemy furnace. If you come out halfway, it won't count. With this remark, Lu Jin's expression finally changed. The wind hall truly lives up to its name. Your master, Master Feng Lang, is indeed a rare oddity in the world. Upon hearing this, the young physician's expression immediately turned cold. Do not blaspheme my master. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly drop in temperature. A chilling medicinal aroma swept through, emanating from the young physician. The scent he emitted actually carried a pressure. Now, you are no longer qualified to enter the alchemy furnace. Get lost. As soon as this was said, Mo Chun was instantly displeased. Why should it be as you say? There is no such reasoning under heaven. The young doctor chuckled. What's wrong? Can't take it? Then why don't you get lost? Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, a crisp sound of a slap echoed, and before he could even see who struck, half of his face was already swollen. Who dares to hit me? He covered his face, gritting his teeth in anger. Master Feng Lang, your disciple is like this. Are you not coming out? Lu Jin's voice came out, filled with arrogance and fearlessness. My master is not home. You dare to hit me. Today, I will make sure you can't leave the Defeng Hall. The young doctor's voice was full of threats. Slap. But as soon as he spoke, the other half of his face swelled up instantly. If you don't show up, Defeng Hall will disappear today. Lu Jin's voice was icy. He had no patience to continue confronting him like this. Bastard, you dare to hit me. I am the eldest disciple of Defeng Hall. You are looking for death. The doctor shouted, but in the next second, he regretted his recklessness. Lu Jin kicked out, and he flew directly out, crashing heavily into the wall, spitting blood. His breath suddenly weakened. Chapter 18. Do you still want to be beaten? Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. What? You dare to hit our senior brother Huang Yun in Defeng Hall. You simply don't want to live. Do you know what kind of power stand behind Defeng Hall? You are dead today. A group of disciples from Defeng Hall rushed out, each with eyes full of anger looking at Lu Jin. Although their cultivation wasn't very strong, they showed no fear in front of Lu Jin. Clearly, the power behind Defeng Hall was very strong. With that backing, they even dared to act arrogantly within a 1,000-mile radius, not fearing a nameless cultivator like Lu Jin at all. If that Feng Lang doesn't come out to save him today, Defeng Hall will vanish from existence. Lu Jin's eyes were cold. His words were indifferent, but carried an undeniable tone. Bastard, you dare to hit me. You are dead. At this moment, Huang Yun also stood up, looking disheveled, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lu Jin. No one has dared to hit me in Defeng Hall. Bang. It was you. Huang Yun couldn't even finish a sentence when Lu Jin unleashed another surge of spiritual energy, sending him flying again. In that instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. A group of Defeng Hall disciples looked incredulous, and some had already started calling for help. Meanwhile, Mo Chun and Zi Xian were equally astonished. They clearly didn't expect Lu Jin to be this ferocious. After all, that was Defeng Hall, backed by the greatest force in Qingzhou, the Blood Moon sacred ground. Lu Jin, you've offended Defeng Hall. I'm afraid. Mo Chun said, a bit nervously. As a doctor, not coming out to save people, but instead making unreasonable demands. This Feng Lang is simply asking for a beating. I'm here to teach him a lesson and let him know what justice is, Lu Jin said calmly. Hearing his words, Mo Chun was speechless. But from Lu Jin's unruffled demeanor, he seemed to find the gap between himself and the other party. This was the demeanor of someone in a superior position, calm and unafraid in the face of danger, even with a nonchalant attitude toward death. Senior brother, Huang Yun, are you okay? A group of Defeng Hall disciples helped Huang Yun up from the ground, and the scene was in chaos. Kill him for me, Huang Yun shouted, his voice vicious. Hearing this, although the disciples were furious, they trembled and did not act immediately. After all, Most of these disciples in Defeng Hall were doctors, specializing in healing and treating injuries, and they did not have much talent in martial arts. Huang Yun's combat power was outstanding among them, and he wasn't even Lu Jin's match. Even if they all rushed up, they would only end up being beaten. Charge! This is Defeng Hall. Are you afraid of him? Huang Yun shouted. Today, whoever can kill him, I, Huang Yun, will reward them with 10 times their monthly salary. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the disciples began to change. That's right. Senior brother Huang Yun is right. This is the Defeng Hall. If we let outsiders bully us in our own home, how would Defeng Hall face people in the future? If we back down, our backing force will also look down on us. Where is the dignity of Defeng Hall? Charge! A group of disciples shouted, actually daring to act without fear of death under the lure of huge benefits. Stubborn. Seeing the group rushing over, Lu Jin stepped forward, blocking Mo Chun and Zi Xian behind him. In that case, I will beat until Feng Lang comes out to save people. Bang, bang, bang. As Lu Jin made his move, a group of disciples flew out like sacks. They had no combat power against Lu Jin at all. Is this it? You still dare to shout? Lu Jin easily took care of the crowd and sighed helplessly. At this moment, the others in Defeng Hall who were treating patients also exclaimed in fear, guessing Lu Jin's origins. After all, those who dared to cause trouble in Defeng Hall had appeared many years ago, but they had long since died. Feng Lang, I will count to 3. Burn your Defeng Hall, Lu Jin said indifferently, as he sensed a strange aura above Defeng Hall. And then a red flame appeared in his palm. Whoosh! Just as these words were spoken, a figure leaped down from the upper floor. Young friend, please show mercy. The newcomer was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful face, his hair and beard all white, long eyebrows drooping, and a pair of inverted triangular eyes appearing exceptionally sinister. Seeing the newcomer, Huang Yun and the other disciples' expressions changed, and they hurried forward. Master, this guy dares to cause trouble in Defeng Hall. He must be eliminated today. Otherwise, where will the dignity of Defeng Hall be? Listening to the clamoring of the crowd, Feng Lang frowned and waved his hand, stopping them from speaking further. You are Feng Lang? Lu Jin squinted at the old man and asked. Indeed, I am Feng Lang, Lu Jin replied. So it was your intention to let me enter the alchemy furnace? Feng Lang said. Indeed. Lu Jin, you are I my physical body, wanting to refine it? Upon hearing this, Feng Lang's expression changed. Exactly. Lu Jin, you are very honest, so what are you thinking now? Feng Lang, the rules of Defeng Hall cannot be broken, but if I can befriend the young friend today, I can make an exception this once. Lu Jin did not say much, but nodded. Thank you. Hearing the conversation between the two, the group of disciples was dumbfounded, and Mo Chun and Zi Xian were also stunned. They clearly did not expect Master Feng Lang to agree so easily to Lu Jin's request. Master, what are you? Huang Yun's expression turned quite ugly, as if he had eaten a fly. Shut up. Master Feng Lang shouted coldly, scaring Huang Yun into silence. After finishing, Master Feng Lang walked directly to the already unconscious Ling Tao. This guy, the snake catcher, is somewhat capable. His golden core has already been eroded by the demonic energy and can still hold on until now. Lu Jin said indifferently, if he doesn't survive, you die. Master Feng Lang smiled. I understand. After saying that, he immediately arranged for a group of disciples to start treating Ling Tao, and his eager demeanor left the disciples stunned. Mo Chun and Zi Xian looked at Lu Jin, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. They truly knew too little about this guy. Seeing Master Feng Lang beginning to treat him, Lu Jin nodded, then looked at Huang Yun and the other disciples. As his gaze passed, Huang Yun gritted his teeth but dared not say anything. Huh! Lu Jin smiled faintly, then looked toward the place in Defeng Hall where medicinal materials were stored. Here, is there any broken illusion soul grass? Huang Yun and the others were unwilling to respond to him at all. Seeing he was being ignored, Lu Jin turned his head to look at him, frowning. No. Huang Yun gritted his teeth. Where is it? I don't know. Lu Jin squinted. Do you still want to be beaten up? Chapter 19, I already have enough strength to kill Lu Jin. Crack. As soon as Lu Jin said this, Huang Yun almost bit his back teeth off. I really don't know. Lu Jin walked over and raised his hand. I know. Huang Yun panicked. I heard my master say that there is a broken illusion soul grass in the Jio Mountain, 300 miles north. Hearing Huang Yun say this, the expressions of the other disciples behind him couldn't help but change. Lu Jin keenly caught their gazes and asked, "Is it dangerous there?" Huang Yun rolled his eyes. He originally hoped that there would be guardian beasts around the broken illusion soul grass that could kill Lu Jin for his revenge. But now it seemed he had no choice but to tell him the secret. Yes, there is a guardian beast, and it's very powerful. You can't beat it. Lu Jin smiled. I can't beat it? Huang Yun shot him a glare and stopped talking. Jiao Mountain is very large. Where does the broken illusion soul fruit grow? Xianyun Gorge. Thanks. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he nodded in satisfaction. The Qinglian Empress had asked him to find the broken illusion soul fruit within 3 months. And now that he could gather information about it, it was obviously a happy thing. Even if there was a powerful guardian beast, he didn't care. For the Qinglian Empress, he was willing to take risks. After finishing his words, Lu Jin looked at Mo Chun and Zixian. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. The two were stunned. Brother Lu Jin, if you leave, we might. They obviously lack confidence in making Master Fenglang willingly obey them. It's okay. Just treat Ling Tao, and you can leave. Mo Chun, just that simple. Lu Jin, just that simple. Then he looked at Huang Yun, who had been unconvinced. I can kill you, and I can also heal you, so don't have any crooked thoughts. As soon as his words fell, a surge of spiritual energy, aided by the repairing power of the Dian Transformation Dragon technique, was emitted and drilled into Huang Yun's body. Instantly, Huang Yun's swollen face visibly returned to normal and observable speed. Huang Yun was stunned. He clearly didn't expect Lu Jin to have such a powerful method. However, since he was so powerful, why didn't he do the healing himself? Perhaps he couldn't heal the snake catcher's injuries? Regardless, Huang Yun was quite shocked at this moment, and the expressions of the other disciples from Dafa Hall were also quite astonished. This Lu Jin not only has strong combat power, but also possesses powerful and unknown methods. Thank you, Master, for me, Lu Jin said as he walked to the alchemy cauldron, infused it with spiritual energy, and then left. Mo Chun and Zixian felt inexplicably nervous as they watched him leave. They were unsure if they would be retaliated against by others in Dafa Hall after Lu Jin left. However, the fact was that after a stick of incense passed, Master Fenglang came out, and when he saw Huang Yun's face returning to normal, as well as the spiritual energy Lu Jin infused into the alchemy cauldron, his entire expression was filled with shock. Gulp. Even Huang Yun, standing behind, rarely heard his master swallowing saliva due to greed. Master, about this matter, should we slap? Huang Yun was about to say something about Lu Jin when suddenly, Master Fenglang slapped him again, causing Huang Yun's face, which had just returned to normal, to swell up again. Master, don't speak. Quickly light the alchemy cauldron for me. I'll start refining the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang pill immediately. Heaven and Earth Xian Huang pill? This group of disciples changed their expressions dramatically, and Huang Yun was completely speechless at this moment. That Heaven and Earth Xian Huang pill was something his master had been pursuing his entire life. However, what was the spiritual energy that Lu Jin left in the alchemy cauldron? Filled with tension and confusion, everyone began to act. Meanwhile, Mo Chun and Zixian took Ling Tao and left. The two were quite anxious, but after discovering there were no issues, they left excitedly. Ling Tao had already awakened, and, upon learning that a super powerful disciple from the Holy Hall had saved him, was overjoyed and eager to meet his savior. At this moment, Lu Jin, having left Dafa Hall, immediately rushed toward Jiao Mountain. Since he had a lead on the broken illusion soul fruit, he had to get things done as soon as possible to avoid any mishaps. Jiao Mountain was a place Lu Jin had previously not dared to approach. In that forest, countless fierce beasts existed, all exceptionally powerful, and those who did not reach the Golden Core stage did not dare to venture in recklessly. Even Golden Core strongmen did not dare to act alone. The number of powerful individuals from various factions who died there each year was quite considerable. However, now that Lu Jin had his current strength, he no longer feared. Whoosh! When he arrived at a peak of Jiao Mountain, the sky had completely darkened. In the haziness, the roars of the beasts echoed, giving a chilling feeling. Not long after Lu Jin entered the forest, a loud rumble suddenly came from the woods. and his expression changed abruptly. Is someone cultivating? Moreover, when a faint, imperceptible wave came, his expression became quite astonished. Is that Lu Jin, that bitch? The aura of the Supreme Bone is of the same root and source as his. Even after being away from her body for so long, Lu Jin still hasn't fully refined it. Therefore, when this aura erupted, Lu Jin could still feel a weak and familiar fluctuation. Unexpectedly, I would encounter her here. Since that's the case, how could I let you go? Whoosh! Lu Jin flew up again and rushed toward the direction from which the fluctuation came. Boom! At this moment, in a chaotic area of the forest, a figure sat cross-legged, emitting waves of energy, causing the surrounding lush greenery to visibly wither at a rapid pace. Cultivating the great plundering immortal technique to this level, you can now plunder and devour at any time and place, with your cultivation speed increasing tenfold. The voice of the Fox Master echoed in Lu Jin's ears. Thank you for your guidance, Fox Master. Lu Jin's voice was filled with excitement. In this cultivation session, she had wiped out a faction's members, plundered their essence blood. And with the super pill called the Breaking Obstacles 5 Elements pill refined for her by Ji Yaoyu, she broke through the obstacles and advanced to the 3rd grade Golden Core stage, stronger than she had anticipated. And her true combat power could even contend with the 4th grade Golden Core stage. Master, now I have enough strength to kill Lu Jin. When the time comes, I will completely plunder the opportunities on him. The sharp voice of the Fox Master smiled. Don't forget the promise you made to your master. Rest assured, Master, I will never forget. At this moment, Lu Jin raised her gaze toward the dark void ahead, and a figure flew over. When she saw the visitor, her eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. Brater Yang Dianfeng. Chapter 20 Enemies Meet, Crush. This bastard actually came too? As Yang Jianfeng descended to the place where Lu Jin was, Lu Jin's eyes instantly turned icy. 3 years ago, it was this pair of dogmen and women who framed him in the demon cave. Back then, Lu Jin had low cultivation. If it weren't for Yang Jianfeng, the holy son of the Wanjian sect, backing her, she definitely wouldn't have had the guts to harm him. His hatred for Yang Jianfeng was no less than for Lu Jin. However, when he sensed Yang Jianfeng's current cultivation, his expression turned surprised. 5th grade Golden Core stage? The Blood Moon Holy Land is indeed much stronger than the Wanjian sect. However, he also understood that Yang Jianfeng had already been the holy son of the Wanjian sect 3 years ago. This person had exceptional talent, but he naturally didn't know the specifics of his physique or what methods he possessed. However, it was normal for him to advance to the 5th grade Golden Core stage in 3 years. But now that this guy appeared, the chance of him exterminating them became slim buzz. Lu Jin instantly converged all his aura and hid his figure in the shadows. Since seeking revenge openly seemed a bit risky, he decided to take action in secret. Back then, he was also harmed in the dark. So now he would let the other party experience the taste of being schemed against. Brother Yang Jianfeng. Lu Jin excitedly looked at the elegant man who had descended, her eyes sparkling. Junior sister Jin, congratulations on successfully advancing to the 3rd grade Golden Core. Lu Jin shyly smiled and moved closer to Yang Jianfeng. However, a hint of frivolity appeared in Yang Jianfeng's eyes. To advance to the 3rd grade Golden Core, you entering the Blood Moon Sacred Land is a certainty. However, what is going on with that Lu Jin you mentioned in your message? Yang Jianfeng suddenly frowned and asked. Upon mentioning Lu Jin, Lu Jin's expression changed. Brother Yang, that Lu Jin is not dead. Moreover, not only is he not dead, but his cultivation is also quite strange. He clearly has the cultivation of the Spirit Pearl realm. Yet he can fight against those in the Golden Core realm. Back at the 10,000 Sword sect, with my previous strength, I almost got killed by him. Furthermore, even my master, who is at the 6th grade Golden Core realm, couldn't kill him with a single attack. Listening to Lu Jin's words, Yang Jianfeng's brows furrowed. Such a thing happened? He was clearly surprised by this, but after the shock, he chuckled lightly. But so what? Not to mention that I am now at the 5th grade Golden Core realm. Even your current strength has advanced to the 3rd grade. And with your Supreme Bone, you can fight above your level. Even if I don't take action, you can still eliminate him. Hearing Yang Jianfeng's words, Lu Jin nodded slightly. However, her heart was not very firm. After all, Lu Jin had not shown his specific level of cultivation since his appearance. Lu Jin's beautiful eyes frowned slightly. But brother, since Lu Jin has displayed such powerful means, he has certainly caught the attention of Master Chu Tianxiu. He will definitely be given ample cultivation resources to assist him. Soon, the day for selecting disciples for the Blood Moon Sacred Land would arrive, and before that, I have already arranged a life and death battle with him. At that time, who will win is truly uncertain. As Lu Jin said this, she suddenly acted coy. You don't need to worry about this. Look at what this is. Yang Dianfeng said, taking out an object radiating white light from his storage ring. Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed. This is bone spirit? Yang Dianfeng smiled. It's a gift for you. Lu Jin was overjoyed and immediately took it. Thank you, brother. She accepted the bone spirit, her eyes full of longing, wishing to refine it immediately. With this bone spirit, my supreme bone can completely merge with my flesh and blood, and there will be no rejection at all. At that time, my cultivation speed will definitely be faster, and I will surely catch up to brother's pace. Seeing Lu Jin's excited look, Yang Dianfeng smirked. Then, how do you plan to repay me? Lu Jin's pretty face flushed. Whatever brother says about repayment, I will repay it. Yang Dianfeng grinned wickedly, reaching out to embrace Lu Jin's slender waist. Since junior sister said so, then let's go have some fun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar rang out, coming unexpectedly without any warning. Accompanying it was a terrifying attack sweeping over, as swift as lightning, startling both of them. Team up. Boom. The two immediately retaliated, having no time to dodge. Spiritual energy erupted, shining with gigantic and dazzling thunderlight. In the dim night, the previously roaring beast suddenly fell silent. A storm was brewing. As a rumble passed, even with their combined counterattack, Lu Jin spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and Yang Dianfeng did the same, their auras instantly weakening. The ambush was very successful. Lu Jin appeared. You two, what a coincidence. He crossed his arms and looked at the two, his eyes filled with amusement. Lu Jin, it's actually you. You dare to ambush me. Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lu Jin felt the same. She clearly sensed that just a few days apart. Lu Jin's aura had become powerful and unfamiliar once again. His rate of progress was faster than hers. You can ambush me, but I can't ambush you? That's not how it works. As his voice fell, his hand suddenly raised. The expressions of the two changed again. On the surface, it seemed like they were not affected by the ambush, but an uncontrollable force was surging within them. If not for the need to maintain their composure, Yang Dianfeng would have likely collapsed on the spot. However, Lu Jin just scratched his head. How can a dignified saint's son and saintess be so timid? I just raised my hand, and you're scared like this? Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. After all, the torment you inflicted on me has allowed me to enjoy it leisurely for 3 years. As he finished speaking, his raised arm suddenly unleashed another burst of spiritual power. Bang bang. The two gritted their teeth and took the hit, but they were still forced back by the powerful assault, and Yang Dianfeng was even more shocked. Spitting blood from 10 feet away, he didn't understand. Lu Jin, you are merely at the Spirit Pearl realm, yet I am at the 5th grade Golden Core realm. Even if you ambush me, so what? Why am I powerless to resist? As he asked this question, he himself was somewhat surprised. When did his attitude toward enemies become like this? Asking others why he couldn't defeat them? You ask me? I'll tell you, because you are just a self-important waste. After Lu Jin finished speaking, another attack erupted, taking advantage of his illness to kill him. Although he did not intend to kill them immediately, it was still quite enjoyable to torment them. Killing them outright would be too cheap for them. The two were filled with astonishment, heavily injured and swept by such an attack, spitting out another mouthful of blood, their auras extremely weak. Lu Jin had just reached the 3rd grade Golden Core realm and was supposed to solidify her level through a hearty battle. But now she was like a lamb to the slaughter, being wantonly trampled. She felt extremely broken inside. Brother, you are so powerful, why don't you fight back? Lu Jin understood that she was heavily injured, having just advanced, and her realm was still somewhat unstable, but Yang Jianfeng was at the 5th grade golden core. Even if ambushed, he shouldn't be this powerless, right? Glancing at Lu Ruyan's puzzled eyes, Yang Jianfeng gritted his teeth in secret. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that he was already injured, would he let Lu Jin take advantage of him now? Chapter 21, the 8th Spirit Pearl, but right now? How could he expose himself? Lu Jin, do you think that ambushing me makes you my opponent? I will show you the insurmountable gap between us. Yang Jianfeng gritted his teeth, and as his voice fell, a white spiritual energy erupted from his body, enveloping him in an instant. In the next moment, that white spiritual energy turned blood red, a scarlet hue emanating a gloomy aura, engulfing even Lu Ruyan in an instant. At the same time, a transmission talisman was also sent out. Hiding? Lu Jin's eyes darkened. Yang Jianfeng was not attacking him at this moment, but was using a defensive weapon to protect himself. Yang Jianfeng coldly shouted, Lu Jin, this is my super defensive weapon, the Xiangui blood armor. Even my master, Elder Qiyu, cannot break it. Let us see what you can do to me. After summoning the Xiangui blood armor, Yang Jianfeng became fearless, even sitting cross-legged, unreservedly starting to heal his injuries. Brother, this. Seeing Yang Jianfeng like this, Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with unease. Don't worry, if my master can't break it, he won't be able to do it even if he dies. Hearing this, Lu Ruyan nodded. I believe in you, brother. After saying that, she also sat down cross-legged to begin healing. The injuries they sustained from Lu Jin's ambush were not light, and they urgently needed treatment. Yang Jianfeng remained calm, not only because of his strong defenses, but also because he had sent a sound transmission talisman to his senior sister. His senior sister, a powerful cultivator of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, had reached the 6th rank Golden Core realm. They had come here because she wanted to hunt demon beasts and then use the special demon cores to break through her cultivation level. Moreover, the place where she was located was not far from here. Oh, is that so? Lu Jin felt the fluctuations emanating from the Xiangui blood armor and was shocked. The defensive power was incredibly strong, and even without attacking, he knew that with his current level, he wouldn't be able to break through it. However, he suddenly wanted to test the ability of the Burial Heaven Coffin. After all, the Qinglian Empress had mentioned that some hidden powers of the Burial Heaven Coffin needed him to explore on his own. Yang Jianfeng, Lu Ruyan, you are too early to celebrate. Buzz. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, a pulling force emerged from the Burial Heaven Coffin, enveloping the Xiangui blood armor. Boom! In that instant, the blood light on the Xiangui blood armor erupted, and the powerful defensive force began to shake, as if trying to repel that force. This defensive power was indeed formidable. Lu Jin was stunned. He clearly saw that even with a divine object like the Burial Heaven Coffin, if the owner's cultivation was insufficient, it couldn't fully unleash its powers. The defensive power displayed by Yang Jianfeng was indeed stronger than anything he had seen. And due to his own cultivation constraints, the devouring power of the Burial Heaven Coffin was not enough to instantly swallow it. However, buzzing, the devouring power of the Burial Heaven Coffin continued to emit, and the power on the Xiangui blood armor surged continuously. The two forces were entangled and clashing. The buzzing sound was incessant, and during this process, the Burial Heaven Coffin began to erode that defensive power. What is going on? Yang Jianfeng was initially very confident in his defensive power, but as this pulling force continued to consume his defense, his expression turned quite astonished. He could clearly feel that the defense of the Xiangui blood armor was being eaten away. Although the speed was not fast, it was steady, and no matter how he tried to pull back or stop it, the devouring power showed no signs of weakening. That was an unstoppable force, although it was weak. He found himself utterly helpless. What kind of means does this kid have that can slowly erode even my Xiangui blood armor? Yang Jianfeng almost instantly fell into a state of rage. Lu Ruyan's expression gradually became tense. Since Lu Jin's strong return, his various means had constantly left her guessing. Now that even such a powerful defense could be consumed, she felt even more anxious. Senior brother, what should we do? If he breaks through our defense, we may not be able to withstand him due to our current injuries. This guy is ruthless. It could be disastrous for us. Don't worry. My senior sister will arrive soon. We will hold on together, Yang Dianfeng said. After he finished speaking, he stopped healing, and together with Lu Ruyan, they exerted their means, continuously pouring their spiritual energy into the Xian Gui blood armor. However, since they were already severely injured, exerting their means was quite strenuous. Lu Ruyan even spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, looking extremely weak. Let us see how long you can hold on. Lu Jin sneered. The burial heaven coffin was both devouring and replenishing energy. As that pure spiritual energy entered his dantian, the power in his seventh spiritual pearl also began to accumulate rapidly, and his aura was rising steadily. The devouring of the Xian Gui blood armor was also a part of his cultivation process. During this process, Lu Jin felt another force frantically pulling against his devouring power. It was another devouring force. Lu Ruyan? This was a power generated after cultivating a special martial art, and the level of this technique seemed to be quite high. Lu Jin was somewhat surprised and turned his gaze to Lu Ruyan. This power was indeed emanating from Lu Ruyan, and at this moment she was indeed performing martial arts techniques. The surrounding spiritual energy danced continuously with her movements, confronting his own power. The buzzing sound was incessant, and the entire process lasted for a full incense stick's time. Suddenly, a slight fluctuation occurred within Lu Jin's body, and at the same time, a thundercloud began to gather in the sky. The eighth spiritual pearl gradually manifested. Crack! When the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, the Xian Gui blood armor was instantly shattered into pieces, turning into nothingness. Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyan spat out blood, having endured extreme torment during this incense stick's time. Their internal spiritual energy was continuously consumed, and they fell into a very awkward situation. The eighth spiritual pearl had been condensed. Lu Jin squinted. He hadn't expected that after devouring the opponent's Xian Gui blood armor, he would condense another spiritual pearl. This also indirectly indicated the high quality of Yang Dianfeng's defensive weapon. However, he did not intend to advance here. Yang Dianfeng had previously mentioned that his senior sister would arrive soon. If he chose to advance here, he would likely be interrupted by others, which would be very dangerous. Whoosh! Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly descended, moving rapidly. A woman in red appeared in his line of sight, exuding a powerful aura. 6th rank Golden Core Realm? I'm not her opponent right now. The best strategy is to retreat. Lu Jin instantly restrained all his aura and began to hide away into the distance. Sister Wang, save me. Yang Dianfeng spat blood, crying out in despair, while Lu Ruyan's aura became even weaker, nearly losing half her life. Chapter 22. Ghost Wolf Gang. The two never expected that a date would turn out to be so disastrous. What left them even more bewildered was that after Sister Wang arrived, they could no longer see Lu Jin's figure. He ran away. Sister Wang Min, you must avenge me. Seeing the woman in red, Yang Dianfeng immediately howled in pain, gritting his teeth, which made Sister Wang Min's beautiful eyes show a deep look of confusion. Junior brother Yang, what happened to you? How did you get so badly injured? Sister Wang, it's that bastard named Lu Jin. He ambushed me. And even my junior sister Lu Ruyan was injured and is spitting blood nonstop, Yang Dianfeng said, looking towards the place where Lu Jin had just disappeared. But he couldn't see a trace of him. Where did he go? Wang Min scanned the surroundings, even releasing her spiritual energy to probe, but she didn't sense any aura. He ran away. Sister Wang Min, my combat strength has drastically decreased, and I'm afraid I can't protect you. Yang Dianfeng had a pained expression, distressed that he could not protect Wang Min. Who dares to injure someone from the Blood Moon sacred land? Who is that Lu Jin? Wang Min asked. Sister, he is Lu Ruyan's fiancé, but their relationship has completely broken down, and now he is our enemy. Wang Min looked at Lu Ruyan, who immediately said, Yes, sister. I have nothing to do with him now. No, I have deep hatred with him. I wish I could swallow him alive. Wang Min looked at their expressions and coldly smiled. Just advanced in cultivation, and you got ambushed. You really are impressive. And you? Wang Min looked at Yang Dianfeng. With such cultivation, you were ambushed and lost your blood armor. When we go back, Master Chiyu will definitely seek justice. Yang Dianfeng immediately said, I beg you, sister. to take action and avenge me. In the future, I will willingly work for you as a servant to repay you." Hearing Yang Dianfeng's words, Wang Min nodded. "Then it depends on your performance. However, right now, I still need a type of medicinal material. Once I find this medicinal material, I'll go kill that Lu Jin. Before that, you two must do your utmost to find the breaking illusion soul fruit." "Yes, sister, don't worry. Since someone said that the broken illusion soul fruit grows in the fairy cloud gorge, I will definitely do my best to help you find it." Listening to Yang Dianfeng's words, Wang Min nodded, then casually flicked her hand, sending a healing pill to Yang Dianfeng. "This is a healing pill left to me by my master, and now it's yours. As for you," Wang Min looked at Lu Yin and said, "Since you're some of my master values, you must have your merits, but from what I see now, you're not that impressive." Her words left Lu Yin with a complex expression, and she immediately said, "Sister Wang, I was ambushed right after I just broke through my cultivation. It was truly unexpected. I don't dare to ask you to kill Lu Jin for revenge. I just want to join the Blood Moon Holy Land afterward and do more things for Sister Wang to show my sincere heart." Upon hearing this, Wang Min frowned and then sneered. "Say less of such words in the future. After all, I don't need your sincerity. However, for the sake of our master, take this pill to heal your injuries first. Remember, after healing, immediately help me find the broken illusion soul fruit." "Yes, thank you, Sister Wang." Lu Yin became excited. However, Wang Min's attitude still made her feel quite displeased, but she could only endure it for now. After the three finished talking, Yang Dianfeng and Lu Yin swallowed the pills and began to heal. Wang Min protected them. At this time, Lu Jin was flying towards the fairy cloud gorge. He resembled a bird. After advancing to the 8th level of the Spirit Pearl realm, his flying speed became even more rapid and distant. Before long, he arrived at the outskirts of the fairy cloud gorge. However, he didn't rush to look for the broken illusion soul fruit. After devouring Yang Dianfeng's Xian turtle blood armor, he had condensed 8 spirit pearls in his body, and during the devouring process, Lu Yan's devouring power from her great plundering immortal technique was also backfired by the burial heaven coffin. So at this moment, he found a hidden corner and began to cultivate. The great transformation dragon technique deepened with his cultivation advancement, and he also needed to become more familiar with the 10,000 swords converging technique. Only through continuous comprehension could he refine his sword path and enhance his combat power. After cultivating for an unknown period, he finally opened his eyes, and a fierce aura emanated from his body, instantly turning the surrounding grass and trees into powder. This time of cultivation consumed 3,000 spirit stones. Even a 3rd-tier golden core cultivator advancing to 4th tier would not require such a number of spirit stones. Lu Jin smiled faintly and then looked into the distance. The fairy cloud gorge was shrouded in a layer of mist. At this moment, as the morning light was faintly shining, the sunlight revealed a red halo within the swirling mist, which was breathtakingly beautiful. However, as Lu Jin flew towards that direction, he vaguely heard the sounds of fighting. Is the fairy cloud gorge so lively now? He was somewhat puzzled. After all, 3 years ago, this place was still rarely visited. 3 years later, not only did he see Lu Yin here, but there were also other cultivators entering, and it seemed there were quite a few. While he was pondering, he suddenly saw a large area of space ahead covered by a spiritual energy light screen. This light screen was like a barrier, enveloping the fairy cloud gorge. A wave of spiritual energy burst out and crashed into the light screen, instantly raising layer upon layer of ripples like a stone thrown into a lake. From a distance, Lu Jin could clearly see a figure being defeated by another person under the light screen, shooting out in a disheveled manner. The fairy cloud gorge is sealed? Is this to prevent others from entering? Lu Jin frowned and said, "No more," flying towards that mountainous forest. When he reached the entrance of the fairy cloud gorge, he indeed saw a group of people dressed in black guarding the area where the light screen was. The person Lu Jin had seen earlier was kneeling on the ground, spitting blood, with a painful expression, yet gritting his teeth. "Ghost Wolfgang, today if you dare to touch me, I, the strong from the Listening Tide Pavilion, will ensure your gang is wiped out." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Wolf Gang member merely smiled indifferently. Full of disdain, I want to see if the strong from your listening tide pavilion dare to offend my ghost wolf gang. Because of you. Poochie. As the ghost wolf gang member finished speaking, he condensed spiritual energy into a knife in his hand and decapitated the listening tide pavilion member. At this moment, Lu Jin was not the only one witnessing this scene. In front of Lu Jin, other powerful figures from different factions also witnessed the murder, their expressions complex. Yet they remained silent. After the ghost wolf gang member killed the man, he became even more arrogant. Is there anyone else who wants to test my ghost wolf gang's methods? If you don't have the guts, obediently hand over 2,000 spirit stones. Chapter 23. Empress, you finally spoke. The fairy cloud gorge is filled with countless treasures, and with the broken illusion soul grass and such fairy herbs, to enter and seek treasure for this amount of spirit stones. Do you still want to force your way in? Do you really think my ghost wolf gang has no one? The ghost wolf gang member shouted, his voice commanding. At this moment, those who had originally been indignant upon seeing the ghost wolf gang kill a member of the listening tide pavilion fell silent. They had previously complained about the ghost wolf gang's arrogance, but now dared not speak. A mere second-tier golden core dares to be so arrogant? Who gave you the courage? Just then, a voice emerged, which was Lu Jin's. He stepped forward, looking at the ghost wolf gang member with a face full of disdain. The ghost wolf gang member frowned as he saw Lu Jin step out. There's really someone unafraid of death. Didn't you see how that listening tide pavilion member died? This fairy cloud gorge is originally within the jurisdiction of my ghost wolf gang. If you want to enter and seek treasure, my ghost wolf gang naturally needs to collect some compensation. Kid, what did you just say? I'll give you a chance to reorganize your words and pay 1,000 spirit stones. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. The ghost wolf gang member looked at Lu Jin with a face full of disdain. Sizzle. However, as soon as he finished speaking, everyone saw his head fly off. His body remained standing in place, while his head flew away. This scene left everyone stunned, clearly not expecting that Lu Jin would be so fierce as to directly kill a member of the ghost wolf gang. What? You dare to kill our young master? This bastard took advantage of our young master's complete lack of defense to strike. Go, kill him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of ghost wolf gang members rushed in, surrounding Lu Jin. Seeing this sudden scene, the expressions of other powerful figures changed dramatically. There really is an ignorant fool who dares to provoke the ghost wolf gang? That kid is courting death. For a mere 2,000 spirit stones, it's not worth putting your life on the line. But it's quite satisfying to see. The young master of the ghost wolf gang was directly killed. I wish I could do the same, but unfortunately, I lack the strength. Having killed the young master, the leader of the ghost wolf gang will surely avenge his son. This guy is doomed. While everyone was discussing, the ghost wolf gang member immediately transmitted the news of the young master's death to the leader. However, in Lu Jin's eyes, their actions were nothing but ignorant and laughable. With his current strength, let alone a small ghost wolf gang, even larger factions could be wiped out by him alone. I don't want to kill you. Get out of the way. Lu Jin coldly swept his gaze around. This group were all members of the ghost wolf gang. Their cultivation at the spirit pearl realm, too weak for him, and he did not want to kill innocents indiscriminately. You killed our young master and still want to leave? You're seeking death. A member of the gang shouted, holding a black large knife. Yet, the next second, his head also flew off. Not even anyone saw how Lu Jin made his move. What? This group of gang members was completely dumbfounded. Lu Jin slightly shook his head, walking towards the depths of the fairy cloud gorge under the gazes of everyone. Who exactly is that young man? Could he be a disciple from a major power? His courage is too great. The leader of the ghost wolf gang is a third-tier golden core cultivator. He killed the leader's son. He is definitely doomed this time. It's best for us to honestly hand over the spirit stones. The leader of the ghost wolf gang will surely be furious, and we must not get implicated. As the crowd discussed, a massive shadow of a beast descended upon the forest. At the same time, a booming voice echoed, "Who dares to harm my son?" Boom! When this person appeared, a powerful wave of spiritual energy spread in all directions, knocking down trees and vegetation within 100 feet, creating chaos. It's the leader. The leader. It's a young man. He killed the young master, and we try to stop him, But Captain Zhu was instantly killed. His methods are too powerful for us. Bang! Before a gang member could finish speaking, half of his head fell off. You useless bag of bones. Speak. Who did that bastard say? Where did he go? The leader of the Ghost Wolf gang roared fiercely, his malevolence enveloping the entire forest, causing everyone present to tremble in fear and not dare to speak. Leader. He entered the Immortal Cloud Ravine. A trembling gang member was caught and said, Crack. The leader of the Ghost Wolf gang gritted his teeth and shouted, Quickly follow me. Before his voice faded, he had already vanished from spot. At this moment, the other powerful figures also had interesting expressions. However, wanted to breach that light barrier. They had the heart, but not the courage. The Ghost Wolf gang is indeed the largest force in this area, and they could not afford to offend them. Most of this group were ordinary cultivators from small sects, lacking powerful backgrounds or strong combat abilities, and they did not dare to offend powerful forces without sufficient strength. However, some strong individuals took the risk to avoid paying 2,000 spirit stones. After all, that's 2,000 spirit stones. For ordinary cultivators, that's not a small sum. The Ghost Wolf gang deserves it. 2,000 spirit stones cost the life of the young master of the Ghost Wolf gang. This deal is worth it. Ha! Let's go. They all left. What do we have to fear? I hope I can get that broken illusory soul fruit. A group of people also ventured into the Immortal Cloud Ravine. The Immortal Cloud Ravine is not large, but is fraught with dangers. Although the Ghost Wolf gang is the overlord of this area, even their own members do not dare to go deep inside. The reason for enclosing the Immortal Cloud Ravine is purely to reap rewards without labor. Where's the broken illusory soul fruit? After entering the Immortal Cloud Ravine, Lu Jin searched but found nothing. Just then, the previously silent Qinglian Empress suddenly spoke. 300 meters ahead, there is a tree, and the only broken illusory soul fruit on it has matured. Lu Jin frowned and said, Empress, you finally decided to speak. The Qinglian Empress's voice was cold. Enough nonsense. Hurry up and get for me. Lu Jin nodded and smiled. All right, I'm going now. After saying that, he rushed forward. Indeed, in a prime location in the forest ahead, there was a broken illusory soul fruit tree, and the only fruit on it was emitting a shimmering white light. The aura within the barrier was quite strange, seemingly capable of eroding one's mind. Empress, you asked me to find this broken illusory soul fruit within 3 months. And now I found it in just a few days. Are you satisfied? Lu Jin suddenly joked. You haven't got it yet. The Qinglian Empress sneered, and Lu Jin frowned. I'm going to pick it for you now. But just as Lu Jin was about to act, suddenly a tall figure rushed in from the side. That broken illusory soul fruit is mine. Who dares to compete with me for it, Dai? But before the person finished speaking, his voice abruptly stopped. Chapter 24. You don't need to understand. Just do as you were told. This sudden scene made Lu Jin furrow his brow, his heart startled. Although he had prepared himself, seeing the strong man meet such a tragic end still left him stunned. No wonder the Qinglian Empress wanted that item. The wave that erupted just now was powerful enough to take one's breath away. What? The broken illusory soul fruit actually killed someone. And it was the sect master of the Kaishan sect. It seems that we are not the only ones coveting this fruit, but obtaining it will indeed be quite difficult. One must be able to withstand the powerful mental energy it emanates. The broken illusory soul fruit inherently contains rich spiritual power, and it is said to harbor a trace of the will of the heavenly Tao. Who knows what kind of person can obtain it? After that strong man was killed, more figures suddenly appeared around. These people all exuded powerful auras, including some golden core cultivators, although they were not considered strong in the Wanjian sect. They were indeed among the founding figures in this area. Listening to their discussions, Lu Jin slightly squinted his eyes. Spiritual power? I wonder if I can withstand it. He knew nothing about cultivating spiritual power. At most, he knew that some alchemists possessed strong spiritual power, allowing them to manipulate strange flames for alchemy or artifact refining. At the peak, spiritual power could become a powerful invisible force, catching others off guard in battle. When the Qinglian Empress told Lu Jin that after she fell into this world, her soul was suppressed by its heavenly Tao, that is why she asked him to find the broken illusory soul fruit. Now that he finally saw it, Lu Jin felt somewhat at a loss. Empress, how can this thing be taken? Since he knew nothing, he decided to ask. The Qinglian Empress's voice came through. Wait until they have all exhausted themselves. Then you can take it down. This statement left Lu Jin completely stunned. Sorry, I don't quite understand. Qinglian Empress, you don't need to understand. Just do as you were told. Lu Jin, since the Qinglian Empress has said so, I can only obediently listen. He flew up onto a nearby blue stone, and with a glance, he found that the number of strong individuals here was actually increasing, estimating there were at least 20, each wearing different clothes, clearly from different sections. The Immortal Cloud Ravine is so lively now. This indeed exceeded his expectations. After all, this used to be a dangerous place rarely visited by people. And the only explanation for the current situation must be the presence of a broken, illusory soul fruit tree, with such a rare item attracting various strong figures. It is only natural that they would risk their lives to come here. The broken illusory soul fruit contains immense spiritual power, without sufficient means to defend against it. It is impossible to obtain. After seeing how tragically that previous strong man died, the others did not dare to act immediately. Any reckless move would lead to a miserable death. The crowd began to analyze the situation, each searching for a solution. Although the spiritual power on the broken illusory soul fruit is strong, it poses no threat to us from the artifact refining tower. At that moment, an old man in a black robe stepped out from the crowd. This person exuded a unique wave, and upon seeing him step forward, someone immediately frowned. Is that Elder Wei from the artifact refining tower? I didn't expect him to come too. The Artifact Refining Tower is a mysterious sect that specializes in cultivating spiritual power, and their spiritual power is quite terrifying. They likely have some skills. Isn't it just spiritual power? Although I don't have it, I can wait for the broken illusory soul fruit to exhaust its spiritual energy before making a move. By the time you act, this fruit will have already been digested by someone else. Elder Wei is about to take action. As the crowd discussed, Elder Wei directly launched his methods, going all out in front of everyone. Buzz, a wave of spiritual power surged from his mind, and in that moment, it seemed as if a wind suddenly formed in the air. The crowd wanted a probe, but they could not see its trajectory. Yet that terrifying power made many people's expressions quite complicated. The spiritual power is indeed extraordinary. Elder Wei summoned the first treasure of the artifact Refining Tower. I heard it can resist very strong mental attacks. It's a Xianyuan Bao. Could he be shooting down the Powang soul fruit from the tree? I'm quite looking forward to his method. After seeing Elder Wei's technique, the others were also focused on observing, hoping to find some flaws so they could take effective measures and seize the opportunity. Lu Jin quietly watched this scene, and with the words of the Azure Lotus Empress, he naturally felt no concern. The burial heaven coffin has vast powers and can devour all things in heaven and earth. I wonder if it can devour mental energy? Lu Jin thought to himself. At that moment, Elder Wei's bout directly launched an attack, and a sharp wave of mental energy surged forth, instantly shooting towards the Powang soul fruit. In that instant, the air trembled, and everyone seemed to feel a strange energy drilling into their minds. A sharp pain sweeping through their bodies, only to vanish in the next second. Boom! At that moment, an even more terrifying wave emanated from the Powang soul fruit tree. One of its branches slightly moved, and an invisible force surged out, causing the bough to explode. Elder Wei's expression changed dramatically. He looked petrified, standing stiffly in place, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his appearance instantly becoming weak. The strong smell of blood filled the air, and his blood seemed to spurt out uncontrollably, shocking everyone. My God, what is going on here? The mental energy contained in the Powang soul fruit tree has reached such a terrifying level. Even a powerful mental energy treasure like the Xianyuan Bao couldn't shake it at all. We don't have any mental energy weapons, so we can't withstand the backlash of the Powang soul fruit. This is what makes it challenging. This shows the rarity of the Powang soul fruit. Otherwise, anyone could easily obtain it, and what value would it have? I want to see what is so magical about this tree. Boom! While Elder Wei was still spitting blood, Suddenly, someone rushed forward again. Two figures charged towards the Po Wang soul fruit tree from two directions with immense energy, seemingly reckless. Oh my! Those are the two leaders of the Xianyue sect and the Wahoo sect. Both of them are golden core powerhouses. Chapter 25. This is not difficult at all. The two sect leaders of Xianyue sect and Wahoo sect seemed to have the intention to team up. Although they weren't friends, they automatically and spontaneously joined forces in the face of such a powerful mental energy fruit, showing great tacit understanding. The leader of Xianyue sect was surrounded by swirling spiritual energy, forming various phantoms. The martial arts he practiced appeared to be a mix of styles, quite confusing. The leader of Wahoo sect was even more surprising. The first-grade golden core aura he emanated transformed into a second-grade golden core's powerful pressure after a fierce tiger phantom formed behind him. This caused a frenzy of astonished gasps among the crowd. However, just as everyone thought the Po Wang soul fruit was very likely to be obtained by the Wahoo sect leader, one branch of the Po Wang soul fruit tree trembled slightly, not making any major movements, but instantly unleashed an unparalleled invisible wave that shattered the combined attack of the two. Bang bang, with two muffled booms. These two renowned leaders in a 1,000-mile radius were sent flying backwards, falling to the ground like dead dogs, convulsing all over, and blood gushing from their mouths. This left all the powerful onlookers stunned. Even those whose cultivation was stronger than that of the Wahoo sect leader reined in their thoughts and forcibly suppressed their impulse to rush out. They were simply not a match, even if the opponent was just a tree. However, at that moment, Lu Jin suddenly felt the energy on the fruit tree begin to sharply decrease. His brows furrowed, clearly surprised by this feeling. He had never experienced this before. Yet at this moment, he felt a connection of intent with the fruit tree. The Po Wang soul fruit generates greater power in response to greed and delusion in people's hearts. But it will actively retract its mental energy when faced with calmness and a lack of greed. Understand? At this moment, the voice of the Azure Lotus Empress sounded again, and Lu Jin suddenly realized. So the Po Wang soul fruit is so magical? In other words, when those people saw the previous attackers getting hurt and greatly restrained their greed, the Po Wang soul fruit would similarly retract its mental energy attacks. That seems to be the case, growing stronger in the face of strength. The Azure Lotus Empress said lightly, "So now you know how to take it down, right?" Lu Jin nodded. This was no longer difficult. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down from the blue stone, concealed all his energy, and walked step by step towards the branch where the Po Wang soul fruit was located. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the others changed to one of surprise. Some even started to mock. Is this kid seeking death? Didn't he see the tragic fate of those two sect leaders? What a weirdo! Without any spiritual energy, he actually dares to approach the Po Wang soul fruit? The branch that bears the only Po Wang soul fruit contains the most tremendous power. If he had some means to attack from the opposite side, he might be more assured, but he is going directly. The voices of the crowd were filled with complexity, and some even took pleasure in his misfortune. However, before their voices could finish, they were astonished to see that as Lu Jin walked step by step closer to the fruit, the Po Wang soul fruit tree showed no reaction at all. Those who attacked madly were met with fierce retaliation, while the one who approached quietly was completely unresponsive. The crowd looked on in surprise, and some immediately understood, retracting their energy and rushing over, hoping to get ahead of Lu Jin before he could act. "Kid, the Po Wang soul fruit is mine. I want to thank you for helping me understand how to pick this fruit." Whoosh! 3 strong figures rushed past Lu Jin at high speed, not emitting any spiritual energy fluctuations, clearly having seen the clues, and all were capable individuals. However, just as they charged forward, one of them was about to grab the fruit when another could not hold back, gritting his teeth as a wave of spiritual energy surged from his palm towards that strong person. At that moment, the Po Wang soul fruit tree unleashed another wave of intense mental fluctuations. Boom! The 3 rushing forward were instantly swept away by this wave, and the third person, who was innocent and hadn't even gotten close, was also swept away by the residual wave at the same time. Hee, if you're so nervous, you naturally won't achieve success. Lu Jin watched them fly away with a calm expression. Meanwhile, the group that had dispersed their spiritual energy and rushed over, upon seeing the three being backfired, immediately froze in place. Only Lu Jin, calm and composed, extended his hand, and the Pawang's soul fruit was grasped in his hand under everyone's gaze. It felt very strange upon contact. It looked like a solid object, yet felt weightless to the touch. Even its texture seemed so ethereal and illusory. This is the Pawang's soul fruit. Lu Jin frowned. Azure Lotus Empress, I have now helped you take this fruit down. What should I do next? Lu Jin had no idea what to do. He didn't know how to use the Pawang's soul fruit, and although the Azure Lotus Empress had been close to him, she remained mysterious. In front of her, he felt like a transparent person with no secrets, so he directly inquired about anything, appearing quite straightforward. Let's go. Why are you still dawdling? The Azure Lotus Empress said indifferently. All right. Lu Jin nodded and was about to leave with the fruit. You brat, don't even think about leaving. The broken illusion, soul fruit, is mine. Hand it over obediently, and maybe I'll leave you with a whole corpse. This kid had no fluctuations of spiritual energy all over. Yet he was favored by the broken illusion, soul fruit, which was quite interesting. He had merely concealed his spiritual energy fluctuations. Do you think all those who come here are just ordinary people? This kid must have some skills. The leader of the Long Gun sect was already eager to snatch the treasure from his hands. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Once they both suffer, we can take action. The scene was exceptionally chaotic due to the mixed forces present. Some people planned to act immediately and snatch the broken illusion soul fruit from Lu Jin, while others chose to watch from the sidelines. Since Lu Jin knew how to obtain the fruit, he clearly wasn't an ordinary person. If they acted at this moment against such a powerful opponent, it would obviously not be a wise move. At that instant, before the leader of the Long Gun sect could make a move, a roar echoed. You bastard! Killing my son! I won't let you die a peaceful death. Chapter 26, Hemin. Feeling the aura of the newcomer. Even the leader of the Long Gun sect's expression changed. He himself was a second-grade golden core cultivator, yet he felt a chill in his heart facing such pressure. When everyone saw who had arrived, their expressions changed instantly. It was the leader of the Ghost Wolf Gang, Blood Cry. Heavens! He's a third-grade golden core cultivator. How could he suddenly appear? Does he regret our entry? We paid 2,000 spirit stones to get in. Is he going to backtrack and kill us? No, wait. What did he just say? He killed his son? Could it be that kid killed his son? What a bold kid. Everyone discussed. The strong ones who had arrived here first had all paid 2,000 spirit stones to enter. And now they were stunned to see the leader of the Ghost Wolf Gang, Blood Cry, arriving with the intent to kill. They naturally didn't believe that anyone would dare to kill Blood Cry's son in this territory. The leader of the Long Gun sect had already hidden to the side. After all, Blood Cry was a third-grade golden core cultivator. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Jin frowned but then smiled and shook his head. You Ghost Wolf Gang bully others with your power. He deserves to die. What? Old man, do you want to join your son in the underworld? Hearing Lu Jin's words, Blood Cry's face became extremely dark. With a loud roar, disregarding everything, his spiritual energy surged, forming a giant fist above his head that crashed directly towards Lu Jin. Die for me! With Blood Cry's shout, the giant fist contained immense pressure, causing those nearby, who couldn't dodge in time, to spit out reverse blood and die on the spot. Is that all? Lu Jin didn't move at all. A third-grade golden core cultivator was simply not challenging for him now. Seeing Lu Jin's demeanor, many were horrified, clearly not expecting him to be so calm. Blood Cry's attack was clearly meant to kill him, with no mercy shown. The very heavens darkened as he struck. Boom! However, in the next second, with a loud boom, a figure shot out of the crowd, leaving everyone petrified, even shocked with their mouths agape, unable to make a sound. Just a third-grade golden core. What are you so arrogant about? Lu Jin shook his head lightly, then flew towards the distant forest without stopping. The entire process took only a few minutes, but it left an indelible mark in the minds of everyone present. So fierce. That young man must be a super genius sent out for training by a super sect. At this moment, Blood Cry seemed to have all his bones broken, spitting blood, and his aura severely weakened, his combat power drastically reduced. When the crowd came to their senses, many rushed towards Blood Cry, their expressions shifting from shock to glee. Ha 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 ha. Blood Cry, the leader of the Ghost Wolf Gang. You didn't expect this, did you? You have today too. Give me back what you took. Yes. We've been forced to submit to your Ghost Wolf Gang's tyranny for years. Now we'll take the opportunity to make you pay. It felt great to kick someone when they were down. Quickly hand over all your treasures, or we'll tear you limb from limb. The scene became extremely chaotic as a group of strong cultivators surrounded him, and Blood Cry was filled with despair. You dare bang, bang, bang. Blood Cry tried to rely on his previous authority to resist, but as soon as he did, he was met with a beating. After several rounds of this, he was actually beaten to death by the strong cultivators of various factions. After a stick of incense, the crowd dispersed, and another figure arrived. When she saw the barren, broken illusion soul fruit tree, her eyes darkened. Which bastard dares to steal my broken illusion soul fruit? Don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will flay you alive. The woman who appeared here was Wang Min. She had come to find the broken illusion soul fruit. Unfortunately, she had delayed due to her cultivation and treating her junior brother Yang Dianfeng's injuries. Of course, she didn't expect that the fruit would be taken so quickly. Seeing the tragic scene, her expression twisted. No matter how strong you are, if you dare to oppose my blood moon holy land, you will only have a dead end. After gritting her teeth for a moment, she did not leave, but instead sat cross-legged on the spot. Her nostrils flaring as strange red energy began to diffuse into the air, gradually dissipating. About half an hour later, her dark eyes suddenly shone with brilliance as she looked in a direction within the forest. You can't escape. Buzz. After saying that, she vanished from her spot. At this moment, Lu Jin, having obtained the broken illusion soul fruit, continued forward, looking for a quiet place without disturbances to present it to the Empress Qinglian. After leaving the forest, Lu Jin arrived at the back mountain of the Wansword sect. After all, this was a place he was familiar with, and long ago, he had buried many spirit stones here for use in array formations. However, those had since been abandoned. But when he returned, he found that the spirit stones he had buried back then were still there, and he nodded in satisfaction. The Empress needs to cultivate. Naturally, there can be no disturbances. The number of spirit stones here isn't small. Although the array I crafted isn't very strong, its defensive capability is still decent. This will do. After saying that, Lu Jin began to restore the old array. With a series of buzzing sounds, light screens shot up, quickly enveloping the space. Empress, is it ready now? Lu Jin inquired. Empress? The voice of the Empress Qinglian came through. You used to call me Empress. Last time you called me Qinglian Empress, I didn't mind. Now, you directly call me Empress? Lu Jin frowned. He didn't explain. Hey man, Lu Jin, Empress, here's the broken illusion soul fruit for you. The Empress Qinglian said lightly. Then the broken illusion soul fruit disappeared from Lu Jin's hands. Lu Jin frowned but said nothing more, directly sitting cross-legged to protect the Empress Qinglian. At this moment, upon receiving the broken illusion soul fruit, the Empress Qinglian's unparalleled beauty changed instantly. Hee. So great. The broken illusion soul fruit. I hope my soul can recover a bit. This feeling of being suppressed by that bastard heavenly Tao is just too unpleasant. Crack. After speaking, she directly opened her small cherry-like mouth and took a big bite of the broken illusion soul fruit. Chapter 27. As if I care about you. When Lu Jin returned to the back mountain of the Wanjian sect, Wang Min immediately chased after him, but did not act rashly. After all, this was the Wanjian sect. Although she was a disciple of the Blood Moon's sacred land, she knew that a place like the Wanjian sect had some strength. While she was not afraid, she had to be cautious to avoid falling into a trap. So, she waited for Lu Rian to arrive. After all, Lu Rian was a disciple of the Wanjian sect and was more familiar with the area than she was. After Yang Dianfeng and Lu Rian took healing pills, although they hadn't fully recovered to their peak, they were almost there. Upon learning that Lu Jin had taken the broken illusion soul fruit, the two immediately chased after Wang Min. Sister Wang Min, don't worry. Although the back mountain of the Wanjian sect is fraught with danger, as the saintess of the Wanjian sect, I know this place like the back of my hand. That Lu Jin dares to return here. He is simply walking into a trap. Lu Jin said confidently. Good. If that's the case, then help me find the broken illusion soul fruit. If you can do this well, I will definitely do my best to help you enter the Blood Moon sacred land. This broken illusion soul fruit seemed very important to Wang Min. Seeing this, Lu Jin nodded vigorously on the surface but sneered inwardly. This woman was only using her. If she became stronger, she would never let her act like this in front of her. Thank you, Sister Wang. Hearing Lu Jin say this, Wang Min nodded, but her eyes still held a trace of coldness. After all, she was a disciple of the Blood Moon sacred land and the first female disciple under Elder Chiyu. While Lu Jin hadn't even joined the Blood Moon sacred land yet she called herself sister, which was simply degrading. However, since she could use her for now, it was acceptable to endure for a while. Of course, part of the reason was that she liked Yang Jianfeng. However, as a senior sister, she would absolutely not pursue this relationship recklessly. Based on this reason, it was understandable that she viewed Lu Jin as a thorn in her side. The three of them, led by Lu Jin, headed towards the back mountain of the Wanjian sect. Previously, the tracking technique used by Wang Min could not locate a specific position. It could only determine the general direction. Therefore, once they entered the forest of the back mountain, her tracking method almost lost its effectiveness. Moreover, the back mountain was filled with countless dangers. Even those disciples of the Wanjian sect who often trained here could frequently be devoured by the beasts or fall victim to traps set by their own people, leading to tragic deaths. However, as the saintess, Lu Jin indeed knew this place like the back of her hand, even better than Lu Jin. After all, for the past 3 years, she had often sneaked into the back mountain to train in order to fuse with Lu Jin's supreme bone and to practice the Fox Master's great plundering immortal technique. Many unspeakable things she had done in this dark forest. While Lu Jin was guarding here, he did not stop his cultivation. The sword shadow condensed from the Wanjian Chaozong technique danced and spun in the surrounding air, striking and cutting, the sword shadows flickering, and he was becoming more adept at controlling it. At my current level, I still can't cultivate the Wanjian Chaozong technique to its peak. If I can reach the Golden Core realm, I will definitely be able to ascend to a higher level and enter a more profound realm. However, against a 5th grade Golden Core, I should be able to kill it with all my strength. Even against a 6th grade, I now have the power to fight. Feeling the vast energy within him, Lu Jin was very satisfied. After returning after 3 years, being able to reach such strength in a short time made him quite pleased. And he was even more confident about the life and death battle agreed upon with Lu Jin, believing he could kill her in one strike. Thinking of this, he focused his mind and then frowned. I wonder how much the Qinglian Empress has recovered using the Broken Illusion Soul Fruit. This Broken Illusion Soul Fruit is indeed powerful. I wonder if I can cultivate my spiritual power. Just as he was thinking this, a slight wave suddenly came, and his expression changed. 3 figures appeared ahead. Lu Jin, Yang Jianfeng, and Wang Min. Wang Min's powerful aura, with the strength of a 6th grade Golden Core, made Lu Jin's expression darken further. They actually found me. Lu Jin was clearly a bit surprised, and upon seeing Lu Jin again, he was even more shocked by the speed of her injury recovery. Although she had not returned to her peak state, she already possessed powerful combat strength, and Yang Jianfeng was the same. Lu Jin, you bastard. You really are hiding here. Quickly hand over the Broken Illusion Soul Fruit to Sister Wang Min, or perhaps I can leave you with a whole corpse. Lu Jin said directly, her voice cold and filled with killing intent. So you want to snatch my Broken Illusion Soul Fruit? Lu Jin understood their intentions and sneered. Sorry. If I am unwilling, the things in my hands will definitely not be relinquished, and I will never give them to someone I hate deeply. Of course, if you want to forcefully seize it, then there will only be a dead end. If you remain stubborn, I will accompany you to the end. Lu Jin clearly stated his attitude. His voice was calm, but it carried an undeniable tone. Seeing his fearless attitude, Lu Jin's expression turned quite ugly, and she was so angry she didn't know what to say. You are Lu Jin? At this moment, Wang Min spoke, her voice high and commanding. The Broken Illusion Soul Fruit is not something someone like you can use. Hand it over quickly, or even if you are just a small disciple. I won't take the entire Wanjian sect seriously. Wang Min stood with her hands behind her back. and at a young age, she already had the strength of a 6th-grade golden core, indeed giving her the capital to be arrogant. However, upon hearing her threatening words, Lu Jin merely smiled lightly. "You speak as if I hold you in high regard." He did not act rashly at this moment. The Qinglian Empress seemed to still be in a state of cultivation. Of course, he did not know what the Qinglian Empress was specifically doing. This was merely a feeling. But even if it was just a feeling, he did not want the Qinglian Empress to be disturbed by anyone. "Since you are so stubborn, then I can only kill you and take the broken illusion soul fruit." As soon as Wang Min's words fell, she directly made her move. Boom! As soon as she acted, a blood-red light instantly rose, and as the blood light shot into the sky, she lunged towards Lu Jin with a blood sword in hand. The speed was so fast that Lu Jin's expression changed. Looking for death, Lu Jin gritted his teeth, and a sword light shot into the sky from his hand. At the same time, a light curtain around him instantly transformed into waves, which was the power of the formation he had cast. As all the formation's power roared out, it condensed into a long sword that directly struck against Wang Min's blood sword. Chapter 28. He is just posturing. The sound of the explosion instantly resonated through the forest. The sound waves crashing against the trees, shattering them, and the rocks exploding. Lu Ruyin and Yang Gianfeng's expressions were filled with terror. Clearly shocked by the combat power Lu Jin displayed, the two did not hesitate at all, and each summoned their protective defenses to shield themselves. Boom! When their attacks completely erupted, Wang Min's blood sword collided violently with Lu Jin's formation attack, and instantly, two beams of light entangled and exploded. In the first confrontation, the two sides were evenly matched. At the same time, a devouring force roared out from the coffin of the heavens, swallowing the residual waves of chaos to the greatest extent. Then, a pure spiritual power was fed back into Lu Jin's body. He was now at the 8th level of the Spirit Pearl realm, and with this power's blessing, the 8th Spirit Pearl's mysterious light in his endless dantian became even more dazzling. What? You're just a mere Spirit Pearl realm? Yet you have the strength to contend against my 6th-grade golden core? Although she was attacked and shattered, Wang Min was not harmed at all. But Lu Jin's displayed strength truly astonished her. The gap between the two was indeed too great. Even if Lu Jin caught the power of the formation, what of it? According to common sense, she could defeat Lu Jin with just a wave of her hand. Yet the current situation was evenly matched, and she had not gained any advantage at all. Is a 6th-grade golden core really that powerful? Lu Jin sneered coldly, showing no fear. "Senior Sister Wang, he must be pretending. Earlier, my master Jiaoyue attacked him, and he only managed to escape in a sorry state. I don't believe he could have gained the ability to contend with a 6th-grade golden core in just a few days." At this moment, Lu Ruyin said with gritted teeth, "Indeed, a mere Spirit Pearl realm. I wonder what treasure you used to deflect my attack. Lu Jin, you do have some skills. I underestimated you, but this is where it ends." As Wang Min's voice fell, a tremendous spiritual energy surged from her body, rising above her head and transforming into a layer of spiritual energy clouds. As she waved her arms, a massive shadow gradually coalesced within those clouds. It was a gigantic phantom of a 9-tailed fox, a blood-colored 9-tailed fox. Lu Ruyin's eyes widened in shock. She could clearly feel the overwhelming aura emanating from this blood-colored 9-tailed fox phantom, a power that inexplicably made her heart race. This is Senior Sister Wang's signature ultimate technique. 9 Tails Howl at the Moon. This is a top-grade, Earth-level martial art. Yang Dingfeng exclaimed, filled with astonishment. He truly did not expect that 6th-grade Golden Core Wang Min would so quickly resort to her trump card martial art. This also indicated that Lu Jin was indeed surprising. Even Wang Min did not dare to let her guard down and was attempting to use her strongest means to quickly eliminate this danger. First form of myriad swords to the ancestor. One sword pierces the sky. Lu Jin chanted the incantation, and spiritual energy roared forth, rapidly condensing a flying sword shadow within the rolling spiritual energy. A mysterious long sword emitted dazzling brilliance, the sword aura vast and mighty, executing precisely the myriad swords to the ancestor technique given to him by Chu Tianxiong. Myriad swords to the ancestor? The sect master truly favors him. Seeing the martial technique Lu Jin executed, Lu Jin gritted her teeth, her eyes revealing unmasked jealousy. This martial art was indeed powerful. Only those who had been sect masters of the Myriad Swords sect were qualified to cultivate it. She never expected the sect master would give it to Lu Jin. Yang Dingfeng also gritted his teeth, feeling extremely unbalanced. He was once the saint son of the Myriad Swords sect and never received such treatment. So what? Senior Sister Wang's Nine Tails Howl at the Moon is a top-grade, Earth-level martial art and can even rival some low-grade heaven-level techniques. Moreover, their cultivation levels are vastly different. There is no way they can fight to a standstill. However, before Yang Dingfeng's words could finish, the scene before him left him utterly petrified. He had thought Wang Min's attack would crush Lu Jin effortlessly, but the reality was that after the nine-tailed fox phantom descended, it was pierced through by Lu Jin's sword. It seemed a wail echoed through the void. What? How is this possible? Wang Min's eyes widened in shock, but she bit her tongue, and a stream of essence blood shot directly into the nine-tailed fox phantom. Oh, as this essence blood entered, the nine-tailed fox's injuries instantly healed, and its aura became even more ferocious than before. You can't possibly be my opponent. Wang Min gritted her teeth, and the nine-tailed fox phantom descended, its sharp fangs and claw-like blades crazily lunging at Lu Jin's physical body. Void! Lu Jin's body trembled, spiritual energy roared, and the defensive power of the first layer of the dragon transformation art opened instantly. The claws and fangs, upon touching the defensive dragon membrane, erupted with sharp and piercing sounds. Yet they failed to break through that thin layer of defensive light membrane. What a powerful defense! This defensive martial art is of a very high level. Yang Dingfeng's eyes narrowed, a hint of barely noticeable greed surging within them. Lu Jin said nothing, but what she thought of was what the Fox Master had told her before. Lu Jin's defense was astonishingly strong. During their previous battle, she had been completely unable to break through that defense. Now, as Lu Jin employed the same tactic again, a hint of tension and worry actually surfaced in Lu Jin's eyes. Swish! The long sword condensed by the myriad swords to the ancestor technique spun and pierced towards the nine-tailed fox phantom, while the nine-tailed fox, crazily attacking Lu Jin as defense, also rapidly dodged. For a moment, both their attacks reached a stalemate. To achieve this step, Wang Min's eyes widened in astonishment once again. Even if the technique she executed was on par with the myriad swords to the ancestor, her cultivation level was far higher than Lu Jin's, and there was no way they could reach a draw. However, just as she was internally astonished, a sudden sharp pain swept through her entire body. With a backlash of the energy, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The nine-tailed fox phantom, condensed by her martial art, was directly pierced through by Lu Jin's frenzied attack, and on that long sword, a flame aura was indeed swirling. That was the aura of the infernal fire sealing prison sword. The moment this aura appeared, the nine-tailed fox phantom was directly pierced through, and then cracks began to explode all over its body. Wang Min's eyes widened in shock, and she spat out another mouthful of essence blood. But even with her attempts to compensate, it was futile. Once the aura of the infernal fire sealing prison sword emerged, it seemed the shattering of the nine-tailed fox phantom was already a foregone conclusion. She was going to lose. She needed to escape quickly. At this moment, the voice of the Fox Master echoed once more in Lu Jin's mind. Lu Jin was taken aback. Did the Fox Master want her to escape at this opportunity? Just as she was in a daze, Yang Dingfeng suddenly grabbed her arm. Go. Lu Jin was startled, clearly not expecting that Yang Dingfeng would also want to escape at the first opportunity. Chapter 29. No need to put on a virtuous woman's act, you too. When Wang Min saw Yang Dingfeng and Lu Jin running faster than rabbits, her expression turned extremely grim. Die for me. With a roar, her anger surged, seemingly unleashing all her means in that moment. Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed again, startling countless birds and beasts in this forest, causing them to tremble and crawl on the ground. Even the birds seemed frightened and lost the courage to fly. However, her counterattack had no effect. After the nine-tailed fox phantom was pierced, it could no longer coalesce. The broken phantom's combat power drastically diminished, unable to inflict any harm on Lu Jin. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's dragon membrane defense remained a thin layer, appearing easily breakable. Yet after a series of futile attacks, it only deepened the sense of despair. Buzz! At that moment, a buzzing sound suddenly arose, and Wang Min actually withdrew all her offensive maneuvers, all her aura retracting, standing there in the field, abandoning all resistance. I have lost. She found it hard to accept this fact, but at this point, she could only resign herself to fate. Lu Jin's long sword was already hovering above her head, seemingly ready to pierce down and take her life. However, the flying sword did not stab down. It merely hovered in midair, even the oppressive force dissipating. You won't kill me? Seeing Lu Jin's attack also stop, Wang Min's expression changed, asking, "What use is it to kill you?" Lu Jin said. Upon hearing this, Wang Min snorted coldly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. "Since you won't kill me, you must have some request. Speak, and if I can do it, I will willingly admit defeat. If you take advantage of me and make me do what I do not wish to do, I would rather die." Hearing this, Lu Jin slightly furrowed his brow. "No need to put on a virtuous woman's act. Besides, you're not qualified to negotiate terms with me." Upon hearing this, Wang Min was completely speechless. "Let me ask you, are you the blood messenger?" Hearing these three words, Wang Min's expression changed. "Blood messenger? Are you the blood messenger?" When she retorted, Lu Jin clearly saw a trace of killing intent in her eyes. "I'm not." Lu Jin shook his head and smiled. "You shouldn't be either." Wang Min suddenly gritted her teeth and said, "Of course I'm not. Not only am I not, but I also want to kill all the blood envoys." "Oh, the blood envoys killed my whole family. Since I don't know which one is the real culprit, I'll just kill all the blood envoys," Wang Min said, and looked at Lu Jin. "Why do you ask me this?" Lu Jin smiled, just asking. He then said, "By the way, I remind you that your master, Elder Qiyu, and your good junior brother Yang Dianfeng are both from the Blood Envoy Alliance. After all, they have the Blood Moon curse mark on them. However, not everyone with the Blood Moon curse mark is a coward who is controlled by fate. There might also be a group of warriors who would risk their lives to save the world and seek revenge. And these warriors have a common identity, apostles of the Holy Hall." Hearing Lu Jin's words, Wang Min furrowed her brows and, after a moment of hesitation, asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Lu Jin replied calmly, "Because I see the killing intent in your eyes towards the blood envoys. And this killing intent made me decide not to kill you." Wang Min's brows furrowed slightly, and she didn't say anything. However, although she had doubts about Lu Jin's words, she also wanted to explore further. After all, her master and junior brother had never shown any signs of being a blood envoy. "You don't have a mental power talent, so you must not be looking for the broken dream soul fruit for yourself," Lu Jin suddenly said again. Wang Min frowned and shook her head. She indeed was not looking for the broken dream soul fruit for herself, but for her master, Elder Qiyu. Her master told her that if she couldn't obtain the broken dream soul fruit, she would get an extra mark on her body, and once punished by that mark, her whole life would be controlled by others. Thinking of this, Wang Min's heart suddenly turned cold. Inferring from this, the mark that Elder Qiyu wanted to punish her with should be the Blood Moon curse mark that could control others' lives. Realizing this, Wang Min suddenly became greatly interested in Lu Jin, but because of their current relationship, she didn't ask further and instead said, "It really isn't for myself. But you'd better not know too much. You can't afford to offend the Blood Moon's sacred land." Lu Jin smiled. "What if I can't afford to offend? I'm Lu Jin, unafraid of heaven or earth. I don't take the small Blood Moon sacred land seriously." Hearing this, Wang Min's opinion of him seemed to change instantly. But she still coldly said, "I was determined to kill you before, and yet you tell me this. What exactly do you want?" Lu Jin replied indifferently, "I don't want anything. You can leave now. If you stay any longer, you might not be able to leave." When Lu Jin said this, his gaze was directed at the horizon, where a terrifying aura was rapidly approaching, heading straight for him. Wang Min, upon hearing this, didn't understand his meaning, but still turned around and walked towards the depths of the forest. Just as she entered the dense forest, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. It was not a person, but a huge monster that had no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. What is this thing? It seems to have no cultivation at all. Lu Jin frowned. He actually didn't recognize this monster. This is the Sunlight Soul Beast, the guardian beast of the broken dream soul fruit. The voice of the Azure Lotus Empress echoed, and Lu Jin was taken aback. The guardian beast of the broken dream soul fruit? It seems to have arrived late? The Azure Lotus Empress said. Indeed, it arrived late because the broken dream soul fruit has already been completely refined and absorbed by me. Lu Jin said, this guardian beast can find this place. It indeed has some ability. But should we eliminate it? Eliminate it? That would be fine, but it might be able to hone your mental power well before it dies. Lu Jin, upon hearing this, was still confused about what it meant when suddenly his whole body trembled. A wave of mental power surged into his mind. An intangible attack made him change color instantly. Such strong mental power. I'm afraid I can't bear it. The Sunlight Soul Beast suddenly launched an attack. It stood in place, and the two horns on its head erupted with swirling waves of energy, which were actually its mental power attacks. Lu Jin was hit directly by this mental power attack, feeling an unbearable pain in his mind, his head splitting, and immediately cast a spiritual defense, only to find it was ineffective. Zhang Tianguan, swallow for me. Lu Jin suddenly summoned the Zhang Tianguan, wanted to test it out. After all, this Zhang Tianguan could devour all things in heaven and earth, and if it could even swallow mental power, he would be extremely satisfied. At the moment the Zhang Tianguan was summoned, that terrifying mental power was indeed completely drained in an instant, when a strange energy was fed back to him. His expression suddenly changed. Chapter 30. Who is he? An invisible wave erupted in the air. The Sunlight Soul Beast's eyes turned blood red, seemingly wanting to completely crush Lu Jin. At this moment, Wang Min, who had already left, turned back to look, her eyes filled with terror. The Sunlight Soul Beast. It should be the guardian beast of the broken dream soul fruit. It didn't appear before, but now it is tracked down to here from the 9 Nether Mountain. Shocked, she retracted all her aura and remained motionless. In her view, even if Lu Jin's methods were powerful, he couldn't possibly be a match for this soul beast. The destructive power of this soul beast was enough to sweep away all Golden Core realm cultivators. She was only at the 6th grade Golden Core, trembling in fear. At this time, Lu Jin, having absorbed the enveloping mental power with the Zhang Tianguan, looked even more serious, because that mental power was layered and, in an instant, he couldn't completely devour it clean. Even though the Zhang Tianguan fed back a wave of mental power into his mind, he still felt a tremendous pain sweeping from all parts of his body, a tearing pain that felt like undergoing a tribulation. Fortunately, having previously experienced the Spirit Pearl Thunder Tribulation, his fleshly body was stronger than ordinary people. Otherwise, he would probably not be able to withstand the power of a single blow from the Sunlight Soul Beast. Zhang Tianguan, keep operating. The Sunlight Soul Beast's overwhelming mental power attack was like a hurricane, while Lu Jin was like a small boat in a storm, seemingly on the verge of destruction at any moment, given his current strength. Fully urging the Zhang Tianguan to devour the mental power was limited due to his cultivation constraints. To dissolve that violent mental power attack, he had to break through the limits. But the Azure Lotus Empress had warned him before that if he forcibly unleashed the power of the Zhang Tianguan, he would likely encounter even greater backlash. I can't care about that much. Swallow for me. Buzz. As Lu Jin's words fell, the Zhang Tianguan's light surged, and the devouring power suddenly increased. Lu Jin could now confirm that the Zhang Tianguan could devour mental power and feed it back to him, but he knew nothing about mental power cultivation. At this moment, suddenly bearing so much mental power feedback left him somewhat at a loss. But facing the Sunlight Soul Beast attack, he could not sit idly by, or he would only have a dead end. Can the Zhang Tianguan feed back a mental power technique? A thought flashed through Lu Jin's mind, but he was suddenly hit by a wave of intense pain, causing his expression to change drastically. This feedback of mental power came from within, and he couldn't even use his defensive powers to resist. The severe pain swept through his entire body, causing a huge impact on his soul, and a sense of disorientation washed over him. making Lu Jin feel as if he were in a dream. But when he forcibly steadied his mind, the scene before him changed. Huh? Where's this place? Am I hallucinating? Lu Jin was startled. In his sight, a huge wheel was crushing down from the void, and his body appeared so small under the overwhelming pressure of that wheel that he stumbled and couldn't even run, only able to let that wheel roll over him. The excruciating pain was heart-wrenching, and his mind trembled. This is the mental power wheel, and what is being crushed is your soul. The voice of the Azure Lotus Empress finally came through. Is this to temper my soul power? Indeed, the Qinglian Empress said. The roulette was refined by a former talisman emperor, and it is one of the best treasures for cultivating mental power in the world. Today, with this rare opportunity, what level you can reach depends entirely on your own fortune. Lu Jin said, but I don't have any mental power martial arts to support me. Should I just tough it out? Yes, just tough it out. Lu Jin, but the Qinglian Empress continued. Even if you were given mental power martial arts now, you wouldn't be able to use them. The initial stage is about building a foundation. You can only rely on sheer willpower. I hope you can hold on for a while longer. After saying this, the Qinglian Empress vanished without a trace. All right, I'll hold on. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, feeling the roulette pressing down on his soul repeatedly, his only belief being to endure every time. The mental power on the roulette was entirely derived from the mental power that the Coffin of Heaven was providing. The reason it could provide was all due to the radiant sun's soul beast. He didn't know how long he could last or whether the beast's attack power would change. All he could do now was to tough it out. The power being provided to the roulette from the Coffin of Heaven grew stronger, and the mental power attack from the radiant sun soul beast was evidently increasing as well. When he saw his mental power continuously being devoured, a human-like disbelief appeared in the eyes of the radiant sun soul beast. Roar! It suddenly let out a roar towards the sky, and its terrifying mental power surged. At that moment, Lu Jin could clearly feel the horrifying aura erupting from the mental power roulette. If even a little more power was added, his soul might explode. If he didn't forcibly absorb it through the Coffin of Heaven, his physical body could very well be crushed. Damn beast! In this critical moment, a thunderous shout suddenly rang out, and a terrifying force instantly swept across 100 zhang of void, causing the mental power unleashed by the radiant sun soul beast to instantly collapse. Such terrifying power. Lu Jin was pleasantly surprised but also shocked by the strength of the newcomer. His soul instantly withdrew and returned to the real world. But the mental power within that space still existed. This surprised Lu Jin. He didn't expect that his mental power could actually be extracted. This is a place for cultivating mental power. You can enter whenever you want to practice. The Qinglian Empress's cold voice echoed again. So that's how it is. Lu Jin nodded and then looked at the space ahead. A tall man stood proudly in the void, exuding a mighty aura, his long hair flying back without wind. However, this person wore a black mask, obscuring his true appearance. Lu Jin frowned. For some reason, he sensed a hint of familiarity from this person. Roar! As the mental power in the sky shattered, the radiant sun soul beast let out another roar, and its mental power attack surged out again, transforming into a colorless vortex heading towards the masked strongman. The broken illusion soul fruit ripens once every 100 years. You can wait another 100 years. If you remain stubborn today, I will take your life. Boom! The moment the strongman's voice fell, a terrifying spiritual power howled out, enveloping a radius of 500 zhang, as if everything under this pressure could be crushed into dust in the next moment. Its spiritual power. Lu Jin was astonished, frowning. What this person unleashed was pure spiritual power, not the aura fluctuations emitted by ordinary cultivators. There is a world of difference between spiritual power and spiritual energy. One of the main reasons his cultivation had progressed so rapidly was that the Coffin of Heaven could refine items containing spiritual energy into spiritual power to provide for him. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. Who exactly was he? Chapter 31. The reappearance of the spirit pearl, thunder tribulation, the radiant sun soul, beast bared its teeth, roaring continuously. Its eyes filled with intense unwillingness. But under the might of the powerful figure, It ultimately went mad for a moment before fleeing into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Wang Min's expression also turned quite astonished. She didn't expect Lu Jin to survive in such a dangerous situation, and she naturally didn't know who the powerful figure was that could scare off the radiant Sun Soul Beast. With a heart full of curiosity, she continued to watch from that spot. After the radiant Sun Soul Beast left, the masked strongman also turned his gaze towards Lu Jin. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I will never forget this life-saving grace." Lu Jin cupped his hands in salute. The man nodded slightly, but said nothing, directly soaring into the air and vanishing in an instant. Lu Jin was even more astonished. He just left like that? He didn't know whether the person's appearance was a coincidence or if there was another reason. But with the departure, he had no way of knowing. The scene quieted down, leaving only the shocking traces of the battle. Lu Jin frowned. "Empress, is it possible to counter mental power by using spiritual power?" The Qinglian Empress replied, "Yes. Spiritual power can counter mental power, but spiritual energy cannot. Its quality is too inferior." Lu Jin said, "I hadn't thought of this before. The coffin of heaven provides me with spiritual power, but the various martial arts I've cultivated all unleash spiritual energy. If I directly use the original spiritual power from Spirit Pearl, can I fight against the Radiant Sun Soul Beast?" The Qinglian Empress, "You can. But the mental power of the Radiant Sun Soul Beast is enough to sweep away all Golden Core cultivators. With your strength, you will ultimately still be defeated." Lu Jin felt somewhat helpless, but asked, "Empress, have you refined the Broken Illusion Soul Fruit? Do I still need to continue to protect you?" The Qinglian Empress said, "It's just a small Broken Illusion Soul Fruit. I can refine it instantly. However, this thing is not enough to make up for my consumption. In the future, when you have such treasures, you must continue to provide for me." Lu Jin nodded. "Okay, I understand. However, that Radiant Sun Soul Beast is indeed powerful. It tracked me all the way from 9 Nether Mountain here, which was unexpected." The Qinglian Empress said, "The special aura of the Broken Illusion Soul Fruit can guide it in the right direction. However, you're lucky. That masked person's cultivation is very strong and can deter the Radiant Sun Soul Beast. Otherwise, with your strength, you would have faced a tragic end." Lu Jin frowned. "I want to ask, if it really comes to a life-and-death moment, will you intervene to save me, Empress?" The Qinglian Empress was silent for a second. Then her voice drifted, "It depends on my mood. Lu Jin, it's a matter of life and death, and you still depend on your mood? If you're in a bad mood, does that mean I could die young? Let's go. This place is not peaceful. We need to continue searching for a safe place to cultivate. Your mental power still needs to be tempered." The Qinglian Empress's words made Lu Jin nod slightly, and then he no longer lingered, flying towards the entrance of the Wanjian sect. After entering the Wanjian sect, Lu Jin arrived at a peak filled with spiritual energy. This was an excellent place for cultivation and also where the sect leader, Chu Tianxiong, usually practiced. After receiving the sect leader's permission, Lu Jin could freely enter and use this cultivation area. Buzz. As he continued to sit cross-legged in practice, waves of spiritual energy surged around the peak. As the defensive formation here was activated, sending out waves of astonishing energy that gradually dissipated into nothingness. Whoa! Lu Jin's soul once again entered the mysterious mental power space. The mental power roulette seemed to sense him and immediately pressed down on the figure that condensed around his soul, like a machine that mercilessly crushed and battered him. With no feelings involved, Lu Jin was tempered through this pain. Although he didn't know where the path would lead, or what the final result would be, he understood that he had to endure the initial suffering. Only then could he know where he would go next. Some things can only be understood once you embark on the journey, not on the road. Everything is just an illusion. When Lu Jin entered the cultivation state again, Wang Min finally left the woods of the Wanjian sect. She sent a sound transmission talisman to Yang Dianfeng, but there was no response from him at all. Yang Dianfeng, Lu Ruyan, you shameless pair. In the face of great danger, you dare to abandon me. Yang Dianfeng, from now on, I will have no feelings for you at all. Moreover, you're a member of the Blood Messenger Alliance. Wang Min's expression became more complex than ever. In the past, she only knew that she had an irreconcilable feud with the Blood Messengers, but she never expected that those around her were also blood messengers. Although I don't know if Lu Jin's words are accurate, but Yang Jianfeng and you, Elder Qiyu, from now on, you will also become my investigation targets. If I discover your true identities, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Min's eyes were resolute, yet mixed with a hint of pain. After pondering for a moment, she quickly disappeared into the woods. 3 days later, above the Wanjian sect, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened as clouds rolled in. This sudden change left the disciples of the Wanjian sect astonished, but they seemed to sense something. Sure enough, when a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, resembling a golden thunder snake striking deep within the sect, everyone began to discuss. It seemed that a high-level expert within the sect was about to advance. No, that's not a golden core tribulation. It looks more like a spirit pearl tribulation. Spirit pearl tribulation? Could it be Lu Jin undergoing tribulation again? No way. He just advanced a few days ago. Is he going to raise his realm again? I've never seen such a monstrous character. But aside from Lu Jin, can anyone else in the Wanjian sect attract a spirit pearl tribulation? It makes sense, but this is too impressive. The disciples were abuzz with discussion, their eyes astonished yet filled with anticipation. Since Lu Jin's powerful return, every time he appeared, he changed everyone's perception of him. And his life-and-death battle with Lu Ruyin undoubtedly heightened the suspense, making the entire Wanjian sect filled with unprecedented expectations. Boom! Thunder descended, violent and majestic. The terrifying aura made some golden core elders gasp in shock. On the Holy Maiden Peak, Jiayue gazed at the lightning descending from the sky. Her expression became quite complex. I hope that's not Lu Jin undergoing tribulation. Otherwise, in a few days, during the life-and-death contest with Rian, she will undoubtedly perish. I wonder what realm she has reached after using the Breaking Barrier 5 Elements pill I personally refined. Chapter 32, I am willing to fight for you. Qingzhou, Central Region. There's an altar here, the 8 parts blood dragon altar, a selection ground for disciple from the 5 gates and 3 sects of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Above the altar, 8 gigantic blood-colored Xintian stone pillars stand proudly, each carved with blood-colored divine dragons in various forms, fierce and majestic. Ordinary cultivators standing beneath these giant pillars would involuntarily tremble, as if undergoing a baptism. At this moment, not far beneath the giant pillars, a man and a woman wore grim expressions. These two were none other than Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyin. 3 days ago, after escaping from the back mountain of the Wanjian sect, they discovered that Wang Min was not dead, fearing she would harbor resentment and seek revenge. They came to this place to temporarily evade Wang Min's wrath. Over the past 3 days, Wang Min indeed sent sound transmission talismans conveying her determination to annihilate the two, which made them even more anxious. The reason they came to the 8 parts blood dragon altar was that this place would soon become the selection ground for the 5 gates and 3 sects. And at that time, Elder Qiyu would personally oversee it. To resist Wang Min's pursuit, they naturally needed to rely on Elder Qiyu's strength. Given the circumstances, there was no other choice. No man is a true man without poison. After scheming, Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyin's expressions darkened further. Senior brother is right. Wang Min is no good either. She only wants to use us to obtain the breaking illusion soul fruit. I just don't understand why Lu Jin didn't kill her. Lu Ruyin wondered. Yang Dianfeng snorted coldly. That's great. If he doesn't kill her, it gives us a reason to frame her. As the first female disciple under our master, she secretly joined the Holy Hall. And since Lu Jin is also from the Holy Hall, with such a frame, it will definitely enrage our master. At that time, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save her. Senior brother is brilliant. Lu Ruyin felt delighted but puzzled. But what exactly is this Holy Hall organization? Can senior brother elaborate? Yang Dianfeng smiled wickedly. Want to know? Yes. He already know. I'm a dual cultivation holy body, and your supreme bone is extremely compatible with my constitution. Otherwise, I would have let you ambush Lu Jin back then. So if you want to know more, you should first cultivate with senior brother. Above the mountain gate of the Wanjian sect, clouds gathered, and the rolling thunder tribulation swept down again. On a mountaintop deep within the sect, a figure descended like a ghost, and when he landed, he immediately concealed all his aura, afraid of causing even the slightest disturbance. Then, he slowly removed the black mask, revealing a face of great pain belonging to the sect master, Chu Tianxiong. His palms were covered in blood, and as he lifted his clothing, his body was marred with injuries that were shocking to behold. Ha ha ha! Chu Tianxiong suddenly laughed loudly at the sky. Good. Very good. Blood Moon Ancestor. I have secretly assassinated more than half of your 10 blood sovereigns. I will spend the rest of my life to destroy you. Even if it means traversing through fire and water, I will not retreat. Saying this, he took out a pill from his storage ring, looking at it with a helpless shake of his head. The mixed element poison of the 5 poisons blood sovereign has no antidote to ordinary pills. Even if I confine it with sealing techniques in my left hand, it can only last for 10 days. If there is no antidote in 10 days, Chu Tianxiong's eyes darkened. Just then, a bolt of thunder descended from the sky. He initially thought it was just a thunderstorm, but suddenly realized it was a spirit pearl tribulation. Could that kid be advancing again? Such a scale of spirit pearl tribulation is much larger than that of the initial golden core tribulation. Lu Jin, I hope you can soar to great heights. And I hope you are safe. Chu Tianxiong's gaze swept around, but suddenly frowned. That S in a bamboo forest, not far from the Wanjian sect. Several concealed auras were hiding within. Chu Tianxiong sensed that these auras were not something the disciples of the Wanjian sect could possess, and immediately grew cautious. Qingzhou is under the jurisdiction of the Blood Moon Holy Land, and nearly all sects within the Blood Moon Holy Land have been infiltrated. The Blood Moon Ancestor's minions are everywhere, and no one with potential can escape their grasp. Now, it seems Lu Jin has also been targeted. Chu Tianxiong's eyes turned resolute. Although he was severely injured, he secretly vowed that if anyone dared to attack Lu Jin, he would kill them. Lightning roared from the horizon, and within the Wanjian sect, Lu Jin focused all his attention, mobilizing all his spiritual power to withstand the thunder's tempering. The initial level of the Great Transformation Dragon Technique skin refining method operated frantically. As bolts of thunder power descended, a mysterious light radiated from his skin, and within the thin spiritual dragon membrane, small runes began to roam. The skin refining has 3 levels: dragon membrane, dragon pattern, and dragon scale. At this moment, this phenomenon showed that he had reached the dragon pattern level. Now that my dragon pattern has condensed, my defensive power has greatly increased. The 8th spirit pearl within me is also filled with thunder power. This time, I will make a full effort to break through to the 9th layer of the spirit pearl realm. Supreme dragon pattern, give me the maximum opening. Buzz! The dragon membrane's mysterious light surged, and the dragon pattern condensed out. The thin dragon patterns on Lu Jin's body roamed continuously, covering him entirely, making him appear like a phantom, surreal and dreamlike. Boom! Just then, a massive bolt of thunder shattered the void above the 9 heavens, carrying overwhelming heavenly might as it descended, flooding the earth with thunderous force. The defensive formation at the place where Lu Jin was cultivating immediately collapsed. Sand flew and stones moved, and the forest turned into ruins, with yellow dust filling the sky. Uncertain how much time had passed, the mountain wind blew away the dust in the sky, and a figure sat cross-legged, surrounded by flowing spiritual energy, completely motionless, like an old monk in meditation. In the bamboo forest, 2 figures hid within, unable to suppress their exclamations. Unexpected, truly unexpected. This master has traversed the continent for decades and has never encountered such a monstrous individual. The tribulation of spiritual pearls that this kid faced could completely crush a 5th-grade gold core. Yet, relying on his cultivation in the spiritual pearl realm, he miraculously survived. This child is extraordinarily gifted. If he can be presented to the ancestor, our merits will be elevated. If the ancestor values us, we will soon become esteemed followers under him. This kid may be powerful in battle, but he has just broken through. If we, 2 8th-grade gold cores, act together, we will surely capture him. It must be done silently. We cannot cause chaos in the 10,000 Sword sect, or it will be troublesome. This time, we will use the Python locking life formation. The 2 exchanged glances and nodded, preparing to act. However, all their movements were clearly seen by Chu Tianxiong, burdened with a strange poison injury, knew that engaging in a fight would be quite dangerous. Lu Jin, I have never placed such hope on a single person before. No matter what you think now, for you, I am willing to risk everything. Chu Tianxiong took a deep breath, the dark glimmer in his hand subtly fluctuating. And a layer of invisible formation slowly opened outside Lu Jin's training area. Chapter 33, just based on them? They can't capture me. Lu Jin had advanced to the 9th level of the spiritual pearl realm, but was still not satisfied, so he began to cultivate the 10,000 sword assembly technique. Meanwhile, the formation secretly deployed by Chu Tianxiong had quietly unfolded, protecting him within. However, at the same time this formation was initiated, another formation began to slowly emerge, which was the Python locking life formation conjured by the two powerful subordinates. This formation was even quieter, to the extent that even Chu Tianxiong couldn't immediately discern the formation's eye position. As Chu Tianxiong secretly initiated the formation, several sound transmission talismans had already been sent out. As the sect master of the 10,000 sword sect, he naturally needed to summon some powerful sect members for assistance. It seemed that everything was happening in the dark. With a hidden current surging, the 10,000 sword assembly technique reached its peak, capable of wielding 10,000 swords at once. The level of this martial art was far superior to the previous 100 sword slash, and I am currently only able to barely condense 100 swords. Lu Jin thought with a sense of emotion. The 100 sword slash martial art he could cultivate to perfection, but the 10,000 sword assembly technique was on a completely different level, making it much more difficult to train. However, even now, with only 100 swords condensed, he could still instantly defeat the 900 flying swords condensed from the 100 sword slash. Buzz! The sword light flowed, flying back and forth in the void. It was completely controlled by Lu Jin. The overwhelming aura that emanated made Chu Tianxiong, who was secretly observing, look quite astonished. What kind of monster is this kid? I only taught him this martial art for a few days, and he can already condense 100 swords. When I condensed this many flying swords back then, it took me a full 3 months. With a sense of surprise, he became even more certain that Lu Jin was someone he would protect with his life. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dark light appeared out of nowhere, carrying a powerful sealing force, instantly enveloping the area where Lu Jin was. The formation conjured by the two powerful figures instantly entangled like dragons and snakes, lacking any killing intent. It was purely a powerful sealing force, aiming to capture him alive. Lu Jin was startled by this sudden scene. In the next moment, he immediately took action, retreating explosively backward while simultaneously striking forward with a flying sword. Clang! The air exploded with a roar, and the next second, the two violent auras collided fiercely. Boom! The sound of the rumble spread instantly. The longsword Lu Jin had slashed out also exploded at that moment. It surprisingly failed to shatter the entangling force that resembled a dragon and a snake. What is this thing? Realizing the strangeness of the opponent's attack, Lu Jin's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment. He could clearly feel that this force seemed to carry no killing intent, but instead wanted to imprison him. Boom! While he was in shock, another surge of formation power instantly condensed, transforming into a powerful dark light, fiercely shooting against the dragon and snake-like attack. Lu Jin's eyes changed again. The next second, the powers of the two formations collided with a roaring sound, shaking the heavens and the earth. A tremendous boom erupted at the 10,000 sword sect, attracting the attention of many powerful figures. Such violent power. This is not the power of the tribulation, but the power of the formation. Quickly go check. Who is fighting in the 10,000 sword sect? Immediately gather the disciples to go. Whoosh! In an instant, many powerful figures from the 10,000 sword sect rushed towards the battle location. Before everyone, several figures with overwhelming auras had already descended into this area, searching for Chu Tianxiong's figure. After receiving Chu Tianxiong's sound transmission talisman, they immediately rushed over. Greetings, Sect Master. Who are those two? They actually want to ambush Lu Jin? Several powerful elders immediately frowned. Chu Tianxiong concealed his injured aura, standing with his hands behind his back, restoring his former lofty and unapproachable majesty. They are outsiders, daring to come to my 10,000 sword sect and harm my sect disciples. You must quickly capture them. If they are obstinate, gather the power of the sect and kill them on the spot. Chu Tianxiong issued the order with a blank expression. Understood. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 elders rushed out in an instant. The strongest elder among them was at the 8th grade Gold Core realm, while the others were at the 7th grade Gold Core realm. The 2 opponents were both at the 8th grade level, but this group of elders showed no fear because the sect master was present, and they had no need to be afraid. However, they did not know that Chu Tianxiong's strength had significantly diminished due to the strange poison he was suffering from. Boom! The 2 formation powers collided completely, and the overwhelming energy spread in all directions, creating chaotic turbulence. Dragon pattern. Feeling the impact brought by that aura, Lu Jin wasted no time and directly activated the dragon pattern defense. With the dragon pattern defense, even though the residual waves were extremely violent, they did not cause any harm to his flesh, which excited him greatly. As expected of the dragon pattern, its defensive power was several times stronger than the previous dragon membrane. But who are these 2 guys? His gaze turned to the 2 unfamiliar powerful figures. 2 8th grade gold core cultivators were enough to draw his attention. Meanwhile, several elder figures from the 10,000 sword sect appeared in his line of sight. As soon as these elders appeared, they stood in front of him, clearly intending to protect him. Lu Jin, with us here, they cannot harm you. The elder at the 8th grade Gold Core realm's voice came through. Now, Lu Jin was like a newly rising star, further valued by the sect master. And his current attitude was also a consideration for himself. Thank you, elder. Lu Jin politely cupped his fist. However, just based on those 2, capturing me won't be so easy. As soon as he said this, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. They were unaware of the strength Lu Jin had displayed since his appearance. At this moment, he could actually say such words, indicating his strength had advanced again. But to what extent he had grown stronger, they had no way of knowing. The sect master has ordered, today we are here to protect you, Lu Jin. You should observe the battle from the side. Once we capture these 2, we can make further plans. Elders, follow me to capture these 2. Boom! Under the leadership of the elder, the other elders instantly unleashed their formidable attack power, striking at the 2 individuals. Other powerful members of the Wanjian sect also rushed over, and upon witnessing this scene, they immediately joined the battle. Chapter 34. Invading Wanjian sect. No mercy. Boom! The terrifying spiritual energy unleashed by the united attack of the crowd instantly collided with the Python's soul-claiming formation, and the violent aftermath rapidly spread, causing both sides to retreat several dozen zhang to stabilize their minds. Damn it, there's actually a hidden formation here, completely alarming the Wanjian sect. Since that is the case, we shall kill. A mere Wanjian sect cannot stop us. The 2 powerful individuals exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of fierce killing intent in each other's eyes. The Python soul-claiming formation was originally silent, and would not make a fuss even when fighting against the members of Wanjian's sect. But Chu Tianxiong had set up a formation in advance, and the sudden explosion of sound caused the entire sect to tremble. Who are you? State your names. This elder of the Wanjian sect, an 8th grade Golden Core realm cultivator, is the first elder under the peak master of the first peak, Wanjian Peak, Chunhong. With a loud shout, sword light flickered coldly, and his imposing aura was compelling, determined to succeed. Hee. I didn't expect there to be such a monstrous talent within the Wanjian sect. Since it has come to this, I'll get straight to the point. We are the 2 elders of Xian'an Mountain, the Python and the Snake. At these words, everyone was shocked. A group of disciples suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, unable to stop trembling. The Python and the Snake elders? It's actually them. The 2 elders of Xian'an Mountain are notorious for their merciless killings. Many disciples from the sect who went out traveling have been rumored to have been captured by them and refined into Yindan. Today, they dare to appear so brazenly in the Wanjian sect. Their intentions are not good. The disciples began to discuss among themselves, and the expressions of the elders also became somewhat complicated. However, they knew that with Chu Tianxiong in charge, these 2 would never succeed in the Wanjian sect. The Python and the Snake elders? I didn't expect you two to be so infamous while secretly engaging in underhanded activities. I advise you both that you are in the Wanjian sect. Elder Chun Hong's authority was overwhelming, and his voice left no room for doubt. Hey, you, a mere elder, dare to meddle in the affairs of the Python and the Snake Elders? I will say this only once. That young man is a prodigy. Today, we must take him away and present him to the people of the Holy Land. At this statement, Chen Hong and the others' expressions changed slightly. People of the Holy Land? Indeed, such a gifted individual should naturally be cultivated in the Holy Land. It would be a waste to keep him in your Wanjian sect. As they spoke, the two turned their gaze towards Lu Jin, saying, Boy, being noticed by us. The Python and the Snake Elders is your fortune. Why not hurry up and kneel to express your gratitude? Looking down at Lu Jin, the Python and the Snake Elders did not expect that when Lu Jin opened his mouth, the two of them trembled all over. Python and Snake Elders? What a load of nonsense. If you don't immediately roll out of the Wanjian sect, don't think you can leave. My life is not for others to control. What? You brat have some nerve. Since you are so obstinate, don't blame me for being merciless. Buzz. As they finished speaking, spiritual energy surged around them, gray light enveloping their bodies, and in an instant, a python and a massive snake materialized in the air. Hiss! The blood-red snake tongue was shocking, and terrifying waves of energy spread out, causing many disciples to feel alarmed. Lu Jin was truly bold. The Python and the Snake Elders had declared they wanted to present him to the people of the Holy Land, yet he remained so resolute and domineering. I admire you. But will our Wanjian sect offend the people of the Holy Land because of this? This matter is difficult. Even Elder Chen Hong felt somewhat uncertain upon hearing the mention of the Holy Land. He turned to look at the hidden presence of Sect Master Chu Tianxiong, but found that he had not appeared. Lu Jin, do you truly not wish to follow them into the Holy Land? Elder Chen Hong suddenly looked at Lu Jin and asked loudly, If Elder Chen is afraid of these two old things, then please step back. I will handle my own matters. Lu Jin's words further shocked everyone. Elder Chun Hong's expression also became complex. His gaze was restrained, but he suddenly smiled. Good. As expected of the person the sect master wants to protect. Lu Jin, since you are unwilling, then Elder Chen Hong looked at the Python and the Snake Elders, and his aura suddenly surged. All disciples, obey my orders. These two have intruded into our Wanjian sect. Kill without mercy. Boom! As soon as the words fell, Elder Chun Hong took the lead, a silver-long sword whistling in his hand, and charged towards the two. This is the territory of the Wanjian sect, and with the sect master personally overseeing it. Even if he faces two opponents of the same realm, he has little fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Behind him, other elders and even the disciples also began to act, each unleashing their own trump cards and rushing into the battle. Lu Jin watched this scene, tilted his head and smiled, then summoned the god burial coffin, a terrifying, devouring force spreading towards the battlefield. After days of cultivation, the originally walnut-sized god burial coffin had increased in size, and its devouring power had grown even more astonishing, a violent surge. As soon as that devouring force appeared, the chaotic aftermath across the entire battlefield was instantly drained. At this moment, Chu Tianxiong, who was watching from afar, saw this scene and his eyes became complex. Xin Yunzi, your beloved disciple's hidden means are probably beyond my imagination. Ha ha ha. Boom. The battle in the arena instantly reached a fever pitch. The Python and the Snake Elders knew they were in someone else's sect and that there was no possibility of mercy from the opponent. So their initial attacks were quite violent, unleashing every means to strike deadly blows. The giant python emerges, long snake in the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. The roar was incessant. Spiritual energy wildly clashing. All the formations in the mountains and forests of Wanjian sect were shattered, trees turned to dust, and many buildings were destroyed, suffering great losses. Chu Tianxiong watched this scene, secretly swallowing several pills. He knew that today, he must take action, even if he bore the mixed primordial strange poison. On the battlefield, Disciples with lower cultivation were continuously blown away by the surging spiritual energy, landing in a miserable state. Being able to survive was already a great fortune. Buzz. While the battle raged on, the spiritual energy that Lu Jin devoured turned into pure spiritual power, pouring into the spiritual pearls within his body. The ninth spiritual pearl was gradually filling up, and a terrifying power was brewing within. Now I can fight against an 8th grade golden core cultivator. I wonder if I can withstand 2 8th grade golden core cultivators. Seeing the Wanjian sect disciples continuously being heavily injured, and even Elder Chunhong gradually falling into a disadvantage, Lu Jin's eyes darkened. With a wave of his hands, the Wanjian Shaozong technique was unleashed in a frenzy. Swish, swish, swish. His surrounding spiritual energy spread out, 100 flying swords condensing in the surrounding void, while simultaneously activating the dragon pattern defense. In the next moment, his figure surged forth with the 100 swords. At that instant, the void shook violently, and that overwhelming aura even shocked the elders in the 7th grade golden core realm on the battlefield. This aura seemed to possess the confidence to counter the 8th grade golden core. But there were 2 8th grade opponents, and Elder Chinhong was already injured. Chu Tianxiong was shocked to see Lu Jin suddenly charging into the battlefield. Though you have condensed 100 swords now with the Wanjian Shaozong technique, the difference in realm is too great. Chapter 35. Don't dare to kill? I'll kill. While Chu Tianxiong pondered, Lu Jin's attack had already struck towards the python and the snake elders. The two were taken aback, though they knew Lu Jin would certainly have an extraordinary move. They did not expect his attack to be so fierce and domineering. If they did not respond with full force, they could easily find themselves in a precarious situation. Join forces. Boom. Without any hesitation, the two acted in perfect harmony, clearly having teamed up more than once, displaying remarkable tacit understanding. As they struck, Elder Chinhong was instantly pushed back by their combined assault, and as the two figures flashed, the massive python illusion coalesced once more, charging fiercely towards Lu Jin's 100 swords. The giant snake and python were fierce and domineering, and the two had already advanced to the 8th rank of Golden Core. Coupled with their tacit cooperation in attacks, their combat strength was far beyond that of an ordinary 8th rank. With a loud boom, hundreds of sword streams clashed with the two's python illusion, suddenly erupting with a shocking roar that left even Elder Chunhong dumbfounded. The power that Lu Jin unleashed gave a vague impression of surpassing him. With a whoosh, when the hundreds of flying swords shattered completely, the python illusion also exploded, and Lu Jin, due to the disparity in cultivation, was violently pushed back, his figure not very graceful, even rolling several times before stabilizing. To the onlookers, he undoubtedly fell into a disadvantage. Yet even so, the fact that he, a mere spirit pearl realm cultivator, could unleash such formidable combat power left everyone astonished. In response, Lu Jin remained carefree in his heart. Although he was pushed back while the opponent only retreated a few steps, he was facing two opponents. Moreover, with the dragon pattern defense, he appeared flustered but had actually suffered no damage at all. A genius capable of achieving this is rare among thousands. Kid, you're looking for death. Feeling Lu Jin's terror, the two old snakes' expressions changed drastically. Kill him. They exchanged glances and immediately condensed the python illusion again, not giving Lu Jin a chance to catch his breath. Lu Jin's gaze darkened. The 10,000 swords to the capital technique with 100 sword streams was clearly no match for their combined efforts. Therefore, a red flame suddenly surged in his palm. He was about to unleash the hellfire, suppressing the abyss sword. How dare you touch a disciple of the 10,000 sword sect? Just at that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, and amidst the shaking of the void, a figure descended. It was Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong? The expressions of the two old snakes changed dramatically. The reason they dared to act was undoubtedly because they had not detected Chu Tianxiong's powerful aura earlier, but they never expected him to suddenly appear. As Chu Tianxiong descended into the arena, a group of elders and disciples became excited. The sect master has personally arrived. The sect master's strength is unfathomable. The two old snakes cannot escape now. This was already the second time the sect master had personally intervened for senior brother Lu Jin. How enviable. As the crowd discussed, Chu Tianxiong, however, did not look at anyone else but fixed his gaze on Lu Jin, speaking with imposing grandeur. Lu Jin, see clearly. The 10,000 swords to the capital technique is used like this. Swish, swish, swish. Before his words finished, his aura erupted, accompanied by a sharp sound that left everyone in shock and terror. As the sharp sounds cut through the air, each sound was accompanied by a flying sword coalescing. Soaring above, and a total of 300 flying swords hovered, forming a dense web of swords that suddenly shot toward the two old snakes. Not good. He's going to kill us. The two old snakes' eyes widened in horror. Quickly used the dragon transformation secret technique. Boom, boom. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, the two no longer held back. Chu Tianxiong's power was deeply ingrained in their hearts. They were already quite nervous, and now seeing the 300 flying swords surge, they immediately utilized their strongest killing move. Even though this killing move was quite difficult for them, and would even cause backlash if used, they could no longer afford to care about that for their lives. Roar! The two erupted with spiritual energy, and the giant snake and python's aura suddenly transformed, merging into a dragon-shaped illusion. With just you two, you dare to transform into a dragon. Chu Tianxiong's momentum was majestic as the 300 flying swords shot down like lightning. Each sword exploded upon colliding with their martial arts illusion, creating a chaotic storm. The destructive power of the explosions shocked the two, causing them to retreat continuously. Watching this scene, Chun Hong and others were extremely excited. In their eyes, the sect master was an invincible being. They had never truly witnessed his unparalleled skills, and today was a rare opportunity, making everyone exhilarated. Meanwhile, Lu Jin continued to absorb the chaotic storm, increasing his own cultivation. However, when he looked at Chu Tianxiong's figure, a strange feeling suddenly arose. The sect master's aura seems off, but at that moment, the attacks from both sides collided completely. Boom! The violent aura was even more ferocious than before. Under the continuous bombardment of the 300 flying swords, the dragon-shaped illusion exploded completely, and the two were also thrown back in disarray, spitting blood as their auras instantly weakened. However, just as all the sect disciples were excited, they were astonished to see that Chu Tianxiong also spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura was even weaker than that of the two old snakes. Sect Master, Elder Chin Hong and others immediately flew over, and after checking, their expressions changed. The sect master is poisoned. How could this happen? Did the two old snakes secretly poison him? Several elders discussed, but Chu Tianxiong waved his hand and said with difficulty, "Do not speak of my poisoning to outsiders. You all quickly take action and eliminate the two old snakes. Kill them on the spot." Hearing this, Chun Hong's expression changed slightly, and he frowned, asking, "But sect master, their identities are extraordinary, and they're connected to the Blood Moon sacred land. If they truly die in our 10,000 sword sect." But just then, two screams suddenly rang out. The crowd turned their heads hurriedly and saw the heads of the two old snakes flying away, blood instantly splattering. And the one who killed them was none other than Lu Jin. This scene made everyone's expressions turn complex. Chu Tianxiong looked at this scene without a hint of worry, instead revealing a satisfied smile. "Elder Chun, your courage is not as good as that of a disciple." Elder Chin Hong took a deep breath and said nothing. After Lu Jin exterminated the two old snakes, he collected all the storage rings from them and flew over to Chu Tianxiong. "Sect Master, how are you feeling?" Lu Jin glanced at him, a sense of concern emerging in his eyes. After the previous tempering of the spiritual power wheel, his perception was quite sensitive, and upon detecting the poison within Chu Tianxiong, his brows furrowed tightly. "No problem," Chu Tianxiong said, still maintaining his authoritative tone. "The others will clean up the battlefield. Lu Jin, come with me." Elder Chin Hong and others frowned but complied, while Lu Jin helped the severely injured and poisoned Chu Tianxiong back to the sect master's exclusive training area. "Sect Master, your injuries are severe," Lu Jin stated bluntly. "I know," Chu Tianxiong nodded. After swallowing a pill, he slightly recovered some strength. The poison I have contracted is the mixed Yuan wonder poison of the 5 poisons blood sovereign. The only antidote has fallen into the Qian volcano with his demise. Chu Tianxiong chuckled bitterly and shook his head. However, since my life ends here, there's nothing to regret. I have lived 3 more years than your master, and accomplished 3 more years of great deeds. The only regret is that I cannot personally slay the Blood Moon ancestor. Hearing this, Lu Jin frowned. Sectmaster, you should not have intervened earlier. You had already forced the poison into your left hand. At that time, even if you had to sever your arm, there was still a way to save your life, but now. Upon hearing Lu Jin's words, Chu Tianxiong smiled and said, "So, did you see clearly how to use the 10,000 swords to the capital technique?" Lu Jin nodded. Chu Tianxiong suddenly laughed heartily. Then it was worth it. Lu Jin smiled but then became serious. "Thank you, Sect Master." Chu Tianxiong frowned slightly at his attitude, but then smiled knowingly. "Lu Jin, you should know my intentions." Lu Jin nodded, not denying it. They had said everything that needed to be said before. Chu Tianxiong's intentions were already quite clear. However, Lu Jin then asked, "Sectmaster, have you killed the 5 poisons blood sovereign?" Chu Tianxiong nodded. "I will kill all those from the Blood Messenger Alliance." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's expression became serious as he said, "Then, the only one who can resolve the chaotic poison within you should be his master." As soon as these words were spoken, Chu Tianxiong frowned. "Lu Jin, are you saying?" Lu Jin replied, "That's right. It is said that the blood sovereign of the 5 poisons had a master in his early years, the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary, who later secluded himself on Misty Island and has not been seen for many years. There are not many legends about him anymore." After speaking, Lu Jin smiled. "For the sake of the sect master, I am willing to give it a try." Once this was said, a hint of emotion suddenly appeared on Chu Tianxiong's resolute face. But he quickly masked it. How many years has it been? The world only knows him as the high and mighty sect master of the 10,000 Swords sect, a top-tier powerhouse whose appearance is as elusive as a dragon. Yet no one has ever gotten so close to him or cared for him. Of course, he has been focused on revenge, directing his life towards it, preparing everything for that purpose. He never expected that one day he would be moved by a word of concern. "Lu Jin, Misty Island is not a peaceful place. There are many dangers there, which have caused many top powerhouses to hesitate to venture in. As for that Yellow Sparrow Apothecary, his life and death are unknown, and his whereabouts are also uncertain. Sectmaster, my mind is made up," Lu Jin suddenly said, his eyes firm. Chu Tianxiong looked at his eyes, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. "Good. Since you have made up your mind, be careful in everything." Lu Jin nodded. Chu Tianxiong took out a jade tablet and a sound transmission talisman. "If you go to Misty Island and find this person, your chances of success might be greater." "Thank you, Sectmaster. I should be the one thanking you. It's a laborious task." Lu Jin nodded, said nothing more, took the sound transmission talisman and jade tablet, and left. Chu Tianxiong watched Lu Jin's departing figure. Although he was suffering from the pain of the strange poison in his body, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Lu Jin, I hope you won't let me down. I hope that one day you can unlock the demon-slaying heavenly book, commanding the apostles of the Holy Hall to completely annihilate the Blood Moon's sacred land." Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong opened his palm, and amidst a swirl of black mist, a shadow of a black book slowly emerged. "If you can return safely, I will grant you this demon-slaying heavenly book. This is the only treasure I have gathered that can counter the evil arts of the Blood Moon ancestor." After leaving the 10,000 Swords sect, Lu Jin headed east, stopping to rest on a mountaintop after flying 100 miles. Since he emerged from seclusion, he had been pushing forward, refining to the 9th level of the Spirit Pearl, using all his means to be able to contend against the 8th tier of Golden Core, and he was quite satisfied. With his current combat power, once he stepped onto the life and death arena, he would surely send that Lu Ruyin down to the Yellow Springs. However, after leaving the 10,000 Swords sect, the opponent would surely practice desperately, especially since there was not only Yang Jianfeng from the Blood Moon Sacred Land backing them, but also that obscure aura within them that made one cautious. Thinking of this, he was not so eager for quick success. There was still some time before the life and death battle, and he wanted to continue cultivating, further improving the 10,000 swords worshipping sex techniques, the fiery prison sword, and the great transformation dragon technique, even enhancing the cultivation of the mental power wheel, to increase his chances of victory. Moreover, with the current undercurrents surging, he had a preliminary understanding of Chu Tianxiong's holy hall. But he knew very little about the Blood Moon sacred land. He didn't even know what level the Blood Moon ancestor, who killed his master Xian Yunzi with the Blood Moon curse, had reached, to the extent that even the Purple Mansion realm Chu Tianxiong had no hope for revenge. With thoughts racing, he shook his head and then took out a jade pendant. The mystery of my origins seems to be beyond my current cultivation level. I am not yet able to uncover the secrets within this jade pendant. One day, the truth will be revealed. Lu Jin had previously attempted to investigate this jade pendant, but now, regardless of his spiritual power or mental force, he could not sense anything. The pendant seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power, leaving him powerless. Blowing in the mountain breeze, looking at the mundane world beneath him, Lu Jin calmed his mind and continued on his journey to Misty Island. Misty Island, Yellow Sparrow Apothecary. For him, this person was merely a figure from legends several years ago. As he set out this time, not to mention whether this person, who had killed Chu Tianxiong's disciple, would agree to his request. Even the rumored various man-eating monsters on Misty Island made this mission feel like walking on thin ice. Ahead, 100 miles was the left side of Misty Island. 30 miles away was the place of cultivation of the person mentioned by the sectmaster. Standing in the void, Lu Jin looked to the left, where layers of mountains were shrouded in a sea of white mist, obscuring everything. Buzz. He crushed the sound transmission talisman given by Chu Tianxiong, then played with the seemingly ordinary jade talisman. I wonder what kind of person this is. How could the sect master regard him with such esteem? I hope this trip to Misty Island will open my eyes. Before long, a figure appeared in the ethereal clouds ahead, a young woman in flowing robes. She had a beautifully gentle appearance, long hair like a waterfall, dressed in white, with a green bird fluttering beneath her, soaring over the towering mountains, and arriving before Lu Jin. Chapter 37. Demon Hunter, Long Shimei. Seeing the woman's stunning and otherworldly beauty, Lu Jin was undoubtedly amazed. He had not expected that the person Chu Tianxiong asked him to bring to Misty Island would be such a young woman. In a moment of distraction, he had intended to exchange pleasantries, but suddenly heard the voice of the Qing Lian Empress resonating in his mind. Not bad looking. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin frowned and secretly asked, "Is the Empress just bored after refining the broken illusion soul fruit?" The Qing Lian Empress did not answer him, and her voice disappeared again. Lu Jin pouted. However, the white-clad woman noticed his expression and furrowed her brows in confusion, but soon smiled charmingly, her red lips parting slightly. "This young master, you must be looking for me?" Lu Jin immediately replied, "I am Lu Jin. I apologize for the rudeness." The white-clad woman chuckled lightly. "Young Master Lu need not be so polite. Since you possess the Sect Master's sound transmission talisman, you must be someone valued by the Sect Master. I will not hesitate to serve." The words and attitude of the white-clad woman surprised Lu Jin a bit. "May I ask for your name, miss?" The white-clad woman smiled, then a mysterious light shot from her palm, instantly entering the jade tablet in Lu Jin's hand. The talisman's patterns flickered, revealing a message. Long Shimei, Demon Hunter, skilled in beast language technique, Apostle of the Holy Hall, ID number 05. Seeing this message, Lu Jin's expression changed. "The young lady is a demon hunter? My apologies." Long Shimei smiled brightly. "We are of the same path. There is no need for such formalities." Lu Jin nodded and then asked, "Miss Long, what does this ID number mean?" Long Shimei replied, "In the early days of the establishment of the Holy Hall, the first 30 to join the Holy Hall underwent a test of combat power. I was fortunate enough to rank 5th, that's all." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin nodded inwardly. To rank 5th was enough to show that Long Shimei had extraordinary abilities. However, he did not rudely inquire about her cultivation level. Since she was recommended by Chu Tianxiong, she would surely be able to help him in Misty Island. "Young Master Lu, what mission do we have this time?" Long Shimei asked. "I'm going to Misty Island to find the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary and ask him to refine a detoxification pill." Long Shimei's eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she said nothing, just nodded. "Young Master Lu, please come aboard." Seeing Long Shimei inviting him onto the green bird mount, Lu Jin hesitated for a moment before soaring up. Misty Island, located in a sea of clouds and fog to the east of the 10,000 Swords sect, is perpetually shrouded in mist, resembling a paradise. Yet it makes many cultivators fearful. This is because the islands in the sea near the mainland are extensive, inhabited by a variety of monsters. Without special means, surviving among them is undoubtedly a fool's dream. As Lu Jin rode with Long Shimei on the green bird, they exchanged a few simple words along the way, but still did not know much about each other's identities. Among the apostles of the Holy Hall, they shared a common goal. As long as they focused on the ultimate objective, they could work together, and other matters were of little importance. As the two reached the Sea of Clouds, Lu Jin still felt unfamiliar with Long Shimei. It was so unfamiliar that the other party didn't even know that his action this time was to save the guild leader, Chu Tianxiang. However, with the guild leader's jade token, he didn't have to worry about whether the other party would do their best. What caught his eye was an endless expanse of misty clouds and the rolling sea below. Smelling the salty and fishy scent, Lu Jin frowned slightly. He was undoubtedly unfamiliar with this immortal mist island. Relying solely on instinct would clearly be as inefficient as a headless fly. Seemingly sensing Lu Jin's thoughts, Long Shimei smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, you don't need to worry. Although I'm not very familiar with this immortal mist island, I do know where human cultivators are active. As long as there are people, we can gather information." Lu Jin nodded. "That makes sense. I trouble you to lead the way." Miss Long Shimei nodded and rode the green bird straight toward a massive island ahead. Just as the green bird flew over the sea's surface, a sudden bird call pierced the air and a giant raptor dove down rapidly from the high sky, its enormous eyes shining with a blood-red light. Not good. It's the silver-scaled sea owl. Long Shimei's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her expression instantly became tense. Seeing the silver-scaled sea owl, Lu Jin's gaze also changed. What a powerful demonic aura. This is comparable to a human cultivator at the 7th grade of the Golden Core stage. He wasn't worried about himself. This level of threat could not harm him. But Long Shimei's expression and the trembling body of her green bird suggested that they were still somewhat apprehensive. "Young Master Lu, hold on tight. This could be a bit tricky." Just as Lu Jin was about to take action, Long Shimei suddenly spoke. As her words fell, a blue light shot out from her hand. A strange scent suddenly spread out, and Lu Jin frowned slightly. He raised his eyes to see that the blue light charging toward the silver-scaled sea owl had transformed in an instant into a giant blue raptor. Its size more than 10 times that of the silver-scaled sea owl. The massive phantom's aura surged, and it let out a long cry that sent terrifying waves crashing down, causing the sea below to rise several feet high. This shocking scene made the silver-scaled sea owl's blood-red gaze suddenly retract, revealing a thick layer of terror. Its rapidly descending body shook its wings in a frenzy and changed direction to flee into the distance. However, the terrifying aura still forced the green bird to swoop down low, nearly plunging into the surging waves. But once the silver-scaled sea owl fled, the green bird immediately soared back up, its slight trembling also dissipating. "Don't be afraid, little Qing. You're the bravest. I'll reward you." Long Shimei took a pill from her storage ring, and the green bird swallowed it in one gulp, flapping its wings even more joyfully. "Miss Long, what a great technique." Lu Jin praised sincerely as he watched the massive raptor phantom gradually dissipate. Long Shimei shook her head and smiled. "I'm rather ashamed to say. I had no choice but to resort to this tactic since I couldn't defeat it." She then stroked the soft feathers of the green bird. "It did scare little Qing quite a bit. I hope this little guy can grow up quickly." Lu Jin asked, "How old is this green bird?" Long Shimei replied, "It's only 5 months old." Lu Jin was taken aback. For such a raptor to have grown so large in just 5 months? Impressive. Long Shimei smiled slightly. "I found it, and I hope to accompany it safely as it grows." After saying that, her gaze suddenly turned to the front. "We have arrived." Lu Jin turned to look, and below appeared a massive island, nearly entirely covered in forests, with the roars of demonic beasts echoing into the sky, creating a thrilling atmosphere. Whoosh! The green bird dove down and soon landed on the island. Being on site, the entire island exuded a chilling aura. "Little Ching, come in," Long Shiwei said to the green bird, and a halo of light appeared in her palm, towering several feet high. The green bird jumped into the halo and vanished. Lu Jin smiled. "Miss Long, what a skill." Long Shiwei waved her hand. "It's nothing to mention. Let us go. There's a merchant ahead. We could buy some information." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin furrowed his brow. Chapter 38. Hero Saves Beauty? Information can be bought? Lu Jin felt puzzled. But he also understood that Long Shiwei knew this place much better than he did. Moreover, the place she appeared before was not far from here. So she must have a deep understanding of the area. Otherwise, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't have sent him to bring her along. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly followed Long Shiwei deeper into Immortal Mist Island. The towering ancient trees blocked the sunlight, and walking among them allowed a slight coolness to come with the sea breeze. If it weren't for those legendary fierce demonic beasts, this would indeed be a rare, quiet place. As they walked along the winding path, after about 10 minutes, they suddenly came to a clearing surrounded by towering trees, where a pavilion with flying eaves appeared. Drunken Immortal Pavilion? Lu Jin looked up and saw 3 gilded characters on the plaque of the pavilion. "We could buy some information here. If we offer a reasonable price, we should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort," Long Shiwei said. Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded, but then looked around the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Aside from the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, dozens of massive demonic beasts lay on the ground in all directions. Upon seeing them, the group of large demonic beasts had bloodshot eyes and were glaring at them menacingly. Undoubtedly, they were all guardian beasts raised by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. This Drunken Immortal Pavilion is quite capable. The demonic beasts here are all much stronger than the silver-scaled sea owl we encountered before. Seeing Lu Jin's expression change, Long Shiwei smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, don't worry. These demonic beasts are guardian beasts raised by the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. As long as we follow the rules of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, everything will be fine." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin nodded and walked toward the main entrance of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Just then, a group of people suddenly approached from the other side. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. The leader of the group was a young man. When he saw Long Shiwei, his expression changed instantly, showing a mix of schadenfreude and a hint of ferocity. Long Shiwei's face also suddenly darkened upon seeing him. Her voice was cold and unquestionable. "Song-won, I have no ties with you anymore. If you continue to pester me, don't blame me for being merciless." Hearing this, Song-won's expression stiffened. "Indeed, your Xiaoyao Valley and my Song family suffered mutual losses in the previous battle, and there are no ties left. But I cannot swallow this anger. I'm a #1 genius of the Song family. You dare to break off our engagement. Long Shiwei, do you really think I will let this go so easily?" After saying this, he turned to Lu Jin beside him, and his eyes darkened instantly. "Humph. Breaking off my engagement and seeking a new love. Long Shiwei, this guy you found is not even in the Golden Core stage. What right does he have?" Long Shiwei's expression changed. "Don't talk nonsense. My relationship with young Master Lu is not what you think. Get out of the way, if you continue to pester me." "Song-won, you know my methods?" Long Shiwei said as she attempted to bypass him. But unexpectedly, her words directly provoked Song-won's anger. "Humph. Long Shiwei, do you think your methods can contend with the 3 elders of my Song family?" Song-won's own strength was at the 1st grade of the Golden Core stage, but the 3 elders beside him were all at the 4th grade of the Golden Core stage. With such strong companions, he naturally felt fearless. As his words fell, the 3 elders stepped forward and blocked Long Shiwei's path. "You." Long Shiwei's eyes were serious. She didn't expect to encounter a dead end right after arriving here. Indeed, it was a case of enemies crossing paths. What's wrong? Are you scared?" "Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. I'm actually a bit interested in your new love." Song-won walked towards Lu Jin with a look of disdain, not taking this Spirit Pearl Realm cultivator seriously at all. "Kid, you dare to snatch my woman? I'll let you know today what smack means." Before he finished speaking, a crisp sound of a slap suddenly echoed, and Song-won spun around 3 times, dazed, holding his face. "Bastard, you dare hit me. I'll kill you." Boom! Song-won suddenly erupted, throwing a punch at Lu Jin. However, his attack felt like it had struck cotton, making no sound at all. Instead, another crisp slap rang out, and the other side of his face turned purple and quickly swelled up. "You're just a first-grade golden core? What are you so arrogant about?" Lu Jin said casually while shaking his hand, looking utterly disgusted. "You." Songwon was completely stunned, unable to understand how, as a golden core expert, he couldn't defeat a spirit pearl realm cultivator. Moreover, he didn't even see how the other party made his move. At this moment, Long Shiwei's expression also showed a hint of surprise. In her eyes, Lu Jin was undoubtedly just a spirit pearl realm cultivator as well. As for why he was favored by the guild leader Chu Tianxiong, he must have some hidden means. But from what just happened, it seemed he not only hid his means, but also concealed his cultivation. "You think you could be a hero and save the beauty? What are you all waiting for? Quickly kill him." With a command from Songwon, 3 elders immediately surrounded Lu Jin and attacked. "Young Master Lu, you go first." Long Shiwei stepped out to block in front of Lu Jin and said, "I can't let you be implicated because of my matters." Seeing the look of worry on Long Shiwei's pretty face, Lu Jin smiled faintly. "Miss Long, there's no need to be nervous. With them, they can't stir up much trouble." As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy burst forth from his body, and a violent aura instantly suppressed the momentum of the 3 attackers. "What? This is impossible. He's just a spirit pearl realm cultivator. He must be relying on some treasure to scare us away. Just bluffing. Take this." Boom. The 3 elders charged forward with killing intent. But at this moment, suddenly a roar erupted from the bottom of the drunken immortal tower, shaking the surrounding trees and causing leaves to fall. "Stop. This is not a place for you to run wild in front of my drunken immortal tower." As the roar died down, a reprimanding voice followed, and the 3 elders immediately dispersed their auras, their expressions becoming respectful and humble upon seeing the newcomer. Although Songwon was filled with rage, he forcibly suppressed it at that moment, because the drunken immortal tower was not someone they could afford to offend. Not to mention anything else, just a single demon beast could kill all of them in an instant. "I have seen Mr. Wu." Upon seeing the newcomer, Songwon respectfully clasped his fists. The man called Mr. Wu was short and stout, resembling a smiling tiger. "So it's young Master Songwon from the Song family. What's the matter? Come to my drunken immortal tower to cause trouble out of boredom?" Songwon immediately replied, "Not at all. I came here to find medicinal materials for my father, specifically to buy information about heavenly-grade spiritual medicine." In front of the strong figures of the drunken immortal tower, he dare not hide anything. Heavenly-grade spiritual medicine? Mr. Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. "Good. Since it's for purchasing information, let's go inside and have a seat." After speaking, he looked at Lu Jin and Long Shiwei, still smiling. "If you two are also here to make purchases, please come along." Upon hearing this, Lu Jin and Long Shiwei did not say much and nodded, following Mr. Wu into the drunken immortal tower. However, the gloomy gazes of Songwon and his companions seemed as if they could kill. "Young Master Lu, after the purchase, leave immediately. We absolutely will not entangle with the Song family," Long Shiwei said softly as she approached Lu Jin. Lu Jin smiled, but his attention was caught by the unique fragrance emanating from her as she got closer. In the drunken immortal tower, after Mr. Wu led them into the main hall, the attendants immediately served tea and water, attending to them meticulously. As Lu Jin sat down with the others, a wave of mental energy spread out, and he could clearly sense several powerful auras stationed above the drunken immortal tower. Among this group of strong auras, one was particularly hidden, causing him to frown slightly. Mental energy? As he probed, that hidden aura also spread in a place invisible to others, unexpectedly colliding with his mental energy. However, since this was the drunken immortal tower, and he was not familiar with it, he immediately withdrew his mind, maintaining an expressionless face. At the moment he retracted his mind, an old man sitting cross-legged on the top floor of the drunken immortal tower suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that a pill master has come to my drunken immortal tower? This mental energy is quite strange, majestic yet scattered, as if it hasn't been properly cultivated, but seems to contain terrifying lethality. The old man, puzzled, spread his mental energy again, this time carefully retracting the earlier grand display. In the main hall, Mr. Wu smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. May I ask what heavenly-grade medicinal material young Master Song is looking for? Our drunken immortal tower has clearly marked prices. As long as you have this information, we will provide it. Upon hearing this, Song Wen immediately said, my father was seriously injured by someone from the Carefree Valley. We must find a heavenly-grade spiritual medicine, pure yang sweet du ginseng, to treat him. I wonder if Mr. Wu has any information on this pure yang sweet du ginseng? Pure yang sweet du ginseng? Mr. Wu frowned. This pure yang sweet du ginseng can be classified as a heavenly-grade spiritual medicine due to its powerful medicinal effects, and also because its growing conditions are extremely harsh and its quantity is very scarce. However, there is indeed news of this on Misty Island. According to the intelligence records of the Drunken Immortal Tower, the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary once obtained a specimen from the cracks of the Yang Extreme Stone on Misty Island. This information is free. I wonder, young Master Song, would you like to know about the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary? Song Wen frowned, then replied, please, Mr. Wu, name your price. Mr. Wu nodded. The whereabouts of the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary are elusive, but our Drunken Immortal Tower can lock onto his location. This information will cost you 20,000 spirit stones, just to make a friend. Gulp. As soon as these words were spoken, Song Wen's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but swallow. 20,000 spirit stones? This. Mr. Wu smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. What? Young Master Song is not satisfied with his price? Our Drunken Immortal Tower conducts business fairly. If you're not satisfied, the transaction can be cancelled. Song Wen suppressed his anger. The Drunken Immortal Tower was charging 20,000 just for information. How could they not rob? But now his father was severely injured, and without the pure yang sweet du ginseng, his life was in danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Long Shi Wei, gritting his teeth. It's all because of her. The expert from the Carefree Valley had to fight his father to a standstill, leading to this current predicament. Seeing the murderous look in his eyes, Long Shi Wei turned her head away, not looking at him, directly ignoring him. No, Mr. Wu, you've misunderstood. To get the whereabouts of the heavenly-grade spiritual medicine, my Song family, thanks Mr. Wu. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu smiled. In that case, it's a deal. Hearing their conversation, Long Shi Wei and Lu Jin exchanged glances, and Lu Jin clearly saw a hint of complexity in Long Shi Wei's eyes. They had come to find the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary, but unexpectedly, the other party was also seeking the whereabouts of the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary for the pure yang sweet du ginseng. You two, what information do you need? At this moment, Mr. Wu looked at Lu Jin and Long Shi Wei. Long Shi Wei looked at Lu Jin, but did not speak. Lu Jin understood her meaning. 20,000 spirit stones was not a small sum. In the Carefree Valley, she received only about 100 spirit stones a month. Moreover, she seemed to doubt that Lu Jin could produce 20,000 spirit stones. Lu Jin smiled, turning to Mr. Wu. To be honest, I also came here to find the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary. Oh, what coincidence. Mr. Wu smiled and then said, in that case, it will also cost you 20,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Song Wen's expression changed. What? Are you doing this on purpose? Long Shi Wei said coldly. We came to find a Yellow Sparrow alchemist. So who said you were the only ones allowed to search? Song Wen's eyes were icy as he smiled. All right. Since you're also searching, you should be careful on the way. Long Shi Wei glanced at him without saying a word, then turned to Lu Jin. Young Master Lu, 20,000 spirit stones might not be worth it. Let's find another way. Long Shi Wei was clearly considering Lu Jin's interests. What's wrong? Can't pay. If you can't pay, how dare you come to the Drunken Immortal Tower? Song Wen immediately mocked. Long Shi Wei, the man you're looking for isn't that impressive. No cultivation, no spirit stones. I just don't understand, slap. However, just as he was speaking, another crisp slap echoed, and Song Wen's already swollen face grew even larger. Kid, you've humiliated my young master time and again. We will remember this debt. The three elders of the Song family spoke almost in unison. They were furious inside, but in the Drunken Immortal Tower, they could only suppress it. Oh, remembered? It's nothing to be proud of to be remembered by you bunch of good-for-nothings. Lu Jin said lightly, making the few of them look as if they had eaten pig liver, their expressions fluctuating between anger and gloom. You dare hit people in my drunken immortal tower? Kid, do you not understand the rules? Seeing Lu Jin take action in front of him, Mr. Wu's expression darkened slightly. But he still wore a smiling tiger's face, though a hint of coldness appeared in his gaze. Those who insult others, why not hit them? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly. This is the drunken immortal tower. Lu Jin's defiance made Mr. Wu's words turn colder, and as he spoke, an aura spread from his body. In his view, Lu Jin not only looked down upon the drunken immortal tower, but likely couldn't even afford 20,000 spirit stones. Therefore, since they were not friends and no business could be done, there was no need to show him any courtesy. Humph, kid, you really don't know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. You dare offend Mr. Wu of the drunken immortal tower. You're simply asking for death. Seeing Mr. Wu's attitude, Song Won and the others immediately showed expressions of glee. Mr. Wu, this kid clearly looks down on the drunken immortal tower. Unlike us, who endure humiliation no matter how great, we hold the drunken immortal tower and you in our hearts. This flattery made Mr. Wu quite comfortable. He smiled coldly and then looked at Lu Jin. Since you don't want to buy information, please pay a fine of 5,000 spirit stones. After all, you broke the rules of the drunken immortal tower, and the fines are clearly marked, fair and square. Upon hearing this, Long Shiwei immediately became displeased, as any previous apprehension seemed to vanish at this moment. 5,000 spirit stones? Why did he go rob someone? Clearly, they provoked first. Mr. Wu, you were present. You must discern right from wrong. The reputation of the drunken immortal tower cannot be tarnished in your hands. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Wu's expression grew even colder, and he looked down at Long Shiwei with raised eyebrows. Are you teaching me how to do my job? If you don't hand over 5,000 spirit stones today, don't even think about leaving the drunken immortal tower. Chapter 40, Spirit Array. The Tower Master is shocked. Mr. Wu's aura spread, rolling like a tide, but he did not make a move. Rather, the moment his aura surged, several guardian beasts lying around the drunken immortal tower began to roar. Each roar was deafening, filled with an overwhelming sense of oppression. Long Shiwei's expression tightened. It was clear that they could not afford to offend the drunken immortal tower, and she even regretted bringing Lu Jin here at this moment. Lu Jin squinted, unable to discern his emotions. However, Song Won and the others were extremely gleeful. Ha ha! Long Shiwei, you dare to defy Mr. Wu? This is the drunken immortal tower. Not to mention you, even your master would have to show respect in front of Mr. Wu. Don't you understand the principle of having to bow your head under a roof? Listening to the mockery, Long Shiwei gritted her silver teeth. Song Won, don't impose the grudge between us on young Master Lu. Mr. Wu, today's matter was instigated by them. Please distinguish clearly. Mr. Wu's eyes turned cold, his aura enveloping Long Shiwei, causing her to tremble all over. Are you saying I can't tell right from wrong? Even at this moment, Mr. Wu smiled with a skin-deep grin, and his expression looked quite eerie. You dare to touch my people. Seeing Long Shiwei being oppressed, Lu Jin trembled all over, and a wave of spirit energy instantly shattered Mr. Wu's aura. Kid, are you tired of living? Mr. Wu was confronted by Lu Jin, and his authority immediately faltered. He raised his hand, and spirit energy wildly gathered at his fingertips, like a small hurricane brewing a terrifying pressure that could chill the soul. Stop! At that moment, an old but undeniably authoritative voice came down from the upper floor. Mr. Wu immediately frowned and quickly dispersed his aura. Yes, sir. The voice came again. Bring this young friend, Lu, up to the 3rd floor. As soon as these words came out, Mr. Wu's expression changed, and a look of incredulity appeared in his eyes. Sir, is it the 3rd floor? He asked again in disbelief, seemingly needing to confirm before daring to obey. That's right. Young friend Lu, please. The voice came down, but Lu Jin could not discern whether it was filled with joy or anger. The 3rd floor? Who is that speaker? Long Shiwei, upon hearing, showed a look of shock in her beautiful eyes. The expressions of the Song family members also changed to one of surprise, and their gazes toward Lu Jin shifted dramatically. An alchemist? Could it be that he is an alchemist? Only an alchemist would have the qualifications to be summoned to the third floor of the drunken immortal tower. Don't be hasty. So what if he's an alchemist? There are many spirit power cultivators who enter the third floor, but over the years, very few have passed the tests. Just a guy with slightly stronger spirit power. There's no need to worry. The Song family members said, though their tone was firm, their eyes were evasive. Oh, Lu Jin raised his gaze, frowning. The third floor? What is the identity of that speaker? Mr. Wu's attitude changed dramatically. Young friend Lu, the person above is the owner of the drunken immortal tower. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked again. Although they had guessed the person's identity, hearing it from Mr. Wu's mouth still surprised them. The owner of the drunken immortal tower was a significant figure rarely seen, mysterious and unpredictable, and ordinary people had no chance of meeting him. And at this moment, that person was right above them. Is there no reason to go up to the third floor without cause? Lu Jin said leisurely. Mr. Wu's eyes narrowed, and he smiled. Young friend Lu, you may not know, but the third floor is a testing place for spirit power in my drunken immortal tower. Anyone who can pass the test will be treated as a VIP in my drunken immortal tower, with countless benefits. Lu Jin smiled. First, weigh my 2,000 spirit stones, and then I'll go up. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu was stunned. Young friend Lu, I can't make that call. Song One and the other sneered, kid. You really overestimate yourself. You don't even know if you can pass the third floor test, and yet you dare to ask for a lion's share? Haha. Do you think the drunken immortal tower will treat you with courtesy before you pass the test? Dream on. Just then, the voice from upstairs came down again. Just 2,000 spirit stones. Young friend Lu, I will waive them for you. Please hurry to the third floor. As soon as this was said, even Long Shiwei's expression changed. Perhaps Lu Jin was hiding some great secret that she couldn't discover, but that Tower Master had found out? The faces of Song One and the others turned even more sour, as they originally planned to mock him, but did not expect that the fool would be themselves. Please. Mr. Wu made a respectful gesture. Lu Jin nodded, then turned to Long Shiwei with a smile. Wait for me. Long Shiwei nodded. Young Master Lu, be careful. After Mr. Wu led Lu Jin up to the third floor, he immediately retreated, as if he had no right to linger there for even a second. Lu Jin's gaze swept across the entire third floor. Apart from a black stone tablet in the middle, it was completely empty. Lu Xiaoyu. This spirit power testing tablet is a rare treasure, seldom seen in 1,000 miles. If you can demonstrate your spirit power talent, or show potential to become an alchemist, you will be a distinguished guest on my Zue Xian Tower in the future. Of course, if you cannot demonstrate it, it won't matter. Today's 20,000 spirit stones will be waived by me. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin smiled and said, Is this your test? The voice responded, It seems simple, but within this spirit tablet lies a cultivation formation that can crush spirit power. If Lu Xiaoyu is not in a hurry to leave, you might try pouring your spirit power into the formation for some cultivation. Perhaps after some hard work, the spirit power test can yield better results. Lu Jin nodded. He was curious to see if the formation within the spirit tablet was more powerful than his spirit power wheel. Buzz, sitting cross-legged before the spirit tablet, Lu Jin immersed his spirit power into the formation space of the stone tablet. Instantly, a wave of oppressive force swept over him, and the surrounding space seemed to distort. Sharpain howling in with it. Not bad, but unfortunately, it's far weaker than my spirit power wheel. His spirit power condensed into a human form, moving within the formation, while the spirit power attacks unleashed by the formation began to be countered and shattered by him. Boom! With each counterattack, the spirit power formation erupted with intense vibrations. Each vibration made the old man, sitting quietly with his legs crossed, furrow his brows tighter. Good heavens! This kid! This little rascal! Damn! The old man could no longer sit still. Eventually, he stood up with a thud, and his hunched back seemed to straighten a bit. A few minutes later, Lu Jin withdrew his spirit power from the formation and looked back at the testing spirit tablet, his eyes filled with intrigue. I want to see what level my spirit power has reached. Chapter 41. Attitude change. Feng Mingdao, although he had undergone the tempering of the spirit power wheel, Lu Jin did not know what level his spirit power was at now. This test provided him an opportunity. Gathering his mind, he looked at the testing spirit tablet, and then a surge of spirit power rushed in instantly. Buzz! A humming sound appeared on the stone tablet, followed by dazzling brilliance erupting forth, which enveloped the entire Zue CN Tower in an instant, looking quite spectacular. At that moment, everyone in the Zue CN Tower, even the surrounding beasts, were stunned by the radiance, their eyes widening in astonishment as they looked on. Gulp! On the top floor, the old man could not help but swallow hard. He immediately transmitted a message secretly. Everyone, hurry down to welcome our distinguished guest. The Zue CN Tower trembled, and all the strong experts sprang into action. Meanwhile, Lu Jin's test had just begun. As the humming sound echoed continuously, the brilliance became even more resplendent, in red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet, until finally, the black brilliance spread out. He frowned and began to withdraw. What level have I reached? If I continue, this stone tablet might explode. He felt conflicted. It seemed that the spirit power the testing stone tablet could bear had reached its limit. He clearly sensed the stone tablet trembling. If he did not stop in time, this treasure might explode the next second. That would incur a hefty compensation. Forget it, there will be other opportunities. Shaking his head helplessly, he had expected the final result to be like this. Just then, an old man suddenly burst into the third-floor space with a group of people, startling Lu Jin. Everyone, I didn't do it on purpose. What a joke. Everyone, the newcomers, was at the Golden Core stage, and there were even more terrifying presences hidden among them. He did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. Lu Xiaoyu, please allow us to pay our respects. Huh? Lu Jin was taken aback. What does this mean? What did I do? The old man approached, his expression extremely excited. Lu Xiaoyu, from today onward, you are a distinguished guest of my Zue CN Tower. No, you are the master of my Zue CN Tower. This statement made Lu Jin feel as if he were dreaming. May I ask who you are? I'm the old man Feng Mengdao. I am a master of this Zue CN Tower. Today, to witness your supernatural abilities is like seeing a heavenly being. Your spirit power is 1 in a million. In the future, you will definitely become a great figure. If my Zue CN Tower must submit, I will be willing 100 times over. Lu Jin, they are submitting already? I seem to have only done a test, and I was still holding back my abilities? Is this enough to shock you all? Did they misunderstand something? Lu Jin was confused. He thought the group must have been blinded by something, and he just wanted to leave quickly. If they changed their minds, he might still have to pay 20,000 spirit stones. Well, I just want to find the whereabouts of the Huang K pharmacist. All right, I will immediately help you inquire about his whereabouts. Does Lu Xiaoyu have any other requests? No, really none. Good, Feng Mengdao said, handing Lu Jin a map. Lu Xiaoyu, here is the location of the Huang K pharmacist. Take this map. Don't disdain it. Lu Jin frowned as he took the map, suddenly feeling an odd aura emanating from the seemingly ordinary map. Nothing comes for free. Do you look down on me, Lu Xiaoyu? If you do, then don't accept it. Feng Mengdao crossed his neck, and the aged face even showed a hint of pride. All right, I accept it. Thank you. Lu Jin didn't want to refuse any longer, so he put the map into his storage ring. Since that's the case, I will take my leave now. The people here were very strange, and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. He just wanted to leave quickly. All right, we will see you off, Lu Xiaoyu. Please. Feng Mengdao was polite, and the group of strong experts all had smiles on their faces, looking quite strange, making Lu Jin feel uneasy. When did the famous Zue CN Tower adopt this kind of hospitality? Lu Jin gritted his teeth and went downstairs. Feng Mengdao and the strong experts followed him respectfully. Upon seeing them come down, Mr. Wu and a group of people on the first floor were instantly dumbfounded. Mr. Wu was just about to greet them when Feng Mengdao waved his hand. You don't have the right to speak. Mr. Wu was immediately left speechless. He was stunned, watching his own master, this high-ranking expert, lead a group of elite Zue CN Tower members, smiling and serving Lu Jin as if he were an ancestor. He didn't understand. However, recalling the earlier scene of dazzling brilliance soaring into the sky, he seemed to have vaguely guessed something. The eyes of Song Wan and the others also became particularly bright. They had never seen Feng Mengdao, but seeing this group of people courteously escorting Lu Jin downstairs left them completely petrified, not daring to say anything more. Dragon girl, let us go. Lu Jin looked at Long Shimei and smiled. Long Shimei was also a bit dazed, but in Lu Jin's eyes, she appeared somewhat cute, adding a few more charming points. Okay, let us go. Long Shimei didn't say much. Although she didn't know Feng Mengdao, she felt that old man was the master of the Zui Xian Tower. Lu Xiaoyu, we hope to see you again. Come play often. Feng Mengdao's voice came from behind. All right, Lu Jin responded, then grabbed Long Shimei's arm, quickening his pace. This scene was just seen by Song Wan and others. Who knows what tricks this kid pulled to even fool the experts of Zui Xian Tower? Look at him fleeing in a panic. There must be a plot. Song Wan said confidently. He has secrets. We must quickly pay the spirit stones and then pursue them. This is an opportunity. We cannot let them escape. All right. After Song Wan finished speaking, an elder from the Song family quickly paid 20,000 spirit stones and soon left the Zui Xian Tower. Master, I'm forced to smile so hard it's stiff. Could this kid really be as powerful as you said? Yes, the host has even given him the spirit map, which is the treasure of our Zui Xian Lu. The higher-ups in Zui Xian Lu were confused, but Feng Mengdao waved his hand and said, You guys don't understand anything. The strength of Lu Jin's mental power is unimaginable. If I'm not mistaken, he held back quite a bit during the previous test. Otherwise, do you think the testing spirit tablet would still be there? Huh. The host means that his talent has already surpassed the testing range of the spirit tablet? That's right. Feng Mengdao sighed. It has been many years since such a prodigy appeared. If our Zui Xian Lu doesn't take the initiative to befriend him, that would be a huge loss. By the way, isn't he looking for that old thing Huang Ke? And that young master from the Song family has malicious intentions towards them. If you can help, don't hesitate. The host means? Helping young friend Lu deal with a few beasts is our duty. Understood. Chapter 42. If someone insists on giving, we can't refuse, right? Young Master Lu, what have you done? After leaving Zui Xian Lu, Long Shiwei finally asked the question that had been on her mind. Lu Jin smiled and said, Actually, I don't know what I did. I just tested my mental power, and they had that kind of attitude. Long Shiwei asked, Do you know who that old man is? Lu Jin. He calls himself the host. Who knows if he's pretending? Long Shiwei. Who dares to impersonate the host of Zui Xian Lu without anything to do? She glanced at Lu Jin and shook her head slightly, meaningfully. I didn't expect you to be a Dan master. Lu Jin shook his head. I know nothing about being a Dan master. Long Shiwei. All right, everyone has their secrets. Since you don't want to say, I respect that. Lu Jin frowned. I'm telling the truth. I really know nothing. Long Shiwei. Yes, you know nothing. You know nothing. Yet the host of Zui Xian Lu flatters you. You know nothing. Yet a group of strong people from Zui Xian Lu treats you with such respect, personally seeing you off. You know nothing. And you saved 20,000 spirit stones in an instant. Long Shiwei pouted, then asked, Did the host tell you any news about the alchemist Huang Ke? Lu Jin nodded and took out the spirit map. He said Huang Ke is in this location. Gulp. As soon as this was said, Lu Jin clearly heard Long Shiwei swallow hard. This is the spirit map. She looked at the map in Lu Jin's hand with disbelief. That host Feng Mengdao even gave you the spirit map? Lu Jin didn't understand what the spirit map was, but from Long Shiwei's reaction, this thing should also be a treasure. He nodded. Someone insisted on giving it. We can't refuse, right? Long Shiwei was speechless again. Do you know how precious this spirit map is to Zui Xian Lu? Lu Jin shook his head innocently. How precious it is irrelevant since it was given by the other party. It's not like he asked for it. This map contains the marks of a group of spirit beings on Misty Island. And those spiritual creatures wandering on Misty Island will gather information from all over onto the map. This is a treasure of the host. Lu Jin was taken aback, then smiled with satisfaction. It seems that this host Feng has truly opened his heart to me. Long Shiwei shook her head. For some reason, Lu Jin always gave her a feeling of being unfathomable, as if her guesses about him only scratched the surface. Since we have the map, let's follow this route. Long Shiwei said, then her expression slightly darkened. However, those guys from the Song family have been following us. Should we shake them off? Lu Jin smiled and nodded. However, regarding the several auras of the Song family behind them, he didn't explicitly mention. He didn't care what their purpose was, as long as he could get the antidote. Everything else was irrelevant. Let's go ahead. I'll find a way. Long Shiwei nodded at Lu Jin, and then the two continued to weave through the towering forest. After walking a distance, Lu Jin suddenly asked, Miss Long, it seems there is a group of demon beasts blocking the way ahead. Should we go around? Long Shiwei smiled and said, I'm looking for them. Follow me. Saying this, she actually accelerated towards the group of demon beasts. All right. Lu Jin followed behind. The strength of this group of demon beasts varied, but the strongest one could rival the third-grade golden core realm. When the two got close to the group of demon beasts, Long Shiwei suddenly opened her mouth slightly, and a talisman flew out of her hand, instantly burning to ashes as she spoke. Then Lu Jin heard a series of incomprehensible words coming from her lips. Beast language technique. He frowned slightly, surprised by this peculiar technique. Sure enough, as her voice rang out, the group of large demons, which had been eyeing them fiercely, quickly lost the blood-red hue in their eyes, then slowly stood up, clearing a path for the two of them to pass. Let's go. Long Shiwei called out to Lu Jin, and the two passed through the group of large demons. After they walked past, Lu Jin noticed that the eyes of that group of large demons once again filled with a blood-red color, even more intense than before, showing a bloodthirsty expression. However, all the demon beasts were glaring fiercely in the direction behind them, which was precisely the path that Song One and the others had come from. Miss Long, you have great skills. Lu Jin praised with a smile. Long Shiwei's pretty face flushed, and she waved her hand. It's just a small trick. It probably won't hold them for too long. After all, the strength of those three elders on the other side is entirely above this group of demon beasts. We need to hurry. They're also looking for the alchemist Huang Quebec. We must get there first. Otherwise, if they find it first, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause us. Miss Long has thought this through. Then let's go. Lu Jin nodded, and the two accelerated again, heading deeper into Misty Island. Not long after, the area guarded by the group of demon beasts erupted with a loud noise, roars, clashing weapons, and even curses, creating chaos. Misty Island is enormous, surrounded by countless islands with unique terrains, marshes, lakes, and ravines. Even with the guidance of the spirit map, Lu Jin couldn't help but marvel at the complexity of the place. Fortunately, after navigating through various complicated environments for a long time, they finally reached the location of the alchemist Huang Ke marked on the map. However, this place only indicated a rough area. Finally arrived, but the aura here seems off. In front of the two appeared a patch of overgrown wasteland, where countless broken stones formed shapes resembling sculptures, uneven and unclear what they were. This is different from what I expected. Does the alchemist Huang Ke live in such an environment? Lu Jin raised an eyebrow. This looks like the handiwork of a beast master. Long Shiwei frowned slightly. These stones are part of a special formation, useless to humans, but have deadly control over demon beasts. As a demon hunter, she was quite familiar with this situation. Could it be that the alchemist Huang Ke is a beast master? No, this beast master is someone else. Long Shiwei scanned the surroundings and finally focused on a particular area of the wasteland. Unexpectedly, there are thousands of demon beasts hidden here. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin spread out his mental power and sensed many auras tangled together, but in such a place. There should be a dense demonic aura. At this moment, it seemed to be suppressed by a force. This is a super formation created by a beast master. Such a formation probably takes years to complete. Long Shiwei seemed to have discovered something, her pretty face filled with shock. She pointed to a place ahead. Over there is the only entrance to the formation. All other places are dead ends. Following where she pointed, Lu Jin suddenly noticed that only at that entrance was there a presence of human aura. The area is sealed off by a great formation, and the only entrance is guarded by human cultivators. It seems they are trying to capture something troublesome. But what exactly requires years of preparation to capture? Chapter 43. Help me kill, or you will die. This formation is terrifying, Long Shiwei said slowly, a hint of tension in her eyes. Lu Jin nodded and said, It is indeed terrifying. After all, it took many years to create. The Huangke apothecary we're looking for is probably inside the formation's internal space, marked on the Yuling map as the Medicine King's secret realm. It seems we have to venture in, Long Shiwei said. Besides the entrance, which is safe to enter, There are an unknown number of great demons guarding other areas. Once the formation is triggered, all the great demons will swarm us, and we will be in a difficult position. Lu Jin nodded. Then let's go through the entrance and explore. At that moment, several figures appeared at the entrance. When they saw each other, one of them immediately rode a great demon and rushed over. Who are you? Are you also trying to enter the Medicine King's secret realm? This person looked young, no more than 15 or 16, but there was a rugged aura about him, and his deep gaze revealed an oldness and experience not typical for his age. Yes, I'm looking for the Huangke apothecary. Lu Jin did not deny it. Brother, can you lead the way? The young man frowned slightly. I can let you in, but you must agree to one condition. Lu Jin said, Speak. The young man said, Help me kill the Huangke apothecary. After finishing, he smiled deeply. In other words, only those who come out alive with the Huangke apothecary's head will be allowed to leave. Otherwise, you'll be skeletons. Buzz. As the young man spoke, he waved his arm, and the pile of stones beside them exploded, opening up a space behind. In that space, there were countless white skeletons piled up. They were all people who had entered before to find the Huangke apothecary, but since they could not help me kill him, they could only die here. Seeing this shocking scene, Long Shiwei's eyes changed slightly, and Lu Jin frowned. You have a grudge against the Huangke apothecary, yet you drag others into this? The young man nodded. That's right. Lu Jin smiled solemnly. All right, take me to see him. The young man frowned slightly at Lu Jin's calm demeanor, and then said, You can enter through the formation's entrance. Additionally, just a kind reminder if you go in alive. I hope you can come out alive as well. Lu Jin smiled. No need to worry. Hearing this, the young man sneered, driving the great demon ahead to lead the way, quickly bringing Lu Jin and Long Shiwei to the location of the formation's entrance. At that position, around the corner, they suddenly saw a wide-open space filled with no less than 100 people, which they hadn't seen before. This formation is really strange. Lu Jin sighed, but Long Shiwei said, There are many people and even more demon beasts. The number of demon beasts in this formation exceeds 1,000. Lu Jin's expression darkened. Miss Long, since we are here, I will go in. You wait for me outside the formation, or you can leave early. Hearing Lu Jin's words, Long Shiwei frowned slightly. What do you mean, young Master Lu? I am willing to give my life for the Holy Hall. How can I just walk away now? Her emotionally charged words left Lu Jin momentarily speechless. All right, since that's the case, let's go together. Saying this, the two exchanged glances and then walked into the formation's entrance. Buzz. As the two entered, a powerful force from the formation surged towards them, and the surrounding scenery immediately transformed into another scene. 10 great demons appeared before them, blocking their way. At the same time, a voice came from the young man. You too, I want to test your combat power. After all, if you cannot defeat the Huangke apothecary, then you might as well die. There's no need to waste our time. As soon as his voice fell, the 10 great demons charged forward, their massive bodies exuding immense pressure, each possessing destructive power. Miss Long, I can handle this. Lu Jin stepped forward, wanting to protect Long Shiwei behind him. But Long Shiwei smiled faintly. Do you think the Hall Master sent me here to be a burden? Step aside. Whoosh. As Long Shiwei finished speaking, several talismans shot out and instantly stuck to the foreheads of the 10 great demons. With her incantation, they were immediately burned to ashes. Roll. Long Shiwei shouted, and the 10 great demons obediently lowered their bodies, turned around, and fled in all directions. Lu Jin was wide-eyed, speechless, only smiling and giving Long Shiwei a thumbs up. Long Shiwei smiled charmingly. In front of a demon hunter, the means of a beast master are insignificant. Saying this, she became a bit proud. All right. Thank you, Miss Long, for leading the way. This way. Long Shiwei showcased her skills, while the young man outside observed the scene in the formation, his expression slightly furrowing. They do have some skill, but if they cannot kill the Huangke apothecary, they are destined to become 2 more skeletons in this pile. The young man outside is quite powerful. As they walked deeper into the formation, it suddenly became quiet. As they proceeded, it seemed to lead straight to the Medicine King's secret realm, where the Huangke apothecary was located. Lu Jin, curious about the person outside, asked, She is a beast master, but the most powerful person is probably someone else. Long Shui said. However, that person has not shown themselves otherwise. The great demon who tested our strength before would not have only been those 10. Lu Jin nodded. Since Miss Long is accompanying me on this risky venture, the return journey may be fraught with danger. Long Shui interrupted him. Young Master Lu need not say such things. We are all serving the Holy Hall. I, Long Shui, have been unable to repay the Hall Master's life-saving grace, so this small matter today is naturally insignificant. Hearing this, Lu Jin finally decided to reveal his purpose. Miss Long, to be honest, I am seeking the Huangke apothecary to find an antidote for the Hall Master's chaotic poison. Huh? This made Long Shui's expression change. The Hall Master is poisoned? Her eyes were filled with concern and worry. Yes, the Hall Master killed the blood sovereign of the 5 poisons, but was also poisoned by him. And the antidote fell into the volcanic magma, along with the blood sovereign's corpse. The only person I can think of to cure the poison is the Huangke apothecary, who was the blood sovereign's master. This is my purpose for coming here. Long Shui understood, so that's how it is. In that case, I cannot leave, young Master Lu. Even if it costs my life, I, Long Shui, must help the Hall Master obtain the antidote. Lu Jin looked at her resolute attitude and nodded slightly. According to the map, the Medicine King's secret realm should be just ahead. The two continued forward and suddenly stepped out of the area covered by the Great Formation. For some reason, the formation surrounded them tightly, almost impenetrable, but as they extended into the space ahead, it suddenly contracted. The space ahead was a small secret realm, which seemed to emit a strange fluctuation, counteracting the formation used by the Beast Master. This Medicine King's secret realm also had a portal. Looking at the spiritual energy surrounding the secret realm, the two frowned slightly. Buzz! Just then, the spiritual energy in the secret realm trembled, and a light door slowly appeared a few feet in front of them. Chapter 44. Huangke Apothecary, is it open? The two frowned tightly. It's been a long time since anyone entered. An old voice came out, sounding somewhat abnormal, almost a bit insane. Please come in quickly. The voice soon returned to normal. Anyone who can come to my Medicine King's secret realm is a valued guest. The two exchanged glances and then walked through the portal. Since the goal is this, there's nothing to be wary of. We can act according to the situation. Buzz! The moment the two entered, the portal to the secret realm closed behind them. Ahead, a scene completely different from the previous desolate ruins appeared. There were lush forests and flowing streams, and the spiritual energy in the air was quite dense, making one feel refreshed with a deep breath. A glance into the distance revealed an abundance of spiritual herbs and medicines, stretching on and on until the end of sight. Truly, this is the Medicine King's secret realm. It is filled with spiritual medicines. Lu Jin exclaimed. Long Shui nodded slightly, and then looked ahead. At the edge of the medicinal field, there was a dense bamboo forest. And beneath the bamboo, there was a stone pavilion with a stone table and stone benches, where the aroma of tea wafted. An old man in a gray robe with white hair was pouring himself a drink. Upon seeing the two, the old man turned his face and suddenly smiled. You two, please come this way for a chat. Lu Jin frowned, sensing the fluctuations of the old man's aura, but did not feel any intimidation. Instead, it was quite ordinary, without any dangerous aura. Are you the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary? Lu Jin asked directly. You also have a request for me? The old man did not deny it and directly questioned back. So you are the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary? We have come to ask you to refine an antidote for the mixed Yuan extreme poison. Lu Jin stated his request without beating around the bush. The Yellow Sparrow Apothecary frowned slightly. Then his expression darkened. You are quite straightforward, yet you don't ask whether this apothecary is willing to help you. Lu Jin replied, I naturally understand this. Whatever reward the apothecary desires, just say it. If I can meet it, I will certainly do my best to provide it. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Sparrow Apothecary turned to look at him, sweeping his gaze from Lu Jin to Long Shui and then back to Lu Jin. He shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment appearing in his eyes. With your cultivation at the Spirit Pearl Realm, I'm afraid you cannot meet my requirements. So just drink this cup of tea and go back. Upon hearing these words, Lu Jin's expression changed. Is the apothecary unwilling to help me? Or do you not believe I can meet your requirements? The old man's gaze revealed some clues to Lu Jin. Indeed, you are quite clever. The yellow sparrow apothecary fixed his gaze on Lu Jin's eyes. First, your cultivation is shallow and cannot help me kill. Second, the mixed yuan extreme poison is unique. It must have been placed by my disciple, right? Speak, what happened to him? Did you not obtain the antidote from him? Lu Jin could still find a way to address the first question, but the second left him in a dilemma. The sect leader killed his disciple, and now he was asking this master to refine an antidote for the enemy who killed his disciple. This was indeed somewhat difficult. However, since he was here, he had already considered this issue. So he said, "Since I have come, I am confident I can meet your requirements. Please specify the killing matter." The yellow sparrow apothecary raised an eyebrow. "Help me kill the beast tamers outside, break the beast taming great array, and take me out. How many years have I been trapped here? How many years? Who knows how I have endured this? No, you cannot kill that young man. Kill everyone else except him." His emotions seemed to suddenly become agitated again. Lu Jin and Long Shiwei's expressions also changed, both frowning. But they could only listen quietly. This old man is not normal. After a while, the yellow sparrow apothecary calmed down and added, "If you can do this, you may not need to answer the second question." Lu Jin frowned and then smiled. "The people outside want to kill you, and you also want to kill them. This is somewhat interesting. However, with the yellow sparrow apothecary's abilities, are you not their match?" Upon hearing this, the yellow sparrow apothecary could not contain his emotions again. "I am an alchemist. How strong can an alchemist's combat power be? It is a miracle that I have survived until now. Just like you are a spiritual energy cultivator, how much chance do you have against my mental attack?" Buzz. Before he finished speaking, a mental attack suddenly surged out, enveloping Lu Jin. Lu Jin's expression changed slightly, but he smiled faintly, the dragon pattern beneath his skin quietly activating. Yet he did not make any counterattack. The yellow sparrow apothecary's mental force transformed into vines, pulling him into the air, but he suddenly frowned. His face filled with pain. "My attack power has disappeared. I have lost all my combat power. I am just a waste who can only refine medicine." His voice turned into a roar, so abnormal that Long Shiwei almost wanted to strike him out of concern for Lu Jin. However, seeing Long Shiwei's movement, Lu Jin stopped her. "This yellow sparrow apothecary is strange. If one does not understand him, today's request for medicine might end in vain. I can only refine medicine. Since that is the case, I will refine you into medicine too. You are all my materials. Just watch." Ha. Buzz. With a wave of the yellow sparrow apothecary's hand, a familiar scene reappeared. The skeletons of those killed by the beast tamers that the two saw outside were also piled up here, and the number was stacked high, seemingly even more than those outside. "You actually killed so many people." Long Shiwei's heart sank, and she considered taking action again. "These people cannot help me kill those outside. Why keep them? It's better to refine them into pills and use their flesh and blood to nourish my spiritual herbs. Ha. I will also refine you into a yang pill, and then refine that girl into a yin pill." Boom. While speaking, he flipped his palm, and a pill furnace flew out from his storage ring. The furnace had ancient patterns crisscrossing it, and it was carved with some rare and exotic beasts, looking fierce and giving a chilling impression. "Kid, you want the antidote for the mixed yuan extreme poison? Speak. What is the current situation of my disciple, the 5-poison blood sovereign? If he is not dead, why are you looking for me for an antidote?" The yellow sparrow apothecary seemed to suddenly fall into a mad state, yet the questions he raised still shocked Lu Jin and Long Shiwei. He appeared mad, yet seemed sharper than anyone. Long Shiwei remained silent, looking at Lu Jin. Lu Jin's gaze darkened, yet he did not evade or lie, but directly revealed the truth. The 5-poison blood sovereign is already dead, and before he died, he caused his opponent to be deeply poisoned. I have come to seek an antidote for his opponent. Upon hearing this, Long Shiwei's beautiful eyes also turned tense and uneasy. She did not expect Lu Jin to speak the truth. What surprised her even more was that after hearing this, the yellow sparrow apothecary did not explode in anger. Instead, a hint of appreciation even appeared on his face, which was fluctuating between gloom and brightness. "You have some guts, kid, to dare to speak the truth. Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Chapter 45. mental secret techniques without a solid foundation. One cannot undertake porcelain work. I can save you out, that's why I dare say this. Lu Jin's confident demeanor made the yellow sparrow apothecary frown. Kid, are you sure you could do it? He had been trapped here for many years, and the days were dark and dreary. He wanted to go out too much. Lu Jin smiled. I assure you with my life. Do you dare to take a gamble? The yellow sparrow apothecary's frown tightened as he stared into Lu Jin's eyes, unable to see any sign of panic. I will give you a chance. The yellow sparrow apothecary sneered. Whether you can live or not depends entirely on your ability. Lu Jin nodded. Long Shiwei, however, was extremely anxious. But looking at Lu Jin's confident expression, she didn't know what to say. I can refine the antidote for you right now, but you need to pass my test first. After the yellow sparrow apothecary finished speaking, the mental force binding Lu Jin suddenly increased, wrapping him in layers like a cocoon. That terrifying mental power, although unable to be seen through, gave a sense of immense and profound oppression. Long Shiwei's expression turned tense, and she held several talismans in her hand, which emitted a golden light under the support of spiritual energy, ready to strike at any moment. Lu Jin's voice came out softly. Miss Long, there's no need to worry. I want to experience the methods of the yellow sparrow alchemist. Dragon patterns suddenly appeared all over his body, and strands of spiritual power brewed and flowed within, completely blocking that mental force from the outside. While spiritual energy cannot block mental power, spiritual force can indeed counter it. In this contest, Lu Jin gained new insights. Kid, I want to see how long you can hold on. The yellow sparrow alchemist did not expect Lu Jin to resist the infiltration of mental power. After his surprise, he smiled, and with a wave of his hand, the alchemy furnace before him suddenly opened, and strands of residual medicinal power continuously entangled towards Lu Jin. The entangling force was crazily increasing. I hope you can hold on until I refine the antidote, the yellow sparrow alchemist said, then raised his gaze towards Long Shimei. Lu Jin was trapped, and Long Shimei was an uncertain factor, but in the end he smiled. If you make a move while I am refining the pill, this pill will be ruined, so I advise you be honest. After these words, Long Shimei was momentarily at a loss. She wanted to save Lu Jin, but she did not want to ruin everything. When she looked at Lu Jin again, she found that he appeared calm and even seemed to enjoy the entanglement of mental power. Yin-yang extreme grass and sky wind 5 elements flower and phoenix leaf. As the yellow sparrow alchemist summoned, medicinal herbs from the surrounding medicinal field rose from the ground, manipulated by an invisible mental force, and entered the alchemy furnace. Witnessing this scene, Long Shimei's expression changed, her gaze deepening. She did not know what level the yellow sparrow alchemist's mental power had reached, but this person was definitely formidable. However, she wondered why he had previously claimed that his combat power had vanished. Could it be that after being here for too long, he only knew how to refine pills, forgetting how to use mental power for attacks? With doubts in her heart, she did not dare to act rashly. She would wait until he refined the antidote before deciding how to proceed with Lu Jin. Is combining these things together enough to refine the antidote? Suddenly, Lu Jin, trapped within the cocoon of mental power, spoke, looking at the yellow sparrow alchemist with some surprise. The yellow sparrow alchemist sneered. It looks simple, but without decades of alchemy experience, do you think you can refine the antidote? Kid, wait 3 hours. I hope you can hold on under my mental power's erosion for 3 hours. Lu Jin pouted. 3 hours? That's too long. I probably can't wait. You have to wait. The yellow sparrow alchemist closed the alchemy furnace door and then sat cross-legged beside it, seemingly entering a subtle state. Lu Jin frowned, his mind sinking, and directly dove into the mental power wheel space. Compared to the mental power of the yellow sparrow alchemist, this mental power wheel was indeed not that impressive. Upon re-entering this space, the massive wheel immediately began to move, forcefully rolling towards the mental figure. Dragon patterns. Buzz. Spiritual force can resist mental power, but spiritual energy cannot. So at this moment, Lu Jin tried to apply a strand of spiritual force to that mental figure. Indeed, as the mental power wheel rolled toward him, although he was bearing immense pain, he did produce a trace of resistance. although that resistant spiritual force was insignificant and was instantly crushed into nothingness by the figure. Lu Jin indeed felt a hint of counterbalancing power. Continue. While the Yellow Sparrow alchemist thought he had bound him, Lu Jin entered a state of mental power cultivation. However, after hammering through for an hour, suddenly, golden light burst forth from the mental power wheel, revealing a cultivation method for mental power techniques. This surprised Lu Jin, who was astonished and overjoyed. Ha ha! The coffin of the dead can nourish spiritual force cultivation martial arts, and the mental power wheel can nourish mental power martial arts. Such a golden finger is unparalleled in the world. The basic alchemy skills of a mental technique practitioner, alchemist, and artifact master turn out to be just basic skills. Even a method to refine earth-grade pills was merely included in the foundational knowledge. Lu Jin was quite surprised. The antidote for the mixed-element strange poison that the Yellow Sparrow alchemist was refining was at the level of high-quality earth-grade pills. But according to the records of this mental technique basic martial arts, refining such a level of pills was just a basic method. At the same time, a very strange feeling emerged from Lu Jin's mind. Strange. Why do I feel that the methods of the Yellow Sparrow alchemist are so childish? Have I, after the tempering of the mental power wheel, already gained the ability to refine earth-grade pills? This strange feeling made him very certain that as long as he took action, let alone refining the antidote, he could significantly shorten even the 3-hour refining time. Ha ha ha! Lu Jin suddenly burst into laughter, instantly causing Long Shimei's expression to change. Master Lu, what happened to you? Long Shimei's eyes were filled with concern. After all, it was the mental power erosion of the Yellow Sparrow alchemist. If it were her, she probably wouldn't last even a quarter of an hour. No problem. Lu Jin smiled faintly, then looked at the Yellow Sparrow alchemist, who was startled awake by his laughter. Old man, your speed is too slow. Why not let me do it? Buzz. As Lu Jin finished speaking, the mental power restraints surrounding him instantly vanished. Chapter 46. The calculation is good, but you didn't find the right person. The Yellow Sparrow alchemist was shocked upon seeing this. Huh? How is this possible? You actually broke my mental power restraints. His eyes filled with disbelief as he jumped up from the ground. Is that difficult? Lu Jin smiled calmly and then gracefully descended. Kid, you're also an alchemist? The Yellow Sparrow alchemist's expression changed, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. You were sent by them to kill me. Upon hearing this, both Lu Jin and Long Shimei showed surprise. This medicinal realm did not seem large, but the enmity within it appeared quite complex. Buzz. However, as the two were surprised, the Yellow Sparrow alchemist's expression suddenly changed, and he began to laugh maniacally, with streams of mental power transforming into fierce attacks charging towards Lu Jin. Master Lu, be careful. Seeing this sudden attack, Long Shimei immediately released the talisman paper she had been holding in her hand, which instantly stuck to the front and back of the Yellow Sparrow alchemist. Stop, otherwise, you will die. Long Shimei's threatening words rang out. Upon hearing this, the Yellow Sparrow alchemist frowned and sneered. This thing you use against demon beasts has no lethality. Gulp. After speaking, the Yellow Sparrow alchemist flipped his hand and put a white pill into his mouth. As the pill entered, a surge of aura erupted, instantly shattering Long Shimei's talisman paper into fragments. Long Shimei's expression changed. This Yellow Sparrow alchemist's antidote could not only detoxify, but also dispel curses and other means. Old man, stop wasting time. Now let you feel my methods. Seeing Long Shimei's tense expression, Lu Jin no longer hesitated. Following the fundamentals of mental power manipulation, he condensed his own mental power and transformed it into streams of swimming snakes that coiled towards the Yellow Sparrow alchemist. What? This is a swimming snake? Even I can only condense mental power vines, but you can't condense swimming snakes. This is impossible. Kid, who exactly are you? The Yellow Sparrow alchemist was left dumbfounded by Lu Jin's methods. Be honest, or I will destroy you for interfering with my refining of the antidote. Lu Jin's words were calm, but filled with an undeniable force. As his voice fell, the swimming snakes directly bound the Yellow Sparrow alchemist, forcing him to the ground. Unable to struggle even slightly, that powerful mental force even began to seep into his mind, making his thoughts slow down. Young Master Lu, the antidote hasn't been refined yet. If you do this, I'm afraid. Seeing Lu Jin like this, Long Shiwei frowned tightly, looking utterly bewildered. I'll refine it, just be patient. Lu Jin smiled faintly, and then a surge of spiritual power instantly rushed into the alchemy furnace. Is that it? This is indeed a bit too simple. Lu Jin murmured to himself. Although he didn't want to discourage the Yellow Sparrow apothecary, the feeling he got from refining the antidote was indeed like this. Simple as water. Simple. Long Shiwei stopped speaking. It seemed she saw a blind spot in Lu Jin. You brat. Let me go. I'll kill you. I want to kill you. Ah. The Yellow Sparrow apothecary was bound by that spiritual power and couldn't move, but his eyes were filled with disbelief. He roared repeatedly, a wild, killing intent continuously spreading out. Lu Jin, however, remained unmoved, wanting only to quickly refine the antidote. The medicinal materials were all in the alchemy furnace. Refining them was merely a matter of course. Stop shouting. Hearing the Yellow Sparrow apothecary's roar, Long Shiwei couldn't help it and walked over, slapping him unconscious. Then, she looked at Lu Jin with a complex expression in her beautiful eyes, not even showing any expectations. Could this guy really refine pills? Why didn't he refine it himself before, choosing to come here to take risks? Was it just because he didn't know what materials to use for the antidote? She couldn't figure it out. As time passed, after Lu Jin took over the refining of the antidote for just half an hour, a fragrant medicinal aroma wafted out from the furnace. It's done. Lu Jin grinned, then opened the alchemy furnace. A pill was lifted out by spiritual power. The round and lustrous antidote emitting a brilliant white light and a pure fragrance that caused the Yellow Sparrow apothecary to wake up immediately upon smelling it, nearly fainting again from the shock. No, this is impossible. The Yellow Sparrow apothecary's eyes were filled with disbelief. The key to refining the antidote for the mixed-element strange poison was not in the beginning, but in the later process. It required extreme concentration of spiritual power, precise control of the heat, and mastery over the release and synthesis of the medicinal materials. Even the slightest oversight would ruin everything. Moreover, it was a long and exhausting process for spiritual power. Yet this unfamiliar young man had actually refined it in such a short time, and its quality had reached the purest level. His spiritual power remained vast and showed no signs of fatigue. The Yellow Sparrow apothecary was momentarily speechless. What kind of freak had he encountered? Young Master Lu, you really refined the antidote? Long Shiwei also looked incredulous. Lu Jin nodded. Yes, I happened to refine it. The quality seems quite good. Long Shiwei, surprised and overjoyed, exclaimed, Then let's hurry and leave this place. Lu Jin nodded, putting away the antidote and directly storing the Yellow Sparrow apothecary's alchemy furnace into his storage ring. Thank you, Yellow Sparrow apothecary. Lu Jin smiled widely and was about to leave with Long Shiwei. However, the Yellow Sparrow apothecary suddenly exploded in anger. You can't leave. As his voice fell, a pill flew out from somewhere and into his mouth. The next second, his entire body was overwhelmed by medicinal power, and in this apothecary's secret realm, the medicinal materials growing on the ground began to tremble. A series of halos rose up, rushing towards the overhead space, intertwining to form a massive formation. Lu Jin and Long Shiwei found themselves right in the center of this formation. Lu Jin's face was astonished as he looked at this formation, realizing it bore a faint resemblance to the beast-controlling formation created by the beast tamers outside. Not good. He wants you to break the formation, to also break the beast-controlling formation outside. Long Shiwei also sensed something was off. Lu Jin narrowed his eyes and said, This old guy has a good plan, but unfortunately, he picked the wrong person. As Lu Jin spoke, a terrifying spiritual power instantly severed the Yellow Sparrow apothecary's connection to all external energies. Even though the formation had been activated, it was like a headless dragon, unable to confirm its attack targets. The immense medicinal power within the formation was wildly thrashing about like a headless fly, its destructive force scattered. What? How did you do that? The Yellow Sparrow apothecary was again dumbfounded. Only spiritual power strong enough to completely surpass his own could achieve this. Yet he was unwilling to admit that his spiritual power was inferior to this unknown young man. Old man, I originally planned to let you go, but you wanted to kill me. Since that's the case, I'll send you on your way. Lu Jin's gaze turned cold, and a stream of spiritual power transformed into a blade, storming into his mind's sea of consciousness. The Yellow Sparrow apothecary's face paled instantly, his body trembling uncontrollably, his pupils losing focus as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits had been instantly drawn from his body. You destroyed my source of spiritual power. The Yellow Sparrow apothecary's gaze was dazed, retaining the last moment of clarity. The reason I didn't kill you is that you still have some value. That group of beast tamers outside has been waiting for you for many years. Lu Jin smiled faintly, and a rope of spiritual power shot out, binding the Yellow Sparrow apothecary and floating him in midair as he and Long Shiwei exited the apothecary's secret realm. That bastard quickly released the Yellow Sparrow apothecary. Just as they returned to the beast-controlling formation, a reprimanding voice suddenly rang out. Lu Jin turned to look and recognized the speaker as Song Wen, an other expert from the Song family. Chapter 47, Captured Alive. An elder from the Song family, seemingly recognizing the Yellow Sparrow apothecary, directly roared, "Help me!" Seeing the newcomers, the Yellow Sparrow apothecary shouted for help. Lu Jin raised an eyebrow and said, "You know them? Why do you think they would save you?" The Yellow Sparrow apothecary's voice trembled. Now bound, he was filled with unwillingness and anger, nearly shouting, "They must have something they want from me. Quickly kill those two. I can fulfill any of your conditions." The Yellow Sparrow apothecary's current state made Song Wen and the others' expressions rather complex. They clearly hadn't expected that Lu Jin and Long Shiwei would have such means to capture the Yellow Sparrow apothecary alive. Moreover, it seemed that the Yellow Sparrow apothecary had no room for resistance. "Young master, I saw a portrait of the Yellow Sparrow apothecary years ago. It must be him. We can't let him be taken away by this guy. Otherwise, the master's life is in danger," an elder said darkly. "Lu Jin." Song Wen shouted at Lu Jin again. "I don't care what dirty tricks you used. Immediately release the Yellow Sparrow apothecary. Otherwise, you will surely die this time." As his words fell, 2 4th-grade Golden Core elders behind him exuded overwhelming pressure, their auras rolling in instantly. Lu Jin sneered, "This is the beast-controlling formation. Not only are the beast tamers outside watching closely, but there are also no less than 1,000 great demons within this formation. Are you sure you want to fight here?" Upon hearing this, Song Wen and the others frowned, a hint of apprehension flashing in their eyes. After entering the formation, their experience had been the same as Lu Jin and Long Shiwei's. They had also been besieged by great demons. Having barely escaped to this point, they were already on edge, and hearing Lu Jin's words made them even more uncertain. So what? Once we start fighting, you will definitely die first." Song Wen feigned calmness, his voice icy. Lu Jin smiled and said, "That's not necessarily the case." After saying this, he looked at the captured Yellow Sparrow apothecary. "Old man, what means have you been using to stalemate with those beast tamers here for so many years? Speak up, or it will be very painful." The Yellow Sparrow apothecary was just about to roar at this threat when he suddenly let out a scream. The binding spiritual energy snakes pierced through his shoulder blade, blood splattering down like rain. "You, despicable! You dare to threaten the Yellow Sparrow apothecary." At this moment, Song Wen's thoughts were focused on saving the Huangke apothecary. After all, he needed his help, and he believed that the Huangke apothecary must have been secretly plotted against by Lu Jin, which led to his current predicament. If they could rescue him, their combined strength would have a better chance of success. Moreover, even if the Huangke apothecary were to die, he must die at their hands. Otherwise, they might not be able to escape this Beastmaster array. With threats on all sides, they had to proceed cautiously. Enough! Song Wen's words made Lu Jin raise an eyebrow coldly. The next moment, a crisp sound of a slap echoed again. Song Wen, who had already been beaten to a pulp, felt his anger multiply as he suffered humiliation once more. "Damn it! I will kill you. You too. Capture him alive for me. I will skin him alive." As his roar fell, the 2 Golden Core experts charged forward. However, the next second, feeling the surge of spiritual energy in the area, The Beastmaster array rippled, and then a thunderous roar filled everyone's ears, the howls of the beasts echoing like thunder, making their hearts race. Not good. They have disturbed the great demons in the array. Long Shiwei looked at the group of great demons emerging from the array and immediately sprang into action. Demon Hunting Talisman, activate! With a flick of her jade hand, the Demon Hunting Talisman shot out, expanding into a massive shadow like a black cloud, enveloping the great demons charging towards them. Young Master Lu, quickly interrogate him for the method to break the array. A hint of panic spread across Long Shiwei's eyes. There were over 1,000 great demons here, some with terrifying combat power, and even as a demon hunter, she feared she wouldn't be able to withstand the relentless onslaught. Lu Jin nodded. All right. As he spoke, the spiritual energy serpent pierced through the Huangke apothecary's flesh multiple times. The Huangke apothecary couldn't help but let out a series of wails, soon unable to bear it any longer. I will tell you. Hearing this, Lu Jin smiled. You should have said so earlier. That would have spared you the pain. The medicine, it's all in my storage. The Huangke apothecary exclaimed. All my mental energy is focused on alchemy. I have completely forgotten martial arts. Only the medicine on me can resolve everything. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin seemed momentarily taken aback, his gaze instantly falling on the Huangke apothecary's right hand, which wore 4 storage rings. Hand them over. In the next moment, the 4 storage rings instantly appeared in Lu Jin's hand. The Huangke apothecary felt an immense pain, but was powerless to resist. He cried out again. Under Lu Jin's violent mental energy, he directly severed the connection between the Huangke apothecary and the 4 storage rings. When Lu Jin examined the contents of the storage rings, he was almost stunned. The quantity of pills inside exceeded imagination. What is this? His mental energy swept over, finally resting on a few fist-sized black pills. Tell me how to use them. I want all the methods of using these pills immediately. Lu Jin's voice was cold, and the Huangke apothecary trembled all over, seemingly completely subdued by Lu Jin. He dared not delay for a moment. A stream of mental energy transformed into runes, appearing within the storage ring. Explosive pills? Wow. Compressing the medicinal power into the pills and using them to explode at a critical moment. Truly worthy of the Huangke apothecary. Upon learning what the massive black pills were, Lu Jin couldn't help but shudder. Miss Long, let me try the power of this thing. Lu Jin flew directly to Long Shiwei's side, who was facing dozens of demon beasts, and a stream of spiritual energy transformed into dragon patterns, enveloping both of them. At this moment, Song Wen and his 2 companions were already targeted by the great demons. The 2 loyal subordinates protected Song Wen behind them, but unfortunately, the number of great demons was too large, and as the entire Beastmaster array shook, more and more great demons continuously emerged, creating a terrifying scene. We need to leave. Lu Jin sneered, then threw a pill containing violent medicinal power directly into the group of great demons. Boom! The next moment, the medicinal power exploded, sending the great demons flying backward from the energy shock. The power of the pill seemed to target the demonic energy of the beasts with astonishing lethality, completely exceeding Lu Jin's expectations. Go! Seeing a gap open ahead, Lu Jin grabbed Long Shiwei's hand and quickly fled. Of course, the spiritual energy serpent pulling the Huangke apothecary was like a rope, dragging him forward in a mad dash. Damn it! Kill them! Song Wen's eyes were filled with shock and rage as he roared, while the 2 elders frantically attacked the great demons. As the array trembled, the group of beastmasters outside was also stirred and looked over. That is, when they saw the Huangke apothecary being dragged out of the array by Lu Jin, the young beastmaster's brow suddenly furrowed. He actually captured the Huangke apothecary alive. Quickly adjust the array, open the exit. Chapter 48. How will you repay me? With the young beastmaster's command, the energy in the entire array rapidly shifted. As Lu Jin charged toward the original exit of the array, his expression suddenly changed. Is this the exit? Long Shiwei said, they must have realized we brought the Huangke apothecary out and opened the exit. Now that the array is in chaos with the beasts, We must go. Listening to Long Shiwei's words, Lu Jin nodded, and the two quickly sped toward the nearby exit. Sure enough, on their way to the exit, the great demons were invisible, offering no obstacles, and they soon exited the array. However, to their surprise, Song-won and the others were quickly pursuing them. Though they were quite disheveled, they had also broken through the encirclement of the demon beasts and arrived outside the array. Lu Jin curiously glanced at the two elders following Song-won, only to see their faces pale. To escape quickly, they must have used some unknown means. In contrast, Song-won was well protected, which surprised Lu Jin at the loyalty of the two elders. Such methods were devoted to protecting a second-rate golden core wastrel. There must be a reason behind it. However, he did not care about this, and, at this moment, the group of Beastmasters had appeared before them, glaring at the Huangke apothecary. You really captured him alive. The young Beastmaster's expression was filled with joy, but his eyes also brooded a frenzied, killing intent. So, you plan to kill him, right? Lu Jin asked. The young man sneered exactly. After saying that, his gaze fixed entirely on the Huangke apothecary, and his words were filled with rage. You killed my mother. Old dog, today, I will kill you to honor my mother's spirit in heaven. As the young man finished speaking, he suddenly clenched his fist. Two huge tusks transformed into weapons, one in each hand, ready to pierce through the Huangke apothecary. Wait. Lu Jin's mind moved, pulling the Huangke apothecary aside. I help you capture him. How will you repay me? Upon hearing this, Long Shiwei's expression changed. She hadn't expected Lu Jin to ask for repayment. In such a situation, it would be the wisest course to simply leave the person behind and escape quickly. But Lu Jin still wanted a reward. If the other party mobilized all their strength to attack with thousands of great demons, would he still have a way to escape? Moreover, the Song family trio was still watching closely. Son, at this moment, before the young man could respond to Lu Jin, they heard the Huangke apothecary's miserable cry, his old eyes fixed on the young man. I am your father. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Huh? Lu Jin frowned, clearly not expecting that there was another story behind this. Old dog, don't talk nonsense. I will kill you right now, the young man shouted, wielding the two sharp tusks. Charging forward. You can't kill him. Seeing this scene, Lu Jin had not yet made a move, but he was stopped by Song-won. You killed him. What will happen to my father? Song-won's eyes darkened. I came here today to find the Huangke alchemist, to have him refine pills to save my father. If you kill him now, my father will definitely die. So today, you shall not succeed. After Song-won's words fell, two old men behind him also stepped forward. And at that moment, a sudden group of figures descended into the scene, all of them experts from the Song family. Interesting. Seeing that the Song family had prepared in advance, among the experts present, there was actually a 5th-grade Golden Core realm powerhouse, and Lu Jin's eyes slightly changed. But he showed no signs of fear. What? You want to stop me? The young Beastmaster saw the Song family's experts, and his expression became even more ferocious. Today, I must kill him. His words were unquestionable, but the Huangke alchemist's expression was complex, and his eyes were filled with a sense of despair. Son, I'm truly your father. You were raised by enemies. The one you should really kill is your so-called father. Buzz. At that moment, a figure in gray robes stepped out from the formation. Upon seeing this person, the surrounding Beastmasters immediately showed great respect and bowed. Huangke, do not use sweet words to deceive my son. As soon as this person appeared, his eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the Huangke alchemist. His eyes blood-red, as if he wanted to devour him. When the Huangke alchemist saw the gray-robed man, a strong killing intent also emerged in his eyes. Let me go. Let me go. I want to fight him. I want to fight. The Huangke alchemist was still bound by Lu Jin, and when he saw this person, his hoarse roar made Lu Jin's emotions somewhat complicated. Let you go? Lu Jin frowned and said, now that you're in my hands, anyone who wants to move you must get my consent. If I let you go now, you will only have a dead end. The Huangke alchemist continued to roar. This person violated my wife many years ago. He took my son. He caused my family to be ruined. I want to kill him. I want to kill him. Listening to the Huangke alchemist's shouts, the young man furrowed his brow, but his eyes remained cold. Clearly, it was you who killed my mother. Don't spew nonsense. The gray-robed figure sneered. That's right. Lier, it was he who killed your mother. For so many years, you have been in seclusion here to seek revenge for your mother, comprehending the supreme beast control formation, now able to command thousands of monsters to fight for you. All for this moment today, to repay the blood feud. After the gray-robed man finished speaking, he looked at Lu Jin. This young friend, may I ask if these 300 demon pills can exchange for your release of people? After he finished, the gray-robed man directly handed over a spatial ring. Lu Jin scanned it with his mental energy and indeed saw that the spatial ring contained 300 demon pills exuding pure demonic energy, rolling with energy. Upon sensing this aura, the burial heaven coffin showed slight movement. All right, I will release you. Lu Jin grabbed the spatial ring and was about to send the Huangke alchemist away. Do not release him. Kid, do you dare? Seeing Lu Jin about to send the person to the Beast Master's camp, the experts of the Song family instantly became furious. Songwen shouted, if Huangke dies, my father will surely perish soon. Seize him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Songwen's voice fell, the experts from the Song family who had come rushed to intercept the Huangke alchemist. Kid, hand him over to me, and I will spare your life. The strongest 5th-grade Golden Core expert from the Song family pressured Lu Jin with a powerful aura, while other experts also attacked, and some even secretly played tricks, throwing out a cloud of powder, instantly enveloping him and Long Shimei. The person I want to kill, do you dare to snatch? As the Song family experts rushed to seize, in the Beast Master's camp, several powerful figures also moved together with the young man, each exuding overwhelming energy. And the scene was immediately chaotic. Miss Long, let us retreat. Seeing both sides charging over, Lu Jin grabbed Long Shimei's hand, threw down a black large pill, and immediately fled. Chapter 49. This emperor does not interfere in others' affairs. Boom! The black large pill exploded with a huge shockwave, sending a group of people tumbling in all directions. When everyone came back to their senses, Lu Jin had already taken Long Shimei to 100 zhang away. After this explosion, the Huangke alchemist, who had been tortured by Lu Jin to the point of almost losing his combat power, was directly captured by the young beast master. The next second, those two huge tusk weapons pierced through his chest. In that moment, everyone present was dumbfounded. A group of beast masters cheered, as if they had accomplished something very proud, raising their arms and shouting. However, the Song family members were petrified on the spot, their hearts trembling. No, the Huangke alchemist cannot die. He cannot die yet. Songwen gritted his teeth, just about to rush out, but saw the young beast master repeatedly stabbing the Huangke alchemist's body with the tusks. His flesh and blood had become a sieve, blood gushing out like a fountain. Ha ha! After all these years, I finally killed you, the heinous one. Just as the young man let out a wild laugh, he suddenly felt his body pierce through. From his back to his chest, it was also a huge tusk, sharp, icy, and bone-penetrating. Father? He slowly turned his head and saw a familiar face. Finally, ha ha! The gray-robed man let out a loud laugh. I am really not your father. You killed your own father with your own hands. I have worked hard for so many years just for this moment. Who let him steal my woman? He stole my woman. So I will make you two father and son kill each other. Ha 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 ha! The young man's face turned as pale as paper, looking at the familiar yet strange father. Then at the Huangke he had pierced, his eyes dimmed, filled with hatred as he died. Everyone present was shocked into silence by this scene. Songwen and the others from the Song family were also dumbfounded. They had inadvertently been caught up in a feud. It's all that Lu Jin's fault, Long Shimei. Chase after them. Kill them. They had stolen the Huangke alchemist's treasure, and they must get it back. Perhaps there were pills that could heal my father among them. With the Huangke alchemist dead, Songwen directly shifted his target to Lu Jin and Long Shimei. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group from the Song family flew out, chasing after Lu Jin's direction. What a tale of love and hatred. Long Shimei sighed, then followed Lu Jin as they fled into the depths of the dense forest. The reason he chose to flee was that he noticed Long Shimei's gaze had started to look a bit unusual. The pink powder that the Song family expert had secretly sprinkled had something suspicious about it. What kind of drug was it? How could it make a woman look at him with heated eyes? Just as a group of Song family members was chasing from behind, Lu Jin was about to take out a black large bomb to throw, but found a figure blocking their way. If you pursue again, you will die. Boom. This person's words were unquestionable, and the moment his voice fell, a terrifying aura exploded, causing all the Song family experts to retreat in a panic, their hearts unsettled. Unable to say a word. In the blink of an eye, that mysterious expert disappeared. Watching this scene from distance, Lu Jin couldn't help but frown. In such a place, someone came to help, probably no one else but the drunken immortal building. Thinking of this, he smiled indifferently, but suddenly felt a warmth in his arm. Long Shimei, who was originally being pulled by him, suddenly pressed her soft body against him uncontrollably. Soft and warm, getting closer and tighter. Miss Long, it seems the Song family has put some poison. Long Shimei raised her beautiful eyes to glance at Lu Jin, but her body went soft about to fall. Miss Long, Lu Jin quickly caught her. The softness in his arms and the refreshing fragrance made him suddenly feel a bit dazed. The toxicity of that powder is terrible. Why isn't the Emperor helping me swallow it? I can feel my body start to go limp, and my consciousness is gradually fading. Lu Jin furrows his brow and begins to call for help. Your Majesty, are you really going to just watch this happen? A cold voice responds, This Emperor does not interfere in the karmas of others. Lu Jin replies, but those heavenly treasures you gave me, don't they count as interfering in my life's karma? The Azure Lotus Empress snorts, and after that, there is no more response. Seeing that calling for help is hopeless, Lu Jin hugs Long Shiwei, and, before the last shred of clarity disappears, dives into a deep cave nearby. The cave is deep and damp. Damn it! In the forest, Song Won and a group of Song family experts can't help but roar. That guy is a powerful backer. What should we do? We can't just watch our family head die. The pills in Lu Jin's storage ring are the last hope to save the family head. We must find them and tear them to pieces. I'm going to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion. Once the old ancestor is out, no expert can stop him. Lu Jin and Long Shiwei will undoubtedly die. Time flows gently, and the scenery is beautiful. Time passes like a fleeting horse, and before long, in the Blood Dragon altar, a figure emerges from the hidden rocks. It is Lu Ruyan, who has been in seclusion here to escape Wang Min's pursuit, while searching for a hidden corner to cultivate with Yang Dianfeng. After several days of dual cultivation, under Yang Dianfeng's persuasion, she has surprisingly begun to practice the blood demon technique. When she reappears under the sunlight, a hint of blood color faintly appears on her body, enveloping her in a hazy mist, and her beautiful eyes occasionally swirl with black energy, her entire aura having changed. Master, I have followed your instructions and cultivated with him, even practicing the forbidden blood demon technique. My cultivation has greatly increased, and I have reached the 3rd grade golden core. A trace of a bloodthirsty cold smile appears in Lu Ruyan's eyes. Good job, disciple. The old voice of the Fox Master comes through. You have entered the path. The great plunder celestial technique I passed on to you is indeed an evil technique. Ha ha! The Fox Master suddenly lets out a sharp, long laugh. This sound makes Lu Ruyan frown, her heart filled with mixed emotions, but she ultimately suppresses them. Disciple will obey Master's teachings, whether it is an evil technique or celestial method. As long as it can make me stronger, I will wholeheartedly cultivate. My good disciple, with your 3rd grade golden core cultivation, you can already contend with the 5th grade. Even against the 6th grade, you have the strength to fight. When you go up to the life and death arena, be sure to devour Lu Jin alive and claim all his opportunities for yourself. In this way, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. I will obey your orders. At this moment, another figure steps out from the hidden place, and it is Yang Dianfeng. His aura has also surged significantly, reaching the early stage of the 6th grade golden core. However, Yang Dianfeng appears somewhat flustered. Junior sister, that bitch Wang Min is coming after us. As soon as he finishes speaking, a powerful aura descends from the sky. A woman, filled with murderous intent, attacked from both sides, with 2 flying swords rushing down from her hands, attempting to seal Lu Ruyan and Yang Dianfeng's throats with a single strike. Chapter 50. You're going to defy the ancestor. Wang Min's cultivation is at the 6th grade golden core, while Yang Dianfeng has just advanced to the 6th grade. With one sword strike, he is sent flying, utterly embarrassed. Although he isn't injured, he falls into a disadvantageous position. Wang Min, do you think you can kill us? Wishful thinking. In contrast, Lu Ruyan only takes a few steps back under Wang Min's attack. With a cold shout, she moves her hand, and spiritual energy rushes up to her head, the blood-red aura suddenly enveloping her. What? Seeing Lu Ruyan's aura erupt, the blood-red energy rolling around her, Wang Min's face suddenly changes. Indeed, Lu Ruyan, and you, Yang Dianfeng, you two have indeed cultivated the forbidden blood techniques. Earlier, Lu Jin had told her that his master, Elder Qiyu, and his junior brother Yang Dianfeng were both part of the blood messenger camp. At this moment, all her doubts vanish. An intense, killing intent rises in her eyes. So what if you were blood messengers? Serving the Blood Moon ancestor is an honor for everyone. Yang Dianfeng does not refute, but instead laughs heartily. Senior sister, as a member of the Blood Moon Holy Land, are you really going to defy the ancestor? After seeing Lu Ruyan's powerful strength, Yang Dianfeng's inner tension eases slightly. He is confident that with Lu Ruyan's help, Wang Min is no match for them. However, he is cautious and, after finishing, sends a sound transmission talisman. Senior sister, if you act recklessly and dare to defy the ancestor, I won't hesitate to inform master and see how you deal with it then. Upon seeing Yang Dianfeng about to send a sound transmission talisman, Wang Min's expression becomes even more resolute. Master is also a blood messenger. She must die. Wang Min, filled with rage, lets her hatred make her fearless. You abandoned me earlier, hiding here to copulate. You all deserve to die. Boom! With a roar, Wang Min, regardless of Lu Ruyan and Yang Dianfeng's significant advancements, has set her heart on killing them today. Looking for death. Yang Dianfeng's expression changes upon seeing this. But the next second, he crushes the sound transmission talisman. Then, with his blood sword condensed, he summons his defensive spiritual energy and instantly rushes in front of Lu Ruyan. Junior sister, let us team up. Lu Ruyan's gaze is icy. Senior brother, I can handle this bitch alone. This statement causes Yang Dianfeng's expression to change. He is astonished to see a blood-red energy condensing from Lu Ruyan, revealing a white bone sword. And on that bone sword, a few drops of bright red blood ripple, greatly enhancing its aura. You have fully integrated the supreme bone? Yang Dianfeng is shocked. He and T realized she had achieved this step during their dual cultivation. Indeed, this bone sword in my hand is the supreme bone sword. Empowered by the blood demon technique, its combat power is formidable. Even at the 3rd grade golden core level, I can still kill her, who is at the 6th grade. Wang Min, earlier we discussed using Elder Qiyu's hand to kill you, but it seems there is no need for that now. Boom! After Lu Ruyan finishes speaking, the bone sword in her hand shakes. White light mixed with a terrifying blood light, and her aura is not at all weaker than Wang Min's. How is this possible? Wang Min seems to be shocked by Lu Ruyan's methods. The previous Lu Ruyan had no combat power in front of her, yet unexpectedly, not long after, she has gained the qualification to contend with her. Lu Ruyan, your earlier respect for me was all an act. Wang Min grinds her teeth and says, if so, I will make you kneel and surrender completely. Buzz! Without further ado, Wang Min's long sword shines with overwhelming light, and her sword moves are treacherous, directly stabbing at Lu Ruyan. Crack! Lu Ruyan bites her silver teeth, not dodging in the slightest. Instead, she charges forward with a bone sword. Clash, clash! The sounds of battle roar, and the clang of metal striking metal fills the air. After their confrontation, although Lu Ruyan's realm is inferior, they fought evenly. Yang Dianfeng does not intervene, and the clash of sword lights before him leaves him in disbelief. It seems I made the right choice in picking Lu Ruyan. Ha! As long as I dual cultivate with her a few more times and stabilize my cultivation at the 6th grade, I can receive the master's inheritance, and my combat power will greatly increase. Watching Lu Ruyan and Wang Min fiercely battle, Yang Dianfeng seizes the moment, waiting for an opportunity to strike, and thrusts his sword out when Wang Min is caught off guard. Wang Min's mentality gradually collapses during her battle with Lu Ruyan. The energy of the Supreme Bone Sword seems endless, and each of her attacks is filled with power, causing her to suffer severe consumption with each swing. So, she was planning to withdraw. However, Yang Dianfeng suddenly thrust his sword at her. In a split second, she dodged but still got her arm pierced. Senior sister, sorry, but your life is mine now. Yang Dianfeng sneered repeatedly. Since Wang Min intended to kill them today, he wouldn't show any loyalty to a fellow disciple. Moreover, he had long hated this woman who had oppressed him at every turn. So how could there be any feelings involved? At this moment, Wang Min felt a sharp pain in her arm, but the pain in her heart was even more severe. The reason she suppressed Yang Dianfeng was to make him stronger, to have him become a dragon among men, so that he would be qualified to pursue her. Now it seemed that her one-sided feelings had turned into a joke. Those who do not love you won't even frown when they kill you. Whoosh! In the next second, Wang Min raised the sword in her hand and directly severed the arm that was pierced by Yang Dianfeng's sword. In the shocked gazes of the two, she retreated swiftly, her movement as fast as lightning, soaring into the air. Chase! Lu Ruyan's figure swayed, but she was stopped by Yang Dianfeng. No need to chase. She's using the untraceable snow step. You won't catch up. Lu Ruyan frowned. Why? Yang Dianfeng replied. Once we reach the 6th rank, the master will grant us various powerful martial arts. If we meet the conditions, she might even bestow us with heavenly martial arts. This untraceable snow step is precisely a heavenly one. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. Heavenly? If I had known this, I definitely can't let her escape. Yang Dianfeng noticed her urgency and smiled faintly. Don't worry, I am now a 6th rank Golden Core. After stabilizing through dual cultivation for a while, I will be qualified to challenge the Holy Land Tower, and at that time, I will also be able to obtain heavenly techniques from it. By then, I will cultivate with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan smiled. Then she asked, Did you just send a message to Elder Chiyu? What will you do if she comes? Yang Dianfeng's expression darkened. Continue to frame her. Lu Ruyan sneered. Good. Moreover, Wang Min has been looking for the breaking delusion soul fruit for Elder Chiyu. Now that the fruit is in Lu Jun's hands, I just happened to use this as an opportunity to help Elder Chiyu find it. Yang Dianfeng grinned. Clever. If you can help the master find the breaking delusion soul fruit and become her disciple, it will all fall into place. Just as the two were speaking, a powerful aura descended from the sky. A flamboyantly dressed woman landed, holding a large red weasel in her arms. Chapter 51. Has the master been disabled by Lu Jin? Upon seeing the woman, Yang Dianfeng immediately bowed. Master, Lu Ruyan, having met Elder Chiyu before, also bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Chiyu. Elder Chiyu raised an eyebrow, surveying the surroundings. The obvious signs of battle made her frown. What happened? Who dares to cause trouble in my 8 parts blood dragon altar? Yang Dianfeng immediately said, Master, it's Wang Min, senior sister. Hearing this, Elder Chiyu's willow-like brows furrowed. Wang Min? She clearly found it hard to believe. Yes, it is indeed senior sister Wang Min. We did not expect her to dare to defy the master and the Blood Moon ancestor. Lu Ruyan spoke with sincerity. Elder Chiyu, my junior and I just had a fierce battle with her. She severed her own arm to escape. But you can rest assured, she discovered the secret of my junior being the Blood Envoy, and we will definitely not let her spread it. Upon hearing this, Elder Chiyu's expression changed. What? She already knows that Yang Dianfeng is the Blood Envoy? Yang Dianfeng said, Master, she not only knows that I am the Blood Envoy under the Blood Moon ancestor, but she also knows about you. And furthermore, she secretly joined the Holy Hall organization behind your back. Upon hearing this, a chill flickered across Elder Chiyu's face. Is this true? Absolutely. Yang Dianfeng continued. Master, she said she would never coexist with a Blood Envoy in this life. She is openly defying you. Master, my junior and I had no choice but to fight her fiercely, but unexpectedly, we let her escape. Listening to their words, Elder Chiyu contemplated for a moment, then sneered, looking at Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyan. Well done. This praise instantly delighted Lu Ruyan. What she wanted was this kind of attitude. Elder Chiyu continued, with your cultivation, being able to seriously injure Wang Min, it seems I underestimated you. Dianfeng. Your current cultivation has reached the 6th rank golden core. Good. Yang Dianfeng was overjoyed. It's all thanks to the master's guidance. Elder Qiyu nodded. After you finish dealing with Wang Min, come find me. I will take you to the Holy Land Tower. Thank you, master. I will definitely take that traitor's life. Elder Qiyu nodded, then looked at Lu Ruyan. You have also given me a surprise. Elder Chiyu's words were a bit excited, but her heart was even more thrilled. The last time she saw Lu Ruyan at the Wanjian sect, she had just entered the Golden Core realm. In such a short time, she could possess such combat power, even fully integrating the Supreme Bone, and it seemed she also understood a bit of the Blood Demon art. Quite impressive. Lu Ruyan bowed respectfully. I've been eager to become a disciple under the Elder, so I've been diligently cultivating during this time. And with the help of my senior brother, I have achieved my current strength. Speaking of which, my current cultivation is also thanks to Elder Chiyu's grace. A round of flattery made Elder Chiyu beam with joy. She stroked the large weasel in her arms and suddenly said, "No need to call me Elder anymore. Just change your address." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed but pretended to be confused. Ah, senior? Yang Dianfeng was ecstatic. Junior sister Lu. Why aren't you quickly changing your address to call her master? Hearing this, Lu Ruyan pretended to be very surprised. Disciple can't believe it. The Elder, oh no, master, has accepted me as a disciple today. I thought I still needed to fight fiercely in this 8 parts blood dragon altar to earn the right to become master's disciple. Elder Chiyu was very satisfied with her demeanor, but then her tone changed. With your current strength, although you're not Wang Min's opponent in a one-on-one fight, it won't be long before your cultivation surpasses hers, becoming my first disciple. By then, even Yang Dianfeng will willingly bow down to you. Yang Dianfeng's heart trembled, but he still put on a very surprised expression. What master says is true. However, I must congratulate you, master, on accepting such a capable disciple today. The stronger junior sister Lu's cultivation becomes, the happier I will be, because that means master is happy. Ha 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 ha. Elder Chiyu nodded, then handed a spatial ring to Lu Ruyan. This is a gift for our first meeting. Cultivate well. Lu Ruyan immediately knelt and thanked her. Thank you, master. Elder Chiyu said, you two quickly resolve the matter with Wang Min, and then Yang Dianfeng, you will go to the Holy Land Tower. Lu Ruyan at that time, I will give you a task. Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyan both responded in unison. Disciples obey. Elder Chiyu no longer spoke further. Go. Finish quickly. After speaking, the large weasel in her arms suddenly transformed into a gigantic creature, carrying Elder Chiyu on its back, soaring into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Congratulations, junior sister, on becoming our master's disciple. Yang Dianfeng looked at Lu Ruyan, deeply fascinated by her beauty. However, in his heart, he only wanted to take her as a dual cultivation partner. Even when Elder Chiyu mentioned that she would one day become her first disciple, a trace of displeasure flashed in his heart. However, since he could still take advantage of her now, he would continue to pretend. He believed that once he emerged from the Holy Land Tower, his combat power would definitely reach a new level. By then, Lu Ruyan would still become his plaything. Upon hearing Yang Dianfeng's words, Lu Ruyan also smiled brightly. Thank you, senior brother, for your constant care. Moreover, senior brother will soon be able to enter such a place as the Holy Land Tower. I hope senior brother can make rapid progress then. Yang Dianfeng nodded and said, now that you have become Master-S disciple, there must be a token in this storage ring. Take it out for a look. Lu Ruyan nodded. After the storage ring recognized its owner with a drop of blood, it was usable. After inspecting it, her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. Not only was there a token, but also a profound cultivation technique she had never seen before, along with thousands of spirit stones. However, she hid it well and only took out the token. This is Master-S token. Yang Dianfeng nodded. With this token, you not only can avoid the competition of the 8 Blood Dragons altar, but you can also intimidate that bastard Lu Jin during the selection of the 10,000 Swords sect. With this identity, even if Lu Jin is unwilling, he has to obey. Even if the sect master intervenes, it won't help. Lu Ruyan slightly nodded, but her gaze darkened as she said, senior brother, don't worry about me. In that life and death battle, I will definitely defeat him. Yang Dianfeng nodded, saying no more. Let us go. We should focus on our cultivation first, and then quickly kill Wang Min. After that, I will head to the sacred tower, and you? I don't know what kind of task Master will give you. But don't worry, Master's tasks will surely benefit your cultivation greatly. Lu Jin nodded, and the two then chased after the direction Wang Min had left. That direction was precisely where the entrance of the 10,000 Swords sect was located. Just as the two were returning to the 10,000 Swords sect, Yang Dianfeng received a communication talisman, and his expression changed drastically. What? Master has been crippled by Lu Jin? Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes also changed. Are you talking about Elder Qinjiang? Chapter 52. Could they be cultivating together? Lu Jin is so audacious. He even dares to cripple the cultivation of my master, an elder of the 10,000 Swords sect. Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth and said. Lu Jin's expression darkened as she said, Senior brother, don't worry. We will definitely avenge Elder Qinjiang. There is no time to waste. Let us return to the 10,000 Swords sect first. All right. As the two rushed from the 8 Blood Dragons altar to the 10,000 Swords sect. Inside the 10,000 Swords sect at this moment, the Peak Master of the Saintess Peak, Jiaoyue, along with Yang Dianfeng's master, Elder Qinjiang, and other high-ranking members of the 10,000 Swords sect were conspiring in a dark chamber. The dark chamber was dim and faces were indistinguishable. But one person exuded a powerful aura, sitting in the center, and even Jiaoyue spoke respectfully. Master Wan, that Lu Jin is arrogant and has been in seclusion for 3 years. After emerging, he has been slaughtering everywhere, even killing several elders and disciples of our 10,000 Swords sect. Now, he even dares to cripple Elder Qinjiang's cultivation. It's simply too audacious. I implore Master Wan to take action and kill this scoundrel. Other high-ranking members echoed. Indeed, Master Wan, your combat power is the strongest in the 10,000 Swords sect. Upon hearing this, the revered Master Wan, the leader of the 10,000 Swords sect's first peak, the peak of extermination immortals, Wan Hulei, slightly frowned. His cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level of the Golden Core stage, just half a step away from the 9th level. Peak Master, what do you mean by this? Wan Hulei's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it carried a powerful presence. In response, Jiaoyue narrowed her eyes and said, Master Wan, you and I are both members of the Blood Envoy Alliance, and I have no need to hide anything. I have received news that Sect Master Chu Tianxiong recently destroyed the 5 Poisons Blood Sovereign, but he has also been poisoned by the 5 Poisons Blood Sovereign's primordial poison, which has no cure. Upon hearing this, although the high-ranking members present could not see their faces, they could hear clear expressions of astonishment. Is this news reliable? Wan Hulei's voice remained indifferent. Jiaoyue replied, there are blood envoys who witnessed it on the battlefield. Hearing this, Wan Hulei fell silent, seemingly waiting for something. Sure enough, after a few breaths of silence, a high-ranking member spoke decisively. Master Wan is the #1 expert of our 10,000 Swords sect. Moreover, the 10,000 Swords sect has long been favored by the Ancestor. Chu Tianxiong has not been able to fulfill the Ancestor's mission, and we will assist Master Wan in completing it. Upon hearing this, the other high-ranking members responded one after another. Elder Zhang is right. We are all followers of the Blood Moon Ancestor. Chu Tianxiong has a rebellious heart, and we cannot let him harm us. I even suspect that the so-called Holy Hall organization is something Chu Tianxiong concocted. Opposing the Blood Moon Ancestor? That's like an ant trying to shake a tree. There is no time like the present. From now on, we will search for Chu Tianxiong's whereabouts. Once found, we will join forces to kill him. At that time, the 10,000 Swords sect will honor Master Wan. Then we will gain the Ancestor's favor, and our 10,000 Swords sect will rise to a super sect in no time. I have the same intention. This elder agrees. Listening to these words, Wan Hulei's expression changed slightly in the darkness, his voice still indifferent. Since everyone has this intention, then I shall not refuse. We all revere the Ancestor. Everything we do must follow the Ancestor's will. Since you all support me so much from this moment on, we will search for Chu Tianxiong's whereabouts with all our strength. Once his trace is discovered, report immediately and we will swarm to kill him. Understood. At this time, Jiaoyue said, according to the Blood Envoy's communication, after witnessing Chu Tianxiong's battle with the Five Poisons Blood Sovereign, they firmly believe that Chu Tianxiong will not be able to obtain the antidote for the primordial poison, and the only person who can save him may be the former master of the Five Poisons Blood Sovereign, the Huangke pharmacist. Upon hearing this, Wan Hulei's expression changed. The Huangke pharmacist who has been in seclusion on Immortal Mist Island for many years? That's him. All right, G Peak Master. Since he has the possibility of going to Immortal Mist Island, you follow this lead. Once discovered, report immediately. Understood. At this moment on Immortal Mist Island, in a hidden place, spiritual energy surged. At a certain moment, a mysterious light shot up into the sky from the hidden cave. Even in the bright daylight, one could clearly see that mysterious brilliance soaring into the clouds, connecting with the atmosphere. With a thunderous roar, dark clouds began to gather ominously, growing thicker and thicker, eventually resembling heavy ink covering an entire mountain. Is this the Golden Core Thunder Tribulation? What a violent aura. I wonder which expert is undergoing several thunder tribulations. At this time, in a forest, two experts from the Drunken Immortal building, who were waiting for Lu Jin, looked shocked. This person was Zhang Tushan, the deputy master of the Drunken Immortal building, who had previously intervened to stop the experts from the Song family from pursuing Lu Jin. He had previously single-handedly blocked a group of experts from the Song family, and now, beside him, there were other experts from the Drunken Immortal building, totaling more than 10. At this moment, seeing the thunderclouds in the sky, everyone displayed astonishment. But when they looked back down at the forest they had been secretly observing, their brows furrowed. Deputy Master Zhang, something's not right. That thunder tribulation, that mysterious light, is coming from that mountain. Could it be them? No way. Young friend Lu Jin and that girl as cultivation is probably not enough to provoke such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Such a powerful aura would require at least the 8th or 9th level of the Golden Core stage. Could they be cultivating together? I heard that the thunder tribulation caused during dual cultivation is a combination of both party strengths. Perhaps there are other hidden experts in that forest? Everyone's expressions were stunned, yet they remained composed. There must be experts. With such a strong presence, we should act wisely. If it's someone unrelated to our Drunken Immortal building, we should just protect ourselves. But I wonder when Lu Jin and the girl will come out. Stay calm and don't make a big mistake. As the deputy master of the Drunken Immortal building, Zhang Tushan was also meticulous in thought. There were many hidden experts on this Immortal Mist Island, and although the Drunken Immortal building had many strong members, not everyone dared to offend them. Therefore, under the current circumstances, they had to be cautious. Boom! Amidst everyone's shock, the thunder in the sky grew more violent, the piled dark clouds resembling giant black waves, rolling and surging, almost capable of suppressing the entire Immortal Mist Island. Besides the strong members of the Drunken Immortal building, many other experts in the vicinity, even within a radius of several hundred miles, were also stunned by this scene, all watching in awe. What terrifying thunderclouds! I wonder which expert is undergoing tribulation here. A group of masters from the Song family were searching for the figures of Lu Jin and Long Shiwei among the mountains and forests. Upon witnessing the scene, they were equally startled. If our Song family can gain the assistance of this person, we will surely soar to great heights. Young master, such a strong individual must have reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. I'm afraid our Song family is too weak to afford him. How we know without trying? Songwen said with a grim smile. Once this person returns from his tribulation, we'll see how this young master can cater to his preferences. Chapter 53. Thunder-eating fog demon. As the thunderclouds gathered below on the mountain peak within a damp cave, Lu Jin's clothes were in disarray, and Long Shiwei was equally disheveled. However, at this moment, neither of them could afford to feel embarrassed about the absurd things they had done due to the drug powder. The thunderclouds gathering above and the terrifying fluctuations erupting from Lu Jin made them feel helpless amidst their disarray. Miss Long, I apologize, Lu Jin said. Long Shiwei, lowering her head in embarrassment, but after hearing Lu Jin's words, took a deep breath and gathered her courage. Young Master Lu, there's no need to apologize. We are both in this situation against our will. You should hurry and prepare for your tribulation." The intensity of the thunder tribulation was so overwhelming that Long Shiwei had previously doubted whether it was triggered by Lu Jin. "All right then, Miss Long. I will apologize again on another day." Lu Jin's spiritual energy surged like a tide, resonating with the distant thunderclouds. The convergence of thunder and fire became increasingly intense and violent. He hadn't expected that after a delightful encounter with Long Shiwei. It would naturally trigger the 9 pearls returning to 1, causing the 9 spiritual pearls in his dantian to roll with energy, forming a momentum of returning to 1. Unexpectedly and uncontrollably stirring the thunder tribulation that would impact the golden core. In that case, let's charge towards the golden core stage above the spiritual pearls. Young Master Lu, there's no need to feel guilty. Just focus on your tribulation. I don't want to become your inner demon, so I'll be leaving now. Seeing Lu Jin's overwhelming aura reaching a point that made it hard for her to approach, Long Shiwei realized that Lu Jin's tribulation was practically a disaster for her. So she chose to leave the cave. When the thunder tribulation strikes down, not only herself, but the entire forest would likely be reduced to ruins. She couldn't help but wonder why the thunder tribulation Lu Jin faced was so powerful. It was simply unfathomable. As Long Shiwei walked out of the cave, she was immediately spotted by the strong members of the Song family. It seemed she was scared out of the cave by the expert undergoing tribulation. This wretched girl, our Song family's current predicament, is all her doing. Everyone, capture this woman. We must catch her alive. I want to torment her. Seeing Long Shiwei, Song gritted his teeth, filled with hatred, wishing to torture her immediately. "Young master, you cannot." Upon hearing Song Wen's words, an expert from the Song family spoke up to stop him. "Young master, I can sense many powerful auras hidden around us. Perhaps among them are those who obstructed us earlier. Moreover, many of these strong ones have been attracted here by the expert undergoing tribulation. If we offend that expert, given our strength, we might find ourselves in trouble. Under such circumstances, we can only wait for the right opportunity to act. Young master, rest assured, this woman and that bastard named Lu Jin won't escape." Upon hearing this, Song could only grind his teeth in silence, his eyes burning with rage. At the same time, they, like the other experts, felt a hint of confusion. Lu Jin had entered the cave together with Long Shiwei, yet only Long Shiwei had emerged. They wondered what Lu Jin was doing at that moment. Boom! After brewing for a long time, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down from the sky, instantly hitting the forest below. The ground hummed, and the verdant trees on the mountaintop, even the rocks, were instantly reduced to charred earth. Feeling the vibrations from the ground below, many experts were shocked. Such astonishing energy falling on the one undergoing tribulation. How could they withstand it? Without the peak of the golden core stage, they would likely be instantly obliterated. However, amidst everyone's shock, no one noticed that a wisp of smoke silently entered the cave where Lu Jin was located. As the strange smoke entered the cave, it immediately transformed into a large sea demon. Suddenly, the cave felt extremely cramped. Lu Jin, who was focused on his tribulation, suddenly saw this massive creature and immediately frowned. "Beast, get lost." Boom! With a loud roar, a surge of spiritual power shot out, trying to blast the large demon away. However, unexpectedly, the large demon suddenly opened its mouth wide and actually swallowed Lu Jin's thunder-infused attack. Seeing the scene, Lu Jin finally saw the full appearance of the creature and was immediately shocked. Thunder-eating fog demon. How did I encounter such a thing? Moreover, Lu Jin swallowed hard, sensing the demonic energy swirling around the large demon, realizing that its combat power was actually at the 9th rank of the Golden Core stage. A peak Golden Core, thunder-eating fog demon came to interfere with his tribulation. Lu Jin was momentarily speechless. It seemed that choosing a location for the tribulation was indeed crucial. But what to do now? This creature floated in the mist over the sea for years, thriving on thunder. The terrifying thunder I invoked actually attracted this monstrous thing. Boom! Just then, another bolt of lightning descended from the sky. Lu Jin had been preparing to use the dragon pattern to resist the thunder tribulation, But with the appearance of the thunder-eating fog demon, the situation changed abruptly, causing him to become somewhat flustered. Roar! As the thunder tribulation fell from the sky, the thunder-eating fog demon let out a roar, and the sound waves from its massive mouth echoed, filled with thunder. When the lightning descended, the thunder-eating fog demon surprisingly swallowed part of the thunder's power. Crackle! Thunder raged in its mouth, and a violent pulling force even dragged away a portion of the thunder energy from Lu Jin, leaving his expression complex. This thunder was meant for refining my body. How can this creature steal my thunder? The golden core thunder tribulation is essential for tempering the body, a hurdle all golden core experts must experience. Though the lightning is violent, it is key to forging the body. If the foundation is weak, future cultivation will be like a castle in the air, hard to achieve anything. 9 spirits merging into one. Great transformation dragon technique, thunder pattern attached. Beast, you steal my thunder. I will annihilate your soul. While Lu Jin resisted the thunder's tempering, he simultaneously unleashed an attack, not with the power of thunder, but with mental force. The thunder-eating fog demon was a thunder beast, and thunder's power wouldn't harm it much. He could only take a different path to subdue it. The resonant sound echoed as the mental force transformed into a spear, piercing directly towards the thunder-eating fog demon's mind. Bang, bang. But the next second, this mental attack collided with the thunder-eating fog demons surrounding thunder, instantly erupting into flames. A large portion of the mental attack was actually neutralized by the thunder power. Lu Jin was taken aback. The power of thunder is pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth, not spiritual chi, and it is quite domineering. Capable of countering mental force is normal, but this normal situation left Lu Jin somewhat at a loss. Moreover, part of the mental attack entered the thunder-eating fog demon's soul, causing no damage. Instead, it made it furious. Roar! The violent sound waves swept in all directions, and the cramped cave shook precariously from the impact of the sound waves, coupled with the previous lightning strike. It seemed the entire mountain might collapse. A 9th-rank golden core thunder demon was indeed a tough opponent. At that moment, the voice of the Azure Lotus Empress rang out. This demon is powerful and will cause endless trouble if it interferes with your tribulation. First, use the burial heaven coffin to imprison it, then subdue it after advancing to the golden core. Chapter 54. I am not weak. Upon hearing the Azure Lotus Empress's words, Lu Jin immediately took action. The situation was urgent, and with thunder roaring, he had to move this creature away at once. Of course, the thunder-devouring mist demon did not attack Lu Jin. It seemed to know that once Lu Jin encountered problems, the thunderclouds in the sky would also disappear. Burial heaven coffin, swallow this thing for me. Lu Jin gritted his teeth, and his thoughts surged. The burial heaven coffin suddenly erupted with a devouring force, and under the cloak of mysterious light, the giant beast instantly vanished from its spot. Looking at the vanishing thunder-devouring mist demon, Lu Jin frowned. Seems a bit too easy? However, he understood that with his current strength, using the burial heaven coffin to devour such a high-level demon would definitely not be so effortless. Thank you, Empress, he said, then immediately focused his mind back. This lightning tribulation had to be faced head-on with all his strength, because the golden core lightning tribulation he was facing was enough to rival the 9th grade golden core lightning tribulation of other cultivators. Boom! The thunder descended, and the terrifying lightning power finally exploded the mountain where Lu Jin was located. Everything within hundreds of feet was obliterated, leaving only the figure covered in dragon patterns standing proudly amidst it, with arcs of lightning swirling around him, penetrating his flesh and bones with horrific power. The immense pain nearly flipping his skull. This is too domineering, too unbelievable. Who is that figure in the smoke? When did such a powerful person appear in my Qingzhou territory? The Tiangshuan Empire is divided into 9 provinces, and Qingzhou is the smallest. What kind of great power is hidden in the Misty Island? It's hard to say. This person has already taken several bolts of lightning. Once he endures all 9 bolts, he will undoubtedly undergo a transformation and greatly advance in cultivation. If we can befriend him, It will be the greatest honor for our sect. Such a strong individual is not someone we can curry favor with. Look, the lightning is getting thicker. I wonder if he can withstand the last bolt. The number of cultivators watching from Misty Island was increasing, and even the owner of the DUI, Xian Lu, in the far distance, Feng Mingdao, drunkenly glanced over. His eyes filled with shock. As time passed, a graceful figure also appeared in the sky above Misty Island. Dressed in a red robe, her demeanor was like the wind, still filled with grace, standing on a flying beast, her gaze fixed on the rolling thunderclouds above, filled with astonishment. I didn't expect to encounter a powerful figure undergoing tribulation as soon as I arrived here. I wonder which mighty being has attracted such formidable thunder. Ji Yaoyue was shocked for a moment, but did not linger there. Instead, she landed on Misty Island, starting to search for the whereabouts of the Yellow Sparrow apothecary. In her view, Chu Tianxiong's only hope of self-rescue was to find the Yellow Sparrow apothecary to concoct an antidote for him. The Hunyuan strange poison was uniquely created by the Yellow Sparrow apothecary, and the five-poison blood sovereign was his only disciple. Only he could concoct the antidote. As Lu Jin continued to resist the force of the thunder, it grew increasingly violent. The initial lightning was like a snake, but now it resembled a dragon. When it descended from the sky, it brought with it a world-destroying aura, striking down in fury. Boom, boom, boom. The rumbling echoed through the mountains and seas. On Misty Island, birds and beasts lay low, and spirits fell silent. Even the mist that usually floated in the mountains was shaken away. With each thunderclap, Lu Jin struggled to endure, but after every trial, his aura rose step by step, and his strength surged at a terrifying speed. Buzz! Until the final bolt of the lightning tribulation descended, the 9 spiritual pearls within Lu Jin finally merged into one. Suddenly, a terrifying wave of spiritual power erupted from his body, followed by the joy of successfully condensing the golden core. The golden core flickered in his dantian, and the rolling spiritual power was more than 10 times stronger than what the 9 spiritual pearls had previously unleashed. Come on, last one. As the golden core began to condense, the violent 9th bolt of lightning thundered down. In that instant, all the cultivators who witnessed this scene were struck with fear, their hearts uncontrollably racing to their throats. Yet all eyes were wide open, as if they had to witness this unbelievable thunder tribulation event. Crack! Boom! In everyone's shocked gaze, the most terrifying bolt of lightning brewed the longest in the thundercloud, finally roaring down with a soul-seizing, destructive aura. The earth trembled, and the mountain where Lu Jin stood was instantly blown into ruins, sinking dozens of feet down, becoming a desolate wasteland. It finally worked, but I feel so weak. After taking on the most terrifying bolt of lightning with all his might, Lu Jin felt as if he had been emptied out, a wave of fatigue washing over him. The reason was naturally that after imprisoning the thunder-devouring mist demon, he had not used the burial heaven coffin. This lightning tribulation he had completely endured with his own body. He had not utilized the powerful restorative force of the burial heaven coffin. You endure. At that moment, the voice of the Qinglian Empress rang out again. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good, very good. You have guts. Luckily, you weren't killed. Otherwise, I would have to find someone else. Lu Jin. He seemed too exhausted to retort, but upon sensing many powerful auras around him in the mountains and forests, he quickly hid himself amidst the billowing smoke. He was currently at his weakest. If someone with ill intentions attacked him, it would not be good. As he swiftly flew to a cave created by the explosion, he immediately used spiritual power to seal the entrance, finally letting out a sigh of relief. I wonder where Long Shui went. Forget it. Let's deal with the thunder-devouring mist demon first. Feeling a heaviness in his heart, a wave of spiritual power directly entered the burial heaven coffin. The space within the coffin was filled with mysterious light, seemingly infinite, and at a glance, there was no end in sight. If a normal person entered this space, they would probably wish for death after a while. Your Majesty, what about the thunder-devouring mist demon? How should we deal with it? Lu Jin did not know where the Qinglian Empress was, so he could only communicate with his thoughts. I can only temporarily trap it in the burial heaven coffin. After an hour, If you cannot see it subdued, you will have to let it out and let it be. Even if it wants to kill you, you can only escape. Lu Jin said, I am now a first-grade Golden Core. In the same realm of Golden Core, do I not have the strength to fight? The Qinglian Empress replied, You do, but not much. You are very weak now. Lu Jin, I am not weak. As long as I have 3,000 spiritual stones, I can recover to my peak. In the Golden Core realm, I am invincible. The Qinglian Empress's voice was indifferent. If you do not resolve this great demon in the burial heaven coffin, how can you use 3,000 spiritual stones? Stop dilly-dallying. You only have 1 hour. Whether you can subdue it depends on yourself. After finishing, the Qinglian Empress's voice disappeared. Then a heavy panting sound came, and Lu Jin could even hear the howling sound waves created by the giant beast as it charged. Roar! The thunder-devouring mist demon let out a roar and finally rushed into Lu Jin's line of sight amid the endless mysterious light. Chapter 55. The great demon acknowledges its master. You think you can bully me when I'm in the tribulation recovery period? You beast. Then I'll use you to hone my combat skills. Lu Jin roared, and in the next second, the figure transformed by his spiritual power trembled, and with a big hand, spiritual power condensed into a vast stream of swords. The second style of 10,000 swords to the throne, sword chi like a dragon. Whoosh! The sword flow like a dragon rushed toward the thunder-devouring mist demon. Seeing such a fierce attack, the large body of the thunder-devouring mist demon suddenly flickered and transformed into a mass of mist, disappearing in the blink of an eye. What? Lu Jin was filled with astonishment. He did not know much about the thunder-devouring mist demon and had never encountered it before. Seeing the scene, he inwardly thought it was not good. Just as he was in a daze, the massive body of the thunder-devouring mist demon reappeared behind him, and as its giant mouth opened, a ball of lightning was violently spewed forth. Boom! The purest and most yang lightning ball suddenly collided with the sword dragon formed by his spiritual power, creating a deafening roar that echoed far away without any echo. The space within the burial heaven coffin was unfathomably vast. But Lu Jin could not care about that much. After one wave of attack, the sword flow was completely shattered by the thunderous power that erupted from the thunder-devouring mist demon. Even though the sword flow continued unabated, the lightning beast still managed to hold its ground. Indeed, it is a great demon that can rival the 9th grade Golden Core. Lu Jin was shocked, but at the moment, he was in a weakened state. Although it was just a spiritual entity, it had the same combat power as his physical self. Moreover, after a battle, the tempering of this spiritual force could also enhance his physical body. What pleased Lu Jin the most was that, within this coffin of heaven's burial, even if this spiritual entity were to die in battle, it would not cause him any harm. Based on this, Lu Jin was not afraid to face this super demon, even with his currently weakened power, after just crossing the tribulation. Boom! The sound of rumbling echoed through the endless space of the coffin of heaven's burial, making the mysterious space seem even more desolate and empty. As the booming sounds continued, Lu Jin's 10,000 swords convergence technique unleashed a relentless barrage. But each time it was shattered, his spiritual energy collapsing. Following that was another round of frenzied absorption of spirit stones, charging forward once more. This repeated cycle allowed Lu Jin to master the 10,000 swords convergence technique increasingly well, and his body was continuously recovering, gradually exuding the aura of a Golden Core expert. Eventually, wounds began to appear on the body of the thunder-eating mist demon, which had been unable to be defeated. The crimson blood revealed streaks of golden lightning color, while Lu Jin was inside the coffin of heaven's burial, engaged in an intense battle with the thunder-eating mist demon. Outside, those experts who had witnessed him crossing the tribulation were in a state of confusion. It had been so long. Why hadn't that expert appeared yet? Could he have mysteriously disappeared? Truly a super expert, he concealed his aura so well that even my spiritual probing couldn't detect the slightest trace. Let us wait a bit longer. We shouldn't act rashly. This matter is suspicious. We must not act recklessly. The various experts were all trying to suppress their doubts. But due to the earlier terrifying thunder power, they dared not act impulsively. At this moment, in a small corner of a forest, A figure looked at the ruins with a complicated expression, her face increasingly filled with sorrow. Young Master Lu Jin, you can't have been reduced to ashes by the lightning, right? You cannot die. We have just met, and you promised to apologize to me. You can't die. Woe is me. Long Shiwei looked longingly at the deserted ruins, waiting and waiting, her eyes filled with a strong desire for Lu Jin to appear. And soon large tears began to fall. Just then, a disgusting voice suddenly rang in Long Shiwei's ears. Ha ha! Long Shiwei, are you crying for a man? That scoundrel named Lu Jin must have been turned to dust by that expert's thunder tribulation. Ha ha, what's wrong? Are you still thinking about him? Long Shiwei, why not just submit to me now? I will definitely cherish you, ha! Songwen looked at Long Shiwei, his eyes filled with glee and lust for her beauty. Songwen, go die. Long Shiwei, hearing such unbearable words, summoned a rune that instantly transformed into flames and charged at Songwen. Hee, still daring to resist? Seize her. With a command from Songwen, a 5th-grade Golden Core expert from the Song family stepped forward and instantly shattered all of Long Shiwei's efforts, binding her directly with spiritual energy ropes. Songwen, you are shameless. Let me go. Long Shiwei angrily rebuked, but Songwen only sneered repeatedly. Long Shiwei, you withdrew from my engagement and destroyed the Yellow Sparrow alchemist, leaving me with no hope of rescuing my father. Since that Lu Jin is already dead, you will serve as double compensation. Don't worry, I want to cherish you. Huh? Take her away. In the hands of the Song family expert. No matter how long Shiwei struggled, it was futile, and she could only watch helplessly as she was taken away. The experts from the drunken Immortal Tower, who had originally come to protect Lu Jin, were completely drawn to the commotion of Lu Jin's thunder tribulation, and in the previous chaos. They didn't even notice Long Shiwei's dissipating aura, nor did they realize the Song family's violent actions. When they finally sensed something was wrong, Zhang Tushan, the deputy master of the drunken Immortal Tower, suddenly shouted, echoing through the forest, "Who dares to lay hands on Miss Long? In our drunken Immortal Tower, we kill without mercy." This threatening voice made Songwon and the others feel a chill in their hearts. Although they did not release Long Shiwei, they remained still, waiting for the right moment to act. However, this did provide Long Shiwei with temporary safety. At the 10,000 Sword Sect, when Yang Dianfeng and Lu Rian returned to the sect, a group of strong practitioners quickly came to welcome them. However, while it appeared lively and festive on the surface, there were hidden undercurrents flowing behind the scenes. After some pleasantries, the two quickly arrived at the location of Yang Dianfeng's master, Chen Jiang. Now, Chen Jiang had his cultivation disabled and had become a useless person. Yet because Yang Dianfeng was once a holy son and now a disciple under the esteemed Elder Chiyu of the Blood Moon Holy Land, the 10,000 Sword Sect still treated him with respect. Upon their arrival, Chen Jiang spoke. Dianfeng, it was that Lu Jin who crippled my cultivation. Yang Dianfeng gritted his teeth. Master, I will definitely avenge you. Now, Sister Rian has also been taken as a disciple by Elder Chiyu. Master, rest assured, we have the backing of Elder Chiyu, and no one can touch us. Those who dare to oppose us will be exterminated. Yang Dianfeng's words expressed his stance. And Chen Jiang said solemnly, Ruyan, congratulations on becoming a disciple under Elder Chiyu. In the future, I will rely on the both of you. Lu Rian calmly nodded and then asked, Elder Chen, my senior brother and I have returned to track down the whereabouts of that traitorous senior sister Wang Min. If I'm not mistaken, she should have escaped back to the 10,000 Sword Sect. After all, this is where Lu Jin is. Previously, during a fierce battle, Lu Jin let her go. Now, as a stray dog, with the order from Master to hunt her down, she will likely return to find Lu Jin. Elder Chen Jiang replied, according to my discussions with other high-ups, Lu Jin should be on Immortal Mist Island now. Your master, Ji Yaoyue, has already gone to Immortal Mist Island on a mission. Since Wang Min's whereabouts are currently unknown, you two might as well head to Immortal Mist Island to investigate. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian frowned. Elder Chen, my master has also gone to carry out orders? What is it about? Elder Chen Jiang nodded and then explained the situation regarding the high-level changes in Chu Tianxiong. Upon learning that the 10,000 Sword Sect was about to undergo a change, Lu Jin and Yang Dianfeng's expression shifted, but they ultimately nodded grimly. If that's the case, we will head to Immortal Mist Island immediately to investigate. Lu Jin and the thunder-eating mist demon were locked in an intense battle within the coffin of Heaven's burial, unaware of the passage of time. At a certain moment, as Lu Jin's sword river once again surged wildly, the giant beast's body bled profusely, and its once proud head finally drooped down, submitting in defeat. If you truly submit? Lu Jin stood with his sword, his aura exploding, the presence of a golden core expert raging and domineering, far surpassing that of the spirit pearl realm. Roar! Looking at the human who dominated all, the thunder-eating mist demon let out a sound of submission, and then its massive body actually knelt before Lu Jin, bowing its head with no intention of resistance. The great demon acknowledged its master. Chapter 56. Song 1. Exploded good, very good. Since you acknowledge me as your master, how could I treat you poorly? Lu Jin smiled with satisfaction and then waved his hand. Thousands of spirit stones flew directly into the thunder-eating mist demon's mouth. Although this thunder beast was covered in the sword wounds inflicted from Lu Jin's fierce battle, the immense power of the spirit stones within it surged, rapidly replenishing the energy it had consumed. Buzz! The mist surged, and dust filled the sky. Suddenly, in a swirling area of mist, the buzzing sound echoed continuously. What is that? Has the expert who crossed the tribulation finally chosen to reveal themselves? No, it doesn't seem to be human. What? This? At this moment, the mist buzzed, once again drawing everyone's gaze. However, when the recognized experts in tribulation crossing did not appear, but instead a massive shadow emerged, everyone was once again shocked into speechlessness. It was the thunder-eating mist monster. My God! So it was this creature crossing the tribulation. I thought it was a human. That terrifying lightning tribulation could probably only be triggered by such a thunder-eating mist monster. The thunder-eating mist monster is born to devour thunder, and its aura is clearly at the 9th rank of the Golden Core. Given this, the lightning tribulation is not surprising. It is covered in injuries, likely severely hurt by the thunder, and its combat power has sharply decreased. The thunder-eating mist monster had a natural physique for thunder. If we can obtain its demon core, we can practice powerful and domineering martial arts, and even transform our flesh and blood, awakening the great potential to resist thunder. Not only is its demon core powerful, but even a bite of its thunder-forged flesh or a sip of its blood would bring endless benefits. Take advantage of its weakness to seize its life. It is now extremely weak, and if everyone works together, we might share the spoils. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. While everyone was talking, they suddenly made their move. Almost all the cultivators who witnessed this scene sprang into action. Even the Song family members also moved, attempting to gain benefits from the thunder-eating mist monster. Only Long Shiwei, looking at the place where the great demon appeared, felt an inexplicable sense that Lu Jin was not dead. You scoundrel! Once this group of beasts and the thunder-eating mist monster are both severely injured, I will have my fun with you until I kill you. Songwen looked at the bound Long Shiwei, filled with hatred. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Yang Dianfeng, who had been chasing Ji Yaoyue, finally flew to the sky over Xianwu Island. Upon seeing the chaotic scene below, where a massive creature was being besieged by various experts, their expressions instantly became complex. The thunder-eating mist monster? A rare demon beast has appeared here. Unfortunately, our master is not here. She probably has more important things to do. We should avoid complicating matters and find the master first, Lu Rian said, then exchanged a glance with Yang Dianfeng and quickly flew away from the scene. Not long after they left, the continually attacked thunder-eating mist monster, a frenzied lightning beast with blood flowing incessantly, was being suppressed by various experts when suddenly its aura changed. It seemed to unleash a terrifying energy from within, causing its aura to surge upward. The previously waning aura suddenly peaked. The presence of a 9th rank golden core demon sweeping the entire venue. What is going on? How did it unleash such terrifying power? Something's off. This great demon seems to have just awakened. I noticed early on that its injuries were not caused by thunder, but seemed more like sword wounds. This great demon is suspicious. We must retreat quickly. However, when everyone noticed the clues, the thunder-eating mist monster seemed to awaken completely, letting out a roar that layered upon itself, instantly sending more than a dozen strong practitioners to their deaths. The lightning great demon at the 9th rank of Golden Core was unmatched, and no one could stand against it. Even Zhang Tushan, the deputy master of the drunken immortal tower, retreated in a panic, unable to escape in time. The energy within the thunder-eating mist monster was precisely from the thousands of spirit stones that Lu Jin had previously fed it. It had been in a state of brewing and digesting, continuously suppressed by everyone, and now that it had finally finished digesting, it erupted in an instant. The terrifying aura shook the entire venue. Those who ran fast fled rapidly, while those who were slow directly died on the spot. The lightning-infused demonic energy, wherever it passed, was like a scythe reaping lives, and the aura of death spread wildly. No, don't kill me. At one moment, the thunder-eating mist monster appeared in front of a group of experts from the Song family. Song was terrified, trembling as he spoke. He had witnessed a 4th-rank Golden Core expert of the Song family being pierced through the body by this lightning beast, turning into a pile of char. Don't hurt that girl. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed into view. It was Lu Jin. The moment he appeared, Long Shui's eyes, filled with despair, suddenly sparkled with brilliance. Her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Jin, but her heart was fiercely wrenching. He is not dead. He really isn't dead. This man, her first man, how could he die so easily? Seeing Lu Jin appear from who knows where, Song Won, who was intimidated by the thunder-eating mist monster, suddenly shouted, "Lord Mist Monster! It's him. It's all that guy. He brought people to attack you. Everyone here dared to attack you only under his leadership. If you kill him, you'll have avenged your great hatred, and it has nothing to do with us." Song Won's slanderous words made Long Shui grit her teeth. She turned to Song Won and spat. "You're talking nonsense. Lord Mist Monster, the Song family members were the ones who previously attacked you with swords. It has nothing to do with that young master. I am tied up, and that has nothing to do with me. I hope the Lord sees clearly." Long Shui's words were like a roar. At this moment, she didn't care about her girlish shyness. Unfortunately, she was bound and unable to use her talismans. Otherwise, with her beast language technique, she might have been able to persuade this great demon. At this moment, the thunder-eating mist monster suddenly turned its head and looked at Lu Jin. "Ah, yes, it's that kid. Lord Mist Monster, quickly kill him." Everyone was shocked by this scene. Could it be that this young master of the Song family really had the ability to command a great demon to kill? But surprisingly, when the thunder-eating mist monster looked at Lu Jin, it actually appeared docile, and then they heard Lu Jin smile and calmly say, "First kill this bastard. The others can do as they please. Moreover, if this girl is harmed in any way, I will take your life." Roar. The thunder-eating mist monster let out a roar, seemingly understanding Lu Jin's words, then turned its head, its beastly eyes filled with lightning fixated on Song Won, and unexpectedly let out a sound, die. Crack, crack, crack. As the sound fell, a burst of lightning breath exploded. Then, right before everyone's shocked gaze, it blew Song Won's head into a mist of blood. Chapter 57. You take this as a farce. This sudden scene left everyone stunned and speechless. What? This is impossible. This thunder-eating mist monster actually obeyed his command? Song Won, the young master of the Song family, is dead. His head has turned to mush. The Song family is the largest family within 100 miles, but facing such a powerful lightning beast, the Song family likely has no strength to take revenge. Run. Quick. Escape. This great demon is about to go on a rampage. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Previously, everyone wanted to take a share of the thunder-eating mist monster. At this moment, everyone wanted to flee the scene as quickly as possible. But the thunder-eating mist monster had entered a frenzy of killing mode. Almost everyone had attacked it before, and now, its thunderous power surged forth, launching indiscriminate attacks, causing chaos on the scene, with casualties everywhere. Meanwhile, Lu Jin calmly walked toward the bound Long Shui. lowering his head and speaking softly. I'm sorry, I'm late. A trace of excitement surged in Long Shiwei's heart. But she was soon stunned by Lu Jin's calmness. Lu Jin, yes, young Master Lu, it's great that you're okay. As she spoke, two crystalline tears uncontrollably fell from her beautiful eyes. It's okay, it's okay. Lu Jin was a bit flustered. He was not flustered when facing formidable opponents, but he indeed felt a sense of awkwardness when facing a crying girl. But seeing that comforting was ineffective, he pulled her into his embrace. Cry all you want. Wipe your snot and tears on me. I, a big man, one tea mind. Long Shiwei was taken aback by this sudden wild action. Though her little head didn't move in the man's embrace, her heart was pounding, and for a moment, she even lost the courage to pull away. I will take responsibility for you. Lu Jin's words drifted over, and the warm breath by her ear made her heart flutter. Long Shiwei was stunned. This sentence was worth her contemplation. No, she slowly withdrew. Young Master Lu, I'm not someone who cannot afford to lose. Moreover, that matter is not your fault. Just treat it as a farce, an accident. I won't entangle you. She said this, but her heart ached. Although she had known this man for a time too short to be measured, it seemed that his figure had already filled her heart completely. However, his talent was extraordinary, his means astonishing. He had his own life, while she was just an ordinary cultivator from the carefree valley, filled with hatred. What right did she have to bind such an outstanding man with this absurd matter? No, she couldn't do something so selfish. Besides, that matter was not his fault at all. Upon hearing Long Shiwei's words, Lu Jin was taken aback. He was not unaware of what the other party was thinking, but did it need to be thought of this way? Perhaps the other party didn't have him in her heart at all? Matters of the heart were so troublesome. Lu Jin took a long breath, then looked at the thunder-devouring fog demon. I mentioned before that I would compensate you. This thunder-devouring fog demon is not weak. I will give it to you as a token of my sincerity. Upon hearing this, Long Shiwei furrowed her brows. Ah? You want to give the thunder-devouring fog demon to me? Long Shiwei was confused, but Lu Jin nodded and said, I'm not joking. It is currently my beast companion. Long Shiwei, when did you acquire it? Changing the subject, the subtle atmosphere between the two gradually dissipated. Just now. I just wanted to ask if you want it. Okay, I want it. Long Shiwei clearly said this in a joking tone. However, as soon as her sweet voice fell, Lu Jin waved his hand and unexpectedly summoned the massive creature that was rampaging in the killing spree right before them. Moreover, when this thunder-devouring fog demon came over, it actually knelt down, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue in submission, completely surrendering to Lu Jin. Long Shiwei was stunned. The scene before her was so unbelievable, and she was not the only one stunned. The other survivors who witnessed this scene were equally dumbfounded. That was the thunder-devouring fog demon, a massive creature comparable to a 9th-grade golden core cultivator, almost invincible, now kneeling and licking Lu Jin. How could this be possible? My God, who is that kid? He? No wonder the Lord wanted us to protect him. This Lu Jin is truly unfathomable. He can even subdue the thunder-devouring fog demon, which shows he possesses unknown superior skills. It seems he no longer needs our protection. We should now consider our own safety. Let's go. Hurry up and retreat. If that thunder beast goes berserk again, we probably won't be able to escape. As Lu Jin summoned the thunder-devouring fog demon, the group of fleeing cultivators finally seized the opportunity and fled for their lives in a frenzy. When the living beings at the scene dispersed, the ground was littered with disordered corpses, blackened like charcoal, a sight too gruesome to behold. Lu Jin ignored this scene and even turned Long Shiwei's face away to prevent her from seeing the bloody spectacle. This is your future master. If you don't obey, I'll turn you to ashes, understand? Lu Jin said to the thunder-devouring fog demon, his tone playful yet unquestionable. The thunder-devouring fog demon let out a low roar of submission, then turned its massive head and began to lick Long Shiwei. Long Shiwei was taken aback by this scene. The warm touch on her calf made her blush, but she still reached out to touch the giant beast's head and said, Young Master Lu, what have I done to deserve this? Lu Jin smiled and said, Miss Long, are you dissatisfied with the thunder-devouring fog demon for not being strong enough? Once these words were spoken, the thunder-devouring fog demon let out a whimpering sound from its large mouth, instantly turning into a whimpering creature. Huh? Dissatisfied with the thunder-devouring fog demon for not being strong enough? What kind of talk is that? Long Shiwei was momentarily at a loss for words. No, I didn't mean that. Then take it. It is already submitted to you. If you don't want it, then it can only be discarded or killed. Lu Jin's words made the thunder-devouring fog demon tremble all over, and its whimpering sound became even more sorrowful. Long Shiwei, all right, since that's the case. Thank you for your great gift, young Master Lu. I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only leave you a communication talisman. If there is anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask. Long Shiwei said as she stuffed a communication talisman into Lu Jin's hand. Haha, great. Lu Jin laughed, then raised his eyes. Now that the matter of Immortal Mist Island is over, I should go find the guild master with the antidote. Miss Long, thank you very much this time. Long Shiwei smiled and said, I should be the one thanking you. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he took out 2 more storage rings from his storage bracelet. These were 2 of the 4 storage rings he received from the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist. This is the storage ring of the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist. There should be many pills in it that you can use. Lu Jin did not say it explicitly, but for what he learned from Song Wan and others before, he knew that Song Wan's father and Long Shiwei's master had fought fiercely over their marriage contract, and although they appear to have reached a ceasefire, they secretly wanted to kill each other. Song Wan's father was seriously injured, and Long Shiwei's master must also be gravely wounded. Since Long Shiwei did not mention it, he did not want to pry into it, but this storage ring from the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist contained a large quantity of pills of various kinds, so giving it to her would be no mistake. Long Shiwei looked at the storage ring, momentarily stunned, then smiled gently. Thank you. I won't be polite. However, 1 ring is enough. Take both rings. All right. A joyful expression appeared on Long Shiwei's face, and Lu Jin knew that he had made the right gift. Then Lu Jin, until we meet again. After saying this, Long Shiwei leaped onto the back of the thunder-devouring fog demon. The great demon let out a roar, as if bidding farewell to Lu Jin, then turned and carried Long Shiwei away step by step. Until we meet again. Lu Jin looked at the figures of the person and the beast, softly saying, and then stopped speaking. He soared into the air and disappeared into the enchanting mist of Immortal Mist Island in the blink of an eye. On Immortal Mist Island, Yang Jianfeng and Lu Jin chased after Ji Yaoyue's footsteps, and with the use of the communication talisman, the 3 finally met at a chaotic pile of stones. My master has received news. The Yellow Sparrow Alchemist is dead. As soon as they met, Ji Yaoyue's expression darkened. Master, who did it? Ji Yaoyue's gaze turned to the rolling clouds and mist. The culprit is still Lu Jin. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin and the others were shocked again. How could it be him again? Ji Yaoyue flicked her sword, and a head rolled out from the space of the sword body. Chapter 58. I will personally hunt down Lu Jin. This head was stained red with blood. Yet it was unmistakably the head of the gray-robed leader among the beast tamers here. This person had mediocre cultivation, but managed to provoke the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist and his biological son to a deadly battle, resulting in both sides suffering heavy losses. My master casually killed him to relieve his anger. However, since the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist is dead, and Lu Jin has left this place, it is highly likely that he has obtained the antidote. Moreover, Lu Jin has an extraordinary relationship with Chu Tianxiong. If he saves Chu Tianxiong, then the plan of 10,000 Peaks Master will be thwarted. Therefore, you 2 follow me to hunt down Lu Jin. Yes, Master. At that moment, a communication talisman in Lu Jin's storage ring flashed, and her expression suddenly tightened. Master, this is Elder Chi Yu's task. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue's expression changed. Elder Chi Yu? You now have Elder Chi Yu's communication talisman? Lu Jin bowed. To not hide from Master. I was accepted as a disciple by Elder Chi Yu a few days ago and haven't had the chance to inform you. Ji Yaoyue's expression immediately brightened at this news. Good. Very good. Ha ha ha. Rian, since you have such an identity, you must come back to see me often in the future. Ji Yaoyue had always pursued the rich cultivation resources of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. She had devoted herself to cultivating Lu Jin for this reason. Now, that Lu Ruoyan has become the disciple of Elder Chiyu. It's like she has taken a leap to the sky, which seems to have dispelled any lingering worries she had, just waiting for the endless cultivation resources from the Blood Moon's sacred land to be delivered to her. The cultivation of the master for the disciple will never forget. Good. But what is Elder Chiyu's task? Ji Yaiwa asked. Lu Ruoyan raised her eyes to look ahead. Master, Elder Chiyu has instructed me to cultivate here. This should be what she referred to as the Beast Tamer Grand Array. Ji Yaiwa frowned, but could not discern anything. Lu Ruoyan said, Elder Chiyu mentioned that the Beast Tamer Grand Array here can assist my cultivation, and regarding how to cultivate, she wants me to explore it myself using the techniques in the storage ring. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaiwa smiled and said, Since Elder Chiyu has said so, there must be arrangements. In that case, I will go hunt Lu Jin. You two can cultivate here. After Ji Yaiwa finished speaking, she rode her flying beast into the clouds. Lu Ruoyan immediately took out the blood magic technique from the storage ring that Elder Chiyu had given her. Junior sister, this formation is strange. There may be unknown dangers within. I will protect you, Yang Dianfeng said, directly finding a high point to sit cross-legged. However, after probing the seemingly empty formation with his spiritual energy, he found nothing. Lu Ruoyan nodded, then cast her gaze and flew towards the entrance of the Beast Tamer Grand Array. This Elder Chiyu has some ability to help you find such a precious cultivation site. Her understanding of you must be quite deep. The voice of the Fox Master echoed in Lu Ruoyan's mind. Lu Ruoyan frowned. Fox Master, I've only met her twice. Could it be that she really understands me so well? The Fox Master's voice carried a contemplative tone. If I am not mistaken, she should have sensed my presence. Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan was startled again. So, Fox Master, have you been exposed? The Fox Master sneered. Exposed? Not all with her means. She can only detect a trace of my aura. She is not qualified to probe the secrets of this master. Lu Ruoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. The Fox Master is her greatest secret. Even in front of Elder Chiyu, she must keep her mouth shut. So what does the Fox Master mean? Lu Ruoyan asked in confusion. The Fox Master said, the reason she chose this place for you should be because she saw through your great technique of slaughter and plunder. To make good use of the resources here, this formation is filled with many demon beasts, and I will assist you wholeheartedly in slaying them and plundering their energy to forge the supreme golden body. Additionally, the blood magic technique she gave you is of a higher level than what you practiced before, and it matches the great plunder celestial technique I provided you better. After this round of cultivation, you will surely ascend to a new level. Lu Ruoyan nodded and then entered the formation, blood color enveloping her, immediately attracting the roars of great demons. The Beast Tamer Grand Array is now without a leader, with no cultivators in sight, only the great demons in the formation, seemingly sealed here for many years, having lost their awareness of leaving. Although these great demons are powerful in combat, under the Fox Master's means, they are continuously slaughtered by Lu Ruoyan, plundering demon pills to forge her own body. Yang Dianfeng was protecting her, but he did not enter through the entrance of the formation, and he could not see what was happening inside. However, he did not care about that. What he cared about was whether he could continue to cultivate with Lu Ruoyan. Ji Yaiwa searched for Chu Tianxiong without success, but unexpectedly learned of Lu Jin's whereabouts on Xianwu Island. There were the last three masters of the Song family meditating and healing in a quiet place. As Ji Yaiwa passed by, she overheard their conversation. Upon hearing their doubts about whether the tribulation survivor was Lu Jin or the Thunder Mist Demon, Ji Yaiwa appeared, her powerful aura directly enveloping the three. Speak. Where's Lu Jin now? Her voice was icy, and the three, already severely injured by the Thunder Mist Demon and having narrowly escaped death, were terrified by such a threat. My lord, spare us. You're looking for that Lu Jin? We saw with our own eyes that he could make the Thunder Mist Demon bow down. That Thunder Mist Demon was rampaging, possessing the combat power of a 9th-grade golden core, killing many people. But it was evidently submissive to that person named Lu Jin. My lord, we saw that Lu Jin ultimately gave the Thunder Mist Demon to the disciple Long Shiwei of the Free and Unfettered Valley. As for him, we truly do not know where he went. The three, driven by a strong desire to survive, said everything they could think of. Ji Yaoyue frowned. Free and unfettered valley? Yes, my lord. Lu Jin has a very good relationship with Long Shiwei of the Free and Unfettered Valley. Previously, they even took the storage ring of the Yellow Sparrow alchemist. Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue's brows knitted even tighter. Tell me everything you know about Lu Jin. Yes, yes. My lord, we will tell you. Ji Yaoyue did not learn Lu Jin's whereabouts from the Song family's experts. But she was certain that Lu Jin had gone to Xianwu Island to obtain the antidote to save Chu Tianxiong. She quietly felt a sense of crisis. If the mixed primordial poison in Chu Tianxiong's body disappeared, Wan Hele would definitely not be a match, and at that time, their plan was very likely to fail. The Free and Unfettered Valley, you three, lead the way. Ji Yaoyue intended to find news about Lu Jin from Long Shiwei, so she planned to go to the Free and Unfettered Valley. The three from the Song family had complex expressions. They had just escaped with their lives. Their injuries not yet healed, and now they had to meet that killing beast. The three were too troublesome. You lead the way. Ji Yaoyue's eyes changed, and with a swift motion, she directly killed two of them, then bound a last one with a strand of spiritual energy and dragged him onto the flying beast. Chapter 59. Don't blame me for turning against you. This strong man from the Song family was the most powerful 5th-grade Golden Core expert sent by the Song family to Xianwu Island. However, he was heavily injured and bound by Ji Yaoyue, a 6th-grade Golden Core, with no power to resist at all. However, on the way to the Free and Unfettered Valley, he secretly sent a communication talisman to inform the Song family of this matter. Before this, the Song family had also received a communication talisman. After hearing the news of Song Wen's death, the entire Song family was furious. Even the severely injured family head Song Heping hurriedly flew towards Xianwu Island under the escort of many Song family experts. His son Song Wen had died on Xianwu Island. This was a tremendous grudge. On Xianwu Island, amidst the chaotic battlefield, who is it that caused my son to die so tragically? At this moment, the head of the Song family, Song Heping, held the headless corpse and let out a mournful howl, his voice filled with sorrow and rage soaring to the skies. Head, grieve not. The urgent matter is to quickly investigate the murderer and tear them to pieces. Several experts from the Song family beside him gritted their teeth and said. However, not far away, other Song family experts were worried, their eyes showing signs of anxiety. Unfortunately, our Song family's young master has become a headless corpse, and other family experts have also suffered severe losses. Our Song family is unfortunate. The overall strength has sharply declined. The situation on this battlefield was quite tragic, and the deaths of these experts were likely not due to human hands, but rather caused by a super demon. Yes, this demon seems to be a thunder attribute beast. To have killed so many strong experts, this demon's strength should be quite formidable, and the land is damaged so severely, perhaps with our Song family's current strength. Seeking revenge is a bit unrealistic. The crowd whispered, fearing that the enraged family head would hear. However, Song Heping had already lost his mind. He roared, vowing to do whatever it takes to avenge his son. And just then, the communication talisman from the Song family expert captured by Ji Yaoyue arrived. Instantly, a group of Song family experts felt a heavy weight in their hearts. It's Elder Song Qian's communication talisman. Elder Song Qian is calling for help, and he is currently heading to the Free and Unfettered Valley. What is going on? Could it be that the murderer is in the Free and Unfettered Valley? Time is of the essence. Let us hurry to the Free and Unfettered Valley. At this moment, Long Shiwei had already returned to the Free and Unfettered Valley. In order to prevent the people of the Xiaoyao Valley from becoming too agitated, she had the thunder-eating mist demon temporarily hide outside the valley. After all, such a huge creature, especially one at the peak of the Golden Core realm, would inevitably cause panic among the people if it entered the Xiaoyao Valley. The thunder-eating mist demon obediently dispersed its massive form and transformed into a cloud of mist, drifting outside the valley. This thunder-eating mist demon was originally a mist demon with lightning attributes, capable of shifting between mist and thunder beast forms. Otherwise, It wouldn't have been able to sneak into Lu Jin's training cave without being detected by other powerful beings. The thunder-eating mist demon's obedience also made Long Shiwei quite satisfied, and she couldn't help but recall Lu Jin's figure in her mind. Their brief time together left her feeling somewhat unsettled, but she also knew that the bond between her and Lu Jin was unlikely to be renewed in this lifetime, not even for a single meeting. Regaining her focus, she quickly sped towards the Xiaoyao Valley. In the spatial ring that Lu Jin had given her, she indeed found the healing elixir that could cure her master, and she was eager to have her master take it right away. Inside the Xiaoyao Valley, flowers bloomed vibrantly, resembling a paradise. When some disciples saw Long Shiwei return, they greeted her. However, just as she was about to reach her master's residence, she was blocked by several disciples. "Hee, Long Junior sister, how dare you come back?" The speaker was a tall male disciple with a rather ugly appearance, his face covered in pimples. Behind him were 5 lackeys, all looking at Long Shiwei with glee. "I've seen Senior Brother Pan Yin," Long Shiwei greeted, then tried to bypass the group. Pan Yin had confessed to her a long time ago, but she didn't like him and had been deliberately avoiding him, which had caused him to harbor resentment and even attempt to scheme against her several times. After the incident with Song, when left her master injured, he used that as an excuse to bully her even more, morally coercing her in an attempt to make her submit. Long Shiwei's cultivation was not as strong as his, so she had been enduring it. Now, as soon as he saw her, he had an unrelenting attitude, which made Long Shiwei's gaze turn icy. With the thunder-eating mist demon as her beast companion, she no longer had to fear anyone. "Stop." When Long Shiwei tried to walk past, Pan Yin said coldly, "Are you going to your master's room? Do you know that because of you, Master is now seriously injured and may even die because of it?" He stood tall, looking down at Long Shiwei with an oppressive gaze. "Do you know that after you left, I refined a protective elixir that allowed Master to temporarily regain consciousness? Now, tell me where you went." Long Shiwei didn't want to get entangled with him and replied indifferently, "Thank you, Senior Brother Pan, for taking care of Master, but I have matters to attend to and need to leave." Pan Yan's gaze turned cold, and before he could speak, the other lackeys stepped forward to block her. "You stop right there. Are you talking to Senior Brother Pan? Senior Brother Pan is the strongest in Xiaoyao Valley. What kind of attitude is this? Quickly answer Senior Brother Pan, or you won't be able to leave." Long Shiwei frowned, her voice becoming colder. "I went out to find healing elixirs for Master. If you obstruct me, don't blame me for being rude." Her sudden change in demeanor caught the group off guard. "Oh, what a temper. Is it because you injured Master that you dare to defy the Senior Brother now? Kneel down and apologize to him." Long Shiwei's eyes darkened. "Get lost." With her words, a surge of spiritual energy swept through. Her resolute attitude and cold gaze were truly captivating, causing Pan Yan's expression to change slightly. "I have my own way to make up for the trouble I've caused, Master. I don't need you to meddle," Long Shiwei declared. "Pan Yin, if you continue to harass me, don't blame me for turning against you." With that, Long Shiwei restrained her aura and walked around them. The group watched her leave, frowning. "What's going on? I feel her aura is so strong. Has she advanced to the 3rd grade of Golden Core? So what? Senior Brother's cultivation is much higher than hers. She will eventually be in Senior Brother's grasp." As they spoke, Pan Yin stroked his chin, a cold glint in his eyes. "Humph. When that old man finally dies, and no one is there to protect you, let's see how tough you can be." "Hee, don't worry, Senior Brother. She'll kneel before you sooner or later." Long Shiwei arrived at her master's room, and a strong medicinal scent immediately filled her nostrils. This medicine doesn't smell right." After her master Yin Chao Mu was injured, she had been the one taking care of him, personally preparing every medicine. Over time, she had become familiar with the scents of the medicines. However, the medicinal smell in the room now caused her expression to change. "Senior Sister Long, you're back?" A junior sister approached her, and Long Shiwei quickly asked Xiaoro, "What's going on with this medicine?" The junior sister replied, "Senior Sister Long, I have always followed your instructions and gave Master the previous healing medicine, but starting yesterday, Senior Brother Pan, Yin forced me to give Master the pills he refined, which is why." Long Shiwei gritted her teeth, her expression darkening. "Fool, this medicine is poisonous." Chapter 60. Even if I die, I will protect you. Hearing this, Xiao Rou immediately knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Senior sister. I didn't know. Senior brother Pan Yin forced me to feed him the medicine. I had no choice. Long Shiwei understood that Xiao Rou was just an ordinary disciple in Xiaoyao Valley, so she helped her up and said, "It's okay. I brought back high-quality elixirs. Master will be fine." Only then did Xiao Rou stop crying, looking aggrieved. That bastard Pan Yin, the only son of the great elder, had been plotting to become the Valley Master. Now that Master was seriously injured, they would definitely not let this opportunity slip by. But she never expected they would poison her master. Long Shiwei couldn't help but grind her teeth in anger. However, she still held back her rage, took out the elixirs from her spatial ring, and had her master swallow them. Her master Yin Chao Mu had been in a coma, and after taking Pan Yan's pills, it seemed he fell into a deeper sleep. Fortunately, the spatial ring contained many kinds of elixirs, including an antidote, which made Long Shiwei breathe a sigh of relief. The Yellow Sparrow Apothecary was indeed an old-school apothecary. After the elixir was ingested, within the time it takes to burn half a stick of incense, Yin Chao Mu's complexion began to turn rosy, and his eyelids, which had not moved before, trembled and then opened. "Master, you're awake." Seeing this, Long Shiwei was overjoyed, tears filling her beautiful eyes. Yin Chao Mu was in his 50s but looked like someone in their 30s. As the Xiaoyao classic martial arts she practiced kept one's spirit carefree, making her appear much younger than ordinary people. When she saw Long Shiwei crying, she suddenly sat up from the bed. "Disciple, did you find the elixir?" Yin Chao Mu nodded, and after embracing her disciple for a moment, she recounted everything that had happened. Of course, she intended to surprise her about the thunder-eating mist demon. Upon learning that Pan Yin had poisoned her, Yin Chao Mu's expression changed instantly. However, she said nothing and directly sat cross-legged on the bed. "My injuries are no longer serious. After taking this 10,000 transformations returning essence elixir, my combat power will be restored to a certain extent. Disciple, guard me for half an hour, and after that, I will personally go find that Pan Yin and settle the score." Long Shiwei nodded and then, along with Xiao Rou, stood guard for her master. However, what they did not expect was that half an hour later, just as Yin Chao Mu's combat power was restored, before she could take care of the situation, a commotion ensued. "This matter has nothing to do with you. Let Long Shiwei get out here." A loud roar echoed through the valley, and at that moment, the disciples guarding the valley were already intimidated by the powerful aura and knelt on the ground. Some who tried to resist even spat blood and died on the spot. A commotion immediately shook through the Xiaoyao Valley, and several figures flew out, revealing a group of elders from the Xiaoyao Valley. Ji Yaiyue stood on a flying beast, hovering in midair above the open space in front of Xiaoyao Valley, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. With her 6th grade golden core cultivation, she faced a sect like Xiaoyao Valley without fear. At this moment, the group of elders who flew out changed their expressions upon sensing the powerful aura of the visitor. The leader, an elder named Pan Changhe, spoke up. "May I ask who you are and why you have come to my Xiaoyao Valley?" Pan Changhe, with his 4th grade golden core cultivation, felt uneasy facing Ji Yaiyue and couldn't muster the courage to speak firmly. "You don't need to know the reason. Just hand over Long Shiwei, otherwise Xiaoyao Valley will be exterminated." The words sent chills down everyone's spine, but they dared not act tough. "You are looking for Long Shiwei?" Pan Changhe's expression changed, and at this moment, the other powerful figures from Xiaoyao Valley also shifted their expressions, discussing among themselves. "I understand now. This esteemed person has brought someone. Isn't that Elder Song Qian from the Song family?" "Yes, with Song Qian here. It must be that the Song family has brought a powerful expert to take revenge on Long Shiwei. But I don't understand. Why is Elder Song Qian tied up so tightly? How strange." The crowd was puzzled. Long Shiwei's relationship with the Song family was well known throughout Xiaoyao Valley. The Valley Master, Yin Zhaomu, and the Song family head, Song Hemming, were both severely injured because of the incident involving Long Shiwei and Song Wen. It was reasonable for the Song family to seek revenge, but why was Elder Song Qian treated this way? Elder, in my opinion, since Long Shiwei caused this trouble, she should bear it alone, and we cannot let it implicate our entire Xiaoyao Valley. At this moment, an elder spoke up. This sentiment resonated with the Grand Elder. Indeed, Long Shiwei is just a disciple. It is already unfilial for her to implicate the Valley Master, and now she wants to sacrifice the entire Xiaoyao Valley. As Grand Elder, I absolutely do not allow such a thing to happen. Pan Changhe declared righteously, then turned to Ji Yaoyue and said, "Rest assured, since you are looking for Long Shiwei, we of Xiaoyao Valley will present her to you with both hands." As soon as these words were spoken, Ji Yaoyue's expression changed. From Song Qian's mouth, she learned that Long Shiwei could control a great demon, the thunder-devouring mist demon. Since the thunder-devouring mist demon was brought into Xiaoyao Valley by Long Shiwei, they should have felt confident. But now it seemed that the thunder-devouring mist demon might not be that powerful, or it had not been brought to Xiaoyao Valley by Long Shiwei at all. Since that was the case, she felt even more emboldened. You are wise to recognize the situation. I will wait here for you. You have half a stick of incense's time, and if I do not see anyone by then, Xiaoyao Valley will become history. Her words were indifferent, yet they carried an undeniable authority. Who dares to speak wildly in my Xiaoyao Valley? At that moment, a loud roar rang out, and the crowd's expressions changed as they saw the Valley Master, Yin Zhaomu, walking out from within the valley with Long Shiwei and other disciples. The Valley Master? The Valley Master has awakened? Great, but what use is that? Even if she is awake, she won't be a match for a 6th grade Golden Core expert. The Valley Master is strong at the 5th grade Golden Core stage, but she has just awakened and is still severely injured, lacking the strength to resist. Yet she treats Long Shiwei as her own. How could she agree to hand Long Shiwei over? The crowd's expressions shifted, and the elders such as Pan Changhe grew darker when they saw Yin Zhaomu awaken. Valley Master, this esteemed person only wants Long Shiwei. Are you planning to let the entire Xiaoyao Valley perish because of her? Yin Zhaomu shot a cold glance at Pan Changhe, temporarily holding back her desire to settle accounts with him, then looked toward Ji Yaoyue and coldly said, "May I ask how my beloved disciple Shiwei has offended you? If she has truly made a mistake, I am willing to compensate. However, if you have ulterior motives, my Xiaoyao Valley is not a soft persimmon that anyone can squeeze." Boom! As Yin Zhaomu's words fell, her arm waved, and within the valley, a roaring sound erupted as the protective mountain formation was forcefully activated. Upon seeing this scene, Ji Yaoyue's expression turned colder, but before she could speak, the Grand Elder of Xiaoyao Valley protested first. "Valley Master, you are being foolish. Even if we forcefully resist with a protective mountain formation, the outcome will only be mutual destruction. It is not worth it for a disciple who has made a grave mistake." Exactly. Valley Master, moreover, you are still injured. To sacrifice so many for one person, I, as an elder, do not agree. The opponent is powerful, and there must be strong backing behind them. Valley Master, you cannot lead Xiaoyao Valley to a dead end. Only a small number of people spoke like this, while the others were righteous, determined to protect Long Shiwei at all costs. Listening to the opposing voices, Yin Zhaomu glared coldly. "If you're so afraid of death, you might as well leave Xiaoyao Valley immediately. If you dare to defy me again, I will show no mercy." With her words, Pan Changhe's expression changed dramatically. His voice turned icy as he declared, "Yin Zhaomu, if you insist on being stubborn today, don't blame me for being rude. You are still injured and not my opponent. Since you are so obstinate and intent on leading Xiaoyao Valley to destruction, then step down from the Valley Master position." As soon as this was said, many people's expressions changed drastically. So this was the Grand Elder's true intention. Hearing this, Yin Zhaomu's expression turned even colder. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed that behind Ji Yaoyue, another group of powerful figures was rushing over. The leader, surrounded by many experts, was none other than her sworn enemy, the head of the Song family, Song Hemming. Upon seeing the opponent, Yin Zhaomu, who had initially planned to activate the protective mountain formation and fight Ji Yaoyue to the death, also changed her expression. It seemed that victory was out of reach. However, throughout the standoff, Long Shiwei had remained silent. Before the thunder-devouring mist demon acted, she wanted to see clearly who in Xiaoyao Valley was an enemy and who was a friend. As Long Shiwei was thinking this, a gentle voice came through, making her want to cry. Disciple, find a chance to escape. With me here, even if I die, I will protect you. Chapter 61. Long Shiwei with confidence. Long Shiwei forcibly suppressed the surging emotions in her heart, clenched her fist, and said, Master, don't worry, they can't hurt us. Today, let them come and go without return. As she spoke, Long Shiwei stepped forward and stood in front of Yin Jiaomu. Yin Jiaomu frowned. Shiwei, although your cultivation has greatly improved, you have no chance of winning. Don't do anything foolish. Long Shiwei replied, Master, you have suffered such serious injuries from me before. From today onwards, I will protect you and won't let you suffer any harm. Seeing Long Shiwei's determination, Yin Jiaomu smiled with relief, but sighed. You are the child I raised. Today, my Xiaoyao Valley faces this calamity, and I cannot watch you reach a dead end. Remember, I will find a way for you to escape. You must flee and never hesitate. This is the order of your master. As Yin Jiaomu said this, many elders and disciples nearby, even the weak junior sister Xiaorou, spoke in unison. Sister Long, they are here for you, but our Xiaoyao Valley cannot let you go. If anyone wants someone from Xiaoyao Valley, we will give them nothing. Our Xiaoyao Valley will not be afraid of them. Sister, you saved me. I am willing to fight for you. Yes, at worst, we will fight. Hearing these words, Long Shiwei felt that her years in Xiaoyao Valley were worth it. However, while they were saying this, Pan Changhe and the other elders had dark expressions. Long Shiwei, you don't think that with your current strength, you can resist the opponent, do you? Truly unaware of the danger. If you still have a bit of conscience, just walk over by yourself, and don't drag me into the Xiaoyao Valley. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiaomu's eyes turned cold, but at that moment, the roar of the Song family members came over. Long Shiwei, my son Song, one was killed by you. Today, there is no way for you to live in heaven or earth. If Xiaoyao Valley does not release him today, my Song family will never leave. We will fight to the death. Seeing a group of Song family's experts also coming to find Long Shiwei, Ji Yaoyue showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. However, at this moment, the elder Song Qian, who was bound by her, shouted, Master, Master, save me. At this time, Song Hemming and the others noticed Song Qian and immediately frowned. Elder Song Qian, what happened to you? Although Song Qian knew very well that Ji Yaoyue's cultivation was powerful, at this moment, almost all of the Song family's experts had been mobilized. In such a situation, if he could not be rescued, it would be fatal. He was extremely afraid inside. After all, Ji Yaoyue had previously wiped out 2 of his Song family's elders with just a wave of her hand, and now he had been brought here, no longer having any value for use. He was very afraid Ji Yaoyue would eliminate him. Master, she killed 2 of the Song family's elders and captured me to bring to Xiaoyao Valley. Master, save me. After hearing this, Ji Yaoyue's gaze turned cold, noisy. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of spiritual energy instantly pierced through Song Qian's chest. This sudden scene shocked everyone. The Song family members were even more dumbfounded. Song Qian was a 5th grade Golden Core expert, and just like that, he was killed without any resistance. This woman is provoking the authority of the Song family. But feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ji Yaoyue, the Song family's experts did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Song Hemming was heavily injured and had lost combat power, so today's matter could not be acted upon recklessly. Moreover, Song Qian's death made the people of Xiaoyao Valley realize that Ji Yaoyue was not a helper invited by the Song family. Who are you? Why did you kill my Song family's elder? Song Hemming gritted his teeth. His voice was cold, but he did not dare to act rashly. Even his anger was being suppressed. I am a master of Wanjian sect, the peak master of Sheng Peak. As soon as Ji Yaoyue said this, everyone present was dumbfounded. So it turns out she is Ji Yaoyue, the peak master of Wanjian sect. My apologies. After learning her identity, Pan Changhe was the first to step forward and bow respectfully. His fawning attitude made Yin Xiaomu and the others unable to help but show disdain. At this moment, the faces of the Song family's experts also changed greatly. The peak master of Wanjian sect, such a figure is not someone they can afford to offend. But she just killed their elder Song Qian. They couldn't say for sure whether she was an enemy, but she definitely wasn't a friend. Just as the Song family members were in a dilemma, the elder of Xiaoyao Valley, Pan Changhe, immediately changed his attitude, pointing at Yun Chaomu's camp and grinding his teeth. Peak Master Ji, my Xiaoyao Valley does not dare to offend you. That woman is Long Shiwei, but she is currently being protected by a group of stubborn things. If Peak Master Ji wants to capture her, I am willing to serve you. As soon as these words came out, everyone was taken aback. Pan Changhe, you shameless villain, actually want to help outsiders deal with your own sect. Despicable person. You are not worthy to be the elder of my Xiaoyao Valley. Your original intention was to seize the position of Valley Master. Now you have committed such an outrageous act. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? A group of elders and disciples around Yun Chaomu clamored. Meanwhile, around Pan Changhe, a group of people also rallied around him, all from his camp, and they were also shouting against Yun Chaomu's camp. Ji Yaiwa looked at this scene, slowly crossed her arms, and sneered. Hee, it seems that your Xiaoyao Valley is also not peaceful internally. Well, since that's the case, you help me capture her. And if you succeed, the position of Valley Master of Xiaoyao Valley will be yours. Ji Yaoyue's words made Pan Changhe's face light up with joy. Thank you. Peak Master Ji, I will capture her right now. As soon as he finished speaking, Pan Changhe directly rushed out and faced Yun Chaomu, coldly shouting. Yun Chaomu, you are currently heavily injured and forcing yourself. You are not my opponent at all. I will give you 3 breaths of time if you do not surrender. Today will be your death day. Despicable. This immediately caused a chorus of outrage from the experts. You vile creature. Pan Changhe, you are so perverse. You deserve to die. If you want to kill the Valley Master, you must step over my dead body first. You are not human. You beast. If you have the guts, come at me. Today, I will not rest until one of us is dead. A group of elders and disciples stepped forward in front of Yun Chaomu, united in opposition, their eyes filled with determination. Ha ha! With you guys, do you dare to stop this elder? What a joke! Pan Changhe waved his hand, and the people in cahoots with him also began to act, and Pan Yin couldn't help but mockingly say, Long Shiwei, see this? This is the disaster you brought to my Xiaoyao Valley. How can you still have the face to stand here? Why don't you go over and kowtow to Peak Master Ji to apologize? Upon hearing this, Long Shiwei stepped forward, her expression indifferent. But she did not pay attention to him, instead looking at the group from the Song family. Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing, calmly saying, Do you also want to join them? Seeing Long Shiwei directly targeting them, the members of the Song family looked at their leader Song Hemming with complex expressions. After a moment of hesitation, Song Hemming suddenly knelt before Ji Yaoyue. Peak Master Ji, I am Song Hemming, the head of the Song family, willing to submit under Peak Master Ji's command. I am willing to work like an ox or horse. This attitude further unsettled Yun Chaomu and the others. Today, with 3 factions teaming up against them, it seemed that Xiaoyao Valley was doomed. Seeing the Song family's stance, Ji Yaoyue coldly laughed. Good. Since that's the case, you all join forces to eradicate those stubborn fools in Xiaoyao Valley. Understood. After this was said, many powerful members of the Song family directly allied with Pan Changhe's camp, advancing toward the group led by Yun Chaomu. Today, we will perish together. Valley Master, the mountain protection formation has been fully activated. Let us quickly enter the formation and prepare for battle. Just as Yun Chaomu was about to nod, she suddenly heard a determined voice. Master, I will resolve today's matter. Long Shiwei surveyed the opposing camp, then suddenly sneered. Since you all choose to fight to the death, then let it be a fight to the death. As soon as her words fell, she shouted, Shout, Jin. Kulme. Crack boom. A thunderous explosion suddenly resonated through heaven and earth. In that instant, everyone was shocked and petrified in place. In their sight, a massive creature rapidly took shape within the mist, then charged over, as if the air was being rippled by the shockwave. What? What is that? It's the thunder-devouring mist demon. Ah, it's the thunder-devouring mist demon from Immortal Mist Island. My God, she really brought that great demon back to Xiaoyao Valley. Everyone exclaimed. Even Ji Yaoyue's expression changed drastically at this moment. She even felt an urge to leave immediately. Gulp. Seeing the scene, Pan Chanha and the group from the Song family couldn't help but gasp and swallow hard, their eyes filled with shock. What was even more unbelievable was that under the impact of the powerful, thunder-devouring mist demon, it actually arrived in front of Long Shiwei. Then like a dog wagging its tail for affection, it began to lick her. Huh, what is happening? Yin Xiaomu was also stunned. She had just wanted to rush over to protect Long Shiwei, but she didn't expect such a bizarre scene to unfold. That was an invincible great demon at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. Yet Long Shiwei remained expressionless and then pointed at the opposing camp, slowly speaking. Xiao Jin, leave no one behind. As soon as these words were spoken, within the opposing camp, Pan Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Ah, Long Shiwei, what are you joking about? That great demon must have a rusted head to listen to your commands, you. Boom. However, before Pan Yin could finish his ignorant words, the thunder-devouring mist demon suddenly unleashed a breath that exploded forward. With a loud roar, Pan Yin's body exploded into a mist of blood. Even those around him were affected, leading to chaos with some dead and others injured. What? My son? Seeing this sudden scene, Pan Changhe was filled with disbelief, even thinking for a moment that he was dreaming. But when the scene erupted into chaos, the thunder-eating fog demon had already rushed into the enemy camp, starting a frenzied slaughter. Thunder roared, and a group of people began to scatter in panic, and only then did he realize everything was real. You kill my son. I will destroy you, you beast. Pan Changhe was instantly consumed by rage, but when he saw that enormous creature unleash its breath, instantly killing dozens of strong fighters, he was petrified. Revenge? It was no different than striking a rock with an egg. It's you, you wretched person. I will kill you. Zing! Pan Changhe suddenly seemed to awaken, his aura surging as he charged towards Long Shiwei. At the same time, several figures from the Song family camp also rushed towards Long Shiwei. They couldn't handle the thunder-eating fog demon, and now they turned their weapons towards Long Shiwei. Xiao Jin, come. Long Shiwei's eyes turned cold, as if her words were command. The large creature, named Xiao Jin because of its longing for Lu Jin, charged over and in the blink of an eye, wiped out several masters from the Song family. Even Song Hemming was directly blasted into fragments by a bolt of thunder. Pan Changhe, you acted recklessly, trapping my Xiaoyao Valley in injustice. Go die. With a point of Long Shiwei's finger, the thunder-eating fog demon launched an attack. The strength of a fourth-grade golden core was like a dirt chicken in front of it, with no combat power whatsoever, just like Song Hemming, turning into a mist of bones and blood. Meanwhile, Yin Xiaomu and the group of Xiaoyao Valley experts watched this scene, already at a loss for words to describe their feelings at that moment. Under the bombardment of the thunder-eating fog demon, the scene was in ruins with bodies everywhere, some who fled quickly disappearing into the mountains, while the rest were all lifeless. Long Shiwei's gaze suddenly turned to the sky. Ji Yaoyue, don't run. Seeing Ji Yaoyue trying to escape, Long Shiwei's expression darkened. What if she was a 6th-grade golden core? She had the thunder-eating fog demon, and it would kill her without fail. Xiao Jin, charge. Boom. The thunder-eating fog demon stomped heavily on the ground. Its whole body shot out like an arrow, in the blink of an eye reaching the sky. Damn it! Ji Yaoyue gritted her teeth, never expecting that this battle, which seemed to be a sure win, would suddenly turn into such a situation, forcing her to flee in embarrassment. But the thunder-eating fog demon was too strong. Even if she used her superior Earth-grade wave-treading step, she couldn't escape the relentless pursuit of that giant beast. I can't die, as she felt the hunting aura of the thunder-eating fog demon getting closer. Ji Yaoyue was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented sense of death. 9 swords under the void. Golden core explode for me. In utter helplessness, Ji Yaoyue's eyes turned ashen. Yet she ignited an unprecedented determination. Leaving a slim chance of survival is better than dying. Boom! A golden light shot out, and it was her golden core. The golden core self-destructed. The terrifying destructive power immediately swept out, even interrupting the thunder-eating fog demon's pursuit, causing it to stop abruptly. At the same time, 9 massive flying swords suddenly shot out from the explosion, darting in 9 different directions. On one of the flying swords, Ji Yaoyue spat blood, Her eyes filled with terror and determination. Whether she could survive and escape depended on fate. Indeed, the 9 flying swords darted chaotically, and the self-destruction of the golden core further impeded the thunder-eating fog demon's speed. Unexpectedly, that person was so resolute by the time it regained its senses. The 9 flying swords had already vanished into the void, and it couldn't even identify which sword that person was on. Xiao Jin, come back. Long Shui beckoned. The thunder-eating fog demon reluctantly turned around and returned. The scene instantly fell silent. Only Yin Zhaomu and the others stood there with their mouths agape, seemingly in silent shock. Crushing. Counterattack. A strong reversal, turning the tide. After a long time, Yin Zhaomu finally spoke, his voice even trembling slightly. Shiwei, what is this thunder-eating fog demon? Long Shiwei gently stroked the thunder-eating fog demon, suppressing the emotions stirred by the slaughter, and said in as calm a tone as possible, Master, this thunder-eating fog demon was sent to me by a friend named Lu Jin. This statement left everyone even more astonished. A friend? What kind of friend would give you a super demon comparable to a human 9th-grade golden core? Good. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Yin Zhaomu burst into laughter. So hearty and joyful. If it weren't for this thunder-eating fog demon's help today, my Xiaoyao Valley would probably no longer exist. Pan Changhe and the others harbored ill intentions, trying to collude with outsiders to exterminate us. Now that they were annihilated by the thunder-eating fog demon, it was both unexpected and a result of their own actions. Yin Zhaomu scanned the crowd, nodding in satisfaction. Everyone, in the face of the sect's peril. You did not surrender, nor did you engage in despicable acts of collusion with the enemy. Having you is a great fortune for our sect. Now, with such a great demon stationed at Xiaoyao Valley, we will no longer fear anything from now on. Additionally, Shiwei has now advanced to the 3rd-grade golden core, which is more than sufficient compared to disciples of other major sections. Therefore, in a few days, I plan to take her to the 8-part Blood Dragon altar to participate in the assessment of the Blood Moon Holy Land. Good. Seeing your sister Long Shiwei is our role model. Excellent. Our Xiaoyao Valley will surely rise to become a superpower soon. Valley Master, many of the Song family's experts are now dead or injured, and their family has long relied on their strength to suppress our Xiaoyao Valley for many years. After today, I, this elder, am willing to lead people to their family and wipe them out completely. Good. Clean up the battlefield and return to the valley to celebrate. By the way, Shiwei, where is that friend of yours named Lu Jin? Without the Xiao Jin he sent, we would be doomed today. He has great grace towards our Xiaoyao Valley, and I must thank him in person. Long Shiwei looked at her master, whose enthusiasm was hard to contain, and her pretty face unexpectedly flushed. What? Is it inconvenient? Yin Zhaomu smiled meaningfully. No, master, if I really see him. Could you not call the thunder-eating fog demon Xiao Jin? Yin Zhaomu laughed heartily. I understand. Master understands. Ha ha ha. In a forest shrouded in thick mist, a figure in a red robe was fleeing in embarrassment. A group of demonic beasts behind her was roaring greedily, and the chaotic footsteps were getting closer. Having lost her golden core, Ji Yaoyue fled Xiaoyao Valley, but after arriving in the mountains, she was targeted by a group of bloodthirsty, demonic beasts. She had lost all her combat power and was now at the end of her rope, with the aura of death rapidly enveloping her. Whoosh! 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 Just then, a series of arrows whistled past her ears, and the pursuit of the demonic beasts behind her suddenly halted. Ji Yaoyue breathed a sigh of relief, but cautiously looked ahead. 2 figures in black robes with their faces covered appeared in her line of sight. Chapter 63. Killing for blood? No passage for you under heaven and earth. Thank you both for saving my life. Ji Yaoyue, having lost everything after her golden core self-destructed, was no longer as high and mighty as before. Upon seeing the two, she immediately bowed and saluted. The two exchanged glances and then laughed. You must be Ji Yaoyue, the peak master that Master Wanhe Lei sent us to rescue, right? Upon hearing this, Ji Yaoyue immediately felt relieved. Master Wan sent you to rescue me? That's great. Thank you both. Earlier, she had sent a sound transmission talisman to Master Wanhe Lei for help, and unexpectedly, the two appeared at a critical moment to save her life. Hee hee. Don't be too happy too soon. Whether you can live or not still depends on. Before the man could finish his sentence, a long sword pierced through the air from behind and directly pierced Ji Yaoyue's throat. Ji Yaoyue's vitality rapidly dissipated, her eyes filled with deep unwillingness. She could not believe until her death that as the peak master of the Saintess Peak of the Wan Sword sect, a revered figure who nurtured talents like Lu Jin and was about to gain immense resources from the Blood Moon Sacred Land, she could die here, at the hands of a stranger. Yet, until her life completely faded away, she never caught a glimpse of her opponent's face, dying with her eyes wide open. Such a person, even a single word would be superfluous. The woman who pierced Ji Yaoyue with her sword slowly removed her mask, revealing herself to be Wang Min. It turns out it was both of us who hesitated. Qin Long, Zhou Wu, since you were sent by the Wan Thunder sect, now that the person is dead, how will you report back? Wang Min asked. Qin Long smiled. Isn't that easy? Just say she was eaten by a beast before we arrived. Zhou Wu nodded. Haha. Let's go with that. Zhou Wu continued. Wang Min, now that you've killed Ji Yaoyue, it's considered a token of joining the Sacred Hall. When we return, we will recommend you to the Hall Master for joining the organization. Wang Min nodded. I am determined to join the Sacred Hall. Meeting both of you is a great fortune. Thank you. The two smiled and then said, the Sacred Hall welcomes all those who share a common grudge against the Blood Moon ancestor to join. Once everything is ready, we will unite under the Hall Master's call for a great cause. Wang Min said, you and I are both victims of the Blood Moon ancestor under the jurisdiction of Qingzhou. For the great cause of the Sacred Hall, I am willing to die. Ha! Me too. Let's go. Continue our mission to hunt down the Blood Envoy. When Lu Jin returned to the Wan Sword sect from Xianwu Island with the antidote, he found no trace of Chu Tianxiao. The sound transmission talismans sent out received no response, as if they had sunk into the sea. Lu Jin felt a sense of unease. Something must have gone wrong. On the surface, the Wan Sword sect appeared peaceful, but dark currents were surging beneath. When Lu Jin released his spiritual power to investigate, he discovered that some disciples of the Wan Sword sect were secretly killing other disciples. Their purpose was to kill for blood. In his spiritual perception, deep within the sect's forbidden area, there was an intense smell of blood. Lu Jin did not hesitate and quickly appeared silently within the forbidden area. Before him was a blood pool filled with a strong scent of blood. In the blood pool, blood light shimmered, and the bodies of the disciples who had been killed for blood were burned on the spot. Not far away, a group of disciples were bound by spiritual energy ropes, kneeling on the ground, waiting to be slaughtered. They were actually waiting for death. Is there anything more cruel in this world? Beasts. Lu Jin never imagined such shocking events could happen within the Wan Sword sect. Looking at the despairing faces of those disciples, his inner rage could no longer be contained and erupted like a volcano. Boom! Spiritual energy surged, instantly enveloping a radius of 1,000 meters. Who dares to cause trouble in the blood pool? The person in charge was not a disciple of the Wan Sword sect, but the peak master of Huangsha Peak, one of the 9 peaks of the Wan Sword sect, Chai Quan. Upon seeing Lu Jin, the group of disciples, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, immediately struggled. Senior brother Lu Jin, save me. Peak Master Chai has colluded with the Blood Envoy to sacrifice us all to the Blood Moon ancestor. Their cries for help were urgent, and the desire for life in their eyes made Lu Jin's gaze even more resolute. Chai Quan, as the Peak Master of the Wan Sword sect, you actually massacred disciples within the sect. Lu Jin shouted angrily, his eyes blazing with fire, wishing he could tear the other apart immediately. However, since Chai Quan engaged in such activities secretly, he must have ulterior motives. Lu Jin needed to extract more information from him. Lu Jin? Chai Quan's expression changed upon seeing Lu Jin, but he quickly smiled. You discovered it? Lu Jin, you're a talented disciple. Why not follow me? In the future, I will recommend you to enter the Blood Moon Sacred Land. How about that? Lu Jin narrowed his eyes. Indeed, it was related to the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Are you asking me to participate in such inhumane deeds? Lu Jin said coldly. You're also a member of the Blood Envoy Alliance, aren't you? If so, then today, there will be no way for you to live under heaven and earth. Lu Jin's killing intent permeated the air, unwilling to say more. Hearing this, Chai Quan issued an order. Since you seek death, I will eliminate you before the saints can. Disciples, listen up. Quickly kill this traitor. A group of more than 20 disciples immediately charged at Lu Jin, launching deadly attacks. The spiritual energy they emitted was even mixed with a bloody scent. Without a doubt, this group of disciples had secretly cultivated the blood magic techniques from the Blood Moon Sacred Land. However, although their combat power had soared due to the techniques, even Chai Quan's strength was only at the 7th level of the Golden Core stage, which posed no threat to the current Lu Jin. Lu Jin's spiritual energy surged, and the wand's sword morning ritual erupted instantly. He didn't even use defensive power, only offense. Bang, bang, bang. A series of booming sounds echoed, instantly causing chaos in the forbidden area, with screams ringing out. Those accomplice disciples had no power to fight back against Lu Jin's attacks, and in the blink of an eye, they all fell to the ground, unaware of their fate. The battle ended so quickly that Chai Quan was stunned, watching as these disciples were annihilated without having time to react. What a fast sword! Chai Quan's eyes turned icy. Lu Jin, I didn't expect you to have cultivated the Wan sword morning ritual to such a level. However, do you think the Chu Tianxiong only passed this sword technique to you? You are wrong. Let me show you what the true Wan sword morning ritual is. Lu Jin shouted, enough with the nonsense. Buzz. He swung his arm, and streams of sword light surged like a torrent, rushing towards Chai Quan. Chai Quan gritted his teeth, but did not retreat. What? You have already advanced to the Golden Core stage? But a first-level Golden Core is still an N in my eyes. At this moment, he seemed to realize that Lu Jin's cultivation had indeed reached the Golden Core stage. But to him, a 7th-level Golden Core was indeed not a threat. Moreover, he was also using the Wan sword morning ritual. This superior martial art of the Earth rank could only be cultivated by the sect master of the Wan sword sect. However, Chai Quan had secretly learned it after observing Chu Tianxiong's cultivation. He never expected that after long-term practice, he had also achieved considerable success in this technique. However, he had not demonstrated it in front of others before, as it was stolen, and if the sect discovered it, it would be a grave sin. But now that the Wan Sword sect was on the verge of a coup, he no longer needed to worry. Of course, seeing Lu Jin using this technique, he harbored a mindset of defeating him with the same technique, as that would be killing him in both body and spirit. However, when the same sword techniques clashed, under Lu Jin's torrent-like sword flow attack, he suddenly felt a chill of fear. Both sides' offensives appeared equally grand, with unparalleled destructive power, but as soon as they made contact, his sword flow was overwhelmed by Lu Jin's sword flow and was crushed effortlessly. Pucci. In shock, Chai Quan saw a long sword with a fiery tail break through his defenses and pierce through his dantian. What? Chai Quan was completely stunned, his entire aura wildly dissipating. You destroyed my dantian. Oh, he roared, wanting to resist, but was completely bound by Lu Jin's spiritual power, unable to move. Intense pain radiated from his dantian. He looked down and saw Lu Jin had actually dug out his golden core from his dantian. No, don't. Lu Jin, I was wrong. Spare me. I'm willing to cooperate with you. Don't destroy my golden core. Cultivating to the 7th level of the Golden Core stage was no easy feat. Seeing his lifelong efforts being dug out, Chai Quan felt like he was dying. You don't deserve to live, Lu Jin said coldly, and then with a thought, a devouring force from the coffin of the dead enveloped him, instantly swallowing his golden core. Immediately, a pure and powerful spiritual force directly nourished his body. In that moment, he clearly felt that the cultivation of his newly promoted first-grade golden core had been greatly stabilized, and the intensity of that aura was even more overwhelming than he had anticipated. Wow, this golden core is indeed a good thing. It seems that in the future, after eliminating those golden core cultivators, the golden cores must not be wasted. Lu Jin shook his head and smiled, then looked at the gray-eyed Chai Quan. The reason you are still alive now is that I want to gather information about the sect leader from you. Tell me, where has the sect leader gone? And what has happened in the Wan Jian sect in recent days? Speak up, or you might turn to ashes. As his voice fell, a strange fire spread from Lu Jin's palm, filled with killing intent, and burned fiercely above Chai Quan's head. The flame of the Hellfire Suppression Sword could now be easily manipulated by him due to his powerful mental strength. The reason he did this was to instill fear in Chai Quan. Otherwise, if he lost his golden core and went into despair, it would be difficult to extract information from him. Sure enough, although Chai Quan had lost his golden core under such terror, he was desperate to live and directly knelt down. "I'll tell you, don't kill me. I'll say everything. The sect leader is hiding. I really don't know where he has gone. It's that Wan He, the master of Wan Feng. He is the blood envoy. Many people in Wan Jian sect have already been infiltrated and turned into blood envoys." He suspected the sect leader was poisoned and wanted to eliminate him to completely take control of Wan Jian sect. After the sect leader was ambushed, he escaped from Wan Jian sect, but Wan He and the others are still pursuing him. I led the disciples to kill these disciples to collect blood for the Blood Moon Ancestor as offering. It is said that 3 months later, the Blood Moon Ancestor will hold a grand ceremony. As for what this ceremony is for, I really don't know. I only know that the Blood Moon Ancestor needs the blood of 10,000 people to start this ceremony. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's heart raced. Blood of 10,000 people? Just for a ceremony? It requires the slaughter of 10,000 people to collect human blood? What kind of monster is the Blood Moon Ancestor? After learning some details, Lu Jin darkened his gaze and asked, "So, where's the most likely place for the sect leader to go now?" Chai Quan dared not refuse to answer. Wan He has cut off all path for the sect leader to survive, so if there is a way out, it is the demon cave, where one is placed in a desperate situation and then reborn. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Jin's gaze deepened. The demon cave. 3 years ago, he was ambushed by Lu Ruyin and Yang Jianfeng in the demon cave. Now, 3 years have passed, and he never expected that the sect leader of Wan Jian sect would be forced into a desperate situation by his fellow disciples, having to seek a glimmer of hope in that dangerous place. "Are you done?" Lu Jin asked coldly. "I'm done. I've said everything I know. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Bang! Lu Jin threw a punch, and Chai Quan's head exploded into a mist of blood. Lu Jin turned away, looking at the group of disciples still bound. He slowly walked over and untied all the ropes on them. "You all go back. There are communication talismans on you. If anything like this happens again, notify me immediately. Regarding the blood envoys, once their identities are confirmed, kill them without mercy." Hud, hud, hud. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, a group of disciples knelt down, repeatedly bowing their heads. "Senior brother Lu Jin, thank you for saving our lives. We understand now. We will not coexist with the blood envoys. We thought that the Blood Moon Sacred Land was some martial arts sacred place, but it turns out to be a place of mass murder. Senior brother Lu Jin, you have been entangled with that Yang Dianfeng and Lu Ruyan. It must have been tough for you. We hope you can cleanse the Blood Moon Sacred Land soon." The group of disciples was extremely emotional. If it weren't for Lu Jin today, they would undoubtedly have died. And the tragic sight of being bled alive while watching their lives drain away lingered in their minds. This deeply etched scene filled everyone with an unforgivable hatred for the Blood Moon Ancestor. In response, Lu Jin could only sigh helplessly. He then remembered the 2 greatest wishes of the sect leader, Chu Tianxiong. One was to kill the Blood Moon Ancestor for revenge for the Xiaoyao village. The other was to completely cleanse the Blood Moon Sacred Land, uprooting this tumor for the people of Qingzhou. At this moment, he understood the sect leader's good intentions. "Sect leader, since my master has passed, let me lend you a helping hand. You have endured so much for so many years. It's time you see some results." Lu Jin clenched his fist and then soared into the sky, heading straight for the demon cave that instilled fear in all. Outside the demon cave, several figures guarded the entrance, and the defenses were extremely tight. From the depths of the dark demon cave, the sounds of fierce roars echoed. Inside the demon cave, there were remnants of the demon clan and roaming demon beasts, a place completely different from the outside world. During an unknown battle between humans and demons, those remnants of the demon clan were imprisoned in that space, sealed away by powerful beings using formidable magic, allowing humans to enter freely while demons could not escape. In such circumstances, some powerful cultivators entered to train, hunting demons while honing their combat skills in endless danger. Of course, over the years, many similar love-hate stories that had happened to him also unfolded in the demon cave. Lu Jin looked from a distance and quickly recognized that the people guarding this place were all disciples of Wan Jian's sect. From the looks of it, the sect leader should have already entered the demon cave. Lu Jin's gaze turned cold. The demon cave is usually unguarded. This arrangement must be to put the sect leader in a deadly situation. To verify this suspicion, Lu Jin rushed forward. Although the leading strongman was also at the 6th grade golden core level, that level posed no threat to him at all. Who goes there? A group of people reacted quickly, and Lu Jin did not dodge, but went straight to the point. You are guarding the demon cave here because the sect leader is inside, right? Chapter 65. Re-entering the demon cave upon seeing that the visitor was actually Lu Jin, the group immediately burst into laughter. So it's senior brother Lu Jin? Master Wan Feng was right. You would definitely come looking for the sect leader. Haha. Since you've walked into the trap, then you can wait for the sect leader down there. You will reunite in the underworld. Go. He has many tricks. Don't let him escape. Seeing Lu Jin, the group of disciples acted with unwarranted confidence, seemingly forgetting that he was the one who had almost killed the holy maiden Lu Ruyan. However, when Lu Jin sensed several obscure, yet powerful auras behind the crowd, he immediately understood that not only were these disciples present, but also stronger individuals guarding against the sect leader, Chu Tianxiong, waiting for him. It seems that the sect leader is beneath this demon cave. The attitude of the group made Lu Jin realize. However, he did not intend to linger in battle. There were countless dangers beneath the demon cave. Although 3 years ago he had his golden core destroyed and his supreme bone dug out, he still managed to escape. Indeed, there was an element of luck during that disaster. Now that the sect leader was poisoned with a mixed element strange poison, it would surely be perilous for him. Therefore, he decided to enter the demon cave directly. However, the group of disciples issued an order and surrounded him, not giving him a chance to enter the demon cave at all. You all seek death, Lu Jin shouted coldly, his spiritual power rippling around him, instantly transforming into countless long swords that sang as they rushed towards the crowd. Kill him! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A group of disciples charged forward, each performing defensive moves, unleashing their most powerful trump cards, fearing that they would not be able to subdue Lu Jin. As Lu Jin displayed his overwhelming golden core cultivation, a group of people immediately fell into defeat, their defenses collapsing and their vital energy reversing. The terrifying pressure alone rendered them unable to resist. Lu Jin showed no mercy. Since this group had ulterior motives, he felt no compassion. With a whoosh, the long sword descended, carrying a terrifying and majestic momentum, directly piercing through the bodies of everyone. In just a few breaths, the group of disciples lay on the ground, howling incessantly, while those who could not make a sound had already lost their lives. The battle ended so quickly that even the concealed presence behind them had no time to act, only to see Lu Jin's figure leap into the demon cave, disappearing from sight. What? This Lu Jin is now so powerful. The combined strength of this group of disciples was quite formidable, yet they were collectively killed in an instant. Just how strong is Lu Jin's combat power? Master Qi, I'm afraid with my strength, I wouldn't be able to achieve this. Lu Jin's combat power should be comparable to a 7th grade golden core. After Lu Jin entered the demon cave, the concealed presence emerged, revealing a group of high-ranking members from the 10,000 Sword sect. Among them was the strong man called Master Qi, who was also the master of one of the 9 peaks of the 10,000 Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Master Qi's expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Although I am reluctant to believe that his cultivation has progressed so rapidly, his strength is indeed terrifying. For safety's sake, we must inform the 10,000 Peak Master, just in case." Yes, about a stick of incense later, a powerful presence descended at the periphery of the demon cave. It was Wan Ilai. At this moment, his gaze was somber. Upon seeing Master Qi and the others, he said in a deep voice, "The soul lamp of Ji Yao Yu has been extinguished." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the high-ranking members changed dramatically. "Master Wan, are you saying that Peak Master Ji Yao Yu is dead? Didn't she go to Misty Island to find Lu Jin? With her 6th grade golden core strength, how could she die? Could our plan have been exposed?" Wanilei did not answer, but instead revealed another shocking piece of information. Chai Quan is also dead, and all the disciples preparing to offer sacrifices in the blood pool with him have been killed as well. His words were cold, yet they struck like a heavy bomb, leaving everyone present in shock. Chai Quan is dead? Who did it? Could it be Lu Jin? With his cultivation, he should be a match for Chai Quan. In the 10,000 Sword sect, there are still many members of the Holy Hall who want to eliminate him completely, and it seems that one be an easy task. For the ultimate matter of the Blood Moon Ancestor, we must persevere. Does Master Wan know who the murderer of Ji Yaoyu and Chai Quan is? Wanilei shook his head. He did not know the answer, but his gaze turned towards the dark entrance of the demon cave. That Lu Jin has also entered the demon cave now, and there is likely only one reason for this. He has obtained the antidote from the Yellow Sparrow Alchemist. This revelation stunned everyone again. Master Wan, what should we do? If Chu Tianxiong has the poison removed from his body and comes out of the demon cave alive, I'm afraid, even with your strength, you won't be able to deal with him. Wanilei said, therefore, we must join forces to set a trap. I have a treasure in my hand. A blood fiend tiger suppression formation given by the young master of the Mo family from the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Gentlemen, would you like to experience the power of a heavenly grade formation? As soon as this was said, everyone became excited. A heavenly grade formation? My goodness. The young master of the Mo family is so generous that he is willing to provide a heavenly grade formation. No wonder he is a loyal family following the Blood Moon Ancestor. With the Mo family backing him, Master Wan's future is limitless. Master Wan, if this heavenly grade formation is placed over the demon cave, even if Chu Tianxiong recovers to the peak of the 9th grade, what of it? He would still be slaughtered by the grand formation. Wanilei nodded and then said, there is no time to waste. Let us quickly set up the formation. Once the formation is arranged, I will send a sound transmission talisman to the young master of the Mo family. If he is pleased, he may very well come in person to oversee things. That would be great. The young master of the Mo family is such a remarkable figure, a once-in-100-years genius. If I could see his true form, it would be a blessing in 3 lifetimes. If we get the young master of the Mo family as assistance, Chu Tianxiong will undoubtedly die, and the position of the 10,000 Sword Sect Master will ultimately belong to Master Wan. As Lu Jin entered the demon cave, he was immediately enveloped by a wave of demonic energy. Although this place is a demon cave, it is quite vast, resembling a strange underground world, hidden with dangers everywhere. Even a single leaf within could be tainted with the poisonous breath of demon beasts, and once touched, one would quickly lose their life. However, Lu Jin had been here 3 years ago. Although some changes had occurred, the general appearance of the places he had passed still remained. 3 years ago, I was almost eaten by the monsters here. Fortunately, my master left me with numerous treasures in my storage ring, and I nearly used all of them to escape. Now that I'm back in the demon cave, it's necessary to open a massacre on those demonic creatures. Lu Jin's gaze turned cold, and his spiritual power radiated outward as he hurried deeper into the blood-red and black-themed demon cave. Chapter 66. You have reached the golden core. Immediately cultivate with this emperor. I don't know where the sect master is. The sound transmission talisman has lost its effect in the demon cave, so I can only seek other methods to find him. Lu Jin had previously used the sound transmission talisman to contact sect master Chu Tianxiong, but unfortunately, there was no response from the other side. In desperation, he could only walk along a dim passageway deeper into the cave. As he ventured deeper, the demonic energy became increasingly dense. In fact, deeper within, the demonic energy swirled like black clouds in the space. And Lu Jin sensed strange auras flickering amidst those demonic clouds. Within this demonic energy, there were actually demon race spirits brewing without intelligence. You do not belong to this world. The human race and the demon race cannot coexist. When you sought to step into the human realm and infringe upon my human kin, being imprisoned here now is merely retribution for your own actions. Lu Jin's gaze turned icy when suddenly a black figure floated over from the demonic energy ahead, striking fiercely at his position without any hesitation. Lu Jin was taken aback, but instantly retaliated. Spiritual energy swirled around him, instantly transforming into a gigantic hand that crushed the demonic shadow. A muffled explosion sounded, but it did not cause much commotion. Surrounding roars and sounds that were faintly discernible masked the sound of the explosion. The tomb of heaven can devour everything. I wonder if it can devour demonic energy? Let us give it a try. Buzz. With a thought, a black devouring force emanated from within the tomb of heaven. In an instant, it swept away all the demonic energy within dozens of yards. Following that, a surge of pure spiritual energy rushed into his body. Sure enough, a hint of surprise appeared in Lu Jin's eyes. This demon cave is filled with numerous demonic creatures, and just the demonic energy is a tremendous source of power. It seems I can indulge in devouring once again. Lu Jin's spiritual power radiated within 100 yards, while the devouring force only spread within 50 yards. This way, he could clear the demonic energy here without attracting the attention of other demonic creatures. He advanced steadily, and the spiritual energy within him continued to accumulate, rapidly elevating his first-grade golden core cultivation. This sensation made him feel immensely pleased, while also marveling at the miraculous powers of the tomb of heaven. With such a treasure, every second wasted is a great loss. Devour freely. Buzz. The devouring force surged continuously, and his speed of advancement began to accelerate. The pure spiritual power flooding into his body was unending, drilling into the golden core within his dantian. After a frenzied bout of devouring, his spiritual power swept across the front space, finally revealing a few figures of demonic creatures that differed from the demon spirits. Roar. The demonic creature stood several meters tall, its body pitch black, with massive fangs and a giant mouth, letting out roars. It had oddly shaped horns on its head, seemingly crackling with lightning. A little demon that hasn't even condensed a demon core shouldn't pretend to be a big shot. Lu Jin smiled faintly. Bang, bang, bang. Explosions erupted in succession wherever he went. He didn't even slow down. A surge of violent mental power erupted, directly crushing those little monsters into a cloud of blood mist. Faced with such inferior monsters, he didn't need to lift a finger. A single mental force could completely shatter them. Continuing forward like this, devouring as he went, searching and killing along the way, he didn't know how much time had passed. After exterminating hundreds of various monsters, a creature finally appeared ahead that could rival a golden core cultivator. Moreover, there were quite a number of them clustered together, presenting a completely different state from the scattered monsters elsewhere. The Secmaster? Lu Jin instantly understood the reason for the gathering of monsters here. In his line of sight, Chu Tianxiong was sitting cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by pure spiritual energy, layer upon layer, with sword lights swirling around him, flying incessantly. He was resisting the attacks of the surrounding monsters. Moreover, from his weary expression, it was clear that he had been holding on for a long time, giving off a feeling of being on the verge of exhaustion. Secmaster, I've finally found you. Lu Jin's voice came through. Upon hearing this familiar phrase, Chu Tianxiong's originally closed eyes suddenly opened wide. The moment he saw Lu Jin, his eyes revealed unmistakable joy. I knew you wouldn't let me down. Chu Tianxiong laughed heartily. Even though hordes of monsters were attacking him, it couldn't conceal his current heroism. Secmaster, let me enter your defensive circle. As soon as Lu Jin's voice fell, a portal opened in the defense surrounding Chu Tianxiong. Lu Jin instantly dove in, his movements like lightning, and the monsters didn't even react. Roar, roar, roar. But because of his arrival, the hordes of monsters began to roar. Even more powerful monsters from the dark distance were rushing towards this place, their iron hooves trampling the ground, shaking the earth, and a wave of monsters surged into the sky. Lu Jin saw Chu Tianxiong up close. His expression suddenly stiffened. He clearly saw the wounds on Chu Tianxiong's body and the immense damage caused by the primordial poison, his aura much weaker than before. He was a master at the Purple Mansion level. How could he have fallen to such a state if not for being poisoned? Secmaster, was it Wan He Lei and the others who forced you into this? Within the Wan Sword sect, many have already become lackeys of the Blood Moon ancestor. As Lu Jin spoke, he took out a pill. What is this? Chu Tianxiong's brows furrowed instantly upon seeing the round and lustrous pill. He hadn't expected Lu Jin to find the yellow sparrow alchemist and bring back the antidote. But the aura emanating from this pill made him feel quite refreshing with just one breath. The antidote for the primordial poison. Secmaster, quickly take it. The number of monsters here is too vast, and their combat power is astonishing. You must recover your strength quickly. Chu Tianxiong was shocked inside, not expecting Lu Jin to truly be able to get the antidote for himself. He didn't say much, nodded, and directly swallowed the antidote. Then he frowned. Did you find the yellow sparrow alchemist? This antidote was refined by him, right? Lu Jin shook his head. It was refined by me. Now I'm also considered half an alchemist. Chu Tianxiong's brows furrowed even tighter. He never would have thought that after Lu Jin went out, he would have such means. But before he could ask more, the swallowed antidote suddenly erupted with a pure medicinal power, producing a series of reactions within his body. My God, it hurts so much. The deadly poison within Chu Tianxiong had seeped deep into his marrow, and suddenly being expelled by the antidote's powerful medicinal force. He had to endure the immense pain akin to being skinned alive. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead, and soon he was sweating profusely. Looking at Chu Tianxiong at this moment, Lu Jin said nothing. Some pain can only be endured alone. Meanwhile, the outermost layer of defense set up by Chu Tianxiong had been attacked by the hordes of monsters, showing cracks that seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Secmaster, focus on driving out the poison. I'll help you deal with this group of monsters. After Lu Jin finished speaking, he charged out directly. The gathered monsters here numbered in the hundreds, with various combat powers, the strongest even comparable to a human 5th-grade golden core cultivator. The terrifying aura surged towards all directions. As soon as Lu Jin exited the defense, hordes of monsters immediately attacked, swarming in with the intent to tear him apart. Evil Fire Suppression Sword, kill for me. This time, he directly used the Evil Fire Suppression Sword, which was of a higher rank than the Wandering Sword technique. Whoosh! A surge of fire rose into the sky from his hand, and a long sword appeared. In the next second, the flaming long sword drew fiery shadows in the dim space and plunged into the ranks of monsters, like a scythe of death, crazily reaping the lives of these monsters. So easy to kill? Hundreds of monsters fell under the slaughter of the Evil Fire Suppression Sword, all becoming souls beneath his sword. Moreover, all the overwhelming demonic energy from the destroyed monsters was also absorbed back into the coffin of heaven as spiritual power, becoming the energy source within his golden core. After resolving the immediate crisis, he looked towards the depths of the distant magic cave. A subtle, terrifying aura flickered within. He did not choose to leave, but opted to protect Chu Tianxiong up close. While he was digesting the rolling spiritual power within his body, at a certain moment, a strange feeling arose. No way. After devouring so many monsters, is he about to advance to the 2nd-grade golden core? Lu Jin was currently in the magic cave, which was certainly not the best time for advancement. His thunder tribulation in the spirit pearl realm was so terrifying. Now, facing the true golden core thunder tribulation, even he himself didn't know how shocking the scale would be. However, if he attracted the thunder tribulation immediately, the formation sealing the magic cave might be destroyed by the thunder tribulation. And if the sealed demonic race within the depths of the magic cave re-entered the human world, it would undoubtedly cause immeasurable harm to the common people. You've finally stabilized your 1st-grade golden core cultivation completely. Just then, the voice of the Azure Lotus Empress floated out. Your advancement speed is even faster than I required. Since you've reached the golden core, then immediately cultivate with me. Lu Jin was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 67. This woman is too strong. Empress, please don't joke. This is the magic cave. Lu Jin was completely baffled. He never expected that the Azure Lotus Empress would make such a request at this time. In this location, it was before in a coffin. Now, it was in a magic cave. Is this a game? What's wrong with the magic cave? This Empress needs it now. Why care about the time and place? Lu Jin, he didn't have time to refute before his body shot towards the dark depths of the magic cave. Empress, that's even more dangerous. The depths of the magic cave. Who knows how powerful the presence is? He hadn't dared to rashly step in before. Azure Lotus Empress. Someone is here, and they're shy. Lu Jin. Lu Jin didn't know what to say. At this moment, his body was completely out of control. Even while flying forward, he found his clothes being stripped piece by piece. And when he sank into a strange dim space, he realized he was left with nothing. He was so nervous, as if he had never experienced such a thing before. The truth was, he had never truly participated in the 3 years of tumultuous activity with the Azure Lotus Empress in the coffin. His physical body had participated, but his soul had never resonated. This time was different from the past. He was very nervous, sitting with his legs crossed and arms wrapped around his chest in this unfamiliar dim space, not knowing what would happen next. In the past 3 years, I was the one working. Today, let's see how you perform. If you dare to disappoint me, I will kill you. The voice of the Azure Lotus Empress was light and airy, yet like a gentle knife closing in on his waist. I won't work. Bah, you won't. You won't. What's up with that long Shiwei? Stop pretending in front of this Empress. Lu Jin was astonished, clearly not expecting the Qinglian Empress to bring that up. That's because I was poisoned. I was poisoned by someone. Poisoned? Good, good, good. You've reminded this emperor. As the Qinglian Empress's words fell, Lu Jin saw the flying out of the storage ring in his hand, one after another. Is this enough? Is this enough? All right, there's also this. A great tonic. Eat them all, or I'll kill you. Lu Jin. He was completely speechless. Small, pitiful, and helpless. He could only grit his teeth and eat them all. At this moment, he regretted not throwing away the storage ring of the Yellow Sparrow alchemist. What was that old geezer doing, refining so many bizarre pills for no reason? He had no choice but to eat them. A force he couldn't understand compelled his body to do everything the Qinglian Empress asked him to do. This is a sin. Why are you acting aggrieved? The Qinglian Empress looked at Lu Jin, pouting in anger. All right, let us get started. The Qinglian Empress, with a firm heart, removed the loose robe that Lu Jin had been wearing, her movements skilled. In the dim environment, that pale, jade-like body came into view, and Lu Jin's throat moved. His eyes involuntarily starting to heat up. The medicinal effect is really strong. He didn't know how long had passed. Springtime knew no time. Lu Jin only knew that when he woke up, the figure of the Qinglian Empress had disappeared, and that strange space was gone. He lay there in the demon cave, completely naked, forming a Thai character. In the distance, a fierce sound of fighting came, exceptionally intense, shaking the earth. Crack! Lu Jin ground his teeth, feeling somewhat speechless. It must be that the sect master was attacked by a demon. How could he do that kind of thing at such a time? A sin. But when he put on his clothes, stood up, and circulated the spiritual power within his body to rush out, he suddenly discovered that his cultivation had inexplicably surged a lot. My cultivation has reached the 3rd grade Golden Core realm? He was filled with disbelief, thinking he was dreaming. But when he checked his Dantian, the Golden Core patterns confirmed without a doubt that he had indeed reached the 3rd grade Golden Core realm. To have advanced to the 3rd grade Golden Core after a fishwater relationship with the Empress? Could it be that he didn't even need to go through the lightning tribulation? Surprised, joy emerged on his face. With the 1st grade Golden Core, he could sweep through the entire Golden Core realm, now that he had advanced to the 3rd grade. He wondered if he could compete with the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Lu Jin pondered for a moment. But the only expert he had seen who reached the Purple Mansion realm was Sect Master Chu Tianxiong. At this thought, his eyes suddenly darkened. Outside, the fierce fighting sounds must be Chu Tianxiong battling with the demons. It wouldn't be easy to move the Sect Master. Lu Jin soared into the air, but at that moment his body seemed to be bound by something. He looked down and saw black lines spreading across the ground like tree roots, binding him the moment he rose, wrapping him into a huge cocoon in an instant. This is the aura of a demon king. Lu Jin was stunned. There was a demon king stronghold in the demon cave, and the battle strength of these demon kings was at least not lower than the first change of the Purple Mansion realm. And the demon king that silently bound him was undoubtedly even stronger. As he was shocked, a massive creature appeared before him, with horns on its head larger than an average person. The aura of the demon king oppressed him to the point where his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Definitely not lower than the 5th change of the Purple Mansion. Why is there such a powerful demon here? After 3 years, this was the first time he felt such a strong aura of death, so difficult to withstand. Burial heaven coffin, swallow for me. In that moment, Lu Jin did not sit idly by, but just as he was about to take action and fight back, the Qinglian Empress's voice floated in lightly. Do you dare to provoke my people? Bang! With her words, the magic followed. The Demon King directly exploded before Lu Jin, even turning into a void, without a trace of blood mist. Gulp! Lu Jin swallowed hard. The scene before him was incredibly unreal. What scared? What is so scary about this? Can't you have a little ambition? The Qinglian Empress's voice carried a hint of laziness as she floated before Lu Jin, stretching like a sexy cat. Lu Jin did not speak. This woman was too strong, and this was the first time he truly witnessed her abilities. With a snap of her fingers, she could annihilate the Demon King. Simply too domineering. I'm only helping you because you performed well before. Kid, keep it up, and this emperor will find you from time to time. After finishing, the Qinglian Empress's figure disappeared again. Lu Jin furrowed his brows, feeling complicated emotions. That Demon King had nearly killed him, and in an instant, that crisis was resolved. Just how powerful is the Qinglian Empress? Moreover, she seemed far from having returned to her peak state. He wondered how terrifying her battle strength would be when she fully recovered. While pondering, Lu Jin finally regained his focus, but when he flew out, he found that the fierce battle outside had actually ended. A number of demon corpses lay scattered across the ground, while Chu Tianxiong stood proudly with his hands behind his back, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. Sect Master, have you fully recovered? Lu Jin walked over and asked. Yes, not only have I recovered, but my strength is even stronger than before. Chu Tianxiong looked at Lu Jin. Lu Jin, I owe you a great favor. Lu Jin waved his hand. Sect Master, there's no need to be polite. Since that's the case, let us leave this demon cave. After all, those peak masters and elders outside are waiting for your grand arrival. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiong sneered. Good. I want to see what kind of ways this group can stir up. Chapter 68 Blood, Fiend, Tiger Suppression Formation in the Demon Cave. Those demons had originally been restless, but with the Qinglian Empress annihilating that Demon King, all movement ceased abruptly. It seemed they were completely intimidated. As for this, although Chu Tianxiong sensed something and was somewhat puzzled, he did not inquire further. Now that his strength had recovered, he was eager to return to the Wan Jian sect and eliminate those conspirators. The two walked out of the demon cave, their auras dissipating, appearing quite ordinary. With Chu Tianxiong's understanding of Wan He, this person was narrow-minded, insidious, and cunning. He would definitely find a way to deal with them. The way they were currently disguised could also allow the other side to relax their guard. After all, no one would believe that the two of them could emerge from the demon cave with their cultivation significantly increased. The ambush outside was not something they could see through at a glance. Danger came from unknown places, and hiding their cultivation was a very wise move. They are out. As the two walked out, a loud shout suddenly rang out ahead, and immediately, the peak masters and others surrounded them. Upon seeing Chu Tianxiong, the group's expressions turned serious. They clearly did not expect that Chu Tianxiong and Lu Jin could actually survive and walk out of the demon cave. However, Peak Master Qi laughed heartily. Chu Tianxiong, I didn't expect you to still be alive, but your aura is so weak to escape from the demon cave. It seems you have paid a considerable price. It's a pity that today you cannot escape your doom. Notify Sect Master Wan. Yes, with Qi Peak Master's command. A disciple immediately went to report, and soon, Wan He flew over with a handsome young man. Wan He frowned and sneered. Chu Tianxiong, you indeed have some ability. It's a pity that today, I will definitely kill you. Wan Peak Master, it seems you are quite confident. Seeing Wan He, Chu Tianxiong's expression showed no anger at all. Instead, he smiled and said, When you forced me into the demon cave, did you ever think that I would come out alive? Wan He sneered. It was Lu Jin who sent you the antidote. The Yellow Sparrow pharmacist is dead. Yet you still managed to deliver the antidote to save yourself. This child truly surprises me. He looked at Lu Jin with a sinister glare, wishing he could kill him immediately. Indeed, It was Lu Jin who delivered the antidote to me. Now that my combat power is restored, let me see your methods. Chu Tianxiong stood with his hands behind his back, appearing unconcerned. Wan Alai, however, was also calm and smiled, saying, "Before we start, let me introduce a distinguished guest. I believe the sect master is not unfamiliar with the 4 great families of the Blood Moon Holy Land, right? This is the son of one of the 4 great families, Mo Linghan." Upon hearing this, Chu Tianxiong's expression changed. The 4 great families of the Blood Moon Holy Land are all super families capable of influencing the situation in the Holy Land. Although Mo Linghan is young, he possesses the cultivation level to break through to the Purple Mansion realm. At the peak of the Golden Core stage, a true dragon among men, renowned far and wide. Young Master Mo is extraordinarily gifted, reaching the peak of the Golden Core stage at such a young age. Even without using other powers, you, Chu Tianxiong, would likely not be his match, right? Ha ha ha. Hee, I didn't expect that you, the Master Wan Feng, would collude with the son of the Mo family. This truly caught me off guard. Wan Hulai coldly shouted, "Insolence! Chu Tianxiong, young Master Mo, is not someone you can insult. Seeing your stubbornness, it seems you have no intention of surrendering. In that case, let you taste the heavenly grade great formation gifted by young Master Mo, the Blood Fiend Tiger Suppression Formation." After Wan Hulai finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a terrifying wave of energy surged into the sky, forming a massive ceiling formation above Chu Tianxiong's head. As the formation operated, blood-red spears coalesced everywhere, all aimed at the positions of Chu Tianxiong and Lu Jin. Chu Tianxiong, a lower-grade heavenly formation. Even a beginner in the Purple Mansion realm cannot withstand, even if you have many methods and your cultivation has returned to its peak state. How can you escape this great formation? Wan Hulai's voice boomed, the formation above exuding a terrifying and domineering aura. The power of a heavenly grade formation is far greater than that of a heavenly grade weapon, and its destructive force is simply unresistible. Chu Tianxiong's expression changed, but it was due to his concern for Lu Jin. As for himself, he was not worried. Blood Fiend Tiger Suppression Formation, kill for me. Wan Hulai clearly did not intend to let them continue talking. With a violent shout, the disciples of the sect under his command jumped into the formation. As they entered the formation, energy surged, and a terrifying aura filled every inch of the space within the formation, all bearing an incredibly violent, destructive force. Are you really going to follow this guy and defy me? Fine, since you have chosen the path of death. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Lu Jin, stay close to me. Chu Tianxiong's voice reached Lu Jin's ears. He knew Lu Jin's cultivation was now vastly improved, but under such violent energy from the formation, he clearly still could not contend with it. What he did not expect was that at this moment, Lu Jin, in such a pressure-laden formation, not only showed no signs of nervousness, but upon sensing the pure energy, his expression revealed a desire to devour it. Sect Master, you need not worry about your disciple. Let us act separately. As soon as Lu Jin finished speaking, he instantly charged forward, his entire body exploding with spiritual energy, rushing towards a figure in one of the formation's positions. Boom! Seeing Lu Jin actively launch an attack, the energy above the formation rapidly gathered and redirected. Rushing madly towards his position, the blood-red spears formed into a stream, tearing through the air, seemingly able to pierce through anything. The booming sounds continued, and a terrifying aura permeated the entire great formation. In that instant, Chu Tianxiong's expression turned exceedingly horrified. At present, Lu Jin was extremely important to him. He absolutely could not watch him be engulfed by the formation. However, what he did not expect was that in the next moment, an eerie energy erupted from Lu Jin, instantly draining the terrifying power of the formation. Those spears seemed to shoot into a strange space, causing not even the slightest ripple. Such a colossal force of the formation was effortlessly dissolved into nothingness by him. Upon witnessing this, not only was Chu Tianxiong stunned, but Wan Hulai and Mo Linghan's expressions also changed drastically. How could this be? What treasure does this kid possess that can instantly wipe out such a violent formation's power? Capture this guy alive. I want him to reveal all his secrets. Yes, The formation transformed unpredictably, blood-red energy sweeping across all directions. And the spears that had been drained were suddenly reformed in the next second, thousands of them, with a destructive aura rising again. Good kid, after just a few days apart, you have indeed made me look at you in a new light. Chu Tianxiong saw Lu Jin effortlessly dissolve the formation's power, and his worry immediately turned into joy. Furthermore, as the power of the formation attacked again, Lu Jin still handled it with ease. And it was then that he understood the reason behind Lu Jin's confidence. He was not being arrogant. Rather, he possessed the ability to contend with it. You are the one from the Wan Sword sect, the disciple who disappeared for 3 years and returned? Seeing the figure in the formation that had withstood several attacks, Mo Linghan, who had been silent, turned completely gloomy. He could tell that Lu Jin's displayed methods were exceptionally clever, even unfathomable, as even the heavenly grade formation could not subdue him. He was certain that Lu Jin must possess a significant treasure. Otherwise, with his lowly cultivation, how could he have the ability to contend with a heavenly grade formation? And regarding treasures, he only had one principle: to possess them for himself. Indeed, he is Lu Jin. Wan Halai said, I wonder what kind of secrets this kid is hiding. He has returned for only a few days, yet his cultivation has reached such a terrifying level. This kid absolutely cannot be left alive. Otherwise, it will bring endless trouble. But it seems your people are ruining this young master's formation. Mo Linghan looked at the battle situation in the formation, a hint of dissatisfaction appearing in his eyes. A bunch of useless fools. The Blood Fiend Tiger Suppression formation is not to be used like this. As soon as Mo Linghan finished speaking, his entire aura erupted, and his fighting spirits surged. Chapter 69. Losing heads upon seeing Mo Linghan about to take action, Wan Halai's expression froze, and he nervously said, Young Master Mo, you don't need to take action personally to deal with him. With such a formation in place, Wan Halai was confident he could suppress Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong had been hiding his cultivation for a long time due to his great aspirations, and the strongest aura the world had seen from him was at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Even though he had been promoted for many years, he had endured humiliation and completely concealed his Purple Mansion realm aura, leaving outsiders in the dark, except for Lu Jin. Therefore, in Wan Halai's eyes, with the heavenly grade formation backing him, coupled with Chu Tianxiong just recovering from poison and having just crawled out of the demon cave, his combat power would surely not be able to withstand the combined assault of him and his cohorts. As for Lu Jin, he was not even worth mentioning, and he hadn't taken him seriously at all. Even if he had methods, they were merely opportunistic, facing a heavenly grade great formation. He did not believe Lu Jin's methods could last. Mo Linghan's strength was also at the peak of the Golden Core stage. If he made a move, Chu Tianxiong would surely die. Therefore, Wan Halai was eager to perform. If he could slay Chu Tianxiong in front of a prominent figure like Mo Linghan, it would greatly benefit his entry into the Blood Moon Holy Land. Of course, he had invited Mo Linghan to assist and had promised generous rewards. Mo Linghan's principle was that he could help kill, but would take all the spoils for himself. This had always been his rule. Thus, when he learned that the target to be killed was the sect master of the Wan Sword sect, Chu Tianxiong, he gladly came. As a sect master, the resources he had accumulated over the years must be quite rich. Moreover, being present at the scene and seeing Lu Jin possess a mysterious treasure only stirred his greed, wanting to capture Lu Jin and seize his precious item. However, at this moment, Wan Halai felt that it was inappropriate for him to let the son of the Mo family take action before he had even made a move. So he immediately jumped out, his aura rolling. Young Master Mo, rest assured, I will definitely capture him in this battle. Mo Linghan's eyes turned cold, his aura dissipating as he said indifferently, You have half a stick of incense this time to take them down. Wan Halai gritted his teeth and assured, Don't worry. Young Master Mo, I will suppress him right now. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed into the Blood Fiend Tiger formation like an arrow released from a bow, heading straight for the most critical part of the formation. Lu Jin, I will send you to the underworld now. Boom! With Wan Halai's addition, the entire Blood Fiend Tiger formation's momentum changed drastically. Streams of dark spiritual energy quickly condensed under his control and then violently surged towards Lu Jin's position. Compared to the previous attacks of the formation, this was more than 3 times stronger. In his view, Chu Tianxiong was much more troublesome than Lu Jin, so it made sense to take down the easier target first. By eliminating Lu Jin, he could also avoid unnecessary complications. However, he did not expect that the blood-colored spear formed from the condensed spiritual energy in the Blood Fiend Tiger formation, which could easily kill even a 6th-level Golden Core cultivator, would bizarrely disappear again after Lu Jin used that strange method. What? This is impossible. Even with the main leader, Wan Feng, personally taking action, that violent energy could still be instantly devoured. What kind of treasure does Lu Jin possess? No. After Lu Jin absorbed the formation's energy, his aura was continuously rising. Everyone was shocked, their hearts filled with complexity. This group of people had been lured by Wan He to go against the sect leader, thinking there was profit to be gained. But now seeing that Chu Tianxiong had not made a move and Lu Jin had already displayed such abilities, their feelings became complicated. Wan He did not expect that such an attack would not be able to suppress Lu Jin. That was the power of a top-tier formation that could instantly obliterate even a powerhouse like Ji Yaoyue. Good kid, you really know how to hide your strength. Even Chu Tianxiong frowned, looking at Lu Jin, becoming increasingly perplexed yet more satisfied. At this moment, Lu Jin appeared calm on the surface, but he was equally surprised inside. After dual cultivating with the Qinglian Empress, not only did his cultivation increase significantly, but even the devouring power of the burial sky coffin had risen to an unprecedented height. Indeed, divine objects are truly extraordinary. It seems that this top-tier formation is not that impressive after all. Lu Jin smiled indifferently and waved his hand, instantly piercing through the body of an elder in the formation. That elder's cultivation was at the 3rd level of Golden Core. With a single wave, he eliminated a 3rd-level Golden Core. This scene made those disciples who hadn't even reached the Golden Core level feel a chill in their hearts. The formation is not impressive, and the people have no combat power at all. Wan He, do you really think you can overthrow the Wan Sword sect with these useless bags of flesh? If not, maybe you, the young master of the 4 great families of the Holy Land, should join in. Lu Jin's words were filled with disdain as he stood within the formation, completely unafraid. If you're too proud too soon. Wan He's eyes turned extremely cold. Seeing Lu Jin even daring to look down on Mo Ling Han, his anger surged even more. His spiritual energy erupted again, causing the entire formation to hum incessantly. But the next second, his formation attack did not target Lu Jin, but instead redirected all the blood-colored spears towards Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong saw that he was being targeted and let out a cold laugh. Wan He, as the peak master of the first peak of my Wan Sword sect, you dare to commit such rebellious acts today? I will kill you now and clean up the sect. Boom! As Chu Tianxiong finished speaking, the energy throughout his body surged and was all focused on his legs. Lu Jin frowned, not understanding what he was trying to do. This kind of martial arts was unheard of to him. The next second, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Chu Tianxiong's legs exploded with spiritual energy, using this terrifying force. He shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, completely unhindered by the formation suppression, darting towards Wan He like lightning. The air exploded with a deafening sound, sharp and piercing, shaking the heart. Wan He's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying aura of death enveloping him instantly. In that moment, he even forgot to resist. Chu Tianxiong's speed was too fast. The terror of a peak Golden Core cultivator left Wan He, an 8th-level Golden Core, completely dumbfounded. Although the Blood Fiend Tiger formation was powerful, this group had not been able to showcase its lethality. Of course, as a Purple Mansion Rel powerhouse, Chu Tianxiong faced this formation without fear, and it was no surprise that he could easily suppress Wan He. Stop! Seeing Wan He being instantly restrained by Chu Tianxiong, Mo Lingen's expression changed, and he suddenly rushed out. Get lost! But at the moment he rushed out, Lu Jin also charged out. The Blood Fiend Tiger formation could not restrain him at all, especially since the previous intimidation had left the elders and disciples within the formation feeling weak, making the entire formation's combat power even more feeble. Seeing Mo Linghan had also taken action, they showed no signs of movement. Or rather, they were already so intimidated by Lu Jin and Chu Tianxiong that they couldn't tell which side was right, choosing to observe the situation before making a decision. And then trying to stop a chariot. Seeing Lu Jin attempting to obstruct him, Mo Linghan could not help but let out a contemptuous sneer. In his eyes, no matter how many tricks Lu Jin had, he was still an ant. The gap in cultivation between the two was too great, and relying solely on tricks was simply insufficient. But the next second, after he thought he could easily kill Lu Jin with a casual strike, he suddenly felt the world spinning, even seeing blood gushing from his neck like a fountain. Chapter 70. The Demonic Book of Heaven. This sudden scene left everyone wide-eyed. Lu Jin actually beheaded Mo Linghan with a single strike. Everyone was stunned. That was the young master of the Mo family, one of the 4 great families of the Holy Land. Lu Jin dared to kill him? The Mo family would not let him go even if he fled to the ends of the earth. This scene even shocked Chu Tianxiong, who looked on in disbelief. But soon, an unprecedented, foolish grin appeared on his dignified face. Ha ha ha. Lu Jin, you really surprised me. Kid, you're truly a genius. Chu Tianxiong could not contain his inner joy and laughed wildly. From Lu Jin bringing the antidote into the demon cave to save him, then rapidly advancing from a first-level golden core to a third-level golden core in a short time, to now slaughtering the peak golden core Mo Linghan in the Blood Fiend Tiger formation as if it were a walk in the park. Each of these events was unbelievable, leaving people speechless. You flatter me, Sectmaster. I just killed a pretentious fool. Lu Jin smiled faintly and then looked at Wan He Lei and the others. Gulp. Wan He Lei's throat moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, it all turned into a sound of swallowing saliva. Meanwhile, on the other side, Peak Master Qi and a group of elders and disciples immediately took action and knelt down. Sectmaster, please spare us. We were all misled by Wan Feng. We did not truly wish to go against you. Please spare us, Sectmaster. I'm just a disciple. It was all that bastard Wan He Lei. He threatened us with our lives to rebel. Please forgive us, Sectmaster. A group of people knelt down. There was no other choice. The top-tier formation couldn't subdue the 2 of them, and in their eyes, they were indeed just bags of flesh. No, it wasn't me. Wan He Lei at this moment was bound by a chain of spiritual energy from Chu Tianxiong, hanging in midair, trembling all over, eyes filled with fear, yet still struggling. Sectmaster, it wasn't me. It was Mo Linghan. He wanted to get the treasures in your hands and manipulated me to kill you. Hearing Wan He Lei's words, Chu Tianxiong couldn't help but laugh. Wan He Lei, how can you call yourself the peak master of the first peak of the Wan Sword sect? Are you afraid to take responsibility for your actions? Chu Tianxiong's eyes turned cold, suddenly shouting, that Chai Quan is dead, Ji Yaoyue is also dead. You are truly a good peak master of my Wan Sword sect. You say Mo Linghan manipulated you? What a joke. This clumsy excuse is something you can say. You might as well just admit you were standing behind the Blood Moon Ancestor. The moment the words Blood Moon Ancestor were spoken, everyone's eyes trembled. Wan He Lei's face twitched, but then he laughed. Chu Tianxiong, you also know I am working for the Ancestor. In the entire Qingzhou, the Ancestor is heaven. I work for heaven, and Chu Tianxiong, how dare you kill me? Moreover, you killed the Mo family's young master, Mo Linghan. Mo family will definitely crush you to ashes. Looking at the menacing and roaring Wan He Lei, Chu Tianxiong waved his sleeve. Noisy. Boom. A surge of spiritual power erupted, instantly turning Wan He Lei's flesh and blood body into a mist of blood. This scene directly terrified the group of people begging for mercy on their knees. The same went for the Qi Feng master. He trembled and suddenly crawled forward 2 steps on his knees, forcing a smile. So the sect master has already advanced to the Purple Mansion realm. Congratulations to the sect master for advancing to the Purple Mansion realm. Chu Tianxiong's gaze turned cold. Except for Lu Jin, everyone else who knows my cultivation level is dead. Qi Feng master, you are no exception. Spiritual power howled from his sleeve, and as Qi Feng master rolled out, he turned into a mist of blood, along with a group of elders and disciples behind him, leaving not a trace. The terror of the Purple Mansion realm made Lu Jin's eyes shrink involuntarily. He could tell that Chu Tianxiong's cultivation was not at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, but he couldn't tell how many transformations he had achieved. After annihilating this group of people, Wan He did not feel any relief. Instead, he sighed. The Blood Moon Holy Land has infiltrated widely. I didn't expect several peak masters of our Wan Jin sect to fall because of this. Lu Jin said, Sect Master doesn't need to be saddened. The Blood Moon Ancestor can only corrupt those with weak minds. Didn't the Sect Master also fall under the Blood Moon curse? But you have been able to endure for many years, remaining true to your original intention. That is the mark of a true man. Hearing Lu Jin say this, Chu Tianxiong laughed heartily. Haha, Lu Jin, you have made me see you in a new light. It is my greatest fortune to meet you in this life. Chu Tianxiong patted Lu Jin on the shoulder with a carefree expression. The fact that I am alive after coming out of the demon cave is all thanks to you. If you need my life, you can take it any time. Lu Jin immediately clasped his hands. Sect Master is joking. As a disciple, it is my duty to respect my teacher in the way. It is an honor for the disciple that the respected senior can save you. Seeing Lu Jin so serious, Chu Tianxiong nodded with a smile. Lu Jin, I am not joking with you. A life-saving grace should be repaid with a spring of water. However, since you don't value my life, how about accepting this technique? After saying this, Chu Tianxiong took out a black technique and presented it to him. Lu Jin looked down and saw the characters on the technique. Demon Slaying Heavenly Book? The entire technique was enveloped in a layer of black spiritual energy. And even a glance at the characters on it gave Lu Jin a strange feeling. Sect Master, what is this? Lu Jin asked in confusion. This demon-slaying heavenly book was obtained by chance in a secret realm. I do not know the level of this technique, as after many years of cultivation, I have not been able to comprehend even the lowest layer of its 3 layers of techniques. For my guess, this technique should be above the imperial grade. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin's eyes moved. The imperial grade is probably hard to find throughout Qingzhou. However, he was only slightly surprised. As with his possession of the De Yin Transformation Dragon Technique and the Fiery Prison Sword, a mere imperial grade was not shocking to him. Yet, his calm expression left Chu Tianxiong a bit taken aback. His gaze shifted, but he said nothing. Lu Jin, the battle techniques of the demon-slaying heavenly book can restrain evil techniques. If you can cultivate it to great success, even if you encounter the Blood Moon Ancestor one day, it will not be a fear. Chu Tianxiong said this with a very serious expression, but after finishing, he suddenly smiled awkwardly and even tried to explain, Lu Jin, I do not wish for you to encounter the Blood Moon Ancestor. That's not what I meant. But Lu Jin grinned. What? Does the sect master not believe that the disciple can avenge my master? One sentence responded to the thoughts in Chu Tianxiong's heart. Chu Tianxiong raised his eyes, not expecting Lu Jin to say this. However, he nodded earnestly, his voice even more serious than before. I believe in you. Lu Jin laughed heartily. Sect Master, now that several peak masters of Wan Jin sect are dead, it is a time of turmoil. We should hurry back. Chu Tianxiong nodded and soared into the sky. By the way, this is a bit of my insights from cultivating the demon-slaying heavenly book. You should find it useful. This is Mo Lingen's storage ring. And this is Chi Feng Master's and the other storage rings. Lu Jin, take them all. Oh, and this Blood Fiend Tiger Suppression Formation, you take it too. Lu Jin, Sect Master, during your time in the Demon Cave, you must have exhausted your resources, right? You should keep these. The disciple does not lack. Chu Tianxiong, take it. If you don't take it, it means you look down on me. Chu Tianxiong. Lu Jin, along the way, Chu Tianxiong continuously sent good things. And Lu Jin could only accept with a smile. Xianwu Island. In the Beastmaster array leading to the Medicine King's secret realm. Blood. Give me blood. A hoarse voice roared as the blood-clothed woman slowly walked through the corpses of the beasts scattered all over the ground, scooping up the thick beast blood like glue and swallowing it. Chapter 71. Not human, not demon. Beneath her are heaps of beast corpses, and around her is a bloody mist so thick that it is hard to open her eyes. The woman's eyes are filled with a strange black light, and as she consumes more and more beast blood, The tail that has grown behind her for some unknown time grows longer and longer. This person is none other than Lu Jin. She has slaughtered thousands of beasts here, madly consuming blood, guided by the Fox Master with strange techniques. And coupled with the Blood Demon technique, Supreme Bone, and the frenzied practice of the Great Plunder Immortal technique, she has now been infused with demonic and beastly energy, transforming into this appearance. However, she is quite satisfied with her current self. Fox Master, my strength has successfully advanced to the 6th grade Golden Core. I even have the strength to fight against peak experts of the 9th grade Golden Core. A black shadow floated out beside her, revealing the old woman who had been hidden inside Lu Jin all along. Behind that emerging black shadow, there were actually 9 tails. When those 9 tails swayed, skeletal patterns flickered on them. This is the result of thousands of beasts. The Great Plunder Immortal technique is about madly seizing all cultivation resources. The Fox Master's voice carried a hint of ferocity. The Blood Demon technique you are cultivating has already merged with your Supreme Bone, coupled with such abundant beast blood. I can now teach you the top-tier technique of the Heavenly Grade, the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. You can diligently cultivate with the power of your Supreme Bone, and you will surely achieve great success in a short time. By then, in the entire Golden Core realm, you will have no rivals. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of brilliance appeared in Lu Jin's eyes, swirling with black light. Thank you, Fox Master. At this moment, outside the Beastmaster array, as the life force of the beasts within the array dissipated, the power of the array, which had been condensed here for many years, finally slowly dispersed. But when the array dissipated, Yang Dingfeng, who had been protecting Lu Jin, was completely petrified upon seeing one of the scenes. After a moment, he shot up and soared into the sky. Lu Jin, now you're neither human nor demon. How can I cultivate with you? He did not expect that apart from his master, Qiyu, she also had a demon master. I must inform Qiyu about this. Yang Dingfeng was astonished and even felt a bit of fear. Elder Qiyu had said before that Lu Jin's talent surpassed his, and it wouldn't be long before she could surpass him. Now he finally understood the reason behind it. However, he did not belittle himself, as with his current strength, he was already qualified to enter the Holy Land Tower. Once he entered for cultivation, his strength would surely advance by leaps and bounds. And if Lu Jin did not behave, he would beat her into submission. But now that she has that demon Fox Master by her side, he felt a bit apprehensive. So he chose to leave without saying goodbye. When Chu Tianxiong and Lu Jin returned to Wan Jian's sect, they did not make a big fuss about the restructuring. The enemy is in the dark, and how many people in Wan Jian's sect are still following the Blood Moon Ancestor is unclear even to Chu Tianxiong. Therefore, given that the opponent is in the dark, it is best for oneself to also hide in the dark. Lu Jin didn't take this matter too seriously. Since there were endless followers of the Blood Moon Ancestor, it was better to focus on how to eradicate the Blood Moon Ancestor instead. Thus, during the following time, he devoted himself to training in the forbidden area of the sect, diligently practicing the demon-slaying heavenly book, the Great Transformation Dragon Scripture, the Fiery Prison Sword, and refining his mental strength without neglecting any of them. During this period, the Wan Sword sect seemed much calmer. After all, the mysterious disappearance of several peak masters was enough to intimidate everyone. However, one day, when Lu Jin returned to the Wan Sword sect, the atmosphere of the entire sect changed again. The news that Lu Jin had become a disciple of Elder Qiyu spread throughout the sect, causing many elders and disciples who had initially supported Lu Jin to switch sides again. Of course, Lu Jin didn't mind such matters. Strong individuals didn't need the support of the weak. They would only use their fists to silence the weak. After Lu Jin returned to the Wan Sword sect, upon learning that her master Jiaoyue and other peak masters like Wan Hilei had all fallen, she was shaken but didn't remain idle. Instead, she personally went to the Blood Moon Sacred Land to inform Elder Qiyu about this matter. When she returned from the Blood Moon Sacred Land, she had 2 unfamiliar women by her side. These 2 followed the Saintess Lu Jin into the Wan Sword sect, and others naturally had no right to comment. But this news reached Chu Tianxiong's ears. Chu Tianxiong did not make a big fuss, but arranged for the disciples of the Holy Hall to investigate secretly. Yet they found nothing. Soon, The time came for the disciple selection before the Blood Moon Sacred Land, which was also the day Lu Jin and Lu Jin had agreed to their life and death duel. Early in the morning, the central square of the Wan Sword sect was bustling with excitement. Lu Jin's strong return. Could the Saintess withstand it? Everything depended on today. In the crowded square, there were bursts of exclamations as powerful disciples appeared, causing a stir. However, what everyone was most looking forward to was undoubtedly Lu Jin and Lu Jin. At a certain moment, it seemed everyone looked in the same direction, towards the location of the Saintess Peak, where a group of powerful individuals surrounded a woman. Flying in the air, instantly drawing gasps from everyone, their eyes filled with fervor. Look, the Saintess is here. The Saintess's aura is so powerful. No wonder she was chosen by the elders of the Blood Moon Sacred Land in advance. I heard the Saintess has already taken a master. She must be here for the life and death battle, as the disciple selection is redundant for her. The Saintess is already a member of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. Even if Lu Jin is strong, he probably wouldn't dare to offend the Blood Moon Sacred Land. That's hard to say. They have deep-seated grudges. It's a fight to the death. Who knows who will win in this life and death battle? Amidst the discussions of the disciples, Lu Jin took her seat as the Saintess. As the Saintess, she was high above, and even the sect elders treated her with utmost respect. At this moment, Lu Jin had completely concealed her demonic aura, her gaze cold and aloof, appearing pure and untainted, not to be desecrated. Soon after Lu Jin sat down, Lu Jin's figure also appeared in everyone's view. However, he walked leisurely, without the imposing aura that Lu Jin had. Senior brother Lu Jin is here. I can't wait to see him battle the Saintess. Recently, the forbidden area of the sect has been filled with thunder. I wonder if senior brother Lu Jin has advanced in cultivation again. I wonder what level senior brother Lu Jin's cultivation is at, and what level is the Saintess at. Both are exceptional talents. Today's life and death battle will be regrettable no matter who wins or loses. Look, the sect master has arrived. When Chu Tianxiong appeared on the scene, everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. This leader of the Wan Sword sect was rarely seen. Many disciples had never encountered him before, and today, seeing his figure made many eyes shine with excitement. That sect master Chu? This is the first time I've seen him. It must be the life and death battle between the Saintess and senior brother Lu Jin that has brought the sect master here. Chapter 72. After that, I also advanced. The entire square was bustling with noise and excitement. However, amidst the lively crowd, some high-ranking officials had fluctuating expressions. The disciples of the Wan Sword sect might not know, but the higher-ups were aware of some dark occurrences over the past few days. Ji Yaoyue, the peak master of the Saintess Peak; Wan Hilei, the peak master of the Extermination Peak; Elder Chun Jiang of the Demon Slaughter Peak; and Qi Shan, the peak master of the Xianling Peak. All their soul lamps were extinguished, and they had perished. Moreover, a group of disciples was missing. This matter had caused unrest among the higher ranks. Some elders reported this to sect master Chu Tianxiong, but he only sealed off this major incident, leaving it unresolved. Even more restless were those who had long been in cahoots with Wan Hilei. All the peak masters whose soul lamps had been extinguished were members of the Blood Envoy Alliance. Thus, the mood of those associated with them was complicated, but they were unaware of the reasons and maintained a facade of ignorance. However, when Lu Jin appeared, their expressions became much calmer, undoubtedly hiding some unknown secrets. Especially after seeing the two women sitting beside Lu Jin, some people's moods relaxed completely. As Chu Tianxiong took his seat, the explosive scene finally quieted down. Chu Tianxiong sat in a high position, looking down, and his unapproachable majesty instilled awe in many disciples. The Wan Sword sect had numerous disciples, but few had ever seen the sect master, Chu Tianxiong. However, to those fiery gazes, Chu Tianxiong merely glanced over briefly before finally settling his gaze on Lu Jin. Just then, a Wan Sword sect disciple reported from midair, reporting to the sect master. The owner of the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, Feng Mengdao, has come to observe the ceremony and presents a Millennium Snow Spirit Grass. The master of the Wind Hall, Master Feng Lang, has come to observe the ceremony and presents a bottle of Dragon Control Immortal Dew. The leader of the Carefree Valley, Yin Jiaomu, has brought disciple Long Shimei to observe the ceremony and presents 3 portions of Carefree Phoenix fragrance. As the disciple reported, the entire square erupted in another wave of excitement. My goodness, these 3 major forces actually came to observe, and they even brought such precious gifts? These 3 leaders are usually as hard to meet as our sect master. Why are they all here today? Strange. These 3 major forces had no previous ties with the Wandsword sect. So why the sudden enthusiasm? A Millennium Snow Spirit Grass, Dragon Control Immortal Dew, Carefree Phoenix Fragrance. These are all the treasured items of their 3 major forces. How could they afford to give them to our Wandsword sect? Are they really just here to observe? That would be too much of a loss. There must be some hidden reasons. The disciples discussed animatedly. At this moment, even Chu Tianxiong's expression changed to one of surprise. Just as those disciples had said, the Wandsword sect had no dealings with these sects, and their sudden visit, along with such grand gifts, clearly had underlying reasons. However, the next moment, Chu Tianxiong's gaze turned towards Lu Jin. At that moment, Lu Jin was fixated on the Carefree Valley camp, where a little girl was sticking her tongue out at him quickly. Seeing this scene, Chu Tianxiong smiled knowingly. It was indeed because of this kid. Moreover, that girl was Long Shimei. He had saved her, and she was also a member of the Holy Hall. Their relationship seemed a bit unusual. If so, then the Wandsword sect would host this gathering. Distinguished guests have arrived. Hurry and invite them. Yes, the disciple replied. And beside Chu Tianxiong, an elder also stood up. Sect master, I will go welcome them. This person was Li Yunhe, the peak master of the Flying Sword Peak. Li Yunhe has been loyal to Chu Tianxiong for many years and is considered his right-hand man. Chu Tianxiong once saved his life, and this man is grateful, providing strong support to Chu Tianxiong in the Wanjian sect without any ulterior motives. At the same time, he is also a leader of the Holy Hall organization. Chu Tianxiong nodded. Soon, the leaders of the 3 major forces, accompanied by some followers, were brought into the venue by Li Yunhe and a group of disciples. Upon seeing them arrive, the scene erupted in cheers, showing the Wanjian sect's enthusiasm. We have met Sect Master Chu. A small gift, not a token of respect. You all coming here makes the Wanjian sect shine. After some pleasantries, the people from the 3 major forces took their seats, and their gazes sparked curiosity among many. At this moment, Lu Rian also noticed this, and when she saw the 3 major forces take their seats, her gaze unintentionally fell on Lu Jin's position, causing her brows to furrow slightly. Clearly, these people were here for Lu Jin. Lu Jin, in today's life and death battle, even if you bring in outside help, you won't be saved. You too, since the master sent you here, no matter what happens today, you must help me kill Lu Jin. Lu Rian said in a low voice. Upon hearing her words, the 2 women sitting beside her stiffly nodded, looking quite out of sync. When Lu Jin saw Long Shiwei, his expression showed a hint of surprise, clearly not expecting her to come. Moreover, the people from the Dafa Hall and Zue Xianlu were also here, undoubtedly because of him. However, he remained calm. Just then, a fragrant breeze suddenly approached, and a woman in white elegantly landed beside him and sat down in the adjacent seat. Lu Jin, I'm here to cheer you on today. Long Shiwei revealed her small tiger teeth, smiling beautifully. Lu Jin took a deep breath. Thank you. Why are you being so polite with me? Oh, no need to be polite, haha. In front of the public, chatting closely with a girl he had shared intimate moments with but wasn't very familiar with left Lu Jin feeling a bit flustered. Long Shiwei, however, said seriously, Lu Jin, you must compete well, but I'm not worried about you. With your strength, entering the Blood Moon Sacred Land is a piece of cake. Hearing this, Lu Jin nodded and smiled but said nothing. In the eyes of the world, the Blood Moon Sacred Land was a revered place for cultivation, something countless people dreamed of, but the dark currents within were unknown to many. Long Shiwei continued. After that incident with you, my cultivation miraculously advanced to the 3rd grade Golden Core realm. My master said she would take me to the 8-part Blood Dragon altar for a talent assessment in 3 days. As Long Shiwei said this, she raised her beautiful eyes to look at Lu Jin earnestly. I really want to enter the Blood Moon Sacred Land with you. This statement surprised Lu Jin again. The The Blood Moon Sacred Land was also a beautiful place in Long Shiwei's heart. Unfortunately, the Blood Moon ancestor had secretly manipulated too many people and harmed many. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Long Shiwei noticed Lu Jin's expression change and asked keenly. I'm willing, but, well, I should probably focus on achieving results in today's competition first. Lu Jin replied with a smile. It seemed that Long Shiwei only knew about the Wanjian sect's disciple assessment this time, but was unaware of the life and death duel between him and Lu Ruyan. Okay, you can do it. Long Shiwei cheered for Lu Jin, her adorable appearance warming his heart. However, at this moment, he couldn't help but recall what the Qinglian Empress had mentioned about Long Shiwei earlier, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. Could she be jealous? The scene of Long Shiwei approaching Lu Jin made many disciples show envious expressions. Long Shiwei was beautiful, tall, and dressed in white, resembling an otherworldly fairy, stunningly beautiful. Her closeness to Lu Jin also indicated that her visit to the Xiaoyao Valley was most likely because of him. The Dafu Hall and Zue Xian Lu probably also had something to do with him. This further changed many disciples' impressions of Lu Jin. Even some who had planned to follow Lu Ruyan after joining Elder Chiyu's faction now felt a bit conflicted. Lu Jin was well aware of this, but chose to ignore it. Chu Tianxiong looked around and then glanced at the two women beside Lu Ruyan, smiling vaguely before saying to Li Yunhe, "Peak Master Li, please announce the matters regarding this competition." Li Yunhe nodded at his words, and then his strong voice, wrapped in spiritual energy, spread throughout the central square. This competition is a preparatory battle for the selection of disciples for the Blood Moon Sacred Land by our Wanjian sect. However, everyone must know the selection criteria for the Blood Moon Sacred Land. The minimum requirement is the second-grade Golden Core Realm. Therefore, our Wanjian sect has prepared a testing spiritual monument. Only those whose spiritual energy test reaches orange are qualified to participate in the next sacred selection at the 8-part Blood Dragon altar. Disciples from all peaks who are confident in their abilities may come forward to give it a try. With Li Yunhe's voice falling, he suddenly waved his sleeve, and a black stone tablet was thrown out, landing lightly as if it were a feather under his spiritual energy. But it crashed down with a loud bang the moment it hit the ground. Boom! The impact from the stone tablet landing shook the earth, astounding many disciples and leaving them shocked. When the spiritual monument landed, the expressions of the disciples turned complex. The second gray golden core is the minimum requirement. This is simply impossible for me. In the entire Wanjian sect, how many can reach such a level? It seems that besides the Saintess and senior brother Lu Jin, I haven't heard of anyone else who can meet this requirement. The standards of the Blood Moon Sacred Land are too high. I'm afraid I need another 10 years of cultivation to reach this standard. That is not necessarily true. Haven't you heard? Many disciples of the Wanjian sect will leave the sect after cultivating the strongest techniques to travel and explore, and some seniors may travel for many years before returning with satisfactory cultivation. I wonder if there are any hidden senior brothers or sisters returning to the sect this time. As the crowd discussed, some eager disciples finally stood up and walked towards the testing spiritual monument. I've been cultivating in the Wanjian sect for many years. Although I haven't advanced to the Golden Core Realm, I'm willing to give it a shot. The first disciple to step forward had a determined expression, as if he had made a significant decision to approach it. Seeing his attitude, Li Yunhe nodded and did not stop him. "Thank you, Peak Master. Buzz." As this disciple spoke, he gathered all his spiritual energy in his palm, took a deep breath, and then infused that spiritual energy into the spiritual monument. As a humming sound passed, a red light flashed on the spiritual monument, but it only flickered briefly before dimming. "Red is decent, you have good talent, but you're still lacking a bit." Li Yunhe shook his head slightly. The disciple walked back dejectedly, feeling somewhat helpless. Over the next period, those eager disciples mustered their courage to step up, but the harsh reality was that the testing spiritual monument would not give any leeway due to their bravery. After a quarter of an hour, all testing disciples were eliminated, leaving many people sighing in lament. "I'm up." Just then, a figure in a red robe suddenly walked out from the crowd. The red robe and flame-like hair made him look like a dancing flame. He blended into the crowd without drawing attention, but as soon as he stepped out, it immediately caused a stir. Red-robed senior brother? Is he the red-haired demon? Senior brother Tang Lu? Oh my god, it's senior brother Tang Lu. He left the Wan Jin sect 2 years ago. And I didn't expect him to return today. Senior brother Tang Lu? He the genius disciple who reached the 9th level of the Spirit Pearl realm 2 years ago. After 2 years, he must have advanced to the Golden Core stage. I'm so looking forward to senior brother Tang Lu's performance, especially with other sects watching. If our Wan Jin sect is completely defeated, wouldn't that make us the laughingstock of outsiders? Amidst the discussions, the red-haired disciple flew straight to the spirit testing monument, cupped his hands towards the high-ranking seats where Chu Tianxiong and others were, and then gathered his spiritual energy to charge at the monument. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, a red light suddenly erupted from the monument, and immediately after, to everyone's eager gaze, an orange light appeared. Soon, that light quickly turned yellow, ultimately settling on yellow. 3rd grade Golden Core. As expected of senior brother Tang Lu, he passed. Senior brother Tang Lu was outstanding 2 years ago, and now that he has passed the test, he will definitely be noticed by the Blood Moon Holy Land in 3 days. It seems that senior brother Tang Lu will soon leap through the Dragon Gate. How enviable. Everyone was filled with envy, and the high-ranking seats also cast approving glances. Tang Lu nodded, then said nothing more and stepped down from the testing platform. For a period afterward, it was rather disappointing, but when no one else was on stage, a female disciple stepped up. She exuded a calm and composed aura, but when her jade hand poured spiritual energy into the spirit testing monument, 2 beams of light suddenly ignited from the monument, causing countless disciples to scream. 2nd grade. That sister reached 2nd grade. Who is this sister? She seems to be quite low-key. How could she be so powerful? It seems she has just joined the Wan Jin sect not long ago, and currently, she is just an outer sect disciple. What? An outer sect disciple? Oh my god. There is such an outstanding disciple hidden in the outer sect of the Wan Jin sect. If it weren't for this test, she might still have remained unnoticed. Her name is Yin Mo. It seems she was at the 3rd level of the Spirit Pearl realm just 2 months ago. Oh my god, what kind of talent is this? In just 2 months, she has reached such a level? Incredible, as everyone was astonished. The female disciple, named Yin Mo, bowed her head in salute and then stepped down from the testing platform. She seemed quite low-key. Chapter 74, Life and Death Battle. While everyone was shocked by Yin Mo's talent, Lu Jin's expression slightly changed. It seemed she had not used her full strength. His voice was low, but Long Shiwei heard him. Are you saying she has hidden her strength? Yes, her strength is far above the 2nd grade Golden Core, even stronger than that Tang Lu. His spiritual sense would not be wrong, but he could not probe Yin Mo's exact cultivation level. Everyone has their own secrets, and being able to keep them hidden, especially in a place like the Wan Jin sect, makes this Yin Mo seem not simple. The competition is fierce. Long Shiwei sighed with a smile, making Lu Jin find her even cuter. Is there any more disciples who want to test? The spirit testing monument had been ongoing for a full hour, and after most disciples returned disappointed, only Tang Lu and Yin Mo met the requirements for the Wan Jin sect. However, having 2 pass is already quite good for the Wan Jin sect. After all, the selection criteria of the Blood Moon Holy Land are extremely strict, within 1,000 miles. Among the 5 sects and 3 schools, if any sect can have 1 qualified disciple, it would be a blessing. The Wan Jin sect has produced 2 this time, and this does not even include Lu Jin and Lu Ruyan. A disciple entering the Blood Moon Holy Land will be rewarded with countless treasures and even receive continuous rewards. If you add the 2 of them, then the entire Wan Jin sect will receive tremendous rewards from the Blood Moon Holy Land, an unimaginable blessing. However, after this round of testing, it is also the time for Lu Jin and Lu Ruyan's life and death battle. Lu Jin, do you want to give it a try? At this moment, the peak master Li Yunhe saw that all the disciples had lowered their flags and ceased their efforts, looking at Lu Jin and asking. Lu Jin smiled calmly. Next is my life and death battle with Lu Ruyan. Peak master, there's no need for testing. Just announce the start of the life and death battle. As soon as he said this, many disciples' expressions changed. Is this battle finally going to begin? Beside Lu Jin, Long Shiwei's eyes widened in surprise after hearing this. Lu Jin. What did you say? Life and death battle? You and Saintess Lu Ruyan's life and death battle? Her eyes were filled with worry. Lu Jin nodded with a smile. Don't worry. She can't kill me. Long Shiwei looked serious. Be careful. Lu Jin smiled, then moved, appearing directly on the life and death platform in the next moment. Seeing Lu Jin standing there, the entire square erupted in commotion. The exciting moment has finally arrived. The life and death battle between Lu Jin and the Saintess is sure to be a fierce contest, a bloody battle. I really don't want to see fellow disciples kill each other, especially since they were once a couple. Lu Ruyan has caused trouble for senior brother Lu Jin. He must kill her, or how can he swallow this anger? But the Saintess is powerful, and she is a disciple of Elder Chiyu. How would senior brother Lu Jin dare to kill her? Regardless, today's life and death battle will reveal the truth. As the disciples discussed among themselves, the expressions of high-ranking members like Chu Tianxiong also changed. It seems that Lu Jin and Lu Ruyan now represent two factions of the Wanjian sect. However, many people cannot decide which camp to stand with, and can only watch the changes. At this moment, seeing Lu Jin actually take the lead to the stage, Lu Ruyan's expression also turned cold. Whoosh! In the next second, she flashed and also ascended the life and death platform. She stood with her hands behind her back, her aura rolling, her robes fluttering without wind, and her long hair flying back, leaving the disciples mesmerized. The Saintess is majestic. The Saintess is indeed the genius accepted as a disciple by Elder Chiyu. Lu Jin is undoubtedly doomed. This Lu Jin really doesn't know how high the sky is and dares to go on the life and death platform with the Saintess. I think he doesn't know how to write the word death. The Saintess has Elder Chiyu backing her. What does Lu Jin have? He has nothing, only a road to death. Some fervent followers of the Saintess began to shout, and the atmosphere became tense even before the life and death battle began. At this moment, seeing this scene, many people turned their gazes toward high-ranking seats where Chu Tianxiong and others were. However, Chu Tianxiong had said that all other members of the Wanjian sect would not intervene in today's matters. Once on the life and death platform, life and death are determined by fate. At this moment, on the life and death platform, Lu Ruyan looked at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Jin, I didn't expect your cultivation to have advanced again, but no matter what underhanded means you use to reach your current strength today, I will slay you on this platform. You must die. Before Lu Ruyan's voice fell, her internal aura erupted violently. That terrifying fluctuation caused many disciples' expressions to change again. What? The Saintess's cultivation has reached such a terrifying level? This is the 6th grade golden core. The Saintess's cultivation has reached the 6th grade golden core realm, which is almost comparable to her master, Ji Yaoyue's cultivation. The student surpasses the teacher. Strange. Why isn't that peak master Ji Yaoyue here to watch this battle? This must be a rare scene. The Saintess can even kill enemies of a higher level. Lu Jin, today you will surely lose. As the discussions grew louder, the atmosphere on site quickly reached a climax. At that moment, the people from the 3 major forces in the VIP seats were also somewhat bewildered. Clearly, they were completely unaware of this life and death battle, and upon suddenly learning this news, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry for Lu Jin. Lu Ruyan, how you harmed me back then. Today, I will repay you double. Lu Jin's eyes were filled with frost. Before his words fell, a powerful aura erupted from his body, ripping through the air and pressing down towards Lu Ruyan. The momentum alone was enough to make many unable to lift their heads in awe. What terrifying pressure! What level of cultivation does senior brother Lu Jin have? To unleash such pressure, he must be no less than a 5th grade golden core. To reach such a level in such a short time, senior brother Lu Jin is truly a genius. There are plenty of cases of geniuses dying young. Get lost. If you keep speaking ill of senior brother Lu Jin, I will kill you. That Saintess is not a good person. She's a venomous woman with a heart of a snake. Don't blaspheme the Saintess. Just as the factions seemed ready to clash, Lu Ruyan's expression changed. Lu Jin, today, I will personally kill you. Boom. As her voice fell, Her spiritual energy erupted, instantly enveloping the area of several hundred feet around her in a grayish aura. Within the gray mist, ghostly figures flickered. Chapter 75, Lu Jin. How are you going to fight me? Lu Jin was enveloped in a black energy wave. An exceptionally powerful aura, tinged with a hint of the eerie, spread out in all directions, causing a large number of disciples to gasp in shock. Her strength had dramatically increased compared to before. Those disciples who had witnessed Lu Jin nearly killing her were now filled with astonishment. The saintess's cultivation has increased significantly in such a short time. It's terrifying with such talent in due time. Advancing to the Purple Mansion realm is not out of the question. Elder Chi Yu's chosen disciple is indeed extraordinary. This Lu Jin, upon returning after 3 years, is likely to return defeated. The saintess's cultivation is probably not lower than 6th grade golden core, already comparable to peak master Ji Yaoyu. Who will win? It's hard to say. As the crowd discussed, Chu Tianxiong's gaze slightly shifted. As the saintess of the 10,000 Sword sect, he indeed valued talent. But this woman was inherently treacherous, having forcibly taken Lu Jin's supreme bone, colluding with the blood envoy, and even practicing demonic techniques. He naturally no longer held any hopes for her. Moreover, recalling the scene where Lu Jin beheaded Mo Ling Han, he smiled and shook his head knowingly. The people he, Chu Tianxiong, valued would not be so easily subdued. At this moment, feeling the aura emanating from Lu Jin only smiled coldly. Lu Jin's ability to rise to 6th grade golden core in such a short time indeed exceeded his expectations. Moreover, he could sense a strange aura from her, something like a demon or a devil, indicating that her cultivation this time must have used extraordinary means. However, he was not afraid of such combat power at all. Lu Jin, this saintess has now reached 6th grade golden core. Furthermore, I have now become a disciple under Elder Chi Yu of the Blood Moon Sacred Land. How are you going to fight me? Lu Jin's figure was ethereal within the gray energy wave, her words carrying an air of superiority. The chilling aura making many disciples feel a shiver. Lu Jin's aura was already strong enough, but Lu Jin's burst of energy immediately suppressed him. It seemed that the two were not even on the same level. When Lu Jin announced that she had reached the 6th grade golden core, it caused an uproar of shock. Lu Jin had concealed his cultivation. As long as he did not wish for others to probe his level, no one could find out. Yet, the strength of 6th grade golden core was already sufficient to rival the level of peak masters, and Lu Jin's current performance left many disciples deeply impressed. Is 6th grade really that strong? Lu Jin spoke nonchalantly, his aura still as before, seemingly suppressed, which made people feel a hint of worry. Long Shiwei watched this scene. Although she knew Lu Jin's methods were powerful, she still frowned slightly. Even between her jade-like fingers, a mass of spiritual energy swirled. She looked at that spiritual energy and murmured to herself, Lu Jin, so what if you're a 6th grade golden core? The thunder-eating mist demon that young Master Lu sent me is enough to kill you 100 times. She secretly made up her mind that if Lu Jin truly faced danger, she wouldn't mind summoning the thunder-eating mist demon to eliminate Lu Jin, even if it would cause a tremendous uproar, even if she was likely to fall into a dangerous situation because of it. For Lu Jin, she was willing. Lu Jin, before I kill you, this saintess will let you experience what it means to be crushed. Buzz. As Lu Jin's words fell, the gray aura around her surged violently, and her figure actually began to step into the air, with spiritual energy beneath her feet transforming into solid clouds, supporting her majestic form as she approached within 10 zhong of Lu Jin. Looking at the overwhelming aura of Lu Jin approaching, Lu Jin coldly sneered, "Rest assured, I won't let you die too quickly." Boom! As his words fell, spiritual energy surged from Lu Jin's body, rushing into the void above, where a magnificent array of flying swords was formed. A terrifying aura spread in all directions, and everyone who saw this massive array of flying swords was left dumbfounded. The 10,000 Sword sect primarily focused on sword cultivation, but most disciple sword techniques simply couldn't reach Lu Jin's realm. Moreover, the flying swords Lu Jin was now condensing weren't merely a few hundred. That dense array of flying swords seemed to form a gigantic sword formation, with the number of flying swords certainly not less than 1,000. Seeing this scene, Lu Ruyan's expression also changed. Although she now had the confidence to contend with ninth-grade Golden Core, the strength Lu Jin had continuously displayed made her wary. Just a show of strength. Buzz! Lu Ruyan let out a cold shout, and with a wave of her arm, a pitch-black 3-foot-long sword condensed out of the gray aura. The clear sound of the sword echoed, and even the sound waves seemed as sharp as sword blades, cutting through the void and making everyone's hearts tremble. What kind of martial arts is this spiritual form condensed from? This black sword doesn't seem to be something that can be formed from the 10,000 sword sects martial arts. The saintess's black aura is somewhat strange. It must be the martial arts given to her by Elder Chi Yu. What a terrifying aura. With one sword, it can rival thousands of spirit swords. I wonder if senior brother Lu Jin can withstand it. As the crowd was shocked, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned cold, and the 3-foot-long sword actually swelled in the wind, with spiritual energy surging into the sword body. And then under Lu Ruyan's control, the massive weapon directly swung towards Lu Jin's sword formation. The roaring sound followed, and as she made her move, the void trembled, and a hurricane howled. Lu Jin smiled indifferently, slightly curling his fingers, and the sword formation behind him surged forward, with thousands of swords simultaneously emitting a sharp sword chant, a grand momentum that pierced the eardrums. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Lu Ruyan's massive black sword collided with the torrent of over 1,000 flying swords in the blink of an eye. In the moment of collision, a deafening roar suddenly echoed, causing the clouds in the sky to rupture, and the trees in the square, even those 1,000 zhang away, were cut in half by the shockwave, their branches and leaves reduced to dust. The sword flow shattered, but the black sword's black light intensified, and its killing intent grew fiercer. Lu Jin's figure retreated, seemingly falling into a disadvantage under this attack. What? Senior brother Lu Jin's sword flow couldn't withstand the saintess's single strike? The saintess's strength has greatly increased. It seems that Lu Jin is no longer her opponent. Could it be that senior brother Lu Jin is truly going to fall on this life and death stage? No, this is not Lu Jin's true strength. As the crowd discussed, many people's expressions turned somewhat gloating. Since Lu Jin's return, the elders and disciples from several peaks of the 10,000 sword sect have been suppressed by him, with some even perishing at his hands. However, due to his overwhelming strength, those disciples and elders have been enduring in silence. Now that Lu Ruyan displayed such formidable battle power, if she could slay Lu Jin, they would naturally feel a sense of joy in their hearts. Lu Jin, I don't have time to play with you. Show your trump card, or else you won't survive 3 moves. With one strike, Lu Jin was knocked back, and Lu Ruyan's eyes were cold, her imposing aura even more overwhelming. Chapter 76. This kid really knows how to act. Lu Jin's performance upon entering made many disciples sigh. While the strong figures from the Drunken Immortal Tower, Great Wind Hall, and Carefree Valley had complex expressions, could Lu Jin's combat power really be that poor? Could it be that his spiritual energy cultivation was limited, only his mental strength was strong? No way, this is just the beginning. He must have a backup plan. Boom! Just as everyone was discussing, Lu Ruyan's sword light cut through again, and all the spiritual swords Lu Jin had summoned were shattered. The chaotic aftermath forced him to retreat, nearly falling off the life and death platform. This scene left everyone in disbelief. Many were even disappointed by Lu Jin's performance today. Shouldn't he have significantly improved his strength, like Lu Ruyan, after this period of cultivation? How could he be suppressed by Lu Ruyan from the start, not even showing any ability to resist? While everyone was astonished, Chu Tianxiong's expression remained quite indifferent. In his eyes, Lu Jin's performance was merely child's play. However, among the crowd, Long Shiwei's expression grew increasingly tense, the spiritual energy swirling around her fingers becoming even denser. After being forced back by Lu Ruyan's strike, Lu Jin stood at the edge of the life and death platform and suddenly said, Lu Ruyan, even if I have internal injuries from my previous rushed cultivation, it won't be so easy for you to kill me today. Upon hearing those words, everyone was stunned. Injured internally? No wonder he was being suppressed. But you are injured and still dare to go on a life and death platform to fight the Saintess. That's clearly courting death. Long Shiwei's worry intensified. However, at this moment, a group of disciples jumped out, their faces full of glee. This Lu Jin really doesn't know how to survive. He is injured yet still dares to go up? What great confidence he has. His opponent is the Saintess. Who does he think he is? To underestimate the Saintess is to walk a road of death. So he is injured, huh? Then he probably won't be able to walk off the stage alive today. The discussions rose and fell. And even some disciples who supported Lu Jin were ready to clash with those following Lu Ruyan. On the life and death platform, Lu Ruyan frowned. Lu Jin. Since you stepped onto the life and death platform, it must be a matter of life and death. Do you think that just because you say you are injured, this Saintess will show mercy? Dream on. Boom. Lu Ruyan's eyes turned colder, the black sword in her hand swirling with spiritual energy. The intensity of the spiritual energy even more severe than before. Since Lu Jin was injured, she would take advantage of his weakness and ensure there were no future troubles. Stop. At that moment, suddenly, Chu Tianxiong spoke from the highest seat. This scene surprised everyone. Initially, the sect master personally promised that during this life and death battle, no one was allowed to intervene. But now, it seemed he was about to intervene. Lu Jin, since you are injured, let us fight another day. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned, and Lu Ruyan's expression became as ugly as if she had swallowed a fly. If Chu Tianxiong intervened to stop her, it would likely be impossible for her to kill Lu Jin. Master, how did you die? If you were here, you could help me eliminate Lu Jin. Lu Ruyan thought of Ji Yaoyue, but she had already heard about the extinguished soul lamps of several peak masters of the Wanjian sect. The other peak masters and elders were internally conflicted, but suddenly they heard Lu Jin say, "Sect master, today, I must have a life and death battle with her. You are poisoned and cannot intervene in this matter. You should focus on your health." Lu Jin's words caused everyone's expressions to change again. The sect master is poisoned? He was forcing himself. Chu Tianxiong's expression shifted slightly, but he took a deep breath and seemed quite helpless as he said, "Indeed, there have been some issues within the Wanjian sect recently. While handling these matters, I was poisoned. Fortunately, those rebellious traitors have been eliminated. Although my combat power cannot even reach the level of the 7th grade Golden Core now, I still have the confidence to stop the 6th grade Golden Core Saintess from killing you. Moreover, the Saintess will certainly give me this face." After saying this, Chu Tianxiong glanced at Lu Jin, secretly thinking, this kid really knows how to act. The atmosphere was off. When did the sect master, who had always been high above, need to actively ask the Saintess for face? The only reason could be that the sect master was indeed poisoned, and his stance had thus become humble. At this moment on the peak master's seat, the peak master of the Demon Slayer Peak had a gloomy expression and then looked at Elder Chunjiang beside him. Chunjiang was Yang Dianfeng's master within the Wanjian sect. Although his cultivation had been crippled by Lu Jin, he still held a high position due to his connection with Yang Dianfeng. After hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, a hint of coldness appeared on both their faces. It seemed that Chu Tianxiong must have fought fiercely with Wan Hale and others, which led to his poisoning. However, with his current diminished combat power, let alone this peak master, even the Saintess could chop him down. Indeed, Master Pangming, this is an opportunity. Not only can we take revenge on Wan Hale and the others, but it's also a great chance to completely grasp the Wanjian sect. Quietly notifying other blood emissaries within the sect, they prepared to wait for the right moment to take down Chu Tianxiong. In an undisclosed place, a dark current quietly surged. What Chu Tianxiong said made Lu Ruyan's expression slightly change. Her eyes swept down from the life and death platform, and after making eye contact with Pang Ming, the peak master of the Demon Slayer Peak, they actually nodded in tacit agreement. Sect Master, you personally said back then that in this life and death battle, no one is allowed to intervene. What? Is the Sect Master going back on his word today? Lu Ruyan coldly looked at Chu Tianxiong, as if after he finished speaking, all her reverence for him had completely disappeared. After all, the Sect Master was poisoned, let alone having only the combat power of a 7th grade Golden Core. Even if he was in 8th or 9th grade, with her current strength, she could eliminate him. What? Is the Saintess not giving me face? Chu Tianxiong said, his gaze also turning cold. Lu Rian's voice was filled with killing intent. Today, Lu Jin, I will definitely kill you. No one can stop me. Chu Tianxiong was about to say something, but Lu Jin interjected. Ha! If that is the case, then let us stop wasting words. The grievances of several years, today, I will settle it with you. Swish! As Lu Jin finished speaking, spiritual energy surged from his palm, and with a sudden grab, a red long sword, radiating a brilliant sword might, was in his hand. The Wanjian Zhaozong Ju, third style, sword opens the heavenly gate. Compared to the thousands of flying swords before, this sword in Lu Jin's hand had a more piercing aura, and rolling thunder energy surged from the sword body. Lu Jin was clearly using his trump card. If you can only unleash such combat power, you might as well commit suicide for a quicker end. If you stubbornly refuse to change, this saintess doesn't mind letting you experience all the pain before killing you. Chapter 77. A conspiracy easily captured. Stop wasting words. Lu Jin roared, and the thunder sword instantly stabbed out. The thunder light raged, and this time, everyone could see that Lu Jin was truly using his trump card. Unfortunately, the next second, when Lu Rian's black long sword stabbed forward, the thunder sword, although it resisted for several breaths, ultimately exploded with a loud bang, and Lu Jin's figure was thrown back, crashing onto the life-and-death platform. In that instant, the entire venue fell silent. This scene was simply too sudden. Many had great confidence in Lu Jin, but when they saw Lu Rian defeat him with one sword and rush up with her long sword pointed directly at Lu Jin, their hearts completely collapsed. How could this happen? Lu Jin, senior brother, was defeated too quickly. Is this really his true combat power? He is injured. What a pity. In this life and death battle, he is truly going to meet his end at the hands of the saintess. Heaven truly envies exceptional talent. Lu Jin, you should have died 3 years ago. After all this time, it has been meaningless. The black sword in Lu Rian's hand emitted a murderous intent, enveloping Lu Jin's head. At this moment, Lu Jin was sitting on the ground, his expression quite calm, seemingly indifferent to this deadly threat. But just then a delicate shout rang out. Stop! In the crowd, Long Shiwei, in a moment of desperation, no longer cared about anything else and flew onto the life-and-death stage, blocking in front of Lu Jin. You can't kill him. Lu Rian's eyes changed, and she sneered. Didn't expect there would be a cheap person accompanying you? In that case, I'll grant you both. Long Shiwei's third-grade golden core strength was too weak in Lu Rian's eyes. Seeing her blocking in front of Lu Jin, she smiled sinisterly, the black sword trembling in her hand, clearly poised to kill the two. Don't worry, this saintess won't let you die so easily. Saying this, the black sword slashed directly towards Long Shiwei's face. Stop! At this moment, Chu Tianxiong shouted loudly and flew onto the life-and-death stage. Following closely, the leaders from Xiaoyao Valley, Yun Chao and Mu, as well as Feng Lang, the master of the Windstorm Hall, and Feng Mengdao, the master of the Drunken Immortal Tower, all rushed up. They absolutely could not stand by and watch Lu Jin get killed or see Long Shiwei being humiliated. The atmosphere on site suddenly became tense. Lu Rian saw everyone supporting Lu Jin, and her eyes erupted with rage. She suddenly exuded a powerful aura and shouted, Master Pang, if we don't fight now, when will we? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With Lu Rian's shout, suddenly there were peak masters, elders, and some disciples flying in from all directions of the square, all rushing to the life-and-death stage, standing beside Lu Rian, forming a united front. My goodness, what is the saintess trying to do? Is she really going to defy even the sect master? That is Pang Ming, the master of the demon-slaying peak. It seems they have been planning this for a long time. There are at least 30 of them. Are all these 30 going to defy the sect master? What has happened to the sword sect recently? Several peak masters have mysteriously disappeared, and they did not appear today. Now the master of the demon-slaying peak is going to lead a rebellion against the sect master. What on earth is going on? The disciples gasped, and at this moment, seeing Pang Ming leading this group of people rushing up, Chu Tianxiong showed no signs of nervousness, and he even exchanged a smile with Lu Jin, then crossed his arms and said loudly, What? Master Pang, are you going to defy me? Upon hearing this, Pang Ming smiled coldly. Hee, Chu Tianxiong. You're now strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. How long are you going to pretend in front of me? Tell me, what happened to Wan He Lei, Master Wan Feng, and Master Ji Feng? Today, you must give the entire sword sect an explanation. These words shocked everyone even more. It seemed that some significant, unknown events had occurred, and it appeared that the mystery was about to be unraveled. Are you saying those people, they like you, are people who deserve to die? Of course, it's not just you. I will not let any of the elders and disciples who came with you go today. Chu Tianxiong sneered, his eyes already filled with murderous intent. Just based on you? Pang Ming sneered. Since those people were all killed by you, then today, I will eliminate you to avenge them. Everyone, listen up, quickly attack, and kill Chu Tianxiong. Give the sword sect an explanation. Also, kill Lu Jin directly. No mercy for anyone who obstructs. The battle on the life and death stage was about to break out. At that moment, Chu Tianxiong shouted, "Surround me. Not a single one can escape." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of disciples rushed out from the crowd, seemingly prepared, swiftly surrounding the life and death stage tightly. And this group of people were all disciples of the Holy Hall. Among them, Wang Min was also prominently included. Seeing this group of people, Pang Ming's expression suddenly changed, as if he had sensed something. At this moment, the group of Holy Hall disciples launched an attack directly. They were numerous and completely overwhelmed the group of disciples who had rushed up with Pang Ming. And while they charged, Chu Tianxiong was not idle either. His aura rolling like thunder, actually pressuring the group of people to the point they couldn't lift their heads. Pang Ming's expression also changed to one of shock, because he clearly felt that the aura erupting from Chu Tianxiong was not from the Golden Core realm, but from the Purple Mansion realm. Damn it, you haven't been poisoned. You're scheming. Pang Ming gritted his teeth, but did not sit idly by. As an 8th grade Golden Core powerhouse, his methods were quite powerful. Unfortunately, just as he was about to resist, he was instantly crushed by Chu Tianxiong, not even given a chance to use his methods. With a muffled bang, he looked down and saw that the 3-pronged sword condensed from Chu Tianxiong's spiritual energy had pierced through his chest. Master Pang. At this moment, Lu Rian's expression changed drastically. Under Chu Tianxiong's suppression, the other elders and disciples were all captured by the Holy Hall disciples in the first instance, leaving only Lu Ruyan still standing there. However, her not being captured was not because Chu Tianxiong's aura did not suppress her, but because he deliberately left her for Lu Jin. Lu Jin this time, I must thank you. Chu Tianxiong looked at Pang Ming and the others being easily captured, smiled at Lu Jin, then looked at the powerful figures from the 3 major factions rushing up, saying, "You all need not worry, especially you, Miss Long Shiwei. This kid Lu Jin is just acting. Otherwise, how could he flush out so many of these treacherous people?" Hearing this, Long Shiwei and the others had complex expressions. Clearly, they did not expect to be caught up in someone else's scheme in a moment of desperation. "Lu Jin, are you okay?" Long Shiwei then looked at Lu Jin and frowned, asking, "I'm fine. This woman's combat power is mediocre. Even if I stand here for her chop, she wouldn't be able to hurt me." After Lu Jin finished speaking, he pinched Long Shiwei's cheek. "You go down with the sect master and the others first. Next, it's my time to deal with her." Long Shiwei nodded and obediently followed Chu Tianxiong and her master Yun Chao and the others back, while Lu Jin's gaze turned to Lu Ruyan, who was frozen in place. "All right, now that the house cleaning is done, Lu Ruyan, your death date has come." At this moment, Lu Ruyan's eyes were quite complex. She never expected things would turn out this way. Both Chu Tianxiong and Lu Jin were pretending to be weak, just to lure out those blood messengers. And Chu Tianxiong did not immediately take her down. He actually wanted Lu Jin to deal with her. She felt a sense of defeat in her heart, even experiencing a deep sense of humiliation. Lu Jin, do you really think you can kill me like this? Even if the sect master intervenes, you still can't do anything to me." As Lu Ruyan finished speaking, a talisman flickered in her hand, and the 2 women who had been quietly sitting beside her suddenly flashed with brilliance in their dim eyes. Then 2 figures shot out like cannonballs, landing heavily on the life and death stage. When they landed, the hard surface of the life and death stage was actually cracked with numerous fissures. Chapter 78. It turns out they are not human. The sudden appearance of the two strange women on the life and death stage immediately caused many people to feel a chill. My goodness, who are they? Such terrifying physical strength. They had no fluctuations of spiritual energy all over their bodies, and their expressions seemed somewhat strange. What is going on? Since Lu Jin came here, these two women had accompanied her. They were not people from the Sword Sect. Could they be from the Blood Moon Sacred Land? Just based on their physical strength, they could crack the life and death stage. Their combat power is quite terrifying. Could they be two physical cultivators? The crowd was shocked and whispered among themselves, looking at the life and death stage, speculating about their identities. At this moment, a particularly piercing scream came from the crowd. They are actually corpse puppets. When the sound rang out, many people's gazes turned towards that figure. The speaker was none other than Wang Min. For several days, Wang Min had been within the Lu Jin sect, having completely severed ties with Elder Qiyu and standing in opposition to Yang Dianfeng and Lu Jin. After secretly joining the Holy Hall, she had been training and healing her injuries here. After losing an arm to the combined attack of Lu Jin and Yang Dianfeng, her combat power could not be restored to its peak. Particularly after killing Ji Yaoyue, she had not dared to show her face much. Now, upon seeing the two women rushing onto the life and death stage, she immediately recognized them as two corpse puppets, battle machines personally crafted by Elder Qiyu. What? These two women are actually corpse puppets? So that is how it is. No wonder their movements are so stiff. They are not human at all. To be able to shatter the life and death stage with a single step, the combat power of these two corpse puppets is likely comparable to that of a peak golden core. At this moment, even the high-ranking members of the Lu Jin sect showed expressions of shock in their eyes. Lu Jin, I didn't expect Elder Qiyu would actually give you the corpse puppets he crafted himself. Wang Min stepped forward, her voice echoing throughout the venue. These two corpse puppets possess combat power that rivals the peak of the golden core. Moreover, when working together, they can probably compete with early-stage Purple Mansion realm experts. Upon hearing this, the entire venue was stunned. Even Lu Jin's expression changed slightly in surprise as he looked at Lu Jin and sneered. I didn't expect you to bring back two non-human things from the Blood Moon Holy Land. But Lu Jin, do you really think you can escape disaster with these two items? A strong killing intent appeared in Lu Jin's eyes, and with these two corpse puppets, she was filled with confidence. These two corpse puppets are enough to turn the entire Lu Jin sect upside down. Lu Jin, today is your day of death. Even the sect master cannot stop it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jin smiled. With his current combat power, fighting against early-stage Purple Mansion realm experts was not a problem. However, he wondered if battling against these relentless fighting machines would be more troublesome. Lu Jin, who allowed you to use such things within my Lu Jin sect? Chu Tianxiong suddenly shouted angrily, his eyes filled with rage, yet he showed no signs of fear. Sect Master, Lu Jin's voice was cold and carried a decisive dominance. I have already said, today on the life and death stage, I will kill Lu Jin. Even if you intervene, you cannot stop it. Boom, boom. As Lu Jin's words fell, the two corpse puppets stepped forward, facing Chu Tianxiong, clearly preparing for battle. Today, anyone who dares to stop me from killing Lu Jin, I will also kill them. Lu Jin made her intentions clear in this life and death battle. She was only here to kill Lu Jin. As for the matter of the Peak Masters rebelling, she did not mention it at this moment. Perhaps she understood that with her current strength, combined with the power of the two corpse puppets, she could not shake the entire Lu Jin sect. So, settling for the next best option of only killing Lu Jin was indeed a wise approach. Lu Jin, your actions today have already betrayed the Lu Jin sect. How could I spare you? Chu Tianxiong narrowed his eyes, stating that the two corpse puppets posed no threat to him. I am now a disciple under Elder Qiyu. If Sect Master does not recognize the situation and openly opposes the Blood Moon Holy Land, it might plunge the Lu Jin sect into a place of injustice. So, are you sure you want to intervene in this matter? Lu Jin's demeanor was proud and resolute, daring to openly challenge the Sect Master. Are you threatening me? Chu Tianxiong raised an eyebrow and sneered. He did not expect that a Lu Jin who had only recently grown up would dare to speak to him in such a manner. As it is, I hope the Sect Master can weigh this for himself. Lu Ruyan's attitude was cold, and her words carried an unhidden threat. Ha ha ha! Lu Ruyan, you are indeed quite arrogant. To dare speak to the sect master like this. You truly do not know how to write the word death. At this moment, Lu Jin suddenly let out a loud laugh. With the status of being a disciple under Elder Chiyu, along with these two corpse puppets, do you think you can sweep through invincibly? Since you are so conceited, I asked the sect master to give her a chance. Let me personally send her to the Yellow Springs. Lu Jin's voice carried a hint of disdain. Since Lu Ruyan was so unaware of the sky's height, he didn't mind letting her experience being trampled on before he eliminated her. Chu Tianxiong nodded in response, saying nothing further. Lu Jin, even without the corpse puppets, I can still kill you. Go die. Lu Ruyan did not waste any more words. As her voice fell, her entire aura erupted, and the black sword she had previously summoned coalesced once more. The terrifying aura swept out like waves in all directions. Then she suddenly thrust the sword forward. Spiritual energy rolled in like the wind. The sword danced like a dragon. Many disciples felt their scalps go numb again. This move was still not enough to see. Lu Jin looked indifferently at the black sword sweeping towards him. Previously, when faced with a similar attack, he pretended to retreat repeatedly. But now that the peak masters and other rebellious figures had all been captured, he saw no need to continue pretending. However, he did not counterattack immediately. Instead, he stood there, even crossing his arms, with a look of disdain on his face, a thin dragon pattern emerging on the surface of his body. What? Brother Lu Jin is actually not dodging, not evading, and not counterattacking? So arrogant. He must not underestimate his opponent. That thin defense might not withstand even a single strand of sword energy. Seeing Lu Jin's actions at this moment, many disciples exclaimed in anxiety. The formations of both sides formed a stark contrast. One seemed like a raging wave, while the other appeared like a small boat, truly difficult to fathom. Even among the crowd, Long Shiwei had already reached the base of the life and death stage, observing closely and ready to intervene at any moment. Boom! The next second, in the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Ruyan's black giant sword came crashing down with a furious force, a wave of destructive power that left everyone's scalps tingling. However, what happened next left everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 79. Lu Ruyan, your sins are enough to justify your death 100 times. No one expected that Lu Ruyan's terrifying attack, when struck against Lu Jin's thin defensive light pattern, would be completely blocked. In fact, the black long sword, due to the explosive force, was rebounded by the dragon pattern, becoming covered in numerous cracks. What? How is this possible? Lu Ruyan's expression changed drastically. Although she had not unleashed her trump card, she was confident that even a 7th grade golden core would be obliterated by such an attack. However, facing Lu Jin's seemingly flimsy defense, she encountered immense resistance. With no chance of advancement whatsoever. Break from me. Lu Ruyan's eyes glinted fiercely, a surge of spiritual energy roaring into her palm, reinforcing that black sword. Immediately, the cracked black sword began to heal again. Then it slashed down even more violently. The rumbling continued. The sword light howled. Such an astonishing attack even left some elders struggling to hide their shock. Lu Ruyan's combat power had now surpassed most elders. Yet even so, her attack, filled with terrifying destructive power, still failed to break through Lu Jin's defense. Heavens! What kind of defense is this from Lu Jin? Truly astonishing. It looks as thin as a cicada's wing, but in reality possesses terrifying defensive power. Look, does the light pattern surrounding him not resemble dragon scales? It seems like a mysterious dragon. This defensive martial art must be of extremely high rank. I wonder where it came from. Brother Lu Jin has once again given me a huge surprise. The crowd exclaimed in amazement, and seeing Lu Ruyan unable to break through her own defense. Lu Jin's voice floated out lightly from within the light patterns. Lu Ruyan, I already said that even if I stand here for you to attack, you wouldn't be able to hit me. So, do you believe it now? His voice carried an unmistakable disdain, instantly igniting Lu Ruyan's fury. Lu Jin, today, you will surely die. Boom. As Lu Ruyan's voice fell, She directly abandoned the attack of the black sword. And then a white bone sword seemed to be drawn out from within her body, flying above her head. After being infused with a large amount of spiritual energy, it condensed into a sharp blade gleaming with cold light, with runes shimmering on it. The aura it emitted actually affected the mental state of many disciples, making them feel an impulse to kneel. Is this the fusion of the supreme bone and swordsmanship, resulting in a spiritual manifestation? Seeing the bone sword above Lu Jin's head, an elder exclaimed, "The rank of this bone sword is much higher than that of the black sword. The aura it emits is that of the supreme, inspiring feelings of reverence." I didn't expect Lu Jin to have completely fused with the supreme bone now, and to have cultivated such astonishing swordsmanship. Everyone was shocked again, while Lu Jin frowned slightly at this scene. "Lu Jin, you used my supreme bone. It seems you are quite proud?" Lu Jin snorted coldly. "Now, this supreme bone has completely fused with me. It has become a part of me. Lu Jin, this supreme bone sword is far from an ordinary spiritual sword. I want to see how long your turtle shell can hold up." Buzz. Lu Jin's attack swept in again. This time, the destructive aura was even more magnificent than before, and all the observing disciples within a radius of 500 feet quickly fled, fearing being affected. Watching Lu Jin's increasingly terrifying and domineering attack, Long Shimei's expression also grew more serious. However, she had not made a move. She had been nervously watching the battle, her heart filled with hope as she looked at Lu Jin. Unless absolutely necessary, she would not intervene. The man on the life-and-death stage has his own dignity, and, if possible, she would like to see him continue to smile until the end. As everyone sighed over Lu Jin using what originally belonged to Lu Jin, the Supreme Bone, to unleash such a powerful move to try to eliminate Lu Jin, he frowned slightly, because at this moment, he felt the Imperial Overlord Luminous Bone within him actually fluctuate slightly again. It was imperceptible, but he could indeed sense it clearly. Could it be that the Imperial Overlord Luminous Bone had a natural resonance with something like the Supreme Bone? This aura is worth using. Lu Jin's eyes changed slightly, with a hint of a smile. In the next second, the Sin Fire Suppression sword whistled out. Unlike before, there was a strange fluctuation circulating on this sword. One sword supreme, Lu Jin, still doesn't kneel and submit. Lu Jin's Supreme Bone sword stabbed forward, the sword light rippling in the air, with a chilling brilliance surging at the tip, seemingly capable of breaking everything. However, just as this astonishing sword came stabbing in, an unexpected scene unfolded again. Lu Jin actually dissipated that dragon pattern defense directly. Then a long sword with a fiery tail lightly stabbed out. Boom! Before the tips of the two swords even touched. The surging and howling sword energy ahead boomed like drums, and a strong aftershock erupted, followed by the collision of the two long swords. Boom! The booming continued, but it lasted only a few breaths before the momentum of Lu Jin's Supreme Bone sword began to collapse rapidly, disintegrating swiftly. Under the counterattack of Lu Jin's Sin Fire Suppression sword, the Supreme Bone sword actually retreated step by step, its sword energy dissipating, its sword light in disarray, and even its sword moves seemed to become uncontrollably chaotic. What's going on? His sword seems to have that oppressive aura again. What secret is he hiding? Lu Jin's brows raised in disbelief. She never expected that even with the Supreme Bone sword, she would still be suppressed by Lu Jin. Seeing the opponent's attack collapsing, Lu Jin sneered, chopping down sword after sword while saying, "The Supreme Bone sword, huh? Kneeling and worshipping, huh? So invincible, huh? Get lost." Boom! After a series of slashes, the Sin Fire Suppression sword suddenly shone brightly, and it actually wildly devoured a strange aura from Lu Jin's presence. This is the power of sin? Lu Jin's brows furrowed. The Sin Fire Suppression sword can absorb the power of sin, and as for what this power is, Lu Jin couldn't say for certain. In his eyes, it might be a kind of energy similar to the power of belief. Although mysterious, it truly exists. And the power of sin on Lu Jin was quite substantial. How many people has this woman harmed? This power of sin is enough to send you to hell 100 times. After absorbing that strange power, the aura of the Sin Fire Suppression Sword became even more violent. With a series of slashes, Lu Rian's Supreme Bone Sword could no longer defend itself and was shattered into countless remnants, rolling away. As the Supreme Bone Sword exploded, a Supreme Bone covered in cracks was immediately summoned back into her body. Lu Ruyan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of reverse blood, her aura suddenly weakening. Chapter 80, Gimme a Slash. Seeing Lu Ruyan being suppressed, the crowd was overjoyed. Almost all the people watching now were from the Wanjian sect, supporting Lu Jin. Although some of them had previously followed Lu Ruyan, after the incident with Master Pang, a large number of disciples immediately lost their good feelings and trust in her. Turning to support Lu Jin, Long Shimei was even more delighted after seeing this, her previously tense heart finally relaxing. It was evident that Lu Jin indeed had the strength to contend with Lu Ruyan. Since he stepped onto the life-and-death stage, he had remained calm throughout. Even if he was pretending before, there was no panic that would appear when truly afraid. However, while he breathed a sigh of relief, the two corpse puppets still stood on the life-and-death stage, and even the previous astonishing aftershocks had not affected them. If Lu Ruyan summoned the corpse puppets to attack, could Lu Jin still maintain the upper hand? I'm afraid the recently returned Lu Jin would not be able to contend with the corpse puppets either. There was no choice but to hope for the sect master to make a move personally. Lu Jin. The attack of the Supreme Bone Sword was so easily resolved by Lu Jin, and Lu Ruyan's eyes were not only shocked, but also turned quite ferocious. If before she had only murderous intent towards Lu Jin, now her killing intent was astonishing, and her anger was overwhelming. I underestimated you, but your arrogance ends here. As Lu Ruyan spoke, suddenly gray and black auras surged throughout her body, and the two strange auras fused together. Even under the influence of this aura, her flesh and blood began to change. Her once clear pupils now showed a gray and black sheen. Her long hair billowed like the wind, and behind her, to everyone's astonishment, 3 black tails appeared. What happened to the Saintess? Why does she have tails? Such a terrifying aura. This is demonic and magical energy. How could this happen? The Saintess has secretly practiced demonic magic. This is simply outrageous. No wonder her realm progressed so swiftly. It turns out she has been cultivating demonic techniques. Humanity and demons cannot coexist. The Saintess is unworthy of being our Wanjian sect's Saintess. While everyone was shocked, they were filled with righteous indignation, raising their arms and shouting. Meanwhile, Chu Tianxiong and the others looked equally astonished. They understood that both Lu Ruyan and Lu Jin, who advanced at such an extraordinary speed, must have their own secrets, but they never expected Lu Ruyan to cultivate demonic techniques. Lu Jin, forcing me to this extent. You are indeed worthy of pride. Lu Ruyan's eyes were fierce, seemingly transforming into a bloodthirsty beast. Heavenly demon sword art. Destroy for me. Buzz. Lu Ruyan's move changed abruptly. At this moment, her spiritual energy surged like a torrent, but it all turned to deep black like ink, and within that inky energy, demonic and magical auras intertwined. And one could vaguely see the shadows of demons rushing about within. Even the roar of demons erupted, making listeners' hearts tremble and their scalps tingle. Heavenly demon sword art? The aura that erupted was so powerful that it seemed to be of a very high grade. Unfortunately, your cultivation time is too short. It's still not enough. Lu Jin looked at Lu Ruyan's hungry wolf-like gaze, his eyes turning cold. He then raised the infernal fire prison-suppressing sword and slashed down again, muttering the same incantation. The demons are formidable, right? The so-called heavenly demon sword technique is nothing but tofu dregs, easily crushed. Explode. All of you explode. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of attacks from Lu Jin, it seemed that Lu Ruyan hadn't even had the chance to showcase the killing moves of the heavenly demon sword technique. The layered shockwaves, the condensed magic sword, the just-formed attack methods were all shattered by his sword strikes. Lu Ruyan was completely stunned. The heavenly demon sword technique was a top-tier heavenly skill. It was taught to her personally by the Fox Master, and she had fought bloodily among thousands of demon beasts. enduring immense suffering to cultivate this sword technique. Yet it was so easily shattered by Lu Jin. She was dazed, wanting to cry, but having no tears. Damn it! I want to kill you. Corpse puppets destroy him. At that moment, Lu Jin could no longer suppress the rage in her heart. With a roar, she ignited the puppet talisman in her hand, and two corpse puppets immediately charged towards Lu Jin. At the same time, Lu Jin was not idle either and rushed forward as well. The attacking power of the two corpse puppets could entangle a purple mansion realm, and Lu Jin was confident he could handle it. However, with Lu Jin joining in, it became a bit tricky. After all, the unyielding and pain-ignorant corpse puppets were already hard to deal with, and Lu Jin was cunning and treacherous. The aura within her was likely to use deceitful ambushes. So Lu Jin was cautious and did not dare to let his guard down. In that instant, the dragon pattern defense activated again, and the great transformation dragon art circulated within his body. At the same time, the infernal fire prison-suppressing sword was enveloped in flames, entangling with the three opponents. The spiritual light intertwining, instantly reaching a white-hot intensity. The roar of battle echoed incessantly, and the figures in the fierce fight flickered unpredictably. Yet, Lu Jin was holding his ground against three opponents without losing the advantage. Heavens! Brother Lu Jin's aura seems to be at the third rank of the Golden Core stage, but how does he have such powerful combat strength? This is clearly mismatched. Brother Lu Jin is a prodigy. To not fall behind in such a situation is incredible. It's unbelievable. Lu Jin is so despicable. She brought two corpse puppets as helpers. Brother Lu Jin should also call for help. As the crowd watched the heated battle on the life and death platform, they kept discussing, and the voice of Wang Min in the audience was drowned out by the clamor. However, her voice was captured by Long Shimei. She was reminding Lu Jin to use the power of thunder to strike the puppets. Upon hearing this, Long Shimei's expression suddenly darkened. You can find helpers, others can too. As her words fell, the spiritual light swirling around her fingers suddenly flickered and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, a roar of a giant beast echoed from the clouds, and at the same time, a massive thunder beast phantom descended from the sky, appearing in full view of everyone. What is that? How did a thunder beast suddenly appear? A thunder beast? That's the thunder-eating mist demon. Oh my goodness. That's the thunder-eating mist demon that feeds on thunder from a sea. How could such a demon beast appear in the 10,000 Sword sect? Was it summoned by that junior sister? Could it be here to help Brother Lu Jin? The crowd gasped in shock, their eyes filled with astonishment. Upon seeing the thunder-eating mist demon, Wang Min's expression also changed, and she secretly nodded at Long Shimei. Crack! Once the thunder-eating mist demon appeared, its entire body gathered demonic energy, bursting forth with a series of crackling roars that were truly intimidating. Little Jean, strike down those two corpses. Chapter 81. The Fox Master's Secret Discovered. Wang Min was the disciple of Elder Red Moon, so Long Shimei was certain that what she said would help Lu Jin. The thunder-eating mist demon was a great demon with thunder attributes, just right to be summoned to eliminate those two corpse puppets. Boom! As the massive demon beast rode the clouds and descended into the arena, the surrounding world was suddenly filled with rolling thunderclouds, and a terrifying aura of lightning swept across the scene, the sound of thunder accompanying the lightning snakes dancing across the surface of the colossal creature, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The thunder beast was extremely fast. After it appeared, Lu Jin's momentum in attacking Lu Jin also came to a halt. What? This? She couldn't believe it. Back in the Blood Moon's sacred land, Elder Chi Yu had told her when he gave her the two corpse puppets that they were most afraid of the thunder power that is the strongest and most fierce in the world, and she must avoid encounters with it at all costs. But now, a thunder beast had appeared. It's you. Lu Jin glared at Long Shimei, gritting her teeth, her eyes radiating killing intent. You can bring corpse puppets. I can bring a thunder beast. Long Shimei snorted coldly and then shouted loudly at the thunder-eating mist demon. Make sure to blast them into dust. Crack! Boom! As Long Shimei's words fell, the thunder-eating mist demon opened its enormous jaws, and a breath was instantly released, a thunderball like a bright flame. hurtling towards one of the corpse puppets like a meteor under the horrified gazes of the crowd. Blasted to death, Lu Jin's eyes were as cold as ice. With a roar, the corpse puppet raised its fist and charged skyward, rushing towards the thunderball containing immense thunder power. Boom! The void trembled violently. When the thunderball's breath collided with the corpse puppet, a thunderous explosion echoed out, the energy of the thunderball pouring forth in an explosion. And the terrifying destructive power instantly engulfed the corpse puppet. But to everyone's shock, under such astonishing thunder power, the corpse puppet was still able to resist for several breaths with its forged body. The strength of the thunder-eating mist demon was at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and this corpse puppet also possessed combat strength at this level. If it weren't for the natural restraining property of thunder against such malevolent entities, the two would likely have engaged in a fierce battle, resulting in mutual destruction. It was precisely because the thunder restrained malevolent entities that the corpse puppet, after enduring the thunder's power for several breaths, was finally blasted down. Its female-like appearance ravaged by the thunder, its body crashing heavily to the ground like a lump of charcoal, and the clothes it wore turned to ashes. Good. Watching the corpse puppet pierced by the thunder and nearly losing all combat capability, Long Shimei excitedly raised her arm and looked at the thunder-eating mist demon again. There's one more. Take them all out. The thunder-eating mist demon roared to the sky, its massive body suddenly charging towards the other corpse puppet. At this moment, the crowd gasped again. As expected of the thunder-eating mist demon, it itself possesses thunder attributes, being the embodiment of the strongest and most yang, specifically restraining corpse puppets, which are creatures that cannot withstand the light. That girl is a disciple of the Carefree Valley? Why do I feel that her relationship with Brother Lu Jin is not ordinary? This girl is not simple. Despite only being at the 3rd rank of the Golden Core stage, she can summon a great demon like the thunder-eating mist demon, which is simply unbelievable. The cultivation level of the Carefree Valley's master, Yin Zhao Mu, is not enough to contend with the thunder-eating mist demon. I suspect this girl's background must be extraordinary. Not only does she have a background, but she is also incredibly beautiful. Brother Lu Jin is truly fortunate. As the crowd was astonished by the formidable combat strength of the thunder-eating mist demon, some disciples also focused their attention on Long Shimei. She is not a disciple of the 10,000 Sword sect, yet she could stand up to help Lu Jin at a critical moment. Their relationship must be quite deep. However, soon the crowd's attention was once again drawn to the thunder-eating mist demon. As the first corpse puppet fell, Lu Jin's eyes filled with murderous intent, and she actually poured thousands of spirit stones into that corpse puppet's body. How? As the immense energy from the spirit stones entered its body, the corpse puppet let out a long howl, but the feminine appearance transformed into a howl like a ghostly wolf. As her voice continued, her body began to change dramatically. The originally feminine appearance started to morph into the head of a giant wolf. Her limbs began to change, bending, crouching on the ground, her nails turning into sharp claws. And even long black fur began to grow all over her body. She transformed into a gigantic werewolf. Clatter. In the next moment, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the giant wolf corpse puppet stomped its forehooves on the ground and suddenly leaped into the air, pouncing towards the thunder-devouring fog demon. After the thunder-devouring fog demon exhaled a breath, it needed some time to rest, so seeing the corpse puppet charging over, it crackled with rolling lightning, opening its fierce jaws to bite back at the same time. The intense scene in midair caused many disciples to feel their hearts race. Today's battle was indeed eye-opening. It was also profoundly shocking and even terrifying. At this time, aside from the spectators at the scene, on a hill outside the Wanjian sect's gate, several figures descended, looking towards the Wanjian sect direction, their expressions all dark as frost. Head of the family. The investigation is clear. The heir was invited to the Demon Cave by the Peak Master Wan He Lei of Wan Jin sect. His soul lamp has been extinguished. We must find Wan He Lei even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he cannot give me an explanation, I will destroy the Wan Jin sect to honor my son's spirit in heaven. Head of the family, the Wan Jin sect is currently in a fierce battle. Why not observe the changes first? That is the thunder-devouring fog demon in combat with the corpse puppet. Something is amiss. Let us observe the battle before making plans. Yes, just as the corpse puppet and the thunder-devouring fog demon were fiercely battling, suddenly a figure rushed into the air. It was Chu Tianxiong. He spoke loudly. This time, I must thank Miss Long, but you are a distinguished guest of Wan Jian's sect. It wouldn't be right to let you take action. Buzz. As his words fell, he waved his arm towards the giant wolf corpse puppet, and streams of spiritual power shot out from his palm, expanding like a spider web, and finally transformed into a net that rapidly bound the giant wolf corpse puppet. Even if it's dead and turned into a puppet, it's still unfortunate. I'll send you on your way. Boom! As Chu Tianxiong grasped his palm, the net suddenly contracted, and a terrifying binding force actually crushed the corpse puppet. From a moment Chu Tianxiong made his move to the giant wolf corpse puppet being destroyed, only a few breaths passed. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Chu Tianxiong was able to subdue a corpse puppet at the peak of the Golden Core stage. What does this indicate? His cultivation level has definitely reached the Purple Mansion stage. Seeing the two corpse puppets being destroyed in an instant, Lu Ruiyan's eyes turned a deep gray. No, this is impossible. How could those two corpse puppets be destroyed so easily? She was unwilling to believe this scene, gritting her teeth, her three tails trembling violently behind her. At this moment, Lu Jin, who had been watching coldly, said indifferently, Lu Ruiyan, the corpse puppets you relied on are nothing more than this. Why not summon that hidden thing within you? Perhaps you still have the strength to fight. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruiyan's expression changed. Did he discover the secret of the Fox Master? Chapter 82. I borrow your body for use. Lu Ruiyan was greatly alarmed. Lu Jin's words implied that he had seen through the existence of the Fox Master. At this moment, her heart trembled, thinking back to everything from the beginning until now. From the capture of Peak Master Pang and others to the destruction of the corpse puppets, Lu Jin had always been confident, and she felt a kind of unprecedented terror rising in her heart. This Lu Jin was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Even though she had the Supreme Bone, the guidance of the Fox Master, and the cultivation of Elder Chi Yu under various resources, her cultivation had reached the current level. Yet it seemed that she still fell short when facing Lu Jin. Lu Jin. Lu Ruiyan glared at Lu Jin, her eyes filled with anger. You're only a third-grade golden core? I have already reached 6th grade. Even without the corpse puppets, I can still kill you. Lu Jin smiled calmly. All right, I'll give you a chance, but if that thing within you doesn't help you, you might die a terrible death. Lu Jin said nonchalantly, even with a strong sense of disdain. Lu Ruiyan's eyes shone with dark gray light, and in the next second, she bit her tongue. Spitting out a drop of essence blood, heavenly demon sword technique turned the rivers and seas. Buzz. Amidst the black demonic aura, blood light suddenly spread, and a black blood sword condensed abruptly, with demonic energy rolling like electricity, and Lu Ruiyan's aura surged. Blood demon opens the sky slash. Boom! With Lu Ruiyan's roar, the blood sword slashed down at Lu Jin. At the moment the sword struck, Lu Ruiyan's face turned pale as paper, as if she had exhausted all her spiritual energy. The destructive aura erupting from the blood sword was indeed shocking, causing many disciples thousands of feet away to instinctively defend themselves, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath. Chu Tianxiong and Long Shiwei, along with others, watched this scene. Although they had plans to intervene, they remained still. In their sight, Lu Jin stood tall like a gun, confidently facing the storm before him. A mere trick, daring to show off in front of me. Faced with Lu Ruiyan's violent blood sword attack, Lu Jin's gaze darkened, and his spiritual energy swirled into a vortex, lightly pushing it out. Boom, boom. The next second, under the incredulous gazes of the crowd, they saw the majestic aura of the blood sword being instantly shredded upon contacting Lu Jin's vortex, breaking apart. And even the blood sword that pierced into the vortex was torn into a chaotic flow of residual waves, all of which were completely devoured by a swallowing force from Lu Jin's palm. This scene ended in just a few moments. As the blood sword was shredded, Lu Ruiyan's face turned pale with shock, and she quickly retreated, but was instantly bound by Lu Jin's spiritual energy. This binding rope had a very strong force. Lu Jin had nearly exhausted all her spiritual energy for that one sword strike to defeat Lu Jin. So now, bound by Lu Jin, she found she didn't even have the strength to break free. After being bound by Lu Jin, her eyes were filled with deathly gray, and even a look of terror began to rise in her gaze. Heavens! The saintess was actually captured alive by senior brother Lu Jin. Incredulous. If it weren't witnessed with their own eyes, no one would dare believe that a third-grade golden core could capture a sixth-grade golden core. And it was done without even using full strength. How powerful were senior brother Lu Jin's methods? This man was terrifying. At this moment, amidst the discussions of the crowd, Chu Tianxiong's expression also turned extremely astonished. This is the technique from the Demon Suppression Heavenly Book. Seeing Lu Jin execute that vortex technique, Chu Tianxiong was shocked. This was clearly the Demon Suppression Heavenly Book he had given to Lu Jin not long ago. At this moment, his emotions were complex: surprise, excitement, and self-doubt. He had practiced for many years to reach this level with the Demon Suppression Heavenly Book, yet Lu Jin had only practiced for a few days to achieve his level, which made him feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Seeing Lu Jin capture Lu Jin, Long Shiwei's worries finally dissipated. She summoned the thunder-devouring fog demon, and that colossal being transformed into a cloud of smoke before everyone's eyes, disappearing. This once again caused an uproar. At this moment, Lu Jin's gaze was filled with terror. Under Lu Jin's binding, she found herself without any means to counter. Lu Jin, you can't kill me. My master is Elder Chi Yu. I have the Blood Moon Holy Land behind me. Hearing Lu Jin threaten him like this, Lu Jin replied indifferently. A dying person has too much to say. Buzz. As his words fell, a red flame erupted from his palm, and a small sword's phantom appeared. In the next second, that small sword shot out and instantly pierced Lu Jin's lower abdomen. Lu Jin's expression changed drastically, almost going berserk, yet she could only hold back her words. Fox Master, save me. She immediately communicated with the Fox Master. Currently, your Dantian is destroyed, and your combat power is null. The Fox Master's voice carried an unprecedented tension. What should we do? Fox Master, save me. Lu Jin said anxiously. You and I share the same fate. If one of us suffers, we both suffer. Naturally, I will help you. What do you want me to do, Fox Master? You just need to focus your mind and lend your body to me for use. Yes, Buzz. As Lu Jin's words fell, she immediately felt a tremor in her soul. Her body began to move beyond her control, and the Dantian that had been rendered useless suddenly saw the golden core rise rapidly. With the lower Dantian wasted, her master used your middle and upper Dantians to help you escape this calamity. With a loud buzzing sound, the black light on Lu Jin's body suddenly erupted, and as the golden core entered the middle Dantian, it unleashed an astonishing wave of energy. This time, the black light surged out like a roaring tide. A violent, demonic energy rushed towards all directions, sweeping toward the disciples' camp 1,000 feet away from the Wanjian sect. This violent, demonic energy was the accumulated power gained from the frenzied slaughter within the Beast Tamer array. Seeing the black light roar, Lu Jin's eyes changed. The thing inside you has some means. It's a pity that today no one can save you. Witnessing Lu Jin's desperate counterattack, the energy from the golden core was able to erupt with such overwhelming force. Lu Jin's binding power surged again. However, this time, the rope was quickly snapped, and Lu Jin devoured nearly all the storage from her spatial ring into her stomach, instantly engulfing her in energy, making her physical body swell as if it were about to burst. What is she trying to do? What a strange method. How could Lu Jin cultivate such a demonic technique? She has completely turned into a demon. Not good. This black light seems to have a force pulling at my spiritual energy. Retreat quickly, feeling the strange aura sweeping in after being enveloped by the black light. A group of disciples' expressions changed dramatically, and they all began to retreat. But at that moment, shadows appeared within the black light, resembling ghosts, numerous in number. And after revealing themselves, they darted toward the disciples below like lightning. Chapter 83. You Cannot Kill Me. The black demonic energy rolled and spread rapidly, engulfing even the higher-ups like Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong's eyes changed. This is siphoning spiritual energy. Feeling that strange aura, he was startled. What kind of demonic technique has Lu Jin cultivated? She intends to siphon the spiritual energy of the Wan Jian sect disciples, aiming to kill. The peak master Li Yunfeng's expression also changed drastically. This aura is not right. It's not Lu Jin, but the aura within her. Chu Tianxiong said solemnly. Sectmaster. She indeed hides a monster within her. Many disciples are now in a state of being siphoned. We must quickly kill her. At that moment, a mournful wail suddenly echoed, followed by a series of screams rising and falling within the black, demonic energy. Not good. Some disciples' spiritual energy has been completely siphoned away. Their dantians drained. What a strange method. What kind of evil technique has Lu Jin cultivated? It seems that this black demonic energy is filled with ghosts. We are all trapped. My spiritual energy is disappearing. It's being absorbed by a strange force. I can't control it. I can't resist. What should we do? The black mist spread, and the horrific wails occasionally erupted, making people's scalps tingle. Time is of the essence. Set up the formation and capture her. Chu Tianxiong's gaze darkened, and he immediately acted with the higher-ups. As these high-ranking figures moved, a brilliant light burst forth, tearing through the darkness, creating a clear area within the black, demonic energy. All disciples, enter the great formation. Chu Tianxiong's voice boomed like thunder. But those trapped in the black mist lost their direction and had no idea where the formation was located. At this moment, the experts from the Mo family outside the Wan Jian sect also looked astonished. What kind of method is this? How can there be such a strong demonic aura? This aura is strange and unfamiliar. That woman hides a great secret. This is interesting. It seems this woman is against the Wan Jian sect. If possible, Immortality, will save her. She might become a powerful weapon against the Wan Jian sect. Let's go. Capture a few Wan Jian sect disciples first and inquire about the situation with Wan Yilei. Yes, head of the family. Seeing Lu Jin's aura change dramatically, even threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Jin sect, Lu Jin's voice remained calm. Is this your method? Forcibly siphoning others' things. No wonder Lu Jin would steal my supreme bone. However, I want to see how strong your methods can be. Boom! As Lu Jin spoke, he directly activated the devouring power of the burial heaven coffin amidst the black mist. With the fog covering him, he was not afraid of being discovered. When the devouring force of the burial heaven coffin howled out, the surrounding demonic fog was almost instantly drawn away. The air became clear, revealing the disciples' figures. The power is quite impressive. This is indeed good cultivation material. After the burial heaven coffin devoured the demonic fog, it immediately replenished a pure spiritual power. And Lu Jin nodded, his speed instantly reaching its peak. If viewed from above, one could see two factions crazily devouring the black fog, and where the fog was consumed, a clear area was revealed, with disciples and elders looking serious but not backing down, all using their methods to fight against those ghostly shadows. However, among these two factions, one small faction, though numerous, was devouring very slowly, almost crawling. Meanwhile, the other faction's clear aura was rapidly expanding, with the black fog disappearing quickly. Yet in that faction, only Lu Jin was moving swiftly. What? How is this possible? Discovering that his demonic fog was siphoning other spiritual energy, while his own aura was being forcibly pulled away and rapidly dissipating. The voice of Fox Master came from Lu Jin's mouth, a strange tone that made many people's hearts tighten. That voice sounded like a hoarse demon roaring. Could it be that the devouring power on that kid is even stronger than my great siphoning demon technique? Fox Master was extremely shocked, but did not dare to linger. The current situation was very dangerous. If he did not take the opportunity to escape, he might not be able to get away. But at that moment, within the space filled with black mist, a fiery long sword shot toward her like lightning, stopping just a foot from her nose. Lu Jin died. Lu Jin's voice was icy, and at this moment, killing intent enveloped him as the fiend fire prison sword instantly pierced through her chest. But the next second, to Lu Jin's surprise, Lu Jin let out a series of hoarse sounds. "You cannot kill me." Swish! As the words fell, that figure transformed into a cloud of smoke, instantly merging into the black mist, disappearing without a trace. Trying to escape, Lu Jin's eyes changed, his spiritual power rapidly spreading, accurately locking onto her position. Uft! The fiend fire prison sword was thrust out again, piercing through Lu Jin's back heart from behind within the black mist. With 2 strikes, he did not believe Lu Jin could survive. But under this second strike, Lu Jin's figure once again transformed into black mist, disappearing from sight once more. Lu Jin was utterly astonished. What kind of demonic technique is this? How strange. He spread his spiritual power across 1,000 feet, almost covering the entire black mist, but was left dumbfounded. It seemed her aura had intertwined with the entire black mist, but there was no key point. And when he finally noticed her aura condensing into a dense mass, her figure leaped up like a ghost from 1,000 feet away, soaring into the void, escaping far away. "Today I will kill you." Lu Jin had no intention of leaving any survivors. Upon discovering her escape route, he waved his hand, and the fiend fire prison sword soared into the air, pursuing her relentlessly. At this moment, as Fox Master Lu Jin collapsed and retreated, the black demonic mist suddenly dissipated, and when everyone was exposed to the bright daylight, they all looked at the scene of the fiend fire prison sword piercing through the air. Get lost. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the void ahead, with a sharp reprimand echoing. The fiery sword of hell, which was about to pierce Lu Jin, unexpectedly changed direction and shot back towards Lu Jin's position. Who is it? Such powerful means. They actually flicked back Brother Lu Jin's flying sword with a single finger. The auras of those people are incredibly strong. They seem to be much stronger than the sect master. They saved Lu Jin, and she escaped. The people from the Wanjian sect were astonished. Lu Jin's gaze turned toward the group that had descended, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He had already discerned the strength of the opponents. Among the 6 people, 3 were experts at the Purple Mansion realm. The leader was inscrutable, yet even more terrifying. The group descended, but did not mention the fierce battle within the Wanjian sect, as if this matter was beneath their notice. The master of the demon-slaying peak of the Wanjian sect, Wan Lei, was there. A thunderous voice rang out from that group, and upon hearing it, even Chu Tianxiong couldn't help but frown. Chapter 84. This is a genius. This is called overbearing. Swish! The fiery sword of hell that had flown back was lightly caught by Lu Jin, swirling around him like a dragon or serpent. His gaze fell on the descending figures, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The newcomers did not come with good intentions. Furthermore, they were here for Wan Lei, and with such cultivation, it wasn't hard to guess their identities. Realizing this, Lu Jin and Chu Tianxiong exchanged glances, seemingly understanding something. Just as Chu Tianxiong was about to step forward to speak, he saw Lu Jin take a step out first. "Who are you? I was in a life-and-death battle with that person, yet you saved me. Will you not give me an explanation?" Lu Jin's tone was quite indifferent, showing no sign of fear despite the powerful lineup of the opponents. However, after these words were spoken, the expressions of the Wanjian sect disciples, and even the strong figures from other observing forces, changed dramatically. With such a lineup, not to mention a mere Lu Jin, even the entire Wanjian sect could be easily wiped out by them. And Lu Jin actually wanted an explanation from them. This was simply audacious. Long she stared at him in a daze, momentarily unsure of what to do. Oh! Seeing Lu Jin step forward, Mo Tuojiang, the head of the Mo family, frowned and coldly snorted. Before he could speak, a strong figure from the Mo family stepped forward. "Kid, you have some nerve. You don't kneel before the head of the Mo family." Buzz. This person had a flattering expression towards Mo Tuojiang, but when he turned to Lu Jin, his face instantly turned frosty. In an instant, as his words fell, he waved his hand, and a sharp aura surged out from his sleeve, rushing towards Lu Jin like a stream of water. In an instant, the void trembled, revealing his peak golden core cultivation. At that moment, everyone was stunned, speechless in shock. This person, just a follower, had such power. Moreover, the Mo family he mentioned instantly sent shivers down people's spines. Besides the Blood Moon Sacred Land, which of the four great families had such a powerful lineup? Get lost. Faced with this unreasonable suppression, Lu Jin frowned, and the fiery sword of hell that swirled around him instantly pierced through that aura. With a loud bang, that wave of spiritual energy directly turned into turbulence, dissipating into nothingness. What? Seeing this scene, many people's hearts trembled. That person was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Even a casual suppression could easily overpower even an 8th grade Golden Core expert. Yet, facing such an attack, the 3rd grade Golden Core Lu Jin could effortlessly break it apart, even treating it as if it were nothing. This was a true genius. This was true overbearing. Kid, you do have some ability, but it's a pity you have no insight. Although the Mo family expert was somewhat surprised, he still looked down on Lu Jin. However, in front of everyone, Lu Jin had made him lose face, so he naturally couldn't just let it go. This was the head of the Blood Moon Sacred Land, Mo Tuo Jiang. Kid, you want an explanation? I'll give you one right now, Death. Boom. As his voice fell, a gigantic spiritual hand condensed in midair, descending violently towards Lu Jin. Stop. At the moment the hand was about to explode the void and descend, Chu Tianxiong shouted coldly, his palm flicking upwards. Spiritual energy gathered on the ground, instantly forming a giant sword that shot up towards the descending massive hand. Boom! The soaring giant sword, in the astonished eyes of everyone, collided with the spiritual giant hand. At the moment of contact, the sound of the explosion suddenly spread, the deafening roar causing many to cover their ears. And even some disciples with lower cultivation levels bled from their ears and noses. Stumble, stumble, stumble. Under the intense backlash of energy, the Mo family expert staggered back a few steps before stabilizing himself, looking at the one who had acted, Chu Tianxiong, with a shocked expression. At this moment, Chu Tianxiong leaped up and landed firmly in front of Lu Jin, standing with his hands behind his back, his voice resonating. You come here wanting to kill my disciple in the Wanjian sect? Simply too much. As he spoke, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy rippled around him, displaying an attitude that he was not going to let it go easily. Oof. Just a mere ant dares to act recklessly in front of the head of the Mo family. The Mo family expert's anger surged, wanting to take action again, but was stopped by a light remark from the head. Mo